Chapter 1. The Jurassic System Pioneer Academy graduating class. Only 10 minutes left until the mental strength assessment begins. I absolutely cannot fail. Chubai sat uneasily, having eagerly anticipated this day for 7 or 8 years. Waiting for the moment of his mental strength evaluation, let us rewind time to 4 decades ago. That day was fraught with terror. A colossal rift in space-time emerged near the moon, and an alien civilization, known as the Otherworldly, launched a frenzied invasion of Earth, utilizing the moon as a launch pad. The methods of the otherworldly invaders were unique. They employed a form of mental contract to summon terrifying beasts to slaughter humanity. The Federal Army, in the face of these relentless and enhanced monstrosities, suffered relentless defeats. Humanity's position atop the food chain, beyond mere intellect, was also a testament to miracles humans excel at creating them. Scientists successfully deciphered the mental contracts of the otherworldly and adapted them for human use. Thus, humanity began forging mental contracts with various creatures on Earth, commanding enhanced beasts in battle. Humans fervently bred Siberian tigers, African lions, elephants, and rhinos, employing alien genetic technology to strengthen them for integration with humans in combat. Moreover, global unity soared, leading to the establishment of Pioneer Academy, dedicated to training summoners. However, not everyone could become a summoner. One must possess a mental strength of at least level to connect with larger beasts. Failing to connect meant losing the qualification of a summoner and the opportunity to participate in battle. This conflict has endured for over 40 years. Throughout these 4 decades, countless summoners and beasts have perished, yet the number of otherworldly beasts remains undiminished, with human territory reduced to a mere tenth of its original size. They have even been mocked by the otherworldly, deriding the diminutive Earth, questioning its lack of formidable creatures. Lin Miao Miao, level mental strength. The exclamation of the assessor jolted Chu Bai from his reverie, prompting him to lift his gaze. A 17-year-old girl stood on stage, her hair tied in a high ponytail, impeccably dressed and strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing the assessor's words, the girl leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Yay, I can become a summoner too." Mental strength is categorized into 8 levels: SR, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with SR being the highest and F the lowest. Mental strength directly influences the caliber of summoned beasts. For instance, summoning a Siberian tiger requires a mental strength of level or above, while a Clevel can only summon slightly smaller creatures, such as a Sumatran tiger, leopard, or wolf. Medium-sized predators. Regardless, reaching Clevel signifies the ability to summon formidable beasts, while those below standard may only manage to summon domestic cats. Chubai, it's your turn. Why are you daydreaming? The assessor called out to the boys seated in the audience. 40 to 50 students turned their heads in unison. Chubai is our class top student, achieving perfect scores in all theoretical subjects, on par with Lin Miao Miao. His level is unlikely to be low indeed. If he attains level, our class will have produced a distinguished summoner of great renown. Gazing at the multitude of envious and expectant eyes from his classmates, Chubai felt a pang of trepidation. The higher the expectations, the greater the potential for disappointment. What if he fell short of the mark and became the subject of ridicule? Teacher, may I step out for a moment? I fear that holding it in might adversely affect my performance, Chubai said with an awkward smile. What on earth is going on? Chu, hurry up. We can't wait forever. In an instant, the room erupted with voices. Those who procrastinate often find themselves overwhelmed. We shall conduct the assessment first. I too wish to witness the extent of excellence within this cohort, the examiner retorted without a hint of leniency. With a sheepish chuckle and a heart full of anxiety, Chubai ascended the testing platform. The testing apparatus, reminiscent of an ion perm, immediately enveloped his forehead. As the device emitted a crackling sound, every student held their breath, curious about the level of this prodigy who had consistently achieved perfect scores in theoretical knowledge. Ding! With a resounding chime, a glaring letter appeared on the display. E level? Is there an error? Impossible. The genius Chubai scored even lower than I did. In that moment, the classroom erupted into chaos. All eyes fixated on Chubai with disbelief. Even the examiner's expression betrayed incredulity. In a flurry, he initiated the test once more, yet the result remained stubbornly at a level. It was thus confirmed that the mental fortitude of the prodigious Chubai had only reached the level. What did this signify? It meant that Chubai could only summon familiars of the household cat variety. This Chubai stared blankly at the notification on the screen, utterly stunned. Indeed, the higher one stands, the more devastating the fall. His years of diligent study, crowned with accolades as an extraordinary theoretical genius, now felt painfully absurd in this moment. Lin Miao Miao observed the dazed youth, Pursing her lips, this peer, renowned alongside her, might indeed falter from this unexpected blow, allowing the brilliance of his genius to fade into obscurity. Perhaps he would be unable to bear the immense psychological contrast and pressure, ultimately choosing to end his own life. After all, in the past 40 years, how many prodigies lauded for their genius had stumbled at this final hurdle, opting for self-destruction to conclude their existence? Chubai endeavored to maintain a odd of composure. Yet to the onlookers, it appeared as mere bravado. Chu by Lin Miao Miao began to approach. "Do not pity me. I am not so fragile as to surrender to such a minor setback," Chubai murmured, displaying an extraordinary calmness and depth of character. Upon hearing this, Lin Miao Miao furrowed her brows, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Did he truly believe himself to be a peer of hers in genius? The examiner, standing nearby, nodded discreetly. He had witnessed numerous prodigies collapse into despair upon realizing they would never become summoners, retreating into self-imposed exile. Yet, Chu Bei's remarkable equanimity suggested a formidable mental resilience. It was indeed a lamentable tragedy that such a promising talent had received in a level score student. Chu, do not despair, even if you cannot become a summoner. Serving as a spirit observer can also illuminate your path, the examiner said earnestly as he patted Chu Bei's shoulder. A spirit observer, akin to a scout, is an organization tasked with delving deep into enemy territory to gather intelligence prior to battle. Typically, spirit observers comprise summoners rated below sea level. They connect with agile small creatures such as owls, jerboas, cats, and dogs, employing them for reconnaissance on the battlefield. Chu Bai never anticipated that he would truly become a spirit observer. With his classmates casting pitying glances, he left the classroom with a composed expression. Chu, don't forget to attend the assignment tomorrow, the examiner called out awkwardly. However, Chu Bai merely raised his hand in acknowledgement in the restroom. Seated upon the toilet, he felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him, utterly crumbled. He yearned to wield the fierce might of a tiger or lion, shouting for humanity's eternity while banishing monsters back to the depths of hell, yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. Hiding in the empty restroom, Chu Bai completely broke down. Damn it! Why have I worked so hard only to achieve nothing? Heaven, you are so unfair, Ding. Binding Jurassic System Ding. Congratulations, host. Binding complete. Commencing detection. Chapter 2. Is this really an E rank? Host, Chu Bai. Mental strength, E rank 0-100. Number of summons, 1. Enhancement potions, 0. Gene modules, 0. Current summonable dinosaur species, Velociraptor, Utahraptor, Dilophosaurus. This series of bewildering operations forcibly yanked Chu Bai back to reality. What just transpired? Was he dreaming, or had he succumbed to mental confusion? Summoning a Velociraptor? Wasn't it the case that only existing creatures could be summoned? The technology developed by the alien race involved an implanted chip that connects with a human brain's central nervous system. During combat, individuals can link with the beasts they have already connected with and subsequently summon them using quantum teleportation. This is the origin of summoners. This technology can only be applied to summon those beasts that are both extant and successfully linked. The higher one's mental strength, the stronger the connected beast, with the potential to connect 2 or 3 beasts simultaneously. Upon hearing the system voice in his mind, Chu Bai was left in a daze. Dinosaurs had gone extinct 65 million years ago. It was utterly impossible to summon non-existent beasts. Furthermore, this voice did not resemble that of an implanted chip. Facts speak louder than words. Regardless of how Chu Bai interpreted this, he would never know the truth without putting it to the test. Summon Velociraptor. With a mix of skepticism, he shouted, "Roar." Suddenly, before Chu Bai appeared a tunter-long Velociraptor, emitting a short yet resounding roar. This scene startled Chu Bai immensely, and, simultaneously, the implanted chip in his wrist displayed. Species, Velociraptor. Connection, stable. Weight, 30 kilograms. Length, 207 meters. Height, 0.7 meters. Enhancement, none. Gene, none. Suddenly confronted with this information, Chu Bai confirmed multiple times that he had indeed summoned the Velociraptor, and the connection was remarkably stable, indicating that he could control this dinosaur. What does this signify? It suggests that what he summoned is not merely a contemporary beast like a tiger or lion, but a genuine dinosaur. What does a dinosaur represent? These prehistoric giants dominated the terrestrial and marine ecosystems of our planet for over 165 million years, wielding absolute power and authority. Although the Velociraptor is classified as a small theropod dinosaur, it surpasses existing carnivorous predators in both strength and agility. Every aspect of its anatomy has evolved for the purpose of hunting, having undergone millions of years of evolution. Typically composed, Chu Bai momentarily deciphered the peculiarities of the system within the category of mental strength. At level 0-100, there was an experience bar, which he could clearly see. His mental strength was indeed upgradable. Is this not akin to God closing one door only to lift an entire roof for you? If his mental strength were sufficiently robust, could he not summon apex predators like the Tyrannosaurus or the southern giant dragon? After a brief moment of elation, Chu Bai did not allow this stroke of fortune to cloud his judgment. Instead, he began to observe in the Velociraptor's information panel. There were sections for enhancement and genetics, indicating that this Velociraptor, like other ferocious beasts, could be enhanced and genetically modified. Although there are enhancement potions and genetic modules available on the market, their prices are exceedingly prohibitive. Even the most basic enhancement agent of the first generation costs an exorbitant 20,000 yuan, let alone the second and third generations. As for genetic modules, they are even more unattainable. The price for a monster's genetic module begins at around 500,000 yuan, and if it includes additional attributes, it can soar to 1,000,000. Moreover, genetic modules can only be extracted from grade or higher beasts at present. Chu Bai was not yet a formally recognized spirit observer, lacking both allowances and remuneration. He gazed at the Velociraptor standing in place, its large eyes blinking as it watched him, seemingly awaiting his command. Dismiss summon at his command, the Velociraptor instantly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Chu Bai began to contemplate that to grow stronger, he must amass wealth. He must upgrade the Velociraptor. What is a quick way to earn money? Hunting monsters. This is the fastest method aside from theft. With a preliminary plan forming in his mind, Chu Bai dashed out of the restroom. His spirits soaring upon exiting, he unexpectedly collided with Lin Miao Miao, who was approaching from a distance. Chu, is that you? Lin Miao Miao looked at the flustered boy emerging from the restroom. Slightly taken aback, is something the matter? Chu Bai replied casually. In truth, a year ago, Chu Bai had confessed his feelings to Lin Miao Miao, yet she neither accepted nor rejected him, secretly dating other boys behind his back. As a result, Chu Bai had become an honorable backup option. From this, Chu Bai had come to understand the implications before his assessment. He was perceived as a genius, and naturally, Lin Miao Miao would not reject a potential prospect. However, the situation had changed. He had become a spirit observer, and he presumed he no longer caught Lin Miao Miao's interest, for the weak possess no mating rights. Observing the indifferent expression of Chu Bai, Lin Miao Miao felt a surge of anger. They were classmates, both accepted into the Pioneer Academy. However, their statuses had diverged, one now a lofty summoner and the other a lowly spirit gazer. Chu Bai, why do you wear such a disdainful expression? Who are you calling useless? Lin Miao Miao retorted indignantly. Useless? Huh, you could never aspire to my status, so spare me your theatrics, Chu Bai replied with a cold smirk. Brushing past Lin Miao Miao's words were futile. Watching Chu Bai walk away, Lin Miao Miao's fury intensified. A spirit gazer, destined to languish at the bottom of society. How dare he act so arrogantly? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Miao Miao stormed off in a huff. Having been accepted into the Pioneer Academy, Chu Bai was allocated an apartment by the International Alliance. Were it not for this allocation, he would likely still reside in a dreary old house, as housing was exceedingly scarce with billions of people inhabiting limited land. You are being utterly unreasonable. My brother is a summoner. When he returns, you shall face consequences. Chu Qiao tugged desperately at her toy bear, grappling with a brazen woman. Next to this woman stood a burly man, still waiting for your brother. You do realize his ranking is merely a level, right? Spirit gazers have no right to dwell here. Return to the slums. The woman yanked fiercely, tearing the toy bear in two. You are too much. Even if my brother isn't a summoner, we still have the right to move within 3 days, and it hasn't even been a day. Chu Qiao cried, wiping her tears. My nephew has attained level. He belongs here, so you might as well pack up and leave now. The woman flung her belongings out the door, which landed squarely on Chu Bai, who had just returned. Gazing at the disheveled apartment, Chu Bai's expression darkened. Li Mei, you have gone too far. Suddenly hearing the shout at the door, the woman named Li Mei turned. Oh, Chu Bai, you returned just in time. I would have to do the work myself otherwise, so dispose of your rubbish. Li Mei was the manager of the building, and this apartment was originally promised to her nephew. Yet the Alliance had assigned it to Chu Bai, a source of enduring resentment for her. However, Chu Bai's exceptional academic performance kept her from acting against him until now, as she had learned of his level ranking from the school and decided to escalate her interference. Seeing Li Mei's viciousness, Chu Bai felt a surge of rage. He had tolerated her bullying towards him and his sister in the past, but this was too much. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. A fearsome velociraptor materialized from thin air, pinning Li Mei to the ground. Its jagged teeth dripped with viscous saliva, a truly terrifying sight. What manner of beast is this? Li Mei screamed in terror. The man beside them, paralyzed with fear, exclaimed, Is this truly an agreed creature? Chapter 3. The Pursuit of Wealth. As the velociraptor pivoted and leapt beside Chubai, Li Mei was so terrified that she lost control of her senses. A considerable area of the ground became soaked, her pupils still reflecting an unshakable dread. I will be moving out in 3 days. Until then, you must leave my home immediately, at once. Otherwise, I will kill you. Chubai commanded with a chilling fury. The velociraptor beside him also bared its teeth, emitting a series of spine-chilling hisses. Monster, you are nothing but a monster. Li Mei and the man fled the apartment building in a panic, glancing back every few steps, terrified that the dreadful creature was in pursuit. You wretched woman. Did you not claim this fellow was merely a grade? How could such a monster possibly be in a grade summoning? We nearly met our demise. The man cursed as he ran. With a sharp sound, Nero was knocked unconscious on the ground. A mere combat power of 42,000, yet audaciously provocative. Consider this a minor lesson. Ha ha ha. It has become somewhat of a habit, rather melodious, and the key lies in its mocking effect. Gently touching the ground, Frieza slowly ascended towards the distant colossal structure. Resembling a worm's body, rather repugnant in appearance. Cosmic Emperor Frieza, what wisdom do you bring upon your arrival at Namek? The Grand Elder recognized Frieza's identity at a glance. Though the timing was slightly misaligned with his prophecy, under normal circumstances, Frieza was expected to arrive on Namek a year and a half later. Grand Elder of Namek. You are more unsightly and corpulent than I. The Grand Elder? A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He never anticipated Frieza would utter such words, simultaneously insulting him and belittling himself. King Frieza, please forgive Nero's rudeness. And I beseech you to overlook my appearance that may have caused you discomfort. Is there anything I may assist you with? Oh ha ha ha. You possess quite the eloquence. Then gather the Dragon Balls, shall we? This request is not too difficult, is it? Only after completing the warrior's trial. Your request is simple. I shall have the Dragon Balls brought forth immediately. Under Frieza's piercing gaze, the Grand Elder resolutely abandoned the notion of any trials. To hell with such nonsense. Nero, find someone else to collect the Dragon Balls. That weakling has been knocked out by my tail and once he awakened for 10 days to half a month. Remarkably, Frieza did not display his signature grin, for this outcome was of his own making. Karsus, bring all the Dragon Balls to me. A distinguished guest requires them. The Grand Elder lowered his head, glancing at the diminutive Frieza, and managed to force a smile more grotesque than tears. King Frieza, Karsus will soon arrive with the Dragon Balls. Please wait a moment. Oh ha ha ha. Well done. It seems you can also unleash your potential? Though Frieza was somewhat reluctant to have his smooth head touched by the rough hands of the Grand Elder, he resolved to endure it for the sake of becoming stronger. Lord Frieza, your power is exceedingly formidable. I am no longer capable of aiding you in unlocking your potential, the Grand Elder stated candidly. Moreover, he dared not lay his hands upon Frieza's head. Was this not akin to the old immortal consuming poison, weary of a life that stretched too long? Frieza was exceedingly displeased. Immensely so. He had reluctantly decided to set aside his pride and allow this unsightly creature to touch his head, only to be met with such a predicament. You had better pray that the Dragon Balls can grant my wish. Otherwise, both you and this planet shall meet a most tragic fate. Oh ho ho ho. His laughter became increasingly genuine. This was quite agreeable. The Grand Elder chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of Purunga's capabilities, which were not limitless. He genuinely feared that Frieza might articulate an unfulfillable wish. Alas, why was Namek destined for such turmoil? Just as Frieza grew impatient, 6 Namekians, nearly identical to Nail, arrived, each cradling a dragon ball the size of a basketball. Enough of this chatter. Summon the Eternal Dragon at once. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, the individuals who had approached were ready to erupt in anger. The Grand Elder immediately cleared his throat and stated, Heed the words of King Frieza, summon Purunga at once. The Grand Elder, the progenitor of all Namekians, commanded a respect that none dared to challenge. Consequently, the 7 placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, and one among them recited the incantation in the Namekian tongue to summon the Eternal Dragon. Once the incantation was complete, the Dragon Balls emanated a radiant glow 3 times, followed by a beam of light shooting skyward, plunging the heavens into darkness, before Frieza materialized an imposing dragon, which appeared to be a sinister creature infused with Western elements. It was quite formidable in appearance, yet Frieza was acutely aware that it was merely a fade. He could obliterate it with a single punch. Upon witnessing the manifestation of Porunga, the Grand Elder promptly addressed Frieza, saying, "King Frieza, you may now articulate your wish." Ahahaha. Excellent. For my first wish, I desire to increase my height by 30 centimeters. As Frieza's wish was uttered, the venue fell into an eerie silence. Frieza's gaze intensified, sending a chill down the spine of everyone present. Cassius, who had summoned the dragon, did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly repeated Frieza's wish in Namekian. The wish was rather simple. "Very well, your wish has been granted. Please state your second wish." A radiant light enveloped Frieza, and when the brilliance faded, he had grown from a mere 5 meters to an impressive 8 meters. Finally, he could look down upon others, and the sensation was somewhat delightful. Casting a glance around, Frieza was suddenly filled with a murderous intent, as it appeared that the inhabitants of Namek were all taller than he. For his second wish, he declared, "Grant me a gender, male." The arena fell into a profound silence. Several seconds passed before Cassius jolted back to reality, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and hastily conveyed Frieza's demand. "This wish cannot be fulfilled. The Frost Demon race is too powerful to alter their physiological traits." Frieza's expression darkened, despite his mental preparation. He found it exceedingly difficult to accept this harsh reality when it truly unfolded. The formidable power of 120 million was unleashed without restraint, and he yearned to obliterate this useless dragon with a single punch. Calmness, calmness. He must not act impulsively. Stifling a laugh, Frieza reined in his energy once more. "Then let me possess the appearance of a human." He held a deep disdain for his own exposed form. However, this wish could not be granted. "Please choose another wish." He had guessed it. Frieza, in truth, was merely experimenting, harboring no genuine expectations. "Unleash my true potential." Frieza contemplated that by unlocking his potential, he could continue his training without being hindered for an extended period at his current power level. This time, Porunga did not disappoint him, as a brilliant radiance enveloped him once more. "Your potential has been awakened. Please state your next wish." Frieza pondered for a moment, yet refrained from articulating his desire for immortality, for he knew such a wish was unattainable. Only the mighty eternal dragon could fulfill such an extraordinary request. Instead, he commanded, "Create a body that is an exact replica of myself, completely obedient to my will and devoid of any consciousness." This wish left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Could this be the so-called perfect one-to-one simulation of a living being spoken of in the cosmos? The wish itself seemed rather simplistic. 3 wishes had been granted, and with that, he bid farewell. Porunga, unable to contain his curiosity regarding such an eccentric desire, departed in haste, having never encountered anything so bizarre or unheard of. Among the 3 wishes, only one was within the realm of the ordinary. The crux of the matter was that Frieza's demeanor was exceedingly unsettling, evoking an almost overwhelming sense of urgency. Chapter 4. Emotions lurking deep within Lord Frieza. Your wish has been granted. Is there anything else I may assist you with? The Grand Elder gazed down at Frieza, his tone imbued with utmost reverence. Frieza realized that he still had to lift his head to converse with the Grand Elder of Namek, which was quite irksome. Lightly touching the ground, he levitated himself, adopting a posture that allowed him to gaze down at the Elder. This was much more comfortable. "It seems that your Namek possesses many wondrous magics. Is it possible to learn such enchantments?" Frieza contemplated Dandy's healing techniques. As for the creation of Dragon Balls, he held little interest, for the creators of these orbs are unable to grant wishes, and the Super Dragon Balls hold minimal significance for him. The mystical abilities of our Namekian lineage are awakened through the bloodline. It remains untested whether they can be mastered by outsiders. Observing the burgeoning fury in Frieza's triangular eyes, the Grand Elder hastily added, "Your Majesty, please do not be angered. You might consider attempting to learn these abilities. I am confident that with your unparalleled talent, mastering such magic would not prove overly challenging." Beads of sweat glistened on the Grand Elder's forehead, for he feared that should Frieza's wrath be unleashed, their entire race would face annihilation. Speak of your magic, and let me choose." Upon hearing Frieza's command, the Grand Elder dared not delay and promptly enumerated several forms of magic: divination, healing, body extension, potential activation, life extension through egg production, and spatial storage. Upon hearing about the resurrection technique of the egg of O2, Frieza was reminded of a grotesque image of an egg being expelled from a tiny throat, covered in mucus. It was utterly repulsive. Thus, the healing technique and spatial storage shall suffice. Frieza pondered for a moment. Despite the rather distasteful nature of the body extension technique, It proved quite effective. Thus, he decided to incorporate an additional body extension technique into his repertoire. Furthermore, the scouting technique, which astonishingly allowed one to assess combat strength, was indeed quite practical. Blue, Cassis, Aluk, and Beachy, you were tasked with imparting these 4 skills to Lord Frieza. He shall learn from the finest practitioners of these techniques. Observing the 4 individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, Frieza found himself questioning how they distinguished themselves. Was it perhaps the distinct patterns on their bodies? A day later, the quartet lay in 4 sizable pits. Were it not for the faint signs of breathing, one might have presumed them lifeless. This was not due to Frieza's inability to master the skills. On the contrary, he had acquired them all, and with far greater proficiency than those Namekians. What vexed Frieza was that the healing technique could only be applied to others, proving ineffective upon himself. The spatial storage capacity was a mere 2 cubic units. He refrained from testing the body extension technique, as he had yet to develop a penchant for self-harm. However, the outcome was unlikely to differ significantly. A day had been squandered learning skills of little utility. Not entirely accurate, for at least the clones produced from the Dragon Balls had a designated space. And the scouting technique retained its usefulness. It is noteworthy that this clone bore only Frieza's exterior, devoid of any attributes of the Frost Demon lineage, and lacking any combat prowess. Frieza was so incensed that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. If even the Dragon of Namek proved to be so unreliable, one could only imagine the shortcomings of the dragon residing on Earth. Frieza yearned to seek the Super Dragon Balls, yet the challenge appeared formidable, requiring him to traverse to Universe 6. Despite possessing a combat prowess of 120 million, Frieza was, in reality, rather ineffectual, within the confines of the Supreme Kai's planet. There were numerous beings capable of easily overpowering him. Although Supreme Kai Shen's accomplishments may seem modest, he boasted a combat strength of 800 million. As for Dragon Ball Super, the power levels were measured in trillions, enough to instill fear even in Dodoria. If one were to inquire what wish Frieza currently desired to make upon the Super Shenron, would he dare to divulge that his only request was for a single gender? His demands were not lofty. He would accept either male or female. In the Grand Elder's chamber, a figure resembling Piccolo questioned, "Are you certain Frieza will not eliminate us?" The Grand Elder's eyes deepened, his gaze seemingly traversing the vast expanse of time, both past and future. "It is unlikely. King Frieza did not annihilate the planet Yardrat. He seems to have transformed from his former self. From the depths of his being, I sense the stirrings of human emotion." As if to affirm the Grand Elder's words, Frieza instantaneously teleported back to the ice planet. His destination was a machine that emitted a unique energy, one he had initially placed on the ice planet to experiment with his teleportation technique. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, creating a vast chasm, and without hesitation, he leaped into it. This time, his intent was not self-training but rather to place a clone, utilizing the principles of asexual reproduction. Frieza inserted a single cell into the clone, allowing it to absorb the cell in the frigid environment. Whether this endeavor would yield a puppet entirely obedient to his will remained uncertain, but it was a venture worth attempting. "Oh ho ho, do not disappoint me. Frieza number 2. Upon uttering these words, Frieza's figure vanished from the space, leaving behind the frozen form of Frieza number 2. Recently, Dodoria had been plagued by discontent, feeling abandoned by King Frieza. As the foremost sycophant, his combat strength was insufficient to command the Frieza force, thus he found himself confined to the Frieza stronghold. Enduring a period of quietude, Frieza suddenly materialized beside Dodoria, causing the troubled creature to nearly be overwhelmed with emotion. "Lord Frieza," he exclaimed. "Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria. You appear quite astonished." Frieza casually uttered a remark before settling upon his throne. "To Namek." "Yes, Lord Frieza." At that moment, Dodoria felt revitalized, ready to wield his power with renewed vigor. Yet it could be more accurately described as a display of false authority. It seems there are no commendable terms to describe it. "Where is Vegeta now?" Frieza held a glass of red wine, savoring a delightful sip. The flavor seemed quite pleasant. Dodoria promptly struck a few keys on the control panel, and an image appeared on the screen. It was none other than Vegeta, resting in the spherical spacecraft, maintaining his sleep mode. Evidently, he was still traversing the cosmos. After all, only a few days had passed. In the original story, Vegeta had been on his journey for an entire year. Frieza harbored no intention of directly eliminating Vegeta and Goku. If he were to lose these two, what would be the significance of his journey into the Dragon Ball world? "Oh ho ho, I eagerly anticipate your growth, Vegeta." Dodoria, this is the crux of the matter. It must be emphasized and remembered. As the ostensible sovereign of the universe, Frieza undoubtedly possesses the swiftest and most luxurious spacecraft. It took merely 3 months for him to arrive at the planet Metamor. Had he known which direction to take towards Metamor, he would not have squandered so much time aboard the vessel. Return to headquarters and await further orders. Upon hearing this command once more, Dodoria felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, he dared not voice a single objection and dutifully remained seated as the spacecraft departed. As for why Frieza no longer required a spaceship, that was a matter he would never inquire about, unless he wished to court his own demise. Chapter 5. The fusion technique of Metamor. Frieza's arrival on the planet Metamor was undoubtedly motivated by his desire to master the fusion technique. After all, why would he request the dragon to produce a mindless doppelganger? He even contemplated acquiring the Podhera earrings of the Supreme Kai, if he could attain divine status. The lack of time constraints upon fusion would be an even greater boon. Frieza was already far from conforming to conventional aesthetics. So why concern himself with the elegance of the fusion technique's movements? All that mattered was augmenting his strength. In the original narrative, following his resurrection, Frieza spent 4 months training before he grasped the transformation into Golden Frieza. It was only upon fully becoming Frieza that he realized such a feat was virtually unattainable. To reach the level depicted in the original story, one must first master the strongest form entirely and endure years of relentless mental torment. Only when his rage and potential were boundlessly unleashed could he hope to achieve such a significant enhancement in power, albeit still only a preliminary grasp of the golden transformation. He had no desire to be ensnared in a fleshy orb, suspended from a tree, while a chorus of cherubic beings sang nursery rhymes around him. As for the latent potential bestowed upon him by the Namekian dragon, it was nothing short of absurd. The mere thought of it incited a fierce urge to teleport back to Namek and obliterate that treacherous, wretched dragon with a single punch. This potential merely allowed him to continue growing stronger, yet the pace was alarmingly slow. Through meditation aboard his spaceship, his battle power increased by a meager 1 million, rising from 120 million to 121 million. In contrast, Goku, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly achieved increments in the billions. This additional million was almost embarrassing to mention. "Hey, grant me the fusion technique," Frieza coldly demanded, confronting 2 oversized headed beings. The individual before him possessed a mere battle power of 100,000, clad in a vest and baggy trousers, with an exceptionally large head. "Ah, are you an alien? If you wish to learn our fusion technique, you must first defeat me." With no hesitation, Frieza's tail struck, sending the creature deep into the ground. Such a pathetic demand, I have never heard before. The other Metamorite, witnessing this scene, was left in shock, his eyes bulging with disbelief. "Can we speak now?" Frieza's icy gaze swept over the remaining oversized headed being, his impatience palpable. "Why yes. But we need to wait for Adit to awaken. The fusion technique requires 2 participants." The Metamorite quickly leaped into the pit to retrieve his unconscious companion. "He won't regain consciousness for several days. Should I revive him?" The signature laughter that followed was enough to nearly bring the Metamorite to tears. It was utterly terrifying. With a splash, Adit was unceremoniously tossed into a nearby lake, the frigid water invading his nostrils and lungs, abruptly rousing him from his stupor. Boom! As the fierce butterfly unleashed its full fighting prowess, it surged forth from the water's surface, its gaze darting towards Frieza. The recent strike had caught it completely off guard, rendering it unconscious in an instant. "Hurry and merge. I fervently hope you will not let me down." Frieza's icy gaze and impatient tone caused Adio to tremble with fear, hastily retreating to the ground. "Stop shaking, Adio. Once we merge, we will undoubtedly triumph over him." "Indeed. Let us unite." With that, the 2 oversized figures struck a pose for fusion right before Frieza's eyes. "Fusion," Frieza muttered to himself, indeed quite unsightly. With a resounding boom, a warrior adorned with a muscular abdomen appeared, still clad in a black vest with golden patterns, exuding a certain charm. Assessing the intensity of his energy, it seemed to be around 5 million. This indicated that the enhancement from the fusion technique was a remarkable 50-fold increase in combat power, equivalent to the boost of a Super Saiyan transformation. Not too shabby. Frieza contemplated the prospect of enhancing his clone's abilities and executing a fusion technique, which would yield a staggering combat power of 6 billion. Even battling the diminutive puppet would pose no challenge. Of course, this assessment was merely based on the fusion techniques exhibited by the 2 individuals before him. Whether there exists an upper limit was beyond Frieza's current comprehension. Haha. I am neither a mere AD nor a mere Amia. I am Amia D. Prepare to perish, extraterrestrial. Behold the might of our fusion technique. This is the after effect of such a technique, the hubris that accompanies a sudden surge in power. With a sharp flick of his tail, he struck his opponent into the ground. Amiadi? Why not call yourself Amia Butterfly? The principle behind the fusion technique is quite simple, as one can glean from the original text. He merely sought to reconfirm in practice, hoping to identify any discrepancies. Yet, to his dismay, there were none. Frieza was somewhat irked by the 3 months of wasted cosmic travel time. To alleviate his frustration, he instantly teleported to the now-conscious Shrag, delivering a kick that buried him deep into the earth. Confirming that his adversary was alive yet incapacitated for an extended period, Frieza felt considerably more at ease. Poor Shrag had only recently awakened, his mind still in a muddled state, only to be rendered unconscious again by Frieza's brutal assault. 5 months later, a Saiyan strikingly resembling Son Goku arrived on Shrag's planet, blissfully unaware of the deep pit where Shrag lay unconscious. This planet was quite suitable for planting the Tree of Might, devoid of any formidable foes. Thus, it would serve as an ideal location for cultivation. Frieza, however, was oblivious to this development, having returned to the ice planet to delve deeper into its frigid depths for meditation. As for Frieza's army, he temporarily entrusted command to King Cold, who, after all, had little else to occupy his time. In his relentless pursuit of survival, Frieza worked tirelessly, believing he must at least establish communication with the Supreme Kai. Otherwise, acquiring the Patera earrings would be a distant dream. As for the god of destruction, he was acutely aware that there was no immediate possibility of negotiating terms with him. All he could do was assist in carrying out some unsavory dealings. While Frieza was engrossed in his cultivation, time discreetly slipped away, and Vegeta made his way to Earth. The storyline from the original text unfolded seamlessly. Vegeta's journey transitioned from arrogance to a tragic departure, with no deviation whatsoever. The only alteration occurred when, upon returning, Vegeta learned not of Frieza's journey to Namek, but rather of King Cold's exuberant expedition to the same destination. Vegeta had no acquaintance with King Cold and was entirely unaware of his formidable strength. He merely learned from Kuei that King Cold was Frieza's father, possessing an even more terrifying combat prowess. Furthermore, King Cold had deployed a 5-man squad known as the Jinyu Force, whose weakest member effortlessly bested Jinyu himself. Doria and the formidable Shambo had become mere subordinates to the King of the Kurds, with Doria particularly despondent, perpetually weeping. He resembled a deposed concubine, cast into obscurity. Vegeta, infuriated by the mere thought of Doria's corpulent form juxtaposed with his woeful expression, resolved to confront Doria on Namek. He envisioned delivering a thorough beating, and perhaps seizing the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos would be an added boon. Chapter 6. The Sorrows of Namek. The return of Frieza with a resounding boom. Vegeta and Chuya's spacecraft descended upon Namek. Vegeta sought to reprimand Doria, confident in his combat prowess of 24,000, especially in contrast to Doria's paltry strength of merely 20,000. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Doria, who remained oblivious to the Saiyans' intentions, he continued to lead the charge against the Namekians, eliminating them one by one. His singular desire was for Frieza's swift return, yearning for the days when he could bask in the glory of intimidation, even if it was merely a fade of power. In the distance, a fierce battle erupted where Vegeta and Chuya had landed, and Doria, stationed at the front line, witnessed the clash unfold. After rescuing a Namekian child from 2 mischievous youths, he searched for them fervently. Without hesitation, he activated his scouter, identifying one as Chuya, with a power level of 18,000, while the other, somewhat familiar, was likely Vegeta, also at 18,000 but in a suppressed state. Ah, so these two have arrived. It is time to teach them a lesson and finally relieve my pin-up frustration. He chuckled softly, for laughter was reserved for Frieza's exclusive repertoire. His crimson form erupted in a surge of white energy, propelling him towards the battlefield with remarkable speed. Upon arrival, he beheld Vegeta unleash a devastating energy wave that dispatched Chuya, and his scouter registered Vegeta's power level as 24,000. This revelation caused Doria to slam on the brakes, turning tail and fleeing without a backward glance. He was there to assert dominance, not to seek punishment. Doria, do not run. Today, I shall obliterate you, Vegeta declared, his full strength unleashed as he closed in on Doria. Suddenly, a green-haired warrior with a single braid appeared, delivering an elbow strike that sent Vegeta crashing into the ground. At that moment, The warrior, still in his base form with a power level of 21,000, had succeeded only through a surprise attack. Your power is inadequate, Sabo. I barely felt a thing, Vegeta exclaimed, emerging from the earth, dusting himself off without a single mark of injury. Sabo finds himself in a rather dismal predicament. Once a favored companion of the formidable Frieza, he is now relegated to the role of a mere vanguard leader. The audacity of Vegeta, whom he once regarded with disdain. To mock him is an affront he struggles to endure. Ah, Vegeta, you seek your demise. With a thunderous roar, Sabo transforms, overwhelmed by years of pent-up frustration that demands release. Though he was not particularly handsome, he was at least normal, post-transformation. He takes on a grotesque visage reminiscent of a toad, his muscles bulging ominously. The sight is truly terrifying. Moreover, his combat power surges to an astounding 29,000, eclipsing Vegeta's by a staggering 5,000. Ah, da-da-da-da-da-da. In a flurry of fervent maneuvers, Vegeta, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, finds himself outmatched by the newly empowered Sabo, who relentlessly pummels him with blow after blow. Wah! Vegeta suddenly spews forth blood, his once radiant aura dissipating, and he collapses into unconsciousness. Poor Vegeta has been reduced to a tragic figure, mercilessly battered by Sabo and left in a state of utter exhaustion. This spectacle does not go unnoticed. Krillin and Gohan, hidden behind the rocks, are left in stunned disbelief. They arrived on Namek before Vegeta and, upon landing, sensed the overwhelming presence of malevolence, making them cautious in their actions. Their only moment of intervention was a desperate attempt to rescue a child. Now, witnessing the powerful Vegeta being so thoroughly defeated, they dare not reveal themselves. Their only hope lies in the swift arrival of Goku to rescue them from this perilous situation. Goku, please hurry to Namek. It is fraught with danger. Your closest ally is on the verge of collapse. Father, where are you? I am so frightened. Bulma gazes at the sky, her heart sinking as laser beams intermittently streak across. Meanwhile, what is Goku doing? Oh, he is writhing in the spaceship like a worm, fixated on a nearby small bag containing several cents of beans. On the icy planet, all is cold, an endless expanse of frost that sends shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the entire icy realm trembles as a large fissure opens in the surface, unleashing a howling gale of frigid wind. A figure emerges, roughly the same height as Goku, clad in a pallid hue, with hints of purple adorning his shoulders and head. His pupils are a blood red, unnaturally small, lending him an eerie appearance. Ho ho ho. Scanning technique activated. Combat power has reached 250 million. Quite impressive. Indeed, the sensation of newfound strength is exhilarating. Alas, I yearn for even greater thrills. As he caresses the smooth, unblemished surface devoid of any protrusions or seams, Frieza's eyes suddenly blaze with two beams of crimson light. Whoosh! The star of ice was nearly cleaved in twain by Frieza. After momentarily venting his pent-up fury, Frieza retrieved a communicator from his storage space, placing it against his ear, with a glass lens covering his left eye. What an oddity this ear is, being rectangular in shape. Absurd, indeed. Beep, beep, beep. Where on earth has Dodoria gone? Dodoria, who was flying alongside Zebon towards King Cold's spaceship, came to an abrupt halt. This long-awaited sound filled him with such exhilaration that he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Zebon, perplexed by Dodoria's sudden outburst, impatiently inquired, "Hey, have you lost your mind? We must swiftly return Vegeta to King Cold." Ignoring Zebon, Dodoria executed a deep bow into thin air, performing it with utmost precision. "Lord Frieza, I am currently on Namek, as King Cold desires to gather the Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Oh, Lord Frieza, my life is so wretched. As your personal secretary and sycophant, I have now been reduced to a mere squad leader." The sound of Dodoria's pitiful sobs sent a shiver down Frieza's spine, though it was merely a sensation, as his body was devoid of any hair. However, upon hearing that King Cold was engaging in activities he should have been involved with in the original narrative, Frieza's mood soured. He had once been indebted to the Grand Elder of Namek, and it had not been long since. Yet he found himself overshadowed by his so-called father. The fate of the Namekians was of no concern to him. What troubled him more was that King Cold was becoming increasingly proactive. Why couldn't he simply enjoy fine wine and delicacies on the Star of Ice instead of inserting himself into the main storyline for attention? Now that his combat power had doubled, given just a moment's respite, he could easily annihilate King Cold. It was essential to remember that Trunks from the future was comparable to him at present, with an estimated power level of around 240 million. If that great warrior could vanquish King Cold, there was no reason he could not do the same. Oh ho ho! Upon my grand return, my very first adversary shall be my so-called father. A noble act of familial betrayal. No, it shall be a father-slaughtering sacrifice to the heavens, boundless in its power. Yet, that does not quite fit. Since it involves ki, it should be boundless in energy. Alas, it is unfortunate that this energy cannot be utilized in such a manner. If only it could, it would be perfect. Damn you, Akira Toriyama. Disregarding one's duties as a son. Chapter 7. Venting Unnamed Fury. Frieza sensed the energy of Dodoria, only to discover that it was far too weak to detect. With no other option, Frieza shifted his focus to King Cold, and this time, he quickly sensed his presence. Frieza vanished from the ice planet, only to reappear inside King Cold's spaceship. The sudden emergence of his unexpected son startled King Cold. He was completely oblivious to how his son had materialized out of thin air. It was quite astonishing. What kind of sorcery is this, Frieza? Although King Cold was taken aback by Frieza's abrupt appearance, his battle prowess far surpassed that of his son, leaving him with little cause for concern. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had deliberately suppressed his energy to below 100 million to avoid drawing attention, aiming to confuse King Cold. Given the Frost Demon race's formidable combat abilities, it was entirely normal for them to temper their power, and King Cold harbored no suspicions. I have heard you are in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Upon finishing his words, Frieza glanced around and discovered 6 Dragon Balls nestled in a corner of the spaceship, identical in size to those he had first encountered. They ranged from 2 stars to 7, with only the final one from the Grand Elder remaining elusive. As long as the Grand Elder remained unharmed, he could still cling to a semblance of gratitude. Although he was indifferent to public opinion, given that Frieza was already notorious, one more scandal would hardly matter. Nonetheless, such matters were his alone to address. Why should King Cold take the fall for actions he had undertaken? That was preposterous. Frieza, soon to attain the gift of immortality, owed a debt of gratitude to your subordinates. Previously, the scouter detected the combat power of your subordinate Vegeta. It appears that the Saiyan monkey does not regard you as his ultimate allegiance. King Cold sipped his red wine, exuding an air of gentlemanly sophistication. Within the spaceship, there was also a 5-member squad, the elite team known as the Cold Squad. Even the weakest among them could easily overpower Captain Jinyu, while the strongest had achieved a staggering combat power of 3 million. Yet, in Frieza's eyes, such strength was hardly distinguishable from that of the weakest fighters. Do you realize that you have undertaken the very actions I had intended to execute? This leaves me quite displeased. Frieza's demeanor is undeniably atrocious, much to the chagrin of the 5 members of the Kyud team. However, they are acutely aware that they can flaunt their power across the cosmos, often disregarding the majority. Yet, Frieza stands apart from this crowd. Were he still the infantile Frieza confined to a stroller, Kyud's leader might have retained the audacity to scorn him. But now, why is the sky green today? Frieza, you may have forgotten, but I am your progenitor. King Kyud maintains his gentlemanly facade. Yet only he knows the true depths of his anger. It is merely a pretense. The blood of the Frost Demons has never risen above freezing. Furthermore, do you not frequently contemplate the demise of Gula? Is he not your son? Creak, creak. Frieza advanced towards King Cold step by step, casually retrieving a glass of red wine from the distant bar. What are you scheming, Frieza? You must realize that my combat power far surpasses yours. King Cold remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, clearly the type who had been swiftly vanquished before even transforming. Oh ho ho, how foolish you are. Suddenly, Frieza's aura surged dramatically, the violent energy sweeping the Cooled Quintet off their feet, sending them crashing against the spacecraft. Despite the vessel's advanced technology and remarkable durability, it could not withstand the energy release unleashed by Frieza's eruption. With a series of explosive sounds, the more formidable members were ejected from the ship, resulting in 5 gaping holes. The remaining, reliant solely on their advanced weaponry, could not endure the pressure, erupting into chaos before they could even utter a cry. King Cooled looked down to find a purple-hued energy blade piercing through his chest. The excruciating pain compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood, which, upon touching the ground, swiftly crystallized into ice. This vividly illustrated the frigid temperature of a member of the Ice Clan's blood. Frieza, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly agitated. It appeared that even if the dragon could grant him a gender, his other half would be unable to endure this frigid temperature. I have already begun to miss you. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza exerted greater force upon his hand, swiftly wielding the violet energy blade, which instantaneously cleaved King Cooled into numerous fragments, whether by intention or happenstance. The king's head remained intact. Frieza, however, he was met with Frieza's violet energy wave. Amidst the surging energy, King Cooled was utterly annihilated, the extreme temperature leaving not even a single cell behind. Having completed this gruesome task, Frieza still could not quell the malevolent fire that burned within him. From his blood-red eyes, 5 beams of death shot forth, targeting the fleeing members of the Cooled team aboard the ship. Originally, you need not have met your demise, yet you chose to flee. The Cooled quintet erupted in curses. I did not flee. It was you who sent us hurtling away. What grudge do you harbor? Is it not enough to slay your own father? But now you must also pursue us, mere minions? No. Boom. The world fell silent. The wine glass in his left hand remained unscathed as Frieza gulped down the contents in a single draught. What a delightful sensation. Indeed, the most exhilarating way to unleash one's frustrations is through destruction. Should I perhaps annihilate Namek as well? No, I shall refrain. This is the realm of Dragon Ball, where Goku undergoes his transformative battle. A Super Saiyan, with golden hair, emerald eyes, and a fierce gaze that scorns all my childhood idol. Yet now, possessing such strength, it seems I could effortlessly overpower them. Shrag must have awakened by now, though his battle power may have waned somewhat. He could still serve as a useful springboard for Goku. Without further ado, as Dodoria, brimming with excitement, and Sabo dragged the lifeless body of Vegeta aboard the ship, Frieza once again vanished from sight. Oh, Frieza, my king, please do not abandon your most loyal servant. Dodoria felt a pang of anguish, deeper than the bitterness of gall. After feeling forsaken once more, tears streamed down his face in torrents, much to Sabo's disgust. Bang! A swift kick struck Dodoria's ample figure. Get lost. The pink mass burst forth from the ship, propelled into the void. Sabo vowed that when Frieza returned, he would demonstrate his prowess, spitting out a thick glob of phlegm. He scoffed, "Bah, a worthless sycophant." At that moment, a shadow appeared in the path of the expectorated phlegm. Chapter 8. The misfortunate slug Dales bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Sun Wukong, and it remained uncertain whether he was the illegitimate offspring of Bardock. In his quest, Dales discovered an uninhabited planet, where he decided to plant a mystical entity known as the Spirit Tree. This extraordinary flora possessed the ability to absorb the essence of its surroundings, ensuring that the day the Spirit Tree reached maturity would coincide with the day the planet would exhaust its vitality. Once the Spirit Tree withered, the planet would inevitably crumble into cosmic dust. By a stroke of fate, Dales encountered the burgeoning Spirit Tree and claimed it as his own. This marked his fourth endeavor in cultivating such a tree, and at this juncture, Dales had amassed a formidable battle power nearing 30,000. This strength surpassed that of all Saiyans, especially considering that when planet Vegeta had yet to meet its demise, King Vegeta's power was merely around 10,000. Dales felt a swell of pride, as even his 5 subordinates had surpassed King Vegeta in strength, leading him to believe that the revival of planet Vegeta depended solely on him. Yet, reality conspired against him. Had he discovered Slug's presence upon landing on the planet, he would have departed without hesitation. However, Slug had been thrust underground by Frieza, rendered unconscious and his power diminished to near zero. Yet, upon the planting of the Spirit Tree, as it began to siphon the planet's energy, Slug was unexpectedly roused from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he briefly questioned his existence, only to feel roots extracting his vitality. How could he endure such indignity? He was King Slug, a super Namekian. With a thunderous roar, Slug's frail form emerged, still formidable despite the severe erosion of his power. In his prime, Slug wielded a battle power of 60 million, even now. Though age had taken its toll, he likely retained several million. Dales faced a tragic fate. After losing 5 of his subordinates, he fled in his spacecraft, leaving the Spirit Tree seeds unclaimed. Slug, too weakened to pursue, was primarily hindered by the severe injuries inflicted upon him by Frieza's 2 prior assaults. As Slug beheld the once barren planet now adorned with a magnificent tree, laden with crimson fruits, exhilaration surged within him. The Spirit Tree. It truly was the Spirit Tree. The era of King Slug is about to return. With fervor, Slug devoured the fruits of the Spirit Tree, consuming nearly half of them in rapid succession. Although his battle power scarcely increased, he experienced a rejuvenation of his youthful form, elevating his strength from 60 million to 65 million. Indeed, this enhancement is substantial. Should Dallas become aware of it, he would likely faint in despair. once I consume the remaining fruits and cultivate them on other planets. The entirety of the universe shall belong to me. What is Frieza in comparison? Prepare to tremble. Shrag is brimming with confidence, venting the frustrations he has endured in the past 2 encounters. Suddenly, a sinister and mocking laughter echoed from behind. Oh ho ho ho. Congratulations, Lord Shrag. With great difficulty, Shrag turned around. His movement as slow and creaky as rusted machinery. Frieza. Frieza floated in the air, for Shrag's stature surpassed his own. Frieza seethed with resentment, lamenting that he should have commanded the dragon to elevate him a few more meters. Come forth, let me tremble, he cackled. With a mere flick of his wrist, he collected every fruit from the tree of might into his storage, including the very seeds of the tree itself. In no time, the once vibrant tree visibly began to wither, while the planet exhibited signs of erosion. No, you cannot do this, Shrag exclaimed in horror, for he lacked the means to survive in the cosmos. Thus, Shrag unleashed his full combat power, soaring towards the distance where his personal spacecraft awaited, a vessel akin to the insect-like ship of Piccolo. Alas, Frieza would not permit his escape. With a slight acceleration, he swiftly reached Shrag's side and seized his antennae. Away with you. Frieza and Shrag vanished simultaneously. Upon their reappearance, Shrag was met with a dark yellow phlegm hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he shut his large mouth, only to find that he had inadvertently trapped the viscous substance within. Frieza's temples throbbed with fury, overwhelmed by sheer disgust. With a resounding thud, his lengthy tail struck Slug's head with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft, sending Slug plunging once more into the depths below. Shuddering from the impact, Slug instinctively swallowed hard, only to find himself in a dire predicament. Enduring Frieza's relentless assault was one thing, a consequence of his own inadequacy, but that grotesque phlegm was an entirely different matter. Gagging. Slug expanded into his colossal form and surged into the sky, desperately clawing at his throat in a futile attempt to expel the offending substance. With a resounding crash, it seemed as though something fleshy had struck the top of his head, sliding down his body and into the confines of the spacecraft. Frieza's eyes twitched in disbelief. How could this Dodoria have fallen from the heavens? Is this truly the illustrious #1 lackey? It seems rather beneath dignity. Come. Let us diminish in stature and converse amicably. The colossal slug possesses a mere combat power of 100 million, which in Frieza's eyes renders him nothing more than an easily dispatched foe. However, this level of strength could serve as a valuable training opportunity for Son Goku. Without formidable adversaries, King Frieza finds himself in a state of ennui. The critical point is that Son Goku can also draw out the androids, summon Cell, and even invoke Majin Buu, thus providing a splendid stepping stone on the path to greater power. Having regained his youth, Slug, humiliated by Frieza in such a manner, would hardly comply obediently. With a thunderous roar, he was prepared to engage in a battle of 300 rounds with Frieza. If you wish to speak with me, you must first subdue me. With a resounding thud, Slug crashed face first into the ground, sending tremors throughout the planet and causing countless fissures to mar the surface. Such an outlandish demand. I could indeed oblige. Ho ho ho. With a crack, Frieza stood atop Slug's back, his tail rhythmically striking Slug's bald head. Before long, a gigantic green visage of Buddha appeared. If only there were halos encircling its head, it would be even more fitting. King Frieza, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly, Dodoria exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward, his massive feet trampling along Slug's appendages, leaving numerous imprints on them despite his considerable weight. Ugh, are you trying to repulse me? Frieza said, crossing his arms before him, reclining slightly, and flicking his tail. Dodoria vanished into the horizon at a speed surpassing his previous haste. This scene left Zabon in a state of trepidation. It seemed that his recent phlegm was indeed the culprit. Vegeta. This wretch dared to betray King Frieza. If he could capture the traitor, he might still preserve his wretched life. Wait, where is Vegeta? Goodness, do not toy with me. You cannot simply play hide and seek. Chapter 9. The arrival of the Ginyu Force above Namek. 5 spherical spacecraft flew in formation, poised to breach the atmosphere. Upon Frieza's contact with Dodoria, the latter immediately relayed this splendid news to the Ginyu Force. The Ginyu Force had toiled for ages perfecting their appearance, only to be scorned by the good Force. And in their fury, they received a thorough thrashing. Such was their indignation. Though King Frieza may not extol their virtues, he undoubtedly respects their laborious endeavors, does he not? Upon receiving the news of Frieza's arrival, the 5 individuals promptly emerged from their healing pods, disregarding their unhealed wounds, and hastened towards planet Namek with great urgency. Their injuries were of little concern, as they could swiftly recover even without the restorative embrace of the pods. Their retreat to the healing chambers was largely due to their embarrassment. They were in desperate need of affirmation, especially from those of formidable strength. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at planet Namek, plunging headlong into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 vessels descended with an unfortunate precision, landing squarely upon the colossal figure of Slug. Each limb received a jarring impact, along with a blow to his abdomen, resulting in 5 distinct indentations. This spectacle caused Frieza's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Had the Namekians been capable of sexual reproduction, one might ponder whether Slug would have been rendered a eunuch, an uncertain fate indeed. With a whoosh, the hatches of the 5 spherical ships opened, and out stepped 5 individuals of varying heights. The tallest was Bart, boasting a battle power of 44,000 and renowned as the swiftest man in the universe, though the exact duration of his speed remains elusive. The shortest was Goku, with a battle power of 18,000. The weakest member of the Ginyu Force, who had only secured his place in the team through a singular psychic ability. In Frieza's eyes, he was merely a filler. His abilities of little consequence. The most aesthetically pleasing hairstyle belonged to J's, with his flowing white locks and a battle power of 50,000. Also serving as the vice-captain of the Ginyu Force. The most muscular yet intellectually simplistic was Raikum, with a long face and pineapple hairstyle. Infamous for his brutal treatment of Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin in the original tale. However, his battle power was a modest 40,000, ranking him second to last within the Ginyu Force. Lastly, there was the seemingly brainless purple figure, the leader of the Ginyu Force, Ginyu himself. It remains a mystery whether this was his true form, given his extraordinary ability to swap bodies. The Ginyu Force was named after him, boasting the highest battle power of 120,000, making him the primary contributor to the team's overall strength. As the 5 leaped together, they shouted their names in unison, striking a rather absurd pose. A gust of wind swept through, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on Frieza's brow. Having witnessed their comedic formations in the anime, the live demonstration still elicited an involuntary drop of sweat from him. Indeed, it was utterly bewildering. With a swift flick of its tail, the previously lifeless and contemplative Schlag suddenly resurrected with a startling jolt. It quickly returned to its normal size, adopting a subservient demeanor, even refraining from mending the dents inflicted by the spacecraft. Next, you are to emulate my fervent quest for the Dragon Balls. But you must absolutely avoid the towering structure in the northwest. Do you comprehend? Schlag trembled all over, beads of sweat cascading down without restraint. And as it bent over abruptly, it nearly struck its head against the ground. Understood, understood. Though expressing it in Japanese would be more fitting, I simply refused to. Frieza, upon witnessing the bowing figure before him, could not resist delivering another kick. Are you paying homage to me? He scoffed, before disregarding the vanishing Slag and returning to his spacecraft. Dodoria, why is this ship in such a dilapidated state? How can you, the top lackey, allow this? Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body after the arduous journey, Dodoria suddenly felt invigorated. The aches in his head and legs vanished, replaced by a surge of enthusiasm. Fear not, Lord Frieza. I shall promptly arrange for a more luxurious vessel to be sent from headquarters. Having rediscovered his sense of purpose, Dodoria relished the newfound power, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of authority. Mr. Goku, I must say, you are not impressive in the slightest. Please, do not obstruct my view any longer. Go assist Ginyu and the others with logistics. Frieza gazed upon the green-skinned Sabo, particularly noting the long braid that adorned his head, a sight that utterly shattered his worldview. Sabo immediately bowed at a precise 75 degrees, mindful not to overdo it, for the fate of Slug served as a chilling reminder. He hurried towards Ginyu and the others, gripped by an overwhelming fear of Frieza. With Vegeta absent, he had feared for his life. Now, merely surviving felt like a stroke of fortune, albeit a small one. As for his appearance, it was of little consequence, for Frieza, in all his genderless glory, held the final verdict. A sudden explosion, an energy blast struck Sabo, nearly vaporizing him on the spot. Fortunately, Slug intervened just in time, whisking him into a rapid healing chamber. Do not speak ill of me in your hearts. Should you wish to share his fate, feel free to try. Even Slug, who had just landed, trembled in trepidation, suppressing the sarcastic retorts that had danced on the tip of his tongue. Although Dodoria lacked both strength and courage, he possessed a heart willing to serve. Perhaps you should take a page from Mr. Dodoria's book. A hearty laugh escaped Frieza, intensifying the animosity around him. He cast a glance at Vegeta, who cautiously approached from a distance. Upon their arrival, Frieza had encountered a fainted Vegeta and discreetly cast a healing spell upon him. After all, he was the secondary protagonist of Dragon Ball. His absence would diminish the enjoyment of the narrative. Oh, Vegeta, do not let me down. Please do not meet the same fate as in the original story. The power of the plot is indeed remarkable. Despite the forces of King Cold's minions seeking the Dragon Balls, they were still vanquished by the Namekians. Moreover, the healer, who had knowledge of restorative magic, was rescued by Krillin and his companions, a fact that Frieza discerned with only a fleeting awareness. Even more astonishing was the encounter between Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, which led to a historic strategic alliance among the three. Being able to sense energy, Vegeta and his companions endeavored to suppress their own presence as they made their way towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Goku's spaceship was less than a day away from Namek. Just moments ago, Goku had once again wriggled like a maggot towards the small pouch containing the Senzu beans, his chin striking the ground with a thud, causing a bean to leap forth. Upon spotting the Senzu bean, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he stretched out his tongue to snatch it up, only to fail. A second attempt ended in failure as well. Just as his eyes began to dim, he finally managed to roll the bean into his mouth. Crunch. Goku raised his hands high, fully revitalized once more. And what of our protagonist, Frieza? He pondered, how should he relieve himself? This was indeed a pressing concern. Chapter 10. A private encounter. After much contemplation, Frieza ultimately conceded defeat. Despite having been transported to this realm for an extended period, he had never encountered such an urgent need. Perhaps his constitution was rather peculiar. Growing increasingly impatient, Frieza ventured into a nearby cave, where he discovered an unexpected structure. A house. The dwelling bore an emblem, Capsule Corp. What could this signify? Frieza was uncertain, for he had always harbored a disdain for deciphering foreign tongues. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was the creation of Bulma, materialized through her ingenious capsules, with a mere puff of magic. Rap tap tap. He gently rapped on the door, striving to appear as dignified and gentlemanly as possible. The door creaked open. Clad in pajamas, Bulma stood within, gazing curiously at the towering figure before her, whose alabaster skin rendered him somewhat ambiguous in gender, leaving her to describe him simply as a tall individual. Hello, may I inquire whom you seek? Frieza surveyed his surroundings, displaying what he believed to be a most benign smile, filled with curiosity. Could there be others present? Bulma, petrified by Frieza's smile, coupled with his blood-red pupils, resembled the quintessential villain from a novel. A fleeting glance revealed his long, sinuous tail, which only intensified her terror. She felt an overwhelming urge to scream, a desperate desire to flee, and even a sudden need to relieve herself. No. What do you want with me? Struggling to suppress her discomfort, Bulma stammered her inquiry. Frieza could no longer maintain the facade of a gentlemanly smile. Thus reverting to his usual demeanor, he spoke in a nonchalant tone. It has been quite some time since I savored the delicacies of Earth. I wonder if you could indulge me in this modest request? As a token of gratitude, he offered, I shall treat you to the exquisite red wine of planet Paramek and the renowned fruit of the cosmic tree. Although Frieza appeared as malevolent as ever, his return to normalcy alleviated some of Bulma's earlier trepidation. Upon hearing Frieza's request, Bulma perceived him as a reasonable individual, which significantly eased her anxiety. Being inherently bold, she would not have ventured alone to seek the Dragon Balls otherwise. The mention of the fine wine from Paramek and the illustrious fruit piqued her curiosity immensely. Please, come in and take a seat. I shall fetch you something to eat. As the heiress of the Universal Capsule Company, she was never short of provisions when she ventured out, always ensuring ample supplies were at hand. Especially since befriending Goku, her food preparations had multiplied manyfold. For that boy had a penchant for hunger that often left him devoid of strength. Several times, his insatiable appetite nearly led to her becoming a historical footnote, a fact she took heed of. Before long, a sumptuous feast adorned the table before Frieza, a veritable cornucopia of flavors and aromas that nearly made him salivate, having been deprived of such culinary delights for so long. With a grand gesture, Frieza summoned a large crate of Paramek's red wine into the room, and in Bulma's hand appeared a vibrant red fruit. Although the storage space was modest, its efficacy was remarkable. The cosmic tree fruit, while unappealing in appearance, exuded an enticing fragrance that stirred Bulma's desire to take a bite. It is not that I am unwilling to offer you more of this fruit, given your physique. One is already quite the limit. Once you acclimate, I shall not hesitate to provide you with additional servings. Frieza, unlike son Goku, did not indulge in ravenous gluttony. Instead, he sipped fine wine while methodically slicing into a steak with a knife and fork. This steak was, astonishingly, cooked to his preferred medium, with a hint of crimson still visible upon cutting, a delightful treat for his discerning palate. Bulma, observing the leisurely dining habits of this unfamiliar gentleman, found herself inexplicably sensing an air of gentility about him. How absurd. My sincerest apologies, but I have yet to learn your name. Greetings, I am Bulma. Hailing from a distant planet known as Earth, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bulma initially intended to extend her hand for a handshake, but ultimately abandoned the gesture. By his voice, the pallid-skinned figure seemed to be a man. Greetings, fair lady. I am Frieza. Perhaps you have heard of my name? Bulma's mind came to a standstill for a full 30 seconds before an ear-piercing shriek erupted, causing the entire house to tremble. Frieza. Why you're Frieza? Frieza gently rubbed his rectangular ears, pondering that having such acute hearing might not be entirely advantageous. Indeed, Bulma had learned of Frieza, perhaps from the moment she arrived on Namek, when King Kai's voice relayed the ominous tidings. Through King Kai's descriptions, she came to understand that Frieza was an exceedingly cold-blooded individual, a cosmic villain notorious for annihilating planets on a whim. Furthermore, it was Frieza's father, King Cold, who was now prowling Namek. And that very group was in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. So, King Cold is your... Frieza interrupted Bulma's words, though this was somewhat discourteous. He was utterly unwilling to hear those particular phrases. Merely nominal, he had thwarted my plans, and I had already dispatched him to meet the King of Hell. Perhaps it is in the depths of Hades that I might encounter him once more. Bulma was taken aback. However, those details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether this cosmic villain would eliminate her, perhaps engaging in some nefarious act before doing so. Or would he first take her life and then proceed with his sinister intentions? It seemed that no outcome was acceptable. What to do? What to do? Frieza's expression darkened suddenly, primarily because he sensed Bulma's innermost thoughts. If he possessed the ability to fulfill her desires, he would not only be indifferent to her wishes, but would even relish the opportunity to assist her in achieving them. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the eternal anguish that resides in his heart. Miss Bulma, do not entertain such frivolous thoughts. Had I intended to eliminate you, you would have long since reunited with your ancestors. After uttering this, Frieza returned to indulging in his exquisite culinary delights: pudding, mousse cake, fruit millefeuille, hamburgers, steak, fried chicken, crispy pork belly, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. Why even stinky tofu? The quintessential embodiment of something that smells foul yet tastes divine. Observing Frieza engrossed in his feast, which appeared less terrifying than what King Kai had described, Bulma's urgency subsided. Contemplating the crimson fruit in her hand, she hesitated. Should she consume it or not? Would it be poisonous? Might it contain some sort of springtime elixir? Yet, the fruit exuded an irresistible aroma, and she yearned to take a bite. Oh, what a dilemma! To partake or not, such a rare fruit could enhance her physical prowess, while eternal youth may be unattainable. Living for several centuries is certainly within reach. Moreover, this fruit would benefit her complexion, guaranteeing that she would emerge even more stunningly beautiful after consumption. Frieza coaxed her with a charm reminiscent of the way Snow White was tempted into taking a bite of the poisoned apple. After all, being the most radiant heroine in the Dragon Ball universe, he wished for Bulma to possess a long and healthy life. After a considerable time had passed and Frieza had nearly finished his meal, he noticed that Bulma had yet to taste the fruit of the Tree of Might, which left him feeling somewhat displeased. What is this? Do you not trust me? Although I am not a eunuch, the distinction is negligible. Historically, emperors have placed their utmost trust in beings like myself. What reason could a girl like you have to doubt me? I have presented you with the fruit, yet you refuse to partake. Is this a matter of disrespect? This sudden change in demeanor startled Bulma, causing her to feel the urge to relieve herself once more. Struggling to suppress this impulse, she swallowed hard. She thought, if I must die, at least the Dragon Balls can bring me back. With a crisp snap, the juicy, succulent fruit burst forth, leaving an exquisite taste lingering on her lips, an experience that words alone could scarcely encapsulate. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly took another bite. Oh, this fruit is simply divine. Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza felt a sense of satisfaction and naturally began to laugh, though his cackle remained as contemptuous as ever. Oh ho 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 ho. Chapter 11. The great battle concludes in an instant. King Frieza has been absent for half a day, and no one knows his whereabouts. Shrag feels that this realm is once again his to command. Upon discovering the purpose of the Dragon Balls, his mind began to race with possibilities. If he could wish for immortality, what need would he have to fear Frieza? None whatsoever. However, Frieza's lingering menace still looms, and to exercise caution, he decides to wait another day. Should Frieza not return within that time, he will cast aside all restraint. As for the Ginyu Force, they appear to him as nothing more than a band of buffoons, particularly lacking in combat prowess. Their poses, contrived and awkward, are painfully absurd. Beauty may not be a concern, and ignorance a mere nuisance, but their utter lack of self-awareness is truly vexing, especially that Dodoria, who carries himself as if he were Frieza's second-in-command. Were it not for Frieza's prior commendation of Dodoria, Shrag would certainly take it upon himself to teach this sycophant a lesson. Indeed, he would first break one of his legs. After all, aren't sycophants often crippled? For now, he resolves to endure one more day. In the dilapidated spaceship to the northwest, in a realm unseen, stood the Grand Elder alongside the stern-faced Nail and the survivor dandy, also known as Tion Tion. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon the disgruntled Vegeta's head, unleashing a formidable energy from within him. Vegeta clenched his fists in disbelief. He felt as though he could vanquish 10 Friezas. If a power detector were present, Vegeta's fighting capability would have reached a staggering 300,000. This level of power would allow him to obliterate everyone on this planet, save for Frieza and Shrag. Vegeta felt like the brightest star on this world. Once more, he demanded irrationally, prompting an exasperated expression from the Grand Elder. Primarily because he knew he could not contend with him. Had he foreseen this, he would have first unlocked Nail's potential, with Nail's power at 42,000 once developed. He could surely overpower the current Vegeta. A single individual may only have their potential unlocked by me once in a lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Nail and Tion Tion stepped forward, their eyes filled with concern. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. Nail, come forth. You are the finest warrior from Namek, and this disaster requires your strength. Nail wished to refuse, yet ultimately complied, resting his head beneath the Grand Elder's hand. 10 seconds later, Nail experienced a remarkable enhancement. Though not as extreme as Vegeta's tenfold increase, he reached a formidable 350,000. This newfound power instantly overshadowed Vegeta. Yet the disdainful glimmer in Vegeta's eyes remained unyielding. Just give me a few days to train, and defeating him will be a trivial matter. As for Gohan and Krillin, their battle powers, after development, are merely 20,000 and 15,000, respectively. Vegeta feels somewhat embarrassed to ally with them. Whether that cockroach fellow shows up or not is irrelevant. I shall undoubtedly deal with Frieza myself. After haughtily declaring this, Vegeta was enveloped in a white aura, propelling himself at great speed towards the spaceship. Vegeta! Gohan and Krillin exclaimed, attempting to halt him, but alas. Vegeta was intoxicated by his sudden surge of power and disregarded their counsel. Child, you must assist them. This malevolent invasion cannot be faced alone. The Elder was unaware that King Cold had already met his demise. Nor did he comprehend that the adversary they now faced was a member of the same race that had escaped from planet Namek alongside him, the so-called most gifted Namekian warrior. Slug, the architect of this dramatic scene, Frieza, was currently slumbering soundly in Bulma's quarters. As for Bulma, after consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, she had endured a lengthy bout of gastrointestinal distress, yet felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, she felt more invigorated than ever. Her skin had become smoother, her hair more lustrous, her figure more voluptuous and curvaceous, imbued with remarkable elasticity, particularly her delicate face, which seemed as if it could yield water with a gentle pinch. As for her battle power, which had risen to 1,000 due to the fruit, she hardly considered it significant. Beauty, after all, was of utmost importance. The notion of combat held no allure for her. Gazing at Frieza, who lay asleep in the guest room, she pondered whether Frieza had been misunderstood. He was not quite as malevolent as he appeared. In fact, he seemed rather polite and exceedingly refined, a true gentleman compared to Goku. Perhaps it was his appearance that misled the world. Should she seek out the Dragon Balls to alter his visage? Hiki, such is the nature of women, superficial. She recalled that this slumbering individual had previously dispatched her so-called father with his own hands. Soon, Bulma concocted another deluded rationale. Surely it was that King Cold misusing your name to wreak havoc that prompted your noble act of filicide. Meanwhile, Vegeta had encountered the Ginyu Force. At this moment, His power surged to unprecedented levels, and his confidence soared. No more playing games. All of you come at me. If I so much as furrow my brow, that little bald head will sprout hair. The Ginyu Force responded, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, struggling to fly, were equally astounded. As for Nilo, he became a coward, cloaking his retreat with the pretense of being the Grand Elder's protector, proclaiming that the Elder's safety outweighed all else, leaving the ensuing battle to rely solely on his companions. On the surface, Klin appeared to wholeheartedly endorse Nyla's actions, yet inwardly he raised a finger in contempt. Curse you. If it weren't for the undeniable fact that they were outmatched and the presence of the lone Dragon Ball in his possession, he would have undoubtedly expressed his disdain with both hands. He muttered another curse. What a coward. The battle commenced and swiftly concluded. The staggering disparity of hundreds of thousands in power level was sufficient for Vegeta to annihilate the Ginyu Force in an instant. Although Captain Ginyu boasted a power level of 120,000, he was tragically obliterated by Vegeta's merciless onslaught before he even had the opportunity to switch bodies. As for Zebon, who had undergone emergency treatment and recuperation, he managed to evade disaster by concocting cocktails for his comrades from a safe distance. Vegeta was no Son Goku. His demeanor had evolved significantly, and when he possessed the capability to eliminate an opponent, he certainly would not linger for even a moment longer. Bravado requires a foundation of strength. Following this skirmish, Vegeta's confidence surged to unprecedented heights. It was as if a triumphant soundtrack resonated in the air. I am, indeed, the most dazzling figure on the street. With each stride, I walk with swagger. Sunglasses on, hair flowing. The moment I step outside, I shine and captivate. There is no denying it. I was born this handsome. My prowess does not permit me to remain low-key. Dragon, all I ask is for you to grant me an increase of 20 centimeters in height. I shall forego the gift of immortality. Ha. Frieza, are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza turned in his slumber, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 12. The most suitable path to enlightenment is to fly by eating a fruit. Vegeta was consumed by an uncontrollable fervor, hastening towards the spaceship after swiftly dispatching the fleeting Ginyu Force. Gohan and Krillin, surveying the scattered limbs and severed arms, felt a wave of nausea wash over them. However, the more formidable Vegeta became before Goku's arrival, the more secure they felt, which was a silver lining. With a resounding crash, Gohan and Krillin were still airborne when Vegeta encountered Shrag in the distance. Although doubt flickered in Vegeta's mind upon seeing Shrag, he recognized the figure of Zebo. Before him, Zebo was dutifully attending to Shrag, balancing a tray adorned with a goblet of red wine in one hand, while the other arm bore a white towel draped elegantly over it. He appeared utterly like a servant. Shrag was quite pleased with Zebo's service, as he was in dire need of loyal subordinates. Coincidentally, Zebo had fallen out of favor with Frieza, and Shrag believed that with a touch of persuasion and reason, winning Zebo over would be a trivial matter. As Vegeta charged towards Zebo, Shrag took action. As a prodigious Super Namekian, controlling his energy was a simple feat, observing Vegeta's mere battle power of 300,000. He could not be bothered to unleash his full strength, especially after undergoing a phase of aging that had made him particularly health-conscious. He merely summoned 1,000,000 of his battle power, swatting at Vegeta as one would a fly, delivering a resounding slap to Vegeta's head. In the next moment, as Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Just moments ago, Vegeta had been brimming with confidence, only to be rendered dazed by Shrag's strike. The disparity in their powers was immense, just as he had effortlessly annihilated the Ginyu Force. He too could be dispatched by Shrag with equal ease. That Vegeta had not been crushed outright by the blow was a testament to his Saiyan resilience. However, he had lost his fighting spirit, and the fact that he remained conscious surprised Shrag. Mr. Zebo, that Saiyan monkey is a traitor under King Frieza, correct? You shall deal with him. Indeed, esteemed Lord Shrag. With a single hand clenched into a fist resting upon his chest, Zebo bowed slightly to Shrag, a gesture reflecting his respect for him. With a swift exhalation, a white aura enveloped Zebo, signifying his power. Before the emergence of the Super Saiyan, this white aura was the most common manifestation of energy, with its intensity indicative of one's strength. Possessing a battle power of 21,000, Zebo dashed towards Vegeta with fervent animosity, stemming from the deep resentment he harbored due to Vegeta's actions, which had led to his abandonment by King Frieza. As he soared above Vegeta, Zebo bent his knees and knelt before him, poised to deliver a devastating blow. Sabo's descent was rapid, while Vegeta found himself utterly incapacitated. Unable to muster even a semblance of defense, he braced for what could potentially be a fatal strike. Just at that critical moment, Gohan arrived, having unlocked his latent potential. His battle power now soaring to 20,000, rendering him a formidable adversary to Sabo. Witnessing Vegeta's dire predicament, Gohan acted instinctively, launching a side kick at Sabo without a moment's hesitation. Unaware of Gohan's approach due to the destruction of his scouter, Sabo was caught off guard and was sent flying by Gohan's swift kick. The impact was thunderous as Sabo crashed into a hill, sending dust billowing into the air. Solar Flare. Krillin, slightly weaker than Gohan, arrived a moment too late. Sensing the overwhelming and malevolent energy emanating from Shrag, he resorted to an escape maneuver. Gohan, run. Krillin grasped one of Vegeta's legs, not daring to glance towards Shrag, and hurriedly fled in a northwestern direction. Not far away, two figures could be seen approaching. One was Frieza, who had just annihilated King Cold and had summoned Shrag to take the fall. His sleek form, graceful lines, and crimson eyes unmistakably marked him as a natural villain. However, beside him was a woman who wobbled in her flight, shielding her eyes with one hand as she struggled to keep aloft. This woman was Bulma, who had learned to fly under Frieza's tutelage, albeit at considerable expense of his time. It was unfortunate that he had missed the battle between the Ginyu Force and Vegeta. As Bulma flew, she shouted, seemingly believing that if she did not raise her voice, the wind would drown it out. Mr. Frieza, that blinding flash just now seemed to be Krillin's solar flare. The sound matched as well. Frieza stood with his arms crossed behind his back, effortlessly maintaining a speed comparable to that of Bulma. Ah, dear Bulma, he chuckled. You are quite correct. A little bald fellow and a child did indeed appear in the distant battlefield, rescuing the gravely injured Vegeta. Each time Bulma heard that insufferable laughter, a chill ran down her spine. Yet, she found herself unable to voice her doubts, let alone criticize that laugh. Wait, what news did she just hear? You mean Krillin and the others are accompanying Vegeta? How curious. Isn't Vegeta one of your subordinates? Although Bulma represented the pinnacle of intelligence in the Dragon Ball universe, she remained perplexed by the unfolding situation. Vegeta was a ruthless force on Earth, having slain Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. Do not speak nonsense. That was all Nappa's doing. I have not killed anyone, Vegeta exclaimed, adamantly refusing to take the blame. The mere thought of Yamcha brought tears to Bulma's eyes, primarily due to the dust swirling in from the distance, irritating her eyes as she was still unaccustomed to flying. Nevertheless, she still held a fondness for Yamcha, as she had yet to uncover his current infidelities. It must be a strategic alliance. After all, my subordinates are gathering the Dragon Balls, and so are you. Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Bulma's lips twitched in confusion. She simply could not fathom how such a gentlemanly figure had become the tyrant of a universe notorious and infamous. Surely King Cold had shifted all the blame onto his son. A being like him is unworthy of existence. Indeed, it must be so. Frieza is capable of sacrificing his kin for the greater good, suggesting he embodies the principles of justice. Otherwise, why would he indulge in such exquisite fruits and teach himself to soar through the skies? She too yearns to fly among the heavens like Sun Wukong and his companions. Yet the mere thought of their rigorous training methods prompts her to abandon the idea altogether. Fortunately, Frieza understands her. With just one fruit, her wish is fulfilled, aligning perfectly with her desires. At that moment, as the dust settles, Bulma's vision clears, and she is astonished to behold a meteor streaking rapidly across the sky. Chapter 13. An Unconventional Entrance. Frieza's gaze was far more piercing than Bulma's, for he was acutely aware that a spacecraft was making an emergency landing. The reasons behind such a predicament were of no concern to him. After all, it bore no significance to his own affairs. However, the trajectory of the descent was quite intriguing, as it led directly toward the direction of that grotesque green creature, Zabo. Zabo, consumed by fury, had forsaken any desire for his once beautiful appearance, having been rendered utterly worthless by King Frieza's disdain. Transformed, his power surged to an impressive 29,000, enabling him to pursue with remarkable speed, completely oblivious to the fireball hurtling toward him. Seconds ticked by 1, 2, 5, and then, with a resounding crash, Goku's spacecraft struck Zabo mid-flight, sending him plummeting into the earth, his limbs quaking helplessly above the surface. The force of a crashing spacecraft is immense, according to Frieza's estimation. Its impact would convert to a battle power of no more than 30,000. Thus, Zabo, struck by such force, should not meet his end. but rather suffer at worst a degree of paralysis. Miss Bulma, let us take a moment to rest here, shall we? We can sip fine wine while reveling in this grand spectacle, Frieza proposed, utterly disregarding Bulma's opinion, and landed directly on a small hillock. Once Bulma descended, she waved her hand to envelop herself in a transparent energy shield, primarily to prevent the dust stirred up by the crowd. She surmised that the ship they had just seen belonged to Goku, as its design was unmistakably familiar, clearly a product of the Versatile Capsule Corporation. However, given that she was now at the epicenter of the battle, despite her combat power reaching 1,000, her battle awareness was almost non-existent, rendering her strength seemingly futile. Bulma remained firmly within Frieza's protective barrier. From her capsule box, she procured a small capsule, which with a pop, materialized into a sun umbrella, a circular wooden table, 2 beach chairs, and a refrigerator. Opening the fridge, Bulma extracted several cans of beverages, and Frieza, without hesitation, cracked open one and began to drink. Refreshing. Indeed. Earth's drinks were the finest. Reclining on the beach chair, Frieza donned a pair of sunglasses, occasionally sipping from his drink, embodying the very essence of a casual observer. In the distance, the hatch of the spaceship opened, revealing a youthful figure with a crab-like hairstyle, clad in an orange combat suit. Goku. Dad. It turned out that after the recent upheaval, Gohan and Krillin had been watching from a distance, sensing that Goku had arrived. The only one capable of such a self-destructive landing, aside from the battle-obsessed Goku, was beyond Krillin's imagination. Surely, that familiar shade of orange and recognizable hairstyle could belong to no one else but Goku. Consequently, Krillin dashed towards Goku, gripping Vegeta's leg. Even Gohan forgot that he could fly. However, this predicament proved troublesome for Vegeta. During Krillin's sprint, his head collided with the ground countless times, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Finally, when Krillin embraced Goku, he instinctively discarded the encumbering object in his hand. Vegeta was finally liberated, only to be met by the surface of the spaceship. A clang echoed, creating a resounding reverberation. A humanoid indentation appeared on the ship's exterior, with Vegeta once again becoming the tragic figure, embedded into the spacecraft. Uncle Krillin, do you see that person? Is that Vegeta? Gohan inquired, pointing. Oh, isn't that Vegeta? How did he end up there? Krillin exclaimed. Quick, take the Senzu bean to Vegeta. He is about to be crushed. Fortunately, Goku noticed Vegeta's dire state, as his eyes had begun to roll back. After Krillin departed with the magic beans, Sun Wukong affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair and quickly grasped the events transpiring on planet Namek. He was also made aware that Vegeta's battle power had surged to an astonishing 300,000 following the Elder's unlocking of his potential. This power surpassed his own, as he currently stood at a mere 90,000 with a maximum combat capability of 1,350,000 when employing the Kaioken technique at 15 times its normal strength. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong felt no trepidation. Instead, he was invigorated by the prospect of confronting an adversary capable of effortlessly dispatching Vegeta. What was that quivering beneath the spaceship? Curiosity piqued. Sun Wukong marveled at the extraordinary phenomenon in the vicinity of his landing site. Gohan, recalling the grotesque creature known as Saibaman being buried beneath the spacecraft, immediately reacted. That villain had nearly exterminated the Namekians alongside a multitude of aliens. Father, you must avenge Uncle Piccolo's kin, urged Gohan. Sun Wukong found himself in a quandary. He relished the thrill of combat, yet had little interest in eradicating those stripped of their ability to resist. While he hesitated, there was another willing to act. Revitalized by the magic beans, Vegeta was consumed by rage towards Saibaman. With a resounding blast of energy, he obliterated Saibaman and the nearly destroyed spaceship into mere fragments. My gravity chamber! Sun Wukong cried out in despair. Oh well, it's beyond repair anyway. I can simply have Dr. Briefs construct another when I return. Indeed. Sun Wukong's optimistic disposition was evident, earning him a scornful glance from Vegeta. Though Sun Wukong concealed his battle power, Vegeta sensed it could not exceed 100,000. In contrast, his own battle power had soared to 1,000,000 after his recent revival from near death. Regardless of Sun Wukong's prowess or the extraordinary Kaioken, he was certain that he would dominate the Saiyan Prince. In the distance, Frieza furrowed his brow, sensing an absurd turn in the narrative. If this trajectory continued, it was highly probable that Vegeta would transform into a Super Saiyan ahead of schedule. This defied logic. Shrag felt agitated. Not only had he been conscripted by Frieza, but the individual he favored had been slain. As he attempted to intervene, a mysterious force ensnared him. By the time this constraining power dissipated, Cyberman had already been reduced to mere fragments. He had intended to crush his opponent directly, yet Frieza's voice echoed in his mind. Play as you wish. But you must not kill those individuals. Frustrated and feeling unjustly constrained, he pondered whether he could simply remain in the dilapidated spaceship without further involvement. However, Shrag had no desire to fight, while Vegeta and Son Goku were eager for battle, just as Shrag was preparing to indulge in a few delightful drinks. A colossal energy blast pierced through the already battered spaceship. The most infuriating part was that all the exquisite wine was utterly destroyed. Damn it, I spared your life. And yet you remain so ungrateful. Shrag witnessed Vegeta consume something that revived him completely, boosting his strength to a terrifying level, more than threefold. Yet, in Shrag's eyes, this was inconsequential. He still regarded him merely as a reptile, albeit a slightly larger one. Oh, what is that Namekian doing here? This time, not only Son Goku noticed, but even Gohan and Krillin were astonished. Could it be that a Namekian destroyed another Namekian? Was there a civil war? What on earth is happening? Nevertheless, the Namekian before them appeared decidedly malevolent, exuding an aura of wickedness, starkly contrasting with the peace-loving Namekians they were accustomed to. Regardless of his identity, they resolved to strike first. Vegeta charged ahead, eager to avenge the earlier blow. Smack! Whoosh! Clang! Chapter 14. Everyone is putting on a show. A small dot vanished from sight. Frieza's keen eyes discerned that the one who had just fled was none other than Vegeta. With a mere combat power of 1,000,000, he audaciously dared to confront Shrag, utterly oblivious to the concept of mortality. Were it not for Frieza's explicit instructions, Shrag would have exerted his full power, and Vegeta would likely have been reduced to mere pulp with a single swipe. Bulma, lacking such sharp vision, was oblivious to the unfolding events. All she perceived was a hazy silhouette vanishing swiftly. Mr. Frieza? Was that fleeting figure truly a person? Frieza's tail struck the ground, and he took a hearty gulp of his drink before letting out a belch. Indeed, the one who had flown away was Vegeta. His gaze shifted towards the direction where Vegeta had vanished, and Frieza's eyes sparkled with intrigue. An amusing turn of events had unfolded. The battle on Namek had irrevocably changed due to his arrival. Nail was distressed. He merely wished to protect the Elder, yet he was reprimanded for his efforts. Consequently, under the Elder's directive, he reluctantly took Tien along, soaring towards the battlefield. Tien was included for his adept healing skills, which were notably exceptional. Though not as swift as the Senza beans, he was not constrained by their limited numbers. As Nail and Tien made their way towards the spacecraft, a dark spot appeared in the distance, causing Nail to freeze momentarily. The spot rapidly enlarged, and he soon recognized the individual hurtling towards him. It was none other than Vegeta. Tien, get out of the way, Nail shouted, pushing Tien aside and unleashing his full power, which surged to 350,000, creating a tempest of energy waves. Nail's arms began to swell, more than doubling in size. His energy escalated swiftly from 350,000 to an astonishing 500,000. This transformation mirrored that of a powerful Super Saiyan, sacrificing speed for sheer strength. Nail had no choice. The velocity at which Vegeta approached was overwhelming. If he did not act, it was likely that disaster would ensue. While he could evade, the Elder's position lay directly in the path of their collision. Should Vegeta proceed unimpeded, the Elder would undoubtedly suffer. The Elder's frail body could not withstand such a forceful impact. Nail had no alternatives. Stop, he commanded. The collision was thunderous. Blood trickled from Nail's lips, and numerous veins in his arms ruptured under the immense pressure. Yet, he managed to intercept Vegeta. Nail could hardly believe that his first full-power eruption was to halt a human projectile. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. It was worth noting that Vegeta possessed a battle power of 300,000, yet he had been so thoroughly beaten. Little did Nail know. This was the second time Vegeta had endured such a beating, and his battle power had now soared to 1,000,000. In less than half an hour apart from Nail and Tien, his strength had tripled, truly terrifying. Tien, hurry and heal this man. He has but a breath left. One could hardly fathom Vegeta's misfortune. In less than 10 minutes, he had nearly lost his life twice. Tien, unperturbed, was well prepared for his role as a medic. Sent by the Elder to provide aid, rescue, and healing were his specialties. Boppa-boppa-boppily. As she hummed the renowned melody of Jigglypuff, a shimmering green light enveloped Tien's hands. After 5 seconds, she extended her arms, traced a circle in the air, and then pressed her palms firmly against her abdomen, releasing a deep breath. It resembled the concluding posture of a martial arts master after channeling their internal energy. Frieza, upon not witnessing the scene, would undoubtedly exclaim, "Are you another time traveler? Are you from the Celestial Dragon or one of the 8 parts? Surely, you cannot hail from the useless characters of the Deer and the Cauldron." Nilo, observing Tion's ostentatious demeanor, retorted with irritation, "Do not rush to rest. I am also grievously injured." Subsequently, Tion, with his short legs, scampered toward Nilo. After a series of exaggerated gestures, Nilu's hand was restored to its former state. Though he had not participated in a grand battle, Nilu's strength had nevertheless incrementally risen, barely reaching a power level of 400,000, a modest improvement indeed. In stark contrast, Vegeta experienced a different awakening. Upon reopening his eyes, a fleeting golden radiance flickered. He rose, surveying Nilu and then Tion, fully aware that it was Tion who had salvaged him. Although he wished to express his gratitude, his pride rendered him incapable of uttering the words. As he assessed his newfound power, Vegeta surprisingly refrained from his usual boisterous laughter, instead opting for a moment of silence. At this juncture, his combat prowess had soared to 2,000,000. Although not as significant an increase as before, he was undeniably nearing the minimum threshold of 3,000,000 required to transform into a Super Saiyan. The recently vanished golden glow indicated that Vegeta was on the brink of transcending to that legendary status. At this moment, another dark figure approached from the distance, and as it drew nearer, it became apparent that it was none other than Son Goku. Disheveled and sporting a hairstyle resembling that of a crab, blown awry by the wind. "Kakarot, with such paltry strength, do you dare to show off? Are you seeking your demise?" This time, with Vegeta's formidable power of 2,000,000 at hand, Son Goku was effortlessly caught. Observing Goku in a state of unconsciousness, Vegeta displayed a look of disdain. With a flick of his wrist, he unceremoniously tossed Goku before Tion, ensuring that he slid across the ground as a form of retribution for the injuries inflicted upon him on Earth, leaving a deep ravine in his wake. This man is the father of Gohan. Whether to save him or not is entirely your choice. Despite his haughty demeanor, Vegeta recognized the formidable strength of Shrek. Even with his current might of 2,000,000, he had no hope of defeating Shrek, unless he could uncover the origin of that fleeting golden light. Perhaps it was the fabled trait of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, a true combat genius, though uncertain about the distinction between an ordinary Super Saiyan and the legendary one, remained undeterred in his pursuit of the right path. Tion felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, while the healing arts had no adverse effect on his body. The act of posturing had grown exhausting. In the brief span of time, he had performed his theatrics thrice, having emerged from the Grand Elder's presence less than 10 minutes prior. Tion sensed that he might end the day utterly depleted and on the verge of bloodshed. A green radiance emerged as the day came to a close and the inner tranquility was once again organized. Soon, Sun Wukong awakened, in a state of unprecedented vigor. With a sudden, mighty roar, he exclaimed, "Ha!" A blazing white aura enveloped him, and his presence eclipsed even that of Vegeta moments prior. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. Who truly was the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans? On Earth, he had been surpassed as Sun Wukong activated the fourfold Kaioken, indeed surpassing Vegeta's combat prowess. Presently, Vegeta, having barely reached a power level of 2 million after 2 near-death experiences, found it incomprehensible that Kakarot, who had faced only one such ordeal, had seen his battle power soar to 2 million. It was utterly absurd. By the heavens, were they blind? Did they not recognize who the true combat genius was? Meanwhile, Nelu was silently lamenting, his mind flooded with a torrent of expletives. Chapter 15. Vegeta's moment of glory. The heavens were unjust, and Vegeta found himself at a loss. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, feeling a glimmer of understanding regarding the Super Saiyan transformation. If he could attain that power, what was Kakarot to him? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, each perceiving the indomitable fighting spirit reflected in the other's eyes. The energy surged upwards as the two warriors charged once more towards the location of Shrek. In the distance, aboard a spaceship, Son Gohan and Krillin, with tears in their eyes, pursued the direction in which Sun Wukong had vanished. Shrek, regarding these two insignificant beings, felt no desire for battle. Instead, he lamented for Sabo, a subordinate he was close to subduing. In this universe, a combat power exceeding 20,000 was already considered formidable. For instance, Chou-E, though not yet reaching that threshold, proved to be a commendable subordinate, especially with Sabo's strength of 29,000. Teams like the Kyud and Jinyu Force could already dominate their territories, had they not encountered such anomalies as King Cold and Frieza. He felt a tinge of regret for allowing that Saiyan, who had cultivated the Tree of Might, to escape. Otherwise, he would have made a fine subordinate. Wait. Those two fools who dared to challenge him earlier seemed even more suited to serve under him. They surpassed the Jinyu Force by far. Yet he had effortlessly sent them flying with a mere slap. However, they should not have perished. Perhaps he should check on them, offer them healing, and potentially recruit them. Resolving to act, Shrag, wary of Frieza's tyranny, hesitated to openly rebel but thought it reasonable to gather some subordinates to serve him. After all, he was indeed a self-proclaimed king. However, just as he was about to rise and investigate, the two individuals he had previously sent flying returned, appearing not only unscathed but also remarkably invigorated. What is this absurdity? These two seem to possess even greater fighting prowess. Do Saiyans possess such extraordinary talents? In that moment, Shrag felt an intense sense of threat. The one clad in orange, with the crab-like head, experienced a surge in power as the energy around his body turned crimson, amplifying his strength by a staggering 15-fold. Although he still resembled an ant, the growth of this ant was indeed astonishing. Once again, it was Vegeta who initiated the offensive, as Shrag dismissed the mere 2 million battle power as inconsequential. Yet, what was that flickering golden light? Each time it appeared, Shrag's body bristled with unease, as if some ancient beast lurked within that golden glow. Goku observed Vegeta, who, bolstered by the intermittent golden radiance, managed to contend with Shrag, pondering deeply within himself. The dust stirred by their battle did not affect Frieza and Bulma. Frieza continued to savor his steak, slowly reminiscing. Upon witnessing Vegeta and Goku's return, a smile crept upon Frieza's lips, for he sensed the latent power within Goku. A battle power of 90,000 transforming into 2 million in an instant surely. Akira Toriyama would not dare to pen such a scenario. Yet here it was. In the state of a 20-fold Kaioken, Goku possessed a battle power of 40 million. Moreover, Goku's battle instincts were exceptionally acute. Once he clashed with Shrag, coupled with the Saiyan trait of power augmentation through rage, Shrag might not withstand the onslaught. It seemed he would need to enlarge himself. Alas, had he known, he would not have prematurely eliminated King Cold. Allowing them to serve as a second stepping stone for Goku and his companions might have been advantageous. Regrettable, yet he held no remorse. King Cold's demise brought him no peace. If Goku could contend with Shrag through the Kaioken, then Vegeta's form was indeed intriguing. It was termed Super Saiyan, though it remained unstable. However, during the flicker of golden light, his battle power had already surged to 40 million. This increase, while less than that of a full Super Saiyan transformation, was still formidable. Pathetic insect. Pathetic insect. Pathetic insect. Vegeta grew more invigorated as he battled, while Shrag cursed vehemently, gradually unleashing his own power. Boom. Bang. Following another collision of fists, Vegeta's state altered. A ring of golden light emerged around the periphery of the white energy aura, remarkably stable compared to the previous flashes. Yet, his hair and eyes remained unchanged. Frieza chewed on a remarkably tough steak, marveling at its texture. Indeed, Vegeta's talent is quite impressive. Without any extreme emotions, he has managed to achieve a form akin to Super Saiyan, stabilizing his combat power at an astounding 40 million. Quite remarkable. Bulma watched the battle unfold on the holographic screen, filled with anxiety. She was unaware of what a pseudo-Super Saiyan was. Yet it was evident that Vegeta remained at a disadvantage. Indeed, Vegeta was struggling when Shrag unleashed his full power, reaching a staggering 65 million in combat strength. Vegeta found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, maintaining the pseudo-Super Saiyan form was immensely draining, comparable to the Kaioken technique. In this state, Vegeta could not sustain himself for long. It was a pity that he had yet to master the true transformation technique. It seemed that defeat was inevitable for Vegeta. Frieza shook his head, swallowing the last morsel of steak. Shall we head to the scene? Isn't it tiring to keep craning your neck like that? Ignoring Bulma's exasperated glare once again, Frieza soared ahead towards the battlefield, his pace leisurely, almost as if he were on a casual stroll. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Vegeta was still straining with all his might, exchanging blows, knee strikes, and whip kicks, engaging in a fierce contest against Shrag. The golden aura surrounding him was indeed spectacular. But his fighting prowess was evident. Shrag was no novice either, wielding his fists and feet with expertise. with a staggering disparity of 25 million in power. The scales of victory swiftly tilted in Shrag's favor. Moreover, Shrag had yet to utilize his ability to enlarge, making his position in this battle remarkably secure. Da-da-da-da. After trading another punishing punch with Shrag, Vegeta propelled himself into the air, harnessing the rebound force. The prince's fighting style emerged. Previously, Vegeta either annihilated his foes or was himself swiftly defeated, never having the opportunity to employ his royal techniques, which had left him seething with pinned-up frustration. Energy blasts erupted from his hands like they were free, their velocity surpassing that of a Gatling gun, rendering Krillin and Gohan unable to discern their trajectory. They could only feel the terrifying energy descending from above, casting a brilliant glow upon Krillin's bald head. As Bulma drew closer, she felt an overwhelming sense of peril, as if her ability to maintain flight was slipping away. Compounding her distress was a sudden and intense urge to relieve herself. Final flash. For a full 30 seconds, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate move, a wave of energy strikingly akin to the Kamehameha. Regardless of the nature of the energy wave, Vegeta's shout was extraordinary, dispersing even the clouds above. Goku glanced at Vegeta's position, his eyes widening in alarm. Vegeta, stop. Are you trying to destroy planet Namek? Goku could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences if Shrag were to abandon his stance and evade the attack. Destructive wave. At the epicenter of the explosion, Shrag's voice resonated, followed by a beam of energy even thicker than the final flash, which collided directly with it. Goku exhaled in relief, realizing that their adversary also had no desire to obliterate planet Namek so easily. Wait a moment. Goku mused. Even Vegeta was unaware of their opponent's name? What kind of battle was this? Nevertheless, he thought, as long as there was a fight to be had, it was worth it. Oh, and was that Bulma plummeting headfirst towards the ground? Chapter 16. Just a simple treatment. Is there really so much to worry about? As Bulma was on the verge of an intimate encounter with the Earth, poised for her eternal legacy, Frieza unexpectedly materialized at her side. The energy emanating from his hand enveloped Bulma, sparing her from a disastrous fall. Mid-flight, Goku halted, having spotted a pallid figure with a lengthy tail rescuing Bulma. Sensing no malice from this individual, Goku shifted his focus away from Bulma and turned his gaze towards Shrag and Vegeta, who were engaged in a confrontation. Ah, Miss Bulma. How careless of you. Ascending so high and risking a fall, though your power level may be at 1,000, it would not be fatal. However, with your face toward the ground, you are quite susceptible to disfigurement. Bulma, upon hearing that laughter, inexplicably felt a flicker of safety. I need to take a bath. Frieza was on the verge of bursting into laughter when Bulma's sudden exclamation stunned him, prompting him to sniff the air. Curious, he extended a finger and pointed towards Bulma. In an instant, a peculiar wave of energy enveloped her, transforming her attire into a cleaner version of the same outfit, even rendering her body spotless. Bulma, taken aback, was soon consumed by fury. You. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her indignation over having her intimate garments replaced. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. As a lady of high standing, she valued her dignity and could never engage in the shameless antics of someone like Goku, who would strip bare in public without a second thought. Meanwhile, Vegeta ultimately succumbed to Slug, and in the moment the Big Bang attack shattered, he exerted every ounce of strength to pivot his body, allowing the energy beam to narrowly miss him. After all, the energy sphere was aimed skyward, so he felt no psychological burden in evading it. However, Vegeta was already drained. His combat prowess diminished to the point where he could barely sustain flight. If Slug were to unleash his fury upon him now, there would be no trace left. Slowly, Vegeta plummeted towards the ground, mirroring Bulma's earlier position, head first. Slug, sensing an opportunity, accelerated with the intent to finish Vegeta off, disregarding Frieza's previous instructions. Allowing the Saiyan monkey to continue its ascent would undoubtedly jeopardize his own existence. Yet, Goku would not permit such a fate to unfold. Tenfold Kaioken, he shouted, and a crimson aura enveloped him, appearing before Slug in the blink of an eye. In a fit of rage, Slug, noticing yet another Saiyan interloper, retaliated with a knee strike. Bang! Gasp! Goku was caught off guard by the strike to his abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of bitter liquid. He had underestimated the situation. Under the tenfold Kaioken, his power only reached 20 million, rendering him no match for the wrathful Slug. Just as he was about to unleash a 20-fold Kaioken, a most detestable laugh echoed nearby. Though Goku had never heard that laugh before, it struck him as exceedingly obnoxious. Ho ho ho. Gentlemen, might I suggest a brief pause? As an innocent bystander, I find your skirmish rather uneven. Upon hearing this, Slug shuddered, hesitating to act. Goku also distanced himself, gazing at Frieza and, beside him, Bulma. Wait, has Bulma changed her clothes? It seems that this is of little consequence. What truly matters is the enigmatic figure before him. Adorned in a blend of white and purple, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Until recently, at a distance, Sun Wukong had not sensed this, yet now he perceives it clearly, even though the individual's presence appears comparatively modest, only slightly surpassing that of Nara. Who is this person beside you, Bulma? Sun Wukong inquired, inadvertently straying from the crux of the matter. Bulma, still engulfed in a fit of indignation, rolled her eyes and retorted, "Why didn't you come and find me first?" Sun Wukong, do you have any idea that I nearly met my demise just moments ago? With a flick of his finger, Frieza sent Bulma screaming towards Krillin and the others. Ho ho ho. Lord Slug, your energy has diminished considerably. It seems Vegeta has given you quite a challenge. You are Son Goku, are you not? Would you care to engage in battle with the formidable Slug of his prime? Indeed, Slug appeared somewhat winded. Yet he retained confidence in his abilities to confront the crab-headed adversary before him. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a doubt. However, my senzu beans are depleted. And I doubt that Din would agree to heal this individual. He cast a glance at the ground where Nail and Din lay, seemingly dazed, having forgotten to rescue Vegeta. Oh well, Vegeta won't perish. If he remains unhealed, so be it. Ho ho ho. Allow me to fulfill your desire. I expect an exhilarating battle from you all. As Frieza's gaze narrowed in the final moments, Shrag could not help but shiver in response. Even Son Goku sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Frieza, the tyrant of tyrants. To evade the aftermath of combat, Dodoria suddenly ascended from the water, his corpulent form trembling. Dodoria felt a tumult of emotions, frustration, distress, and fear. At long last, he beheld his steadfast leader once more, and in his excitement, nearly collided headfirst into Frieza's embrace. Frieza wore an expression of utter exasperation, yet Dodoria remained unwaveringly loyal. A quality that Frieza found indispensable in a subordinate to relay messages and perform errands. Suppressing his inner agitation, Frieza flicked his fingers, striking Dodoria squarely on the forehead with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, Dodoria vanished from sight. Before the spaceship arrives, make sure to hide well. Frieza sighed, feeling the weight of his worries. All he desired was to step out and tend to the two, yet complications seemed to abound. Two beams of green light shot towards Shrag and Son Goku, while Frieza, without a backward glance, made his way towards Bulma. Primarily drawn by the delectable feast she had prepared, merely drinking was rather dull. After all, enjoying a show should be accompanied by snacks and fine wine. Life ought to possess a sense of ceremony. Suddenly, Vegeta shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. He is the true Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, the most malevolent Frieza in history." At this exclamation, Krillin and Gohan immediately assumed battle stances, but Bulma, unfazed, retrieved a capsule containing a bounty of exquisite delicacies. At that moment, Nail and Tien awakened from their stupor. However, neither recognized Frieza. Although Nail had encountered him once, he had quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Tien, having only heard of Frieza from the Elder, had never laid eyes upon the true form of the tyrant. Yet, both had learned from the Elder's words that Frieza was not an entirely ruthless being, as long as one complied obediently. Upon hearing Vegeta's series of descriptions directed at him, Frieza surprisingly revealed a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "Miss Bulma, I appreciate your hospitality." Frieza reclined on a beach chair, casually grasping a handful of sunflower seeds before savoring a sip of red wine, entirely disregarding Vegeta. "Hey, aren't you two going to start? I am all set over here." An energy shield manifested, encasing Frieza and the banquet table, with Bulma, who stood nearby, also enveloped in the protective barrier. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, while Gohan and Krillin remained frozen in place. Should they engage in battle or not? Chapter 17. The Radiance of the Kaioken, Lord Frieza. May I inquire if you're acquainted with the individual battling Vegeta? Why is he one of our Namekians? This question not only piqued the curiosity of Nail and Din, but also intrigued Vegeta and Son Goku. Ho ho ho. Lord Shrag, are you not inclined to introduce yourself? With that, all eyes turned to Shrag in the sky. Even Dodoria, who had vanished into the distance, cast a glance this way, yet saw nothing. "I am Shrag, everyone. Is that all? Is this your introduction?" Ho ho ho. I find this introduction quite satisfactory. For further details, you may inquire with the Grand Elder of Namek. Now, please commence your performance. With a roar, Shrag unleashed his full energy, sensing that Son Goku had yet to exert his utmost strength. Upon witnessing Shrag's earnest demeanor, Goku's curiosity dissipated. "I am Son Goku. Let us battle." With a similar display of might, he unleashed his full power, starting with a 20-fold Kaioken. Shrag's expression turned serious as he realized that Son Goku possessed an energy level comparable to Vegeta's. 40 million. Moreover, he sensed that Goku could still grow stronger. Goku's battle power had reached 40 million, causing Vegeta's eyes to blaze with envy. He longed for the Kaioken. That wretched Goku, with his audacious Kaioken, was utterly shameless. Fortunately, he had already brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan. Goku had no time to ponder Vegeta's inner turmoil. The 20-fold Kaioken placed a significant strain on his body, compelling him to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, Goku made the first move. Simultaneously, Shrag also engaged. In an instant, aside from Vegeta and Frieza, all that could be seen were two figures, one white and one red, colliding and separating, then colliding again, and apart once more. For a time, Gohan and the others could only hear the resounding impacts of fists and feet clashing, accompanied by furious roars. Suddenly, Bulma recalled the World Martial Arts Tournament and, seemingly conjuring a microphone from thin air, thrust it in front of Frieza. "Mr. Frieza, might you provide a live analysis?" Frieza nearly spewed his red wine in surprise. This Bulma is rather out of line. With a flick of his finger, Bulma realized she could no longer move, her mouth sealed shut. Thus, she could only glare at Frieza in indignation. Suddenly, she discovered a new realm of possibilities. Frieza was devoid of attire. Regrettably, she was unable to vocalize her distress. Otherwise, Frieza would undoubtedly have resorted to lethal measures to silence her. The aerial skirmish persisted, with both combatants exhibiting comparable levels of power, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, it was Goku's superior combat instincts that prevailed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Shrag's cranial region. This blow nearly ruptured Shrag's eyes, which widened in shock, bloodshot, and furious. Boom. Predictably, Shrag was sent crashing to the ground. In an instant, a crater formed, causing the surrounding terrain to fracture. Boom. A column of fire erupted from the surface, the result of magma spewing forth from below. The intense heat began to take a toll on those engaged in the battle, with Vegeta lying prone on the ground, nearly splashed by molten rock, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he possessed no fighting capability whatsoever. Fortunately, Nuru discerned Vegeta's distress and swiftly transported him to safety, ensuring that Tian was able to heal him. Frieza did not intervene. Instead, he savored the spectacle of Goku and Shrag engaging in fierce combat once more. The exchange of energy blasts and Kamehameha waves was evenly matched, as they were not the result of a charged-up attack and thus lacked grandeur. The sounds of impact echoed, bangs and booms filled the air. Such visceral hand-to-hand combat held a certain charm. Goku landed a punch to Shrag's abdomen, prompting Shrag to retaliate with a double-fisted strike to Goku's back. Goku executed a whip kick aimed at Shrag's head, only for Shrag to extend his arms and slam Goku into the ground, nearly plunging him into a pool of lava. Ouch, that is hot. Fortunately, Goku was enveloped in a protective aura, so the lava merely felt warm without inflicting harm. It was a true contest of equals, each delivering and absorbing blows in a relentless exchange. However, Shrag soon grew weary of the back and forth. Despite possessing significantly greater power than Goku, he found himself on the receiving end more often than not, which was quite humiliating. Suddenly, Shrag declared, "Giant eyes." In an instant, Goku realized he had shrunk to the size of Shrag's palm. Furthermore, upon enlarging, Shrag's combat prowess surged to a staggering 100 million. If Shrag's transformation merely enhanced his strength, Goku might have been able to contend with him, as missing an opponent is hardly daunting. Yet, Shrag's power increase was balanced. Both his speed and strength had skyrocketed. Even though his form had expanded, Goku struggled to find any openings in Shrag's defense. Boom. At last, Goku miscalculated and was struck by Shrag's fist, sending him crashing into the distance, toppling several mountains before landing in a vast lake. The impact created a colossal splash, unleashing a geyser that obliterated countless fish and shrimp. Goku lamented the loss of so much potential sustenance. The disparity in combat strength rendered the battle overwhelmingly one-sided. No matter how heightened Goku's combat instincts were, he could not withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, Shrag landed a punch squarely in Goku's abdomen, causing him to retch violently. Before Goku could recover, Shrag clasped his hands together and slammed Goku back down to the ground, resulting in yet another tremor. Gohan, disregarding all caution, soared towards Goku, with Krillin trailing closely behind. Dad, Goku, Mr. Frieza, will you save Goku? I can offer you more delicious food. In a moment of desperation, Bulma cast a pleading glance at Frieza, who appeared malevolent but had never harmed her in the slightest. Yet, how could Frieza possibly acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand? Ignoring Bulma's gaze, he continued to sip the red wine delicately. After all, Sun Wukong's limits had yet to be breached. He was expected to grasp more transformations of the Super Saiyan than Vegeta. This was merely the beginning. With a 30-fold Kaioken, his aura swelled magnificently, and in an instant, his combat power surged to 60 million. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Amidst the crimson waves resembling flames, Sun Wukong shouted as he charged toward Shrag. He raised a fist skyward, reminiscent of his childhood, emitting a primal roar akin to that of a gorilla. Shrag was momentarily taken aback by this display. But upon sensing the gap in their combat prowess, he quickly regained his composure. With a sinister grin, he clasped his hands together, summoning a rapidly expanding green energy sphere that soon reached a diameter of several meters. Perish, Sun Wukong. The resilience displayed by Sun Wukong earned Shrag's respect. No longer did he refer to him as the Saiyan Monkey, but rather addressed him by name. Chapter 18. The Emergence of the First Super Saiyan. Shrag gathered an immense amount of energy, intending to send Sun Wukong to his demise in one fell swoop. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Frieza narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss with Son Goku. As he ascended into the air, still a considerable distance from Shrag, the crimson aura enveloping him began to diminish unexpectedly. Just as Son Goku was a mere 100 meters away from Shrag, the waves of energy surrounding him abruptly vanished. Not only did the vibrant red aura of the Kaioken fade, but even the ordinary white energy dissipated. In his reckless attempt to harness the 30-fold Kaioken, Son Goku's body could not withstand the strain, leaving him devoid of combat capability. What a pity! Frieza was eager to witness the might of the Dragon Fist, but alas, what a disappointment it was. As Goku plummeted downward, Shrag had no intention of sparing him. The green energy sphere continued its relentless descent. Naturally, Goku was the primary target. But at that moment, Gohan accelerated and positioned himself above his father. Krillin, have Tien saved my dad? He exclaimed, filled with urgency. Special beam cannon. The sight of Goku's dire predicament ignited a fierce rage within Gohan. In that fleeting moment of fury, his battle power surged by an astonishing 500 times. Indeed, 500 times, as his power soared from 20,000 to an astounding 10 million. Frieza had just swallowed a mouthful of red wine, and this time, it truly spewed forth. What on earth? This is utterly outrageous. No, Gohan, don't. Goku bellowed with anguished fury, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a disparity in combat power of tenfold, Gohan stood no chance of resistance. Only a grim fate awaited him. Frieza, if you do not intervene to save Gohan, I shall, Bulma. I've done it several times. Only to suddenly discover she could speak again, yet it seemed she posed no real threat to Frieza. Meanwhile, Tien had cast aside his usual bravado, having healed Vegeta. He tugged at Vegeta's tattered battle attire, anxiously pleading, Mr. Vegeta, I implore you, save Gohan. You are his only hope now. Tien, not a combat-oriented Namekian, could still sense the immense surge in Vegeta's power after his revival. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, Tien was acutely aware of the explosive force that Vegeta concealed, particularly that greenish glow in Vegeta's eyes, which nearly paralyzed him with fear. Cold, merciless, and replete with aggression. Humph. Useless father and son, it appears that I, the Prince of Saiyans, must resolve this. Roar. A golden radiance enveloped Vegeta entirely. At this moment, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Vegeta had decisively shattered his limits. The recent battle had propelled Vegeta beyond the Saiyan threshold, escalating his power from 2 million to 3 million, and granting him the opportunity to transform. Having nearly faced death 4 times in a single day, his pride had been subjected to the utmost humiliation. A fierce and unyielding pride that enabled Vegeta to ascend to Super Saiyan. The transformation magnified his power by 50 times. Thus, his strength surged from 3 million to 150 million, effortlessly overshadowing everyone except Frieza. His hair ignited in fiery golden flames. His eyebrows sharpened to a golden point, and his aura radiated pure energy devoid of any white hues. Especially that emerald gleam in his eyes which sent Tien tumbling to the ground in sheer terror. Thud. With a single foot stomp, Vegeta launched himself into the sky, his speed reaching its zenith, and he nearly instantaneously appeared beside Gohan. At that moment, Gohan had unleashed the special beam cannon. Yet he failed to slow the descent of the green energy sphere, causing the blast to dissipate. Exhausted from his earlier outburst, Gohan could barely maintain his flight and intended to use his diminutive form to shield his father from the impending energy sphere. Descend and join your inept father. Witness what it truly means to be a Super Saiyan. With a single hand pressing against Gohan's abdomen, he was propelled towards the ground like a cannonball. Had Vegeta intended to kill him, Gohan would undoubtedly have been obliterated in an instant. Casting a cold glance at the green energy sphere overhead, Vegeta's lips curled in disdain. A silent mockery directed at Slag. Huh. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent the energy sphere flying. Boom. The energy blast exploded midair. What a farce, King Slag. I am now a Super Saiyan. To me, you are nothing but a mere nuisance. Vegeta was enraged. Fear finally flickered in Slag's gaze. He should have anticipated this. He should have predicted it. The Saiyan race is indeed a flaw in the fabric of existence. With each resurrection, their combat power undergoes a cataclysmic transformation. As if they were born solely for battle. No. Frieza. Save me. Slag was genuinely terrified. Vegeta's gaze was intimidating, filled with an air of indifference and a menacing aura. Slag's desire to fight had vanished entirely. Bang. Boom. Thud. Roar. Slag was rendered powerless, feeling as though all his bones were splintering beneath the onslaught, many already shattered. Moreover, his left arm had been broken, completely obliterated. He could only clutch at the remnants of it, gasping for breath, green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Frieza. Help me. Slag's eyes began to glaze over. The disparity in combat power was a staggering 50 million, leaving him no room for resistance. He could only repeatedly call out for Frieza, the one who had sent him to take the fall. Frieza could not abandon him in his hour of need. Creaking footsteps echoed, a unique sound that could well serve as Frieza's personal theme music. Slag had provided an exhilarating performance for Frieza, who had no desire to let him perish so easily. Thus, he stepped forward. Vegeta, it was Slag who aided you in becoming the first Super Saiyan. Is this how you repay his kindness? Vegeta regarded Frieza, towering above him, with palpable disdain. With a forceful kick, he sent Slag flying. Yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Frieza, you are the one who destroyed my planet, yet you deceived me into believing it was a colossal meteor. Do you truly think I am as naive as a 3-year-old child? Vegeta's emotions became increasingly agitated, and the golden aura surrounding him expanded dramatically. Judging solely by the intensity of his ki, Vegeta's presence appeared to surpass that of Frieza. However, in truth, Vegeta's fury yielded only a marginal enhancement. If Vegeta's battle power was previously 150 million, it had merely escalated to 160 million at best. This level of strength was trivial in the eyes of Frieza, who possessed a staggering battle power of 250 million. Oh ho 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 ho. Vegeta, I recall that you were merely 5 years old, not yet the age of 3. Vegeta? Everyone. Goku, who was undergoing daily treatment, nearly choked with laughter. Chapter 19. Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza's taunts inflicted a profound blow to Vegeta's pride. Unforgivable. Frieza, meet your demise. The golden aura of a Super Saiyan is unparalleled, transcending the mere imitation of a Super Saiyan and the multiple-fold Kaioken. The clash is nothing short of magnificent, marked by sheer brutality. Yet, regardless of Vegeta's relentless assaults, Frieza maintained an unwavering smile, effortlessly deflecting every attack with a mere gesture. It may seem that Vegeta's battle with Frieza lacks the grandeur of Goku's confrontation with Shrag, but if one were to comprehend the extent of the devastation surrounding them, one would realize the sheer magnitude of destruction unleashed by Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form. At times, Frieza would choose to evade rather than defend himself, gracefully sidestepping the onslaught. In these moments, the energy unleashed by Vegeta would wreak havoc upon the surroundings, striking mountains, shattering the ground, or crashing onto the water's surface. When directed at the mountains, they would crumble. When unleashed upon the earth, it would fracture, and upon the water, towering waves reaching hundreds of meters would erupt, revealing the depths below, where countless fish and shrimp lay annihilated. The more Vegeta fought, the more his impatience grew, the more impatient he became, the more frenzied his attacks turned. Soon, Vegeta's breath quickened, and his movements lost the fluidity they once possessed. Vegeta was no match for Frieza, who surpassed even Shrag in power. Son Goku's eyes sparkled with fervor, his excitement ignited by the battle unfolding before him. Alas, he had yet to master the art of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Though he had grazed the threshold, he remained unable to achieve the transformation. If it were a mere mimicry of the Super Saiyan form, Goku was confident he could succeed, yet that would not suffice to match Vegeta's current fighting prowess. Perhaps it was worth a try. The clash between Vegeta and Frieza raged on, yet it was evident to any discerning observer that Frieza was merely toying with Vegeta. Frieza did not retaliate at all. He merely evaded and defended with one hand. Yet, despite this, Vegeta was on the verge of exhausting himself. Why? Why can't I defeat Frieza even after transforming into a Super Saiyan? I refuse to accept this. In the world of Dragon Ball, one's combat power is often measured by their roar. In a fit of intense frustration, Vegeta once again transcended his limits, his power surging to an astonishing 200 million. In the original narrative, Son Goku achieved a combat power of 250 million only after training extensively on planet Yardrat following the battle on Namek. Although this was 50 million more than Vegeta's current power, it was attained through over a year of grueling effort. This illustrates just how enraged Vegeta had become. The golden aura expanded once more as Vegeta distanced himself from Frieza, his energy somewhat unstable as he gasped for breath. Frieza, if you have the audacity, don't evade. Take this move. Final flash. Vegeta clasped his hands together, arms at his sides, twisting his body as he shouted at Frieza. He feared that Frieza, lacking any sense of honor, might evade. His fully unleashed final flash could not be redirected in time. If planet Namek were to explode, he would be doomed. Vegeta was acutely aware that while Frieza could survive in space, the Saiyans could not. Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, hurry and summon Shenron with Nail and the others. If the planet blows up, we're all finished. Son Goku watched the frenzied Vegeta with a growing sense of unease. He could disregard everything for the sake of battle, but he could not place his son and friends in jeopardy. With his intellect, the idea of relying on Shenron to relocate them was already a stroke of good fortune. Vegeta's final flash would not pause for Goku and the others to summon Shenron. Krillin clutched a Dragon Ball, while Gohan, holding the Dragon Radar, rushed off to search for the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered among the wreckage of the spaceship. Just as they set off, Vegeta unleashed his colossal final flash, radiating a pale yellow glow as it hurtled straight toward Frieza, resembling a launched rocket, its overwhelming force instilling fear in the unheeded slug, who turned an even paler shade of green. Chirag, with great effort, summoned the last remnants of his strength to execute the body extension technique, causing his vanished left arm to re-emerge. He then hastily pursued Son Gohan and his companions in their quest for the Dragon Balls. The attainment of immortality stood as Chirag's most fervent desire. Having already faced death once, his fear of it was profound. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Chirag would not relinquish this aspiration. The formidable nature of the shockwave lies in its ability to unleash a force that can double or even triple one's own strength. Vegeta's battle power has now reached an astounding 200 million, yet Frieza can easily overpower him due to possessing a battle power that exceeds Vegeta's by 50 million. Presently, Vegeta's Super Gallic Gun has escalated in intensity to an astonishing 500 million. If Frieza does not take measures, injury is inevitable. Celestial Storm. Frieza unleashed a deafening roar, extending his arms forward and leaning slightly backward as a wave of violet energy materialized, swiftly hurtling towards Vegeta's Gallic Gun. Die. Vegeta screamed with fervor, and one must admit that the Saiyans possess quite a formidable vocal prowess. Fortunately, Frieza's anatomical structure deviates from the norm, his vocal capabilities rivaling those of Vegeta. Oh ho ho ho. Prepare to be chilled in the cosmos. As Vegeta poured on the power, Frieza mirrored his intensity. At this moment, the disparity in their strength became evident. The violet stellar storm was significantly more robust than the pale yellow Gallic Gun. The scales of victory were rapidly tilting in Frieza's favor. In the blink of an eye, the stellar storm approached Vegeta, rendering his Gallic Gun almost invisible. Damn it. At the critical moment, Vegeta narrowly evaded the lethal energy wave. The violet stellar storm merely grazed his arm and cheek, leaving but a faint scar. However, the stellar storm was aptly named. It possessed the uncanny ability to conserve energy even in the vastness of space, capable of obliterating a planet. Having previously served the god of destruction, Beerus, Frieza had conjured this storm to annihilate as many planets as possible. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, it seems you are not my match. Shall I summon Mr. Goku instead? Or perhaps you both wish to join forces? Observing that Vegeta had lost his Super Saiyan form, Frieza again let out his signature laughter. Upon witnessing Vegeta's defeat, Goku rushed to confront Frieza. While Goku may not stand a chance against Frieza, he could not allow him to interfere with Gohan and the others summoning the dragon. As for Shrag, Goku had completely forgotten about him. Now, allow me to face you in battle. Until this point, Goku had not seen Frieza harm anyone, making it difficult for him to harbor resentment. Thus, his words bore a hint of politeness. Chapter 20. The dragon appears, wishes in progress. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an ugly green dragon materialized in the night, appearing rather jarring. Goku paused, realizing he had overlooked this detail. It was an obvious signal to everyone. The dragon had emerged, and whether one was quick or slow, it mattered not. Remembering the bizarre wish made by Oolong in his childhood, Goku broke into a cold sweat. Oh ho ho ho. Goku, let us momentarily cease our battle. I am quite curious about what wishes you might make. Goku, burdened with unspoken concerns, had completely missed the implication in Frieza's words. It was not a single wish, but rather multiple wishes. Thus far, all of Frieza's actions have exuded a peculiar sense of benevolence. Shrag is his subordinate, and Frieza has not annihilated him with the same ruthlessness as he did with Vegeta. Despite Vegeta's betrayal, Frieza refrained from exterminating him when he was utterly defenseless. Consequently, the naive son Goku found himself at a loss as to how to refuse Frieza's demands. However, Frieza merely uttered those words. Did he truly need to concern himself with Goku's thoughts? Absolutely not. Thus, before Goku could respond, Frieza leisurely made his way toward the dragon. Goku, feeling helpless, shook his head and hurriedly followed suit. The dragon of Namek differs significantly from that of Earth. The earthly dragon resembles a five-clawed eastern dragon, albeit in a singular shade of green. In contrast, the Namekian dragon possesses a long tail, yet displays features akin to a western lizard dragon. When compared to its earthly counterpart, it is considerably larger and, frankly, rather unsightly. Beneath the dragon, Naru, Tien, Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, the weakened Shrag, and a somewhat recovered Vegeta had gathered. Krillin was the first to shout, "Oh, dragon, please resurrect the earthlings slain by Vegeta." The dragon responded, "Vegeta," he bellowed, "grant me the gift of immortality." After the recent battle, Vegeta decided it was better to forego growth and stature and instead pursue eternal life. Shrag, in a fit of excitement, unconsciously exclaimed in his native tongue, "Oh, dragon, grant me eternal life." Those who did not comprehend the Namekian language were left bewildered. This time, the dragon reacted. It opened its gaping maw, its crimson eyes fixed upon Shrag, delivering a response that left everyone speechless. "I cannot fulfill your wish. Please make another request." Immediately, Tien called out to Gohan and Krillin, "The Namekian dragon requires wishes to be voiced in the Namekian language, or it will not heed you. Furthermore, the dragon can grant 3 wishes." Enraged, Vegeta was poised to strike Tien. "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly repeat my wish." Krillin, in a panic, shouted urgently to Tien, "Ignore Vegeta. First, resurrect those he has killed." Suddenly, a chilling cackle that sent shivers down everyone's spine echoed through the air. They turned to see the pallid Frieza, followed closely by son Goku, clad in a tattered orange martial arts uniform. Vegeta gritted his teeth and furiously exclaimed, "Frieza, I will not spare you." Frieza disregarded him, treating his words as mere barking. His crimson irises radiated a malevolent aura, and upon casting a glance at the dragon, the latter shivered involuntarily. "Esteemed Lord Frieza, it has been a year since our last encounter." Hiss. Not only Goku, but everyone inhaled sharply, while Shrag was left utterly bewildered. How could it be that the dragon was an old acquaintance of Frieza? This was akin to a small blade piercing one's backside, a true eye-opener. "You may proceed with your tasks. The little green figure below, you need not concern yourself with." Oh ho ho ho. Only a being as extraordinary as Frieza could utter such a command, compelling the dragon to attend to his duties first. Goku, Vegeta, and Shrag were all left in stunned silence. Frieza surprisingly did not express any desire for a wish. Shrag was furious, but could only force himself to restrain his anger. The dragon had already declared that his wish could not be fulfilled. To further offend King Frieza would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, an invitation to death. The first to react was Bulma, who seemed to harbor little fear of Frieza. Of course, Goku was also unafraid, viewing Frieza merely as an opponent to battle. 10-10. Have the dragon resurrect the earthlings slain by Vegeta. Upon Bulma's prompt, 10-10 complied immediately. However, the dragon responded, "I cannot grant that wish. I can only resurrect one person at a time. Please make another wish." Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, and Goku were left speechless. The dragon appeared formidable. even larger than the one on Earth, yet it proved to be disappointingly ineffective, more so than the author of that Taisei novel. Gohan, resurrect me first. Once I am revived, the dragon will also return, and the Earth's dragon will be restored. Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to Ten and the others echoed through the space. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed. Aren't you dead? Gohan's words left Piccolo exasperated. Was this really the time for such discussions? Do you have no inkling of my state? You bear the primary responsibility for my demise. Calm down. Breathe. Gohan urged. First, make the wish, please. Realizing the urgency, Gohan quickly turned to Ten. Ten replied. I have already made a wish as per that voice's instruction, and the dragon has accepted it. Gohan looked skyward again, though he could not see Piccolo's form. Uncle Piccolo, are you still alive? Piccolo chose to ignore Gohan's naivety, but he had another wish to fulfill, forcing himself to remain composed. Gohan, my good boy, for my second wish. Let me travel to Namek. Ten's eloquence was commendable. Before Goku could intervene, the wish had already been granted. A figure clad in a cloak, nearly identical to Nail, with green skin descended from the heavens. Although the cloak was quite striking, the image would have been perfect had his head not been buried in the ground. Seeing Piccolo struggle to extricate himself, Gohan rushed forward to assist. He grasped Piccolo's large foot and, like pulling a radish, managed to free him. Piccolo was at a loss for words, nearly retreating into silence. Gohan, could you possibly let go now? Being clutched by the thigh and held upside down is truly unpleasant. This damned Shenron has resurrected himself. Yet he has not restored his own strength, leaving him in an utterly weakened state. Daily, noticing that Piccolo was not quite right, hurriedly scurried over on her short legs and unleashed a stream of green healing light from her hands. After 5 seconds, Daily once again struck a pose indicating the end of her efforts, adopting an air of nonchalance as she gazed off to the side with a sidelong glance. Frieza, observing the scene, felt compelled to inquire, pray tell, from which martial arts realm have you traversed? Furthermore, Frieza harbored a peculiar notion that this was not the authentic Dragon Ball universe, for in Dragon Ball Z, this ensemble of characters exhibited far less absurdity. At last, Goku could no longer contain himself, bellowing, I desire the third wish. While it seemed reasonable for Goku to claim a wish, Vegeta was far from pleased. Vegeta had reached his breaking point. The third wish must be granted to him. No way. The third wish must be mine. Grant me the gift of immortality. Chapter 21. Truly a combat genius. Vegeta erupted in fury, yet his anger proved futile. The Eternal Dragon cast a contemptuous glance at Vegeta, unexpectedly uttering, You overestimate yourself. If I possess such power, would I fear King Frieza? Vegeta stood dumbfounded. What kind of wretched dragon was this? Utterly useless. Oh ho ho ho. The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. Yet Frieza reveled in the delight of being so insufferable that others were powerless against him. In a word, utterly exhilarating. Setting aside idle chatter, since the Eternal Dragon had dismissed Vegeta's wish, it naturally fell to Goku. Goku addressed the dragon with conviction, transport everyone on Namek. Except for Frieza and me, to Earth. Piccolo. Piccolo was about to voice his dissent when, to his astonishment, the dragon defied convention, not even requiring the customary translation into the Namekian tongue. This wish was remarkably straightforward. The dragon let out a resounding roar, its immense eyes glowing crimson. In an instant, only Goku and Frieza remained on Namek, with the Dragon Balls following suit to Earth. Consider the psychological toll on Piccolo at this moment. The sky above Namek brightened once more. A figure plummeted from the heavens. Goku watched curiously as Vegeta tumbled headfirst into the very pit Piccolo had previously fallen into. Vegeta vehemently rejected this. In the sky, the dragon's resigned voice echoed, then fell silent. Reflect upon Piccolo's psychological burden at such a juncture. Piccolo himself internally rejected the circumstances. Yet his combat power, barely exceeding 80,000, left him powerless against the dragon's divine will. Bah, Kakarot, do not presume to steal the spotlight. It is I who shall vanquish Frieza. Vegeta spat out the mud from his mouth, hands on hips, glaring up at Goku with palpable annoyance. Oh ho ho, since you've made your wishes, shall we now witness your abilities? If you still rely on the Super Saiyan routine, you will find it inadequate against me. Vegeta felt as though he had received 1,000 critical hits from Frieza. However, he is currently unable to contend with Frieza, and his stamina has yet to recover, leaving him with his arms crossed and a countenance filled with reluctance. Son Goku begins to gather energy, swiftly elevating his aura to its zenith, achieving an unprecedented battle power of 3 million. Yet, Son Goku does not cease there. He unleashes a more anguished roar. causing the surrounding stones and earth to levitate. His aura surges dramatically. Roar. A golden aura envelopes the white energy wave surrounding Son Goku, transforming him into a quasi-super Saiyan state, with his battle power soaring to 60 million. Frieza felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite Son Goku's consistent battle prowess reaching an astonishing 3 million, he had yet to transcend into a Super Saiyan. This was rather disheartening. TSK. Such power pales in comparison to Vegeta's prowess. Goku exhaled softly, rallying his resolve with a mighty shout. This was far from over. Five-fold Kaioken. What? Frieza was taken aback. Was it not said that the Super Saiyan form could not utilize the Kaioken technique? Could it be that the original narrative had deceived me? No. Goku had not fully transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had merely achieved a mimicry of the Super Saiyan state. Perhaps it was precisely this that enabled Goku to wield the Kaioken. The crimson aura of the Kaioken was undeniably formidable, yet the golden flame showed no signs of yielding, resulting in Goku's aura appearing as an intriguing blend of red and gold. To be frank, it was remarkably spectacular, even more resplendent than Frieza's purple aura. Vegeta stood in astonishment, his mouth agape. No, this cannot be possible. It must be a trick. Although Goku had yet to don the cold demeanor characteristic of a true Super Saiyan, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Let us resolve this swiftly. I cannot maintain this state for long. Boom. Bang. 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 In that moment, Goku's combat power surged to an astounding 300 million, surpassing Frieza by a staggering 50 million. This is the essence of the Saiyan race, a lineage that, when given the opportunity, can manifest boundless potential. Caught off guard, Frieza was left with only the strength to parry, before his combat power surpassed 100 billion. The disparity of 50 million in strength was sufficient to determine the outcome of the battle. However, Frieza was not to be underestimated. His extraordinary talent, combined with a resilience rivaling that of the Saiyans, allowed him to gradually keep pace with Goku's movements. Frieza's combat power is steadily escalating, nearing an astounding 300 million within a mere minute. The battle rages on, each strike causing the very foundations of planet Namek to tremble. As thunder roars and lightning illuminates the sky, while colossal tsunamis surge through the oceans. As the two adversaries clash, mountains crumble, stones shatter, and the seas are punctuated by vacuum zones. Planet Namek, already scarred by previous skirmishes, now bears the brunt of their confrontation, with the ground fracturing and molten lava erupting from the depths below. The sky is relentlessly illuminated by flashes of lightning, enveloping the planet in a shroud of darkness. As ominous clouds gather overhead, a harbinger of impending annihilation. This chaotic spectacle is merely the consequence of Frieza and Son Goku's aerial duel. Energy blasts scatter in all directions, creating crater after crater. Occasionally, a chilling cry echoes through the chaos, whether it be Frieza plummeting into the ocean or Son Goku being thrust deep into the earth. As 3 minutes pass, Frieza's combat power ascends to 350 million, and it continues to rise steadily. Initially, Frieza had anticipated the necessity of unleashing his ultimate technique today. Little did he know that his own resilience was equally extraordinary. What Frieza was unaware of was that it was precisely due to his mastery of Ki and his extensive meditation deep within the ice planet that an immense reservoir of latent power had accumulated within him. This potential was awakened by the intense pressure exerted by Son Goku. Once this latent energy began to surge forth, it would not cease in response to the strength of his adversary. Only after a complete eruption would it find stability. 400 million. When Frieza's battle power reached 400 million, it finally halted its relentless ascent. Frieza reveled in his newfound power, nearly doubling his combat strength within a mere 5 minutes. However, Goku faced a dire predicament. Despite his transformation into a pseudo-Super Saiyan, he exhibited a brutality far surpassing his normal state. Coupled with the enhancement from the Kaioken, his body had reached its limits. Gasping for breath, Goku felt as though his chest might explode. His aura fluctuated wildly, alternating between strength and weakness, and his hands began to tremble. This was not a manifestation of fear, but rather a testament to his body nearing its critical threshold. Goku roared in defiance, his spirit unwilling to yield. Were it not for his physical limitations, he would undoubtedly unleash a greater multiplier of the Kaioken. Such an exhilarating battle, he thought, was not meant to be confined to a mere 5 minutes. Suddenly, the crimson aura enveloping him dissipated, and the Kaioken state was released. Chapter 22. The Explosion of Namek. Frieza shook his head. Although Son Goku had startled him momentarily, Such a tactic could not endure in the long term. Frieza believed that Goku would soon exhaust the energy needed to remain airborne. However, it became evident that even after Frieza's resurrection, Goku's protagonist aura remained unwavering. With a roar, upon the release of the Kaioken, Goku, filled with a profound sense of defiance, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Having previously experienced a staggering combat power of 300 million, Goku's newly acquired form granted him an immediate strength of 300 million. Although this power paled in comparison to Frieza's, it nonetheless surpassed that of Vegeta by a considerable margin. With golden hair, visibly bulging muscles, emerald eyes, and a gaze that radiated cold brutality, this incarnation of Goku exuded an aura of invincibility. Yet, this perception is contingent upon the opponent he faces. A mere 300 million in combat power was, in Frieza's view, utterly contemptible. Bang! Frieza's fist struck Goku's face, yet Goku merely tilted his head slightly, his predatory gaze still fixed upon Frieza. How could a staggering disparity of 100 million be so effortlessly disregarded by Goku? The reality, however, is different. In his mastered Super Saiyan form, Goku was employing the Kaioken technique, rendering him impervious to pain. It was precisely this lack of sensation that bestowed upon Goku an aura of invincibility in that moment. With powerful and robust arms, he launched a punch from below that directly impacted Frieza's abdomen. Despite the overwhelming difference in combat power, Frieza could still feel as if a raging inferno was igniting within his gut. Frieza staggered back a few steps, clutching his abdomen. How careless. He had allowed the entire dead monkey to strike him, and that too without any forewarning. Ugh! Frieza spat out the bitterness from his mouth, and the waves of energy surrounding him erupted with a deafening roar. Bang! 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 Frieza and Son Goku once again engaged in a fierce, visceral battle, eschewing energy blasts in favor of a raw and unrestrained melee. Each collision of their fists resonated like thunder, and Vegeta struggled to keep pace with the astonishing speed of the two combatants. As he swallowed hard, a sudden thought struck him. These two are indeed formidable opponents. Moments later, a cataclysmic explosion erupted at the heart of their conflict, akin to a rupture in the heavens, sending shivers down the spine of all who witnessed it. A figure plummeted toward the ground, headed directly for Vegeta's location. Alarmed, he summoned every ounce of strength to evade, rolling and scrambling away, ultimately plunging into the water. Boom! A crater several kilometers in diameter formed, leaving Son Goku, bare-chested and clad in tattered battle trousers that clung to his legs like rags, exposed. Though he managed to retain a semblance of dignity, Goku's eyes were vacant, his body racked with cramps, instinctively curling into a ball. His Super Saiyan transformation had dissipated, and aside from not losing consciousness, he was utterly disconnected from his own physical being. Facing a Goku devoid of pain, Frieza found himself in a challenging predicament, yet, in the end, he succeeded in bringing Goku to the ground. Frieza's breath had become somewhat irregular, his inhalations noticeably quickening. He slowly descended to the ground, advancing step by step towards Son Wukong. The familiar sound effects of his footsteps resonated with a creaking noise. Suddenly, Vegeta emerged from the water, scrambling onto the surface, only to be seized by a violent bout of coughing. The battle between Frieza and Son Wukong had pushed planet Namek to the brink of explosion. This planet had suffered irreversible damage. Particularly, the final blow that Son Wukong delivered to the ground had utterly shattered the core of the planet, leaving it with less than 3 minutes before it would detonate. With a single motion of his hand, Frieza summoned several spherical spacecraft belonging to the Ginyu Force, drawing them toward him. With a casual flick, they landed upon the battlefield. He was well aware that Goku had not perished, and that Vegeta had not sustained any severe injuries. Indeed, Vegeta's condition was considerably better than that of Goku. Vegeta, this spacecraft is equipped with an emergency healing chamber. While it may not fully restore you, it will certainly prevent your demise. You must leave. This planet is on the verge of exploding. I eagerly anticipate your growth. When we meet again, I hope you will allow me to engage in battle with the same exhilarating fervor as today. Ho 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 ho. Swish. Frieza vanished from his original location, and in the next moment, he found himself on the icy planet. Wait a moment. Frieza sensed an unsettling feeling, as if he had overlooked something important. Nevertheless, he chose to disregard it for the moment, focusing instead on solidifying his combat strength beneath the icy layers. Any enhancement in fighting power, no matter how minute, necessitates a period of stabilization. Otherwise, one risks a decline in capability, much like Gohan in the original narrative. Following the Cell Games, Gohan had become ineffective, and by the time of Majin Buu's emergence, his initial power was even inferior to his childhood self, a lamentable fate. On Namek, Vegeta finally approached Goku, who was writhing in agony. Initially, Vegeta contemplated delivering a fatal blow. An energy blast had already coalesced in his hand, but after half a minute, it dissipated, and he ultimately refrained from executing his intent. You spared me once on Earth. I shall extend the same courtesy to you this time. However, mark my words. I will surpass you, defeat you, and annihilate you. With a forceful kick, Vegeta sent Goku crashing into the nearest spaceship before hastily equipping him with emergency medical devices and activating the ship's launch sequence. With a thunderous roar, a fire dragon composed of molten rock soared into the sky, heralding the imminent explosion of Namek. Vegeta dared not linger any longer and swiftly boarded another spacecraft. After pressing the launch button, he closed his eyes to rest. He had not enjoyed a proper sleep in days and was undeniably fatigued. Yet, should another opportunity arise, he would embrace it wholeheartedly, for he had not only experienced a significant boost in strength, but had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. In the days to come, he would train even harder, with the unwavering determination to surpass both Goku and Frieza. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the most exceptional warrior. I shall not be defeated by you. I refuse. With a decisive click, the cabin door sealed shut, and Vegeta's spacecraft followed Goku's into the vastness of the cosmos. Shortly after their departure, Namek erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In the silent void of space, sound could not travel. Yet the vibrant display of destruction bore witness to the inhumane fate of Namek. Meanwhile, on Earth, Dodoria was nervously dodging the molten lava that emerged from the ground, only to be abruptly transported to a new location. Surrounded by tranquil trees and a serene landscape, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Where is King Frieza? Soon, he encountered a group of individuals not far away. Among them, the one lying on the ground with tightly shut eyes was none other than Slug. Before Slug stood a green mountain. Oh, no. It was a Namekian of a stature akin to a mountain. A diminutive Namekian was crouching beside the giant, emanating green energy from his hands. The two identical Namekians locked eyes, creating a somewhat uneasy atmosphere. Furthermore, Dodoria spotted the Earth woman who shared a cordial relationship with King Frieza. He did not recall her name, but anyone under Frieza's protective energy shield was certainly not to be trifled with. As for Gohan and Krillin, he was well acquainted with them, for they were the ones who rescued that little Namekian. Chapter 23. The absorbed evil Dodoria's appearance drew the attention of the group, and Piccolo cast a disdainful glance at Dodoria's pink flesh. The abundance of small bumps made it even more repugnant than his green skin. Nail regarded Dodoria with an aggressive gaze. This plump pink figure was far from as benign as he appeared. Tien wore a face of sheer terror. For Dodoria had once led a massacre that claimed the lives of their entire village, with Din being dispatched by a mere finger from Dodoria. Gohan and Krillin were also prepared to strike at any moment, having witnessed Dodoria's nefarious deeds. Slug remained in a deep slumber, enveloped by an unknown energy that rendered him unconscious. Undoubtedly, this was the work of the Elder, only he possessed such mysterious magic. Bulma had taken refuge behind Gohan and Krillin, as Dodoria's appearance was entirely at odds with her aesthetic sensibilities, instinctively placing him in the category of villains. Excuse me. Esteemed and radiant lady, might you know where King Frieza is gone? Furthermore, where exactly is this place? Why have I suddenly found myself here? Dodoria inquired. His power level merely at 20,000. Among those present, the only individuals he could hope to best were Krillin, Bulma, and Tien. The Elder's prowess was, for the moment, beyond consideration. His sheer weight was somewhat intimidating. Dodoria's tone conveyed a curious politeness, for to him, others were no different from pinching a chick, primarily. He was eager to curry favor with Bulma, as she was a favored guest of King Frieza. Although Dodoria could not fathom why Frieza would take an interest in this frail woman, it did not deter him from attempting to ingratiate himself. As the foremost lackey, he possessed a modicum of awareness. Bulma pointed a finger at herself, looking utterly bewildered, and asked, "Are you, you ugly creature, inquiring about me?" Upon reflection, it seems that the only lady present, young, beautiful, and exuding an air of affluence, is none other than her. Consequently, although Bulma still harbors a dislike for Dodoria, her demeanor has notably improved. While Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta are engaged in battle on Namek, we find ourselves here on Earth, having been returned by the Eternal Dragon. When Dodoria overheard the derogatory term, he nearly erupted in fury. However, the thought of Frieza's formidable presence quickly reigned in his temper, allowing him to don what he deemed a gentle smile. Yet, upon receiving Bulma's response to his inquiry, Dodoria's countenance faltered drastically. It seemed he was now leagues away from Frieza, perhaps more than 100,000 miles. Thus, he resolved to contact Lord Frieza through his communicator. Before his fingers could even graze the device, a shadow flitted past, and he felt a sudden lightness at his ear. Piccolo had deftly snatched it away. Piccolo, familiar with this communicator, had no intention of alerting Dodoria. After all, should some powerful entity arrive, he, the so-called Dark King of Earth, would be the first to perish. Dodoria was left seething, wishing to curse, yet he dared not utter a word. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly coughed, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Cat is his son. You are now known as Piccolo, correct? Although reluctant, Piccolo recognized the truth in the Grand Elder's words. Indeed, I am Piccolo. The Grand Elder squinted at the fallen Slug, letting out a deep sigh. Slug escaped from your home planet alongside your father. Both were gifted Namekians. Alas, Slug succumbed to malevolence, becoming a villain of the worst kind. Your fortune surpasses his, yet you two have been divided by notions of good and evil, and you embody the darker inclination. This is well known to the Earthlings. As the Supreme Kai once explained. However, I sense that the malevolent thoughts within you have been softened, allowing you to forge connections and human emotions. And you are now willing to shoulder the responsibility of protecting this planet. Cough, cough. Grand Elder. Nail attempted to intervene, concerned for the Elder's frail health. Yet, the Grand Elder waved his hand gently, continuing, I have managed to control Slug's body through special means. His malevolence is too overpowering, and I cannot seal it for long. With Lord Frieza absent and Goku and Vegeta not present, once Slug awakens, Earth will face annihilation. And none of you will be able to stop it. To everyone's astonishment, the Grand Elder mentioned Frieza, seemingly placing considerable trust in him, which defied all logic. Yet no one dared to interrupt the Elder's words. They all recognized the truth in his statements and were eager to discover his proposed solution. As the embodiment of malevolence, you possess the ability to master your own heart. This is a pivotal moment. If you can absorb the evil residing within Slag, not only will you enhance your own strength and acquire formidable combat prowess, but you will also restore Slag to the pure and benevolent Namekian he once was. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. He cared not for the notions of good or evil. The prospect of becoming stronger was all that mattered. The overwhelming power of Vegeta and Goku had deeply wounded him, igniting a profound loathing for his own weakness. Had he possessed immense strength? He could have rejected Shenron's teleportation just like Vegeta. How could he have been sent back upon his arrival on Namek? Such humiliation was intolerable. A battle power of 78,000 may have allowed him to dominate on Earth, yet before Goku, he was but an ant, easily crushed. How could the once mighty Demon King Piccolo, who had once fought Goku to a standstill, accept this grim reality? What must I do? Piccolo's response did not surprise the Elder, who remained the epitome of wisdom and enigma. Place your hand upon Slag's chest. I shall channel his malevolence into you. Your task is to maintain control of your true self. Following the Elder's instructions, Piccolo opened his palm, revealing sharp claws, and pressed down firmly upon Slag's chest. Prepare yourself. Here we go. A cacophony of sound erupted as a silvery light enveloped both Slag and Piccolo. The onlookers witnessed a surge of black energy flow into Piccolo's palm. With a thunderous roar, an astonishing aura erupted, sending a tempest through the forest, bending the trees low. 30 seconds later, the storm subsided, and Slag's presence diminished to that of a being similar in size to Naru, devoid of any trace of malevolence, radiating tranquility and serenity. In stark contrast, Piccolo was engulfed in black energy, letting forth a series of furious roars, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. Control this malevolence. Envision the ones you wish to protect. Reflect upon the emotions you felt when you sacrificed for them. No. I do not wish to harm Gohan. A surge of even more violent energy erupted from Piccolo, instantly sending the trees of the forest swaying perilously. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 24. The pitiful Doria Bick felt as though he were on the brink of explosion. All he desired was to wreak havoc, to obliterate everything that lay before his eyes. Whether living or inanimate, he sought to annihilate it all, just as he teetered on the edge of losing control. Son Gohan dashed forward and embraced Bick from behind. Pencil, pinholder, tube, bullet, slingshot. This was a word association game that Son Gohan played while training alongside Bick. Upon hearing this voice, Bick's menacing aura dissipated instantly, the darkness in his eyes receding like a tide. This voice represented the soul sanctuary within Bick's heart, a crucial element in regaining control over himself. With a deep exhale, he expelled the turbulent energy within him, achieving complete tranquility. He reached out, drawing Son Gohan from behind him to face him, meeting the boy's gaze with earnestness. Gohan. Thank you. Without you, Uncle Bick would have lost himself entirely. With tears brimming in his eyes, Son Gohan replied, I knew it. I always knew Uncle Bick could do it. Gently setting Son Gohan down, Bick clenched his fists, attuning himself to the immense power surging within. Incomprehensibly potent. Though uncertain if he could rival Son Goku at this moment, he undeniably sensed that he had become exponentially stronger. Frieza, you have merely transformed from 78,000 to 78 million. While the increase is noteworthy, you remain an inferior being, considering Shrag's immense power of 100 million. Piccolo has only managed to achieve an augmentation of 92 million, a considerable waste. However, the advantage of assimilation lies in the fact that Shrag has preserved his life. Moreover, Shrag has previously demonstrated remarkable strength. Even if he has embraced a more benevolent nature, he can gradually cultivate his power anew. After all, Shrag possesses a body with a baseline combat strength of 60 million, although his current power is a mere 400,000. Anyone with a combat strength below 50 million will find it impossible to breach his defenses. Doria was utterly terrified. The earth is truly formidable. I must return to the side of Lord Frieza. Woe is me. The sheer terror of Piccolo is evident, as Doria has been reduced to tears. Upon hearing the weeping, Piccolo cast a piercing gaze, causing Doria to freeze, paralyzed by fear. The elder spoke once more. He is a subordinate of Frieza, the most trusted sycophant, servant, so do not harm him. The terror of Frieza is beyond your comprehension. Goku and his companions cannot hope to defeat him. Piccolo understood that the elder's predictions would not falter, and that Frieza was not as indiscriminate in his slaughter as the Kai suggested. Out of respect for the elder and Frieza, he decided to spare Doria's life, albeit with the condition that before Frieza arrives on Earth, Doria must remain by Piccolo's side, laboring as a servant. Doria remains oblivious to the fate that awaits him, persistently expressing gratitude for the life-saving intervention of the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, events on Earth revert to their previous course, initially. The Dragon Balls of Earth are employed to resurrect the Namekian who fell victim to the hand of King Cold's minion. After 130 days, an attempt is made to revive Goku using the Namekian Dragon Balls, yet it proves futile, for Goku had never perished. Bulma, reminded by the Namekians, considers summoning Goku to Earth, but, akin to the original tale, her plea is declined. As for Vegeta, regrettably, he has yet to earn the acknowledgement of his peers and has faded into obscurity, even though he was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. This does not alter the reality of his situation. Consequently, the group abandons this approach, opting instead to resurrect Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Another 130 days pass before the Eternal Dragon is summoned once more. This time, the wish is straightforward. They learn that Goku and Vegeta are on Yard Rat, and subsequently, they discover that Frieza has returned to the ice planet. Ultimately, the Namekians utilize their final wish to transport them to a habitable planet devoid of humans. The conclusion remains one of collective joy, with Earth restored to a state of peace. On the new Namek, all the Namekians gather around the Grand Elder, who appears significantly aged. From this moment forth, Shrag shall be your new Grand Elder. I trust that under his guidance, our Namekian race shall experience a renaissance. With that proclamation, the Grand Elder's hand falls weakly, and tears glisten in Shrag's eyes. Now, Shrag embodies the purest form of kindness, his thoughts solely occupied with the flourishing of the Namekian lineage. On Earth, Doria toils arduously, laboring with his limbs to carve roads and mountains, only to have his earnings appropriated by Piccolo, who generously supports Gohan's family, as Gohan's voracious appetite proves too much for Chi-Chi to manage alone. As Gohan's uncle, Piccolo feels it is his duty to assist the child's family. Poor Doria works the hardest, yet his sustenance is scant, leading to a significant loss of weight. The sole consolation is that his combat power has risen to 50,000. Although still considered weak, it reflects the fruits of his training. His trainers are none other than Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Krillin, who have all surpassed the limits of Earthlings. Yamcha boasts a combat power of 45,000, Tien reaches 70,000, Kaiatsu achieves 40,000, and Krillin emerges as the strongest, soaring to 100,000, undeniably the foremost warrior on Earth. The era of Master Roshi is now a distant memory. Reflecting on the past, when the muscular Master Roshi could obliterate the moon with a Kamehameha wave, he has now transformed into a rather lecherous old man, surrounded by a legion of impressive disciples, making it impossible for him to remain humble. On this day, Frieza awoke from the depths of the icy layers of the ice planet. His combat power not only stabilized but surged once more to an astounding 600 million. 300 days had elapsed, and Frieza finally recalled what he had forgotten, that sycophant, Dodoria. With a sigh, he deemed it necessary to pay a visit to Earth. If Dodoria had not been vanquished by the Earthlings, he was likely still lingering there. Casting a glance at the doppelganger created by the Dragon Balls, which had successfully integrated Frieza's cells, he noted its strength was gradually escalating, now boasting a combat power of 100 million. However, once it surpassed the threshold of 100 million, the rate of increase had dwindled to a crawl. This meager combat power was evidently insufficient, leaving him with no choice but to continue nurturing it. His own advancement in combat prowess had been remarkably swift, and it seemed the doppelganger would struggle to catch up, a miscalculation on his part. The integration required equal combat power, otherwise, fusion was futile. If he were to diminish the doppelganger's strength to facilitate fusion, what would be the point? There was a risk that the fused entity would be weaker than the original. Well, he thought, perhaps it was best to continue fostering it. For who knows what miracles may yet unfold. Frieza vanished from his location, only to reappear on Earth, standing beside Piccolo. Chapter 25, Distorting Truths and Upside-Down Realities. Frieza found himself at a loss, as the distance proved insurmountable. The only presence he could sense on Earth was that of Piccolo. Throughout this period, Piccolo had not ceased his rigorous training, and his battle power had nearly approached 100 million. Although still lacking in comparison, he had certainly surpassed his original portrayal. This was largely thanks to the dedication of Slug. Upon seeing Dodoria, who had shed considerable weight, Frieza nearly failed to recognize his most loyal subordinate. Can one envision the once rotund Dodoria transformed into a chiseled figure adorned with 8 muscular abs? Were it not for Dodoria's distinctive skin tone and the remnants of his physique, now merely diminished, Frieza would have never guessed this individual was Dodoria. In that fleeting moment of recognition, Dodoria was overwhelmed with a torrent of grievances, tears cascading uncontrollably. Discarding the bun in his hand, he prepared to report back to his master. This bun, by the way, was a result of Gohan's compassion, as he could no longer bear to witness Dodoria's meager rations, prompting him to suggest an improvement to Piccolo. Otherwise, Frieza would have undoubtedly encountered Dodoria gnawing on scraps meant for swine. Ho ho ho, Dodoria. You appear far more pleasing to the eye than before. Those 8 abs are quite commendable. It seems you have been diligently honing your skills on Earth. Dodoria stood speechless, as did Piccolo. The latter's astonishment stemmed from being overwhelmed by Frieza's imposing aura. Having just finished his training, Frieza had yet to conceal his battle power. The staggering figure of 600 million nearly rendered Piccolo despondent. He had assumed that even if he fell short of Goku, he would not be far behind. Yet Frieza's presence struck him with an overwhelming force. Apart from Frieza's ability to probe, others could only gauge battle power through intuition. However, the disparity between them was palpably evident to Piccolo, who felt utterly crushed by Frieza's formidable strength. Dodoria's shock, on the other hand, stemmed from Frieza's recent words. As the number 1 sycophant, Dodoria immediately grasped the admiration conveyed in Frieza's statement. Lord Frieza, I am your most loyal subordinate. To avoid bringing you shame, I have tirelessly trained on Earth. I have willingly taken on all the arduous tasks, battled various opponents, slept merely 3 hours a night, and consumed the most unpalatable coarse grains. After nearly a year of relentless effort, I have achieved this commendable physique. Yet, upon seeing you again, I realize you are the sun in the heavens, while I am but the wild grass on Earth, nourished by your radiant light that allows me to thrive. Once more, Piccolo was astounded by Dodoria's unabashed flattery. No wonder the Grand Elder claims that Dodoria is Frieza's foremost sycophant. With such flattery, he would struggle to board a spaceship in time. Frieza was reveling in the lavish praises from Dodoria, feeling somewhat elated, when he suddenly noticed a mechanical fly approaching him. Contemplating a certain possibility, Frieza refrained from crushing the insect immediately. After it had collected his cells, he then dispatched it. The others were oblivious to the presence of the fly. They merely observed Frieza's expression momentarily stiffen before he waved his hand, causing his aura to diminish. Piccolo, initially believing that Frieza was about to engage him in combat, pondered how he might contact Elder Guru, hoping the Elder could devise a way to resurrect him using the Dragon Balls. However, before he could formulate a plan, Frieza's aura swiftly subsided, soon resembling that of Krillin's. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, Piccolo turned to Dodoria and remarked, Mr. Dodoria, since Lord Frieza has arrived, it would be prudent for you to conclude your training for now. I am certain that Lord Frieza requires your attention. Piccolo's sincere cooperation nearly brought Dodoria to tears of indignation. After enduring nearly a year of inhumane treatment, he found it utterly shameless for Piccolo to suggest such a thing. As if he were expected to express gratitude towards him, Dodoria was filled with resistance. Frieza, oblivious to the unfolding events, merely found Dodoria rather entertaining. Now, having discovered that Piccolo also possessed a certain charm, he resolved to play along. Dodoria, where has your courtesy vanished? You are my subordinate. Do you wish for others to claim I lack control over my subordinates? Frieza's gaze suddenly darkened, an involuntary chill emanating from him that sent a shiver down Dodoria's spine, nearly causing him to seize up. With a sharp clap, Dodoria abruptly brought his legs together and bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Piccolo, exclaiming his heartfelt gratitude. I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Piccolo, for the training regimen you have devised. Please accept my sincerest thanks. Piccolo was taken aback. He had entertained a somewhat unrealistic notion, merely intending to vex Dodoria, yet he never believed that Frieza would be oblivious to it. However, whether Frieza was aware or not remained uncertain to Piccolo. What he did know for certain was that Frieza had played along with his words. This king of the universe was nothing more than a grand deceiver. Even Bulma, that unreliable, whimsical girl, seemed more trustworthy. Bulma was indeed correct. Frieza could be quite amiable, though at times he appeared to disregard humanity altogether. It was evident that he was toying with his subordinates, a fiercely loyal subordinate at that. You are Piccolo, correct? I remember you. Your battle power was not so formidable back then. I wonder if some unforeseen events have transpired? With a mere gesture, Frieza conjured forth a table and a chair from the depths of his storage space. Upon the table lay a platter of fruit, specifically the exquisite fruits of the Tree of Might. He tossed one to Dodoria, considering it a small indulgence for his subordinate, an illustration of the art of benevolent rule. Sit. Frieza sat nonchalantly on the sole chair, yet insisted that Piccolo take a seat as well. Where, one might wonder, was Piccolo supposed to sit? On the floor, or perhaps on the table? Piccolo felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table in protest. However, he refrained. For not everyone possesses the audacity of a crow, capable of flipping tables at whim. He was acutely aware that should he dare to make even the slightest move towards such an action, he would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. In truth, Frieza harbored no such intentions, yet his imposing demeanor instilled in Piccolo a sense of trepidation. His exceedingly malevolent appearance rendered any semblance of friendliness utterly futile. Frieza merely wishes to express that Piccolo is rather superficial, for judging others by their appearance is not a notion befitting a mature individual. Is it not a matter of disrespect to refuse to take a seat when offered? Frieza seized a fruit from the Tree of Might and unceremoniously tossed it into his mouth, akin to the gluttonous Jubaiji devouring a ginseng fruit, devoid of any aesthetic grace. Although the fruit bore little utility for him, its flavor was rather pleasant, at least quenching his thirst. Chapter 26. The wealth of Bulma as family. Ultimately, Piccolo chose to sit down, though beneath him lay nothing but emptiness. Outwardly, he maintained a relaxed and composed posture. Frieza, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly obliterated a platter of 5 spirit tree fruits, and then, with an air of gentlemanly demeanor, gestured dismissively. Does Mr. Piccolo not have a fondness for fruit? Piccolo nearly lost his composure. You could have invited me to partake before you finished, but you said nothing. Would I dare to indulge? Now, having consumed it all, you blame me for my lack of appetite? He conceded. Indeed, I do not particularly enjoy fruit. A mere sip of water suffices for me. With that, Piccolo resolved to shift the conversation. Initially, we were returned to Earth by the eternal dragon Piranha. And in a moment of vulnerability for Shrag, the Grand Elder seized the opportunity to bind him using the secret techniques of our clan. Frieza narrowed his eyes, sensing that the towering elder was concealing something. Your Majesty Frieza, please do not misunderstand. This secret technique is only effective for our kind. Piccolo, nearly frightened into a heart attack, quickly rose to his feet to clarify. Frieza nodded, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, and once again invited Piccolo to take a seat. Do not be agitated. Please, sit down. We have ample time, he declared. Dodoria, prepare some tea. With a resigned sigh, Piccolo levitated gracefully into a seated position, while Dodoria discreetly departed, needing to fetch a kettle. After all, one cannot boil water with mere hands. Piccolo cast a glance at the vanishing Dodoria, inhaled deeply, and continued. With the assistance of the Grand Elder, I absorbed the malevolent thoughts of Slug. Since Slug's formidable power largely stemmed from those wicked notions, I reaped significant benefits as well. Subsequently, with the aid of the dragon, we resurrected the deceased inhabitants of Earth, restoring peace to the planet once more. through diligent training during this period. I have attained my current level of strength. Piccolo chose to remain silent regarding any matters pertaining to Dodoria, since Frieza had gently let the matter go. He saw no reason to provoke further conflict. Frieza nodded thoughtfully. Although the narrative had undergone certain alterations, the overall circumstances remained relatively unchanged in his absence. Analyzing the recently emerged mechanical insect, it would not be long before the formidable Trunks made his appearance, and the androids were also expected to manifest 3 years hence. Initially, Frieza contemplated inquiring whether a character named Kalik II had surfaced during this period, but upon reflection, he deemed such triviality unworthy of concern. Were Goku and Vegeta not back yet? Piccolo shook his head, revealing that their summoning of the Eternal Dragon had not brought the two back. They had only learned that the pair was on a planet known as Yardrat. Frieza pondered for a moment. It was his design to send Goku and Vegeta to Yardrat, and it seemed both had mastered the art of instant transmission there. Very well, I appreciate your honesty in conveying this information, and in light of your candor, I shall overlook your actions regarding Dodoria. Frieza concluded his statement with a dismissive wave of his hand, causing all the tables and chairs to vanish. How can you still be seated when my chair has been taken away? Exclaimed Piccolo, but before he could react further, Frieza had already soared away, presumably heading towards West City. Piccolo remained in his seated position, his face turning a deep shade of green from frustration, yet he could only endure it, for his strength paled in comparison. Poor Dodoria, having finally retrieved the kettle for boiling water, returned only to be greeted by Piccolo's green visage. Where's Lord Frieza? Dodoria lamented his unfortunate fate, serving a master prone to vanishing at any moment, his heart heavy with weariness. This time, Piccolo did not impose restrictions on Dodoria's freedom. Instead, he gestured towards the west, stating, if I am not mistaken, Frieza is likely heading to Bulma's residence. After all, it is said that their relationship was quite amicable during their time on Namek. Elated, Dodoria tossed the kettle aside and ascended into the sky, racing towards Bulma's home. Mere seconds later, Dodoria returned, retrieving the kettle he had discarded, and promptly resumed his pursuit of Lord Frieza. Piccolo could only watch, his eyes twitching in disbelief. Bulma's home, situated in the heart of West City, was a half-spherical structure that occupied a significant portion of the city. After all, her family was among the wealthiest on the entire planet. The staggering profits from the Capsule Corporation were evident. Within her abode, Bulma was engrossed in her research on the gravity chamber and spacecraft, topics currently being explored by Dr. Briefs. Naturally, the prodigious Bulma was deeply invested in this endeavor. However, she held an advantage over Dr. Briefs. She did not require a staircase. She could effortlessly float in the air, observing her work from any angle. Suddenly, a ghastly face loomed before her, and despite her ability to fly, she was startled enough to tumble to the ground. Frieza's visage frequently haunted Bulma's nightmares, and as time passed, the memories became increasingly vivid. This was not love, rather, it was an affliction induced by Frieza's terrifying countenance and piercing gaze. Frieza? Frieza, what brings you to Earth? Upon realizing that the figure before her was indeed Frieza, Bulma, who often awoke in terror from her nightmares, found herself surprisingly less afraid. She hastily rose from the ground, seizing Frieza's hand, first scrutinizing his eyes, then his square ears, and finally his elongated tail. It was unmistakable. This was the genuine Frieza. Wild. Ho ho ho. Miss Bulma, it seems you are rather excited about my arrival. Bulma rolled her eyes and retorted, how could I not be excited? Speak quickly. Have you imprisoned Goku? Otherwise, why hasn't he returned? Frieza contemplated various possibilities for a reunion with this individual, yet he never anticipated such a scenario. Suddenly, a wave of irritation washed over him. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, surely, you are not the kind of person to behave this way. This is your first visit to my abode, is it not? Come, allow me to treat you to a lavish feast. Lord Frieza. Oh, mighty Lord Frieza, you cannot simply abandon me like this. Frieza had yet to respond to Bulma's inquiry when Dodoria, that ever-persistent shadow, hurriedly followed him. Casting a disdainful glance at Dodoria, he refrained from dismissing him with a kick. This fellow had not enjoyed a proper meal in over a year, and Frieza, feeling a twinge of sympathy, resolved to treat him to a sumptuous feast as a reward for his unwavering loyalty. Bulma held no reservations about Dodoria's presence. After all, with her resources, she could easily accommodate not only Frieza and Dodoria, but even a voracious eater like Son Goku, should he arrive in numbers. The trio made their way to Bulma's dining room, where dozens of chefs in crisp uniforms busily prepared an array of culinary delights. ensuring that the family could indulge in gourmet meals at any moment. The extravagance on display was indeed a testament to the wealth of the most affluent family on the planet. Dodoria's eyes gleamed with hunger, and he swallowed hard. Yet he remained rooted in place, unwilling to partake before Frieza made the first move. Go ahead, eat as you please, but remember, those 8-pack abs are off limits. Dodoria seemed to receive this as a royal decree, promptly nodding and expressing his gratitude with fervor. Thus, the dining room erupted into a pink whirlwind of activity. The reason for Dodoria's previous corpulence was now abundantly clear. Chapter 27. The ultimate challenge approaches. The Earth of Dragon Ball remained a harmonious place, home to an array of peculiar species such as werewolves, bearmen, and bird people, all coexisting alongside humanity. Although Frieza is reluctant to admit it, he indeed benefits from the influence of this group. Thus, despite his and Dodoria's rather unconventional nature, there is little hostility directed towards them. Of course, this is contingent upon Frieza donning his sunglasses. Otherwise, many would likely be struck with heart palpitations at the mere sight of him. The shelves of the pharmacy would be swiftly emptied of emergency heart pills, and the police, riding on their flying motorcycles, would certainly pursue him, imposing charges of intimidation. However, Frieza does not venture out often. He typically resides within the gravity chamber specially tailored for him by Bulma. This chamber can simulate up to 1,000 times Earth's gravity, though Frieza currently utilizes only 500 times, a level that Vegeta employed during his training in the Majin Buu saga. As for Dodoria, regrettably, anyone daring to enter would undoubtedly be crushed into a pulp. During this period, Dodoria's combat prowess has significantly increased. Frieza often playfully lashes out with his tail, referring to it as Frieza-style training. Remarkably, this approach has proven effective, and Dodoria has now attained a combat power of 300,000. No longer the easy target he once was for the likes of Krillin and others. With the assistance of the gravity chamber, Frieza's strength surged at an astonishing rate. Upon sensing the formidable aura of future Trunks, his combat power had already surpassed 800 million. Moreover, the gravity chamber possessed an additional remarkable benefit. It enabled Frieza to stabilize his combat prowess without the need to return to the ice planet for equilibrium. Consequently, Frieza decided to take up residence on Earth. However, he could not afford to neglect the affairs of the Frieza Force. For the destruction of certain insignificant planets was a task assigned to him by the god of destruction, Beerus. Unfortunately, Frieza could not afford to offend Beerus at this juncture, and thus resorted to having Dodoria manage operations from afar. After experiencing the fruitful results of Frieza's unique training methods, Dodoria was utterly unwilling to part ways with Frieza, no matter the circumstances. Frieza, in his usual manner, allowed Dodoria to take the lead. As Beerus had not imposed any strict requirements, destruction was all that mattered. To neither praise nor condemn, it is evident that Frieza has been unjustly scapegoated. All his actions were dictated by Beerus's demands, yet he is labeled a villain of unparalleled wickedness. Today, after concluding his rigorous trainings, Frieza reached a power level of 800 million, only to find himself encountering an insurmountable barrier. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not swiftly augment his strength any further. Having experimented with higher gravitational environments, he remained at a standstill regarding this limitation, prompting him to take a respite. At that opportune moment, Frieza detected the presence of the formidable Trunks. Although the aura was unfamiliar, it unmistakably bore the hallmark of a Saiyan, undeniably belonging to Trunks. This sensation was not exclusive to Frieza. Others on Earth sensed it too. Consequently, all warriors, in unison, set their course toward Trunks' location. While Frieza could have teleported there instantly, he chose to bide his time, allowing Dodoria to observe the unfolding spectacle first, having just completed his training. A bath was in order. As for attire, Frieza deemed it unnecessary, believing his natural form sufficed. Once his power reached a certain threshold, he would naturally undergo a transformation. After indulging in a cleansing bath and shaving his non-existent beard, Frieza finally teleported to Trunks' side. Trunks, already in a state of bewilderment, was further shaken when Piccolo and others revealed that Frieza had never been defeated and had resided on Earth for quite some time. The revelation shattered Trunks' perception of reality. Particularly upon witnessing his mother approaching in flight, his worldview crumbled. His mother possessed martial prowess? Her power level reached 1,000? This surpassed even the formidable King Piccolo. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? When Frieza appeared beside him, Trunks' confusion reached its zenith. Overwhelmed by the day's revelations, he transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant, drawing his sword from his back and unleashing a fierce strike toward Frieza. Frieza's scarlet pupils instantaneously emitted two beams of lethal energy, shattering Date's longsword into countless fragments. Casting a glance at Bulma, Frieza coolly remarked, "Your son has not been properly trained. Allow me to discipline him." Bulma appeared utterly bewildered, while everyone else wore expressions of contemplation. Date, consumed by rage, discarded the remnants of his sword and raised his fists to strike at Frieza. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Date was flung away by Frieza's tail, crashing into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. This is rather unfortunate. I am an advocate for environmental preservation and typically avoid trampling on greenery. How could I inflict such devastation upon nature? With a swift kick to Date's back, he was propelled into the sky, transforming into a fleeting star before vanishing from sight. Date had emerged, and it wouldn't be long before Sun Wukong returned. He had previously possessed a battle power of 300 million. One wonders how much stronger he has become now. As soon as Frieza finished his incantation, Sun Wukong materialized, grasping the shoulder of the Great T. It turned out that Sun Wukong had sensed the fierce battle between Frieza and an unfamiliar adversary, fearing that the Earth might be obliterated in the chaos. Unable to contain his urgency, he employed his instant transmission technique. First, he rescued the Great T, who was on the brink of breaking through the atmosphere, and then, in another flash, he appeared before Frieza. Frieza gazed down at the unconscious form of the colossal T, engulfed in profound disappointment. A mere battle power of 260 million, who had bestowed upon him the audacity to challenge his supremacy, with such a paltry degree of strength. How dared he lash out in emotional turmoil? Were it not for Bulma being your mother, and the considerable affection I had extended towards her, that kick would have sent you straight to the underworld. I wonder, in this dimension, does a soul that perishes return to the future? Alas, why ponder so deeply? Goku, you learned instant transmission from the Yardrat people, did you not? Why is it that you were the only one to return first? Upon encountering Frieza, Goku raised his hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hi," while simultaneously gauging T's energy. "Our spaceship will not reach Earth for another 3 hours. Vegeta has not mastered instant transmission, but he has acquired another skill, relocation." Vegeta erupted in fury. "Damn it, Kakarot, you've sold out my secrets and even stole my words. We must settle this in battle." Relocation? Could it be that Husu had concealed something from me back then? Frieza pondered in his mind, contemplating the possibility of the situation. "Your Majesty, Frieza," pleaded Husu, "I am wronged. The technique of teleportation was derived from Vegeta's instantaneous movement. That fellow is indeed a combat genius." After assessing Goku's combat power, it was determined to be 2 million in his normal state. Upon transformation, it multiplies by 50, resulting in approximately 450 million. "Hello, everyone," Goku greeted, noticing Frieza's silence, and turned to chat with his comrades on Earth. As for Dode, who lay on the ground, he had not suffered a fatal injury. He merely fainted, causing little concern. Chapter 28. What am I called? With Goku's return, joy enveloped everyone, momentarily setting aside Frieza's earlier remarks. Why was this enigmatic youth Bulma's son? Did it truly matter? Nothing was more significant than Goku's safe return. What have you been up to on Yardrat for the past year? Did you find a new wife? A group turned to Yamcha, leaving him scratching his head. It was merely a jest. There was no need for such a reaction. Goku scratched his head too. Although Chi-Chi was a bit fiery, her cooking was undeniably delicious. The group fell to the ground, realizing that this was indeed the Goku they knew, carefree and straightforward. Even after his considerable power increase and transformation into a Super Saiyan. After a year apart, there was much to say, especially for Krillin, who shared a close bond with Goku. Yet, the most significant figure remained Gohan, Goku's son, who, after a year of strict discipline under Chi-Chi, yearned to join his father on adventures. Perhaps it was the Saiyan genes. Every Saiyan possessed an inherent inclination towards battle and activity. As they reminisced over their separation, 2 spherical spacecraft appeared in the sky, identical to the one Vegeta had used upon his arrival on Earth. "Everyone, step back. This is my and Vegeta's spaceship, and it is about to land," Goku announced, and no one doubted him, not even Frieza, who cautiously distanced himself. His appearance alone ensured no one wished to stand beside him, except for Dodoria, who would always position himself behind Frieza, ever ready for rigorous training. Boom, boom. The sound of 2 consecutive impacts resonated as the spacecraft landed smoothly. Once again, the group gathered around. "Uncle Piccolo, that spaceship has legs," exclaimed Gohan innocently, causing everyone to realize, had no one attended to the fainted mysterious individual? What was his name again? Frieza claimed to be Bulma's son? Is there any truth to this? Help! Unanimously, everyone rushed to the edge of the spaceship, especially Son Goku, who effortlessly hurled the spherical vessel into the air. Although Daz was in a dire situation, having been buried beneath the ground except for his feet, he was still a Super Saiyan, and the impact of the ship posed no real threat to him. It was Frieza's brutal kick that had been excessively overwhelming. The throne spacecraft erupted in a spectacular explosion. Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, emanated a murderous glare. Kakarot. In an instant, Vegeta vanished without a trace, so much so that even Frieza could not discern his disappearance. However, following the energy signature, Frieza glanced behind Son Goku, where Vegeta, adorned with a flame-shaped golden hairstyle, suddenly appeared and delivered a swift kick to Goku's rear. This maneuver was all too familiar to Goku, having been ambushed by Vegeta countless times before. Initially, Goku was able to sense Vegeta's energy rapidly, yet he often failed to react in time. Eventually, Goku developed an instinctive habit. Whenever Vegeta vanished, he would immediately vacate the area. After all, Vegeta did not always aim for his backside. True to form, as Vegeta disappeared, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and took flight. Though Goku managed to escape, the unfortunate Daz, whom Goku had just rescued from the pit, bore the brunt of his father's kick. Poor Daz, having barely recovered from nearly being sent out of the atmosphere by Frieza, was now propelled into the sky once more. Fortunately, Vegeta had no intention of causing real harm. At the moment of impact, he retracted 99 of his power, resulting in a mere 0. One of his combat strength making contact with Daz. Even at that diminished level, a Super Saiyan's power still equated to hundreds of thousands. Far more painful than being struck by a spacecraft. Consequently, Daz was jolted awake, filled with rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan once again. He glared furiously at Frieza in the distance. Frieza, that kick was delivered by your father. What is the meaning of your glare? In the brief span of moments, 3 Super Saiyans have emerged here, their immense energy causing the very atmosphere to shift. The once clear sky is now shrouded in ominous clouds, threatening a tempest at any moment. Enveloped by the darkened sky, Frieza suddenly recalled a classic line. It's thundering, it's raining, time to gather the laundry. Daz, poised to charge at Frieza once more, was abruptly halted by Vegeta. State your identity. How did you achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta surmised that he too must be a Saiyan, for how else could he have attained such a form? Goku returned, gazing in astonishment at Daz's Super Saiyan transformation. Impossible. The only surviving Saiyans are us two, along with your half-breed son. Moreover, his hair isn't black, and his hairstyle is incorrect. Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, articulating reasons as to why Daz could not possibly be a Saiyan. Yet, the fact that he can transform into a Super Saiyan leaves one perplexed. Goku continued to dismantle the argument. So, who exactly are you? Daz felt a sense of despair, his expression reflecting a defeated demeanor, which only served to further irritate Vegeta. At this moment, Frieza had already set up a beach chair and a small round table, sipping on watermelon bubble tea while enjoying the spectacle before him. Daz, 260 million. Vegeta, 400 million. Goku, 450 million. How amusing. In the original narrative, Vegeta would not transform at this point, and Goku's power was merely 280 million. Slightly surpassing Daz, but still considerably limited. However, in the present scenario, both Vegeta and Goku could easily overpower Daz. What kind of sparks will fly between them? I call myself Harry Potter Conan. Although Daz felt that this timeline had descended into chaos, he remained apprehensive that uttering his name might somehow affect his own origins. Puff. Upon hearing that name, Frieza promptly expelled the watermelon bubble he had been holding in his mouth. How formidable is Frieza's power? A seemingly feeble watermelon wave was launched towards Piccolo and the others. Suddenly, the air erupted with a cacophony of chaos, punctuated by cries of distress and exclamations of anger. Bulma, petite in stature and obscured by Tien's form due to the angle, turned to him with a puzzled expression. What is happening here? Have you been ambushed? Oh, did you just get splattered with watermelon juice? Chapter 29. The conflict triggered by the watermelon wave. Nothing to worry about. Just a little slip of the tongue, please. Continue to watch the spectacle. Frieza offered a brief explanation, having unwittingly incurred the ire of the crowd. The onlookers glanced at Frieza, then contemplated their own pain from the watermelon wave, ultimately opting to refocus on the Saiyan monkeys, particularly Goku and his companions. Bulma, however, was different. Her boldness was matched only by her affluence. She promptly produced a capsule, and with a resounding pop, a refrigerator materialized. Upon opening the door, it revealed a plethora of watermelon waves. Come, come. Everyone, taste this. It is Mr. Frieza's latest invention, and quite delightful. Gohan was the first to approach, inserting a straw and taking a hearty sip, only to rub the bump on the back of his head where he had been struck by the watermelon wave. Gulp. Goku turned back to his friends, who were engrossed in the unfolding drama while sipping their beverages, feeling a pang of envy. Hey, Harry Potter Conan, why don't you play with Vegeta for a bit? I'm going to grab a drink. Oh, Vegeta, don't worry, I'll save you a cup. But be gentle, he looks a bit fragile, don't accidentally hurt him. Vegeta, watching Goku turn away and revert from his transformation, was instantly incensed. Kakarot. Goku, intrigued, turned back with a quizzical head tilt. Vegeta growled, at least leave 3 cups. Goku collapsed to the ground, followed closely by Dend, while Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Gohan, and others, who had merely been bystanders, all simultaneously spewed out watermelon waves. Fortunately, their output lacked the ferocity of Frieza's, leaving only a few small craters on the ground. Frieza laughed to the point of near discomfort. The one suffering the most was Dodoria. As Frieza's subordinate, he was forbidden from laughing, even if something was exceedingly humorous. He could only succumb to laughter if he truly could no longer contain himself. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Oh ha-ha-ha. As Frieza cast a glance, Dodoria immediately shuddered, silencing his laughter. However, his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and his abdomen convulsed rhythmically, each of his 8-pack abs quivering in a synchronized manner. Initially, it seemed that the situation had escalated to a point where conflict would be avoided, and the gathering would instead indulge in summer refreshments. Yet, events seldom unfold as anticipated. Suddenly, a resounding explosion, louder than thunder, erupted as Vegeta engaged in combat with Goku. The rhythmic sounds of their clash reverberated through the air, bang, bang, each impact resonating like a drumbeat. The sky echoed with thunderous booms as they exchanged blows, not merely producing sonic booms, but also unleashing waves of pressure that swept through the atmosphere. The breeze felt rather pleasant. Sipping on an ice-cold watermelon bubble tea while enjoying the refreshing wind offered a uniquely delightful experience. Frieza's words garnered the unanimous approval of all. Dodoria, moved to tears, nodded fervently while gnawing on a straw. After enduring much hardship, he was finally bestowed a cup of watermelon boba, vowing henceforth to serve Frieza with unwavering loyalty until his last breath. The battle persisted, and his son Wukong remarked, although Date could transform into a Super Saiyan, he paled in comparison to the others. Merely 2 minutes later, Vegeta grew impatient, having initially believed Date was concealing his true strength, only to discover that he was genuinely weak. You've delayed my drink, you must be punished. With a flurry of slaps, Date crouched on the ground, nursing his sore backside. Vegeta disdainfully washed his hands with ice cubes from the refrigerator, ignoring son Wukong's gaze as he unceremoniously grabbed 5 cups of watermelon boba. Vegeta, you claimed you needed 3 cups. Son Wukong, holding a cup in each hand, took a large sip upon witnessing Vegeta's actions. He swallowed the contents of his mouth in one gulp, his throat swelling momentarily. Don't think I haven't noticed. Kakarot, you're already on your 4th cup. A collective sigh of disbelief washed over the crowd. What peculiar rivalry compelled these two to compete over such trivialities? Consequently, Vegeta and son Wukong commenced a watermelon boba drinking contest, leaving onlookers both amused and exasperated. Just look at that disparity. Even at their formidable levels, they still sought to outdo one another. Inspired, Piccolo and the others joined in the boba drinking competition, swiftly depleting the entire supply from the refrigerator. A gust of wind swept through, leaving Date, forgotten by the crowd, to ponder the meaning of his existence. What had driven him to traverse this realm? Was it merely to be beaten? Was it to receive a spanking from his father? Or to witness them squabble over beverages? That watermelon boba appeared quite delectable, didn't it? You must be thirsty too. Please, drink up. I saved some just for you. Bulma's gentle, sweet, and understanding words made Date yearn to weep. How comforting it was to have a mother, whether from this timeline or his original one, who always reserved a portion of delicious treats for him. Gulp, gulp. Delightful. He exclaimed, thank you, Mom. Huh? Oh no. In a moment of excitement, he instinctively cried out. What now? Alas. The poor child had been rendered foolish by the violent antics of Frieza and Vegeta. Bulma gazed at Date with compassion, her heart aching. Child, stop pretending. Who are you? And how can you transform into a Super Saiyan? With a swift motion of his hand, Vegeta summoned forth a chaotic array of empty cups scattered at his feet, obliterating them with a display of sheer power. His hair, soaring towards the heavens, exuded an air of proud defiance. Oh, how delightful! In an instant, Vegeta was covered in goosebumps, yet he resolutely maintained his arms-crossed stance. Though he may not possess the strength to prevail, his unwavering attitude of fearlessness must remain intact. Frieza approached slowly, accompanied by an aura of grandeur that was truly formidable. Dodoria followed closely behind, still clutching a substantial portion of the watermelon boba granted by Lord Frieza. Reluctant to indulge in it excessively, Frieza, the fury radiating from Doria was palpable as he nearly crushed the boba cup in his grasp. Please call me Harry Potter, Conan. However, his earlier bravado dissipated, and now Doria merely wished to ensure his own future existence, leaving all else aside. Creak. Frieza halted his steps. A smile that was both enigmatic and unsettling gracing his features as he regarded Daito. This expression, however, sent shivers down the spines of the warriors merely observing. Bulma had grown accustomed to it, her immunity well established over time. Yet, she understood that whenever Frieza donned such a countenance, it was never without ulterior motives. Although she had never witnessed him passing gas or squatting, Chapter 30 foretold the emergence of terrifying androids 3 years hence. Conan, how old are you this year? Where has Lon sold you off to? Everyone responded. Frieza was taken aback, seemingly having lost track of the narrative. Ahem. Conan, is it not time for you to reveal the purpose of your visit? This antics have persisted for several chapters if we continue to meander. Not only the readers, but even Frieza himself will find it unbearable. After all, I, Frieza, am the true protagonist here. And my presence has been rather negligible in these recent episodes. I neither engage in battles, nor seek the Dragon Balls, nor do I train, yet here I am, pretending to be a formidable figure with such meager combat prowess. My power level stands at 800 million. Am I not entitled to some arrogance? I could single-handedly crush the 3 of you. Is that too much to boast about? Even with watermelon bobo, I have only sipped a single cup. Am I, Frieza, incensed? Very well, I am indeed irked, for this was my invention, and yet you all seem to partake more than I. Ahem, it appears I have digressed once more. Frieza, run away, you fool. I am the protagonist. If I wish to vent my frustrations, how can that be deemed irrelevant? Tete awkwardly scratched his head. Although he found this realm somewhat perplexing, there was little difference aside from Frieza not being an adversary in Vegeta's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Well, these are trivial matters. Whether I, Tete, can be born is of utmost importance. Conan will remain as he is. Greetings, everyone. I have come here to convey an important message. Do not inquire how I possess this knowledge. I cannot elucidate it. The crowd was left in confusion, questioning what he was actually trying to convey. Come on, continue. Frieza's sinister gaze was quite displeasing. Without your words, how could the plot unfold? Approximately 3 years hence. On the morning of May 12th at 10 o'clock, a formidable duo will emerge on an island located 9 kilometers to the southwest. Vegeta interrupted Dote's narrative, disdainfully retorting, Formidable? Can they surpass me? Dote paused, seemingly realizing that the future androids truly lacked the strength of their progenitor. If I were to gauge their power against mine, it seems any one of them would only be marginally stronger than I. As he continued, Dote's voice diminished. He could distinctly sense that Vegeta surpassed him by a significant margin, and perhaps Mr. Goku was even more powerful than his own father. Moreover, that smirking Frieza appeared to be quite wary of his own father. Speaking of which, didn't Frieza just give me a thorough beating? If that were the case, Frieza's power must have exceeded what it was originally thought to be. With such individuals on Earth, could the androids truly stir up a tempest? I thought it was something of great consequence. Although I don't comprehend how you know of events 3 years hence, according to your assertion, this so-called duo seems rather inconsequential. Bulma was particularly invested in this matter, as it pertained to Earth, her homeland, and thus felt it prudent to inquire further. Conan, please elaborate on who they are. Are they extraterrestrials? Upon mentioning extraterrestrials, Bulma glanced at Frieza, seemingly recognizing him as the leader among aliens. Do not look at me. Just remember to reimburse me for the agent fee of watermelon bobo. Turning away, Bulma chose to ignore Frieza's avaricious demeanor. As Dodoria, the foremost sycophant, witnessed Bulma disregard his master, he was immediately incensed. How dare you? Subsequently, Dodoria's head was buried in the ground, emitting only muffled sounds of protest. Frieza's tail gently descended, signaling to everyone to disregard him. Dote was drenched in sweat, yet he dared not speak out. They were not extraterrestrials. They were androids crafted by Dr. Gero, designed solely for the annihilation of humanity. They had slain Mr. Vegeta, and they had extinguished Piccolo's life. With Piccolo's demise, the Dragon God vanished, rendering the Dragon Balls useless. Reduced to mere stone, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and others had all fallen victim to these androids, and ultimately, even Son Gohan had perished. Upon hearing the news of his own demise from Dot's lips, everyone wore a peculiar expression. Yet, here they stood, perfectly well, having just indulged in some refreshments. At that moment, Dot recalled the watermelon-flavored drink in his hand. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on him, he hastily bit down on the straw and took a blissful sip. The watermelon beverage possessed the power to lighten the mood. The atmosphere began to brighten once more. After all, who could truly predict the veracity of future events? Moreover, the androids had been declared less formidable than Vegeta, so what was there to fear? Wait, what about me? You mentioned their deaths, yet you didn't elaborate on mine. Son Goku suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed Conan had not mentioned his fate. How could he, an android, not have participated in battle? Dot was momentarily taken aback. Choking on the watermelon drink, Goku was actually curious about how he had met his end. After a fit of coughing, Dot retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Mr. Goku, you did not take part in the battle. 2 years hence, you will succumb to a condition known as viral heart disease, leaving you with no opportunity to engage in combat. Dot was already aware of the group's eccentricities and continued without awaiting Goku's response. This is a miraculous remedy for heart disease. If you take it when symptoms manifest, you shall be unharmed. Having said this in one breath, Dot felt as though he might collapse from the strain. This infuriating time-space continuum was unbearable. He wished to leave it behind in an instant. He would rather return to his own timeline and confront the androids than endure this group of individuals any longer. It was far too mentally taxing. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He eagerly produced a capsule containing the time machine and hurled it into the distance. Boom. A time-traveling device, capable of accommodating only one person, materialized. Oh ho ho ho. Wait, I'm rather curious about this machine. Bulma, you should examine it and create one for me as well. Boom. Before Dot could even board, the time machine reverted to its capsule form, seized by Frieza's hand. Frieza, return my capsule. The future still needs me. I cannot remain here. In a moment of urgency, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a resounding crash, the world fell silent as Frieza swept him away with a flick of his tail. The things I desire are not yours to meddle with. You have 3 days to unravel the principles behind it. Otherwise, you may as well take your own life. With a flourish, Frieza tossed a capsule to Bulma and vanished into thin air. Indeed, he had disappeared without a trace. However, everyone had grown accustomed to Frieza's elusive manner. There was little left to say. Goku, what skills did you acquire on planet Yardrat? The Eternal Dragon only mentioned that you were honing new abilities there. Please, share them with us. Son Wukong scratched his nose, unable to refuse Krillin's request. It's nothing much, just a technique known as instant transmission. As long as you can sense a person's energy, you can swiftly teleport to their side. By the way, Frieza just vanished using instant transmission. Where has Frieza gone? He has arrived at the planet Yardrat, seeking the one who initially taught him instant transmission and the transformation known as the supernova, the esteemed guru. Chapter 31. A talent beyond superhuman. Frieza, the formidable entity capable of silencing the cries of children, suddenly materialized beside Husu, catching him off guard and compelling him to prematurely conclude the battle. Ah, Husu, you seem to be in high spirits. Are you intent on savoring every fleeting moment before your demise? Husu, mindful of the overwhelming power of Frieza, who could obliterate planets with a mere gesture, dared not show any disrespect. Xiao Dai, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with our esteemed guest. In a flurry, Husu donned his attire, while Xiao Dai, visibly displeased, could only clutch her blanket and flee. Intimidated by Frieza's fearsome visage, I wonder what brings the illustrious Frieza here in the dead of night. Is there any way I might be of service? Just months prior, he had dealt with 2 troublesome Saiyans, and now Frieza had graced him with yet another visit. Alas, the fate of Yardrat seemed grim. Recalling the devastation wrought by the battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta, Husu felt a twinge of frustration. While those areas were uninhabited, the once pristine oval planet had been marred by a significant indentation. If the inhabitants did not tirelessly seek materials to mend the damage, this celestial body would inevitably face cataclysm. You are aware of my utter disdain for deception, are you not? What is the nature of Vegeta's teleportation? Husu recalled that he had already addressed this matter. Very well, if the esteemed Frieza desires my account, I shall oblige. This tale begins a year ago, on a day when the sky was clear and blue, with Xiao Dai and I. Frieza's scarlet gaze swept across, revealing 2 unfathomable chasms beside Husu, leaving one to ponder whether the planet's core had been compromised. Yet, at this moment, Hyusu had no time to dwell on such concerns. He was so terrified that his very soul felt fragmented, collapsing to the ground in abject fear. Although Hyusu was indeed the most formidable individual on planet Adralat, his combat prowess was still a mere 80,000, hardly a figure to be compared to the likes of Frieza. Great King, have I erred in any way? After a considerable struggle, Hyusu finally managed to gather his scattered wits, trembling as he posed the pivotal question. My second greatest disdain is for those who indulge in excessive verbiage. Frieza, indifferent to the fate of Hyusu and Xiaodai, bore no interest in their struggles. Even in the midst of their fierce battle, his demeanor remained placid, tinged with a hint of aversion. The root of his discontent lay in his own impotence, an anguish so profound that it gnawed at him relentlessly. Cursed truck, you may crash into anyone. Yet why must you target me? Let us discuss the matter of relocation. Hyusu, now devoid of any mischievous intentions, had abandoned the thought of feigning misfortune, as he feared that if Frieza were to be in a good mood, he might take it upon himself to deal with Vegeta and Goku. At this juncture, Hyusu dared not provoke this more fearsome deity, believing that Xiaodia's earlier use of mugwort had indeed borne fruit. Relocation was, in essence, a mutated form of instantaneous movement. While he could not achieve long-distance teleportation, he could maneuver back and forth within the confines of his line of sight. Compared to instantaneous movement, relocation was far more suited for combat scenarios. Over millennia, few had grasped the art of relocation from the principles of instantaneous movement. However, those who did were unparalleled in their prowess, capable of vanquishing foes far beyond their own level with ease. Having concluded his explanation, Hyusu cast a cautious glance at Frieza. His eyes filled with a pitiable appeal. Frieza felt quite uncomfortable under his gaze, yet he refrained from resorting to violence, his expression darkening considerably. Are you implying that Vegeta's talent exceeds my own? A man's fury can spill blood in mere moments. A king's wrath, however, can nearly shatter the very fabric of space. Hyusu, witnessing the vanishing house, curled up in fear. What misfortune! My newly purchased home has vanished just like that. Great King, please temper your anger. I am not your servant, but I assure you, your talent is undoubtedly the highest in the universe. You simply had not contemplated this direction at the time. Oh. Frieza contemplated for a moment, realizing that he had indeed been influenced by the original narrative. His sole focus had been on mastering instant transmission, completely neglecting other possibilities. The crux of the matter was that he had grasped the technique with astonishing swiftness. Before Hyusu had even finished explaining the principles, he had already perfected it. Who, in their right mind, would ponder other avenues? Please articulate the thought process behind the technique of teleportation. Yet, Hyusu found himself at a loss to fulfill Frieza's request. Alas, my lord, each individual who comprehends the art of teleportation possesses a unique perspective, one that cannot be adequately conveyed by outsiders. This assertion, indeed, bore an air of sophistication. Thus, Frieza meticulously reflected on the principles of instant transmission. Frieza materialized in the vicinity, only to reappear elsewhere moments later. After a series of approximately 10 displacements, he returned once more. Upon reflection, it struck me how utterly perplexing it was that I found myself utterly incapable of articulating the principles behind this phenomenon. It seemed that Hyusu had indeed spoken the truth. Frieza felt a sense of satisfaction. At least this proved that his innate talent surpassed that of Vegeta, for he grasped it in an instant, whereas Vegeta had spent several months in pursuit of the same. Pray tell, are there any other extraordinary mutated abilities? He inquired. Any skill that was truly magnificent would not escape Frieza's grasp. Hyusu pondered deeply, recalling the myriad of brilliant talents that had emerged over the long ages. After considerable deliberation, he finally recalled a peculiar mutated ability, Nerve. Alas, this time Hyusu could not evade the inevitable. He successfully provoked Frieza, who swept him away with a flick of his tail. You dare seek your own demise? If it exists, it exists. If it does not, it does not. How audacious to insult me. Of course, Frieza did not truly intend to inflict fatal harm. Although he was a cold-blooded creature with a body that could withstand temperatures far below freezing, he also possessed a human soul, which prevented him from committing acts of betrayal against his own mentor. Annihilating his own ancestors was one thing. He did not believe there was any familial bond among the Frost Demons. However, one individual stood apart. Cooler, who, in the storyline, had sought trouble with Goku on Frieza's behalf, ultimately meeting a fate akin to Frieza's own. This gesture did evoke a flicker of emotion within Frieza. As for King Cold, who, upon his demise, sought to adopt a surrogate son, he held no place in Frieza's emotional landscape. After a considerable time, Hyusu, trembling, returned and shouted, "My lord, I assure you, I was not referring to you when I mentioned nerves. I was insinuating that you are the one with a mental affliction." With that, Husu was once again sent flying far away. Frieza was aware that Husu was momentarily at a loss for thoughts. Yet this was by no means a justification for the other party to insult him. Whoosh! Frieza vanished from sight, primarily because Husu seemed to lack the stamina to flee. Observing Husu, who had lost 3 teeth, Frieza spoke in a menacing tone, "You would do well to think carefully before you speak. Although I have no desire to kill you, my patience is not boundless." Husu, now with several missing teeth, spoke with a slight lisp. Yet he had genuinely contemplated his words this time and articulated as clearly as possible. Deep well category, a powerful and purifying force, seductively led the dance of the fallen. Frieza was utterly perplexed, bewildered by the utter nonsense he was hearing. Chapter 32. This skill is truly remarkable. The words spoken by Husu, who was missing 3 front teeth, left Frieza in a state of complete confusion. What on earth was being said? Frieza's eyes, filled with fury, began to emanate a chilling aura of murderous intent. Husu felt his legs weaken beneath him, trembling with fear, his already large eyes bulging with bloodshot urgency. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Husu hastily retrieved a weathered tome from his storage space. After a quick glance to ensure he had not made an error, he swiftly presented it before Frieza. The neurotic tome. Frieza could not help but recite the words, and upon recalling Husu's previous remarks, a semblance of understanding dawned upon him. With a swift flick, a healing spell was unleashed, and Husu, akin to having consumed a mystical being, experienced a rapid restoration of his injuries. Even the teeth he had lost were miraculously replaced. Although astonished by his own transformation, Husu was acutely aware that this phenomenon was undoubtedly linked to the verdant light that Frieza had casually summoned moments ago. "Frieza, my lord. This is the tome I mentioned earlier, a compendium that encapsulates the insights of a formidable figure from ancient times regarding the intricacies of mental prowess. It is said that someone once gleaned the art of instantaneous movement from its pages." Instantaneous movement. A brilliant light emanated from Frieza's eyes, indicative of an exceptionally formidable combat skill. That fellow had achieved dominion over the entire 6th universe through his mastery of time-skipping techniques. With a swift motion, the weathered tome was placed into Frieza's hands. Upon opening it, he was instantly befuddled. The crooked, incoherent script was utterly incomprehensible. "Are you certain this is not merely a cover you have fabricated for this book? Why does it bear universally recognized characters on the outside, yet contain an unintelligible scrawl within?" At this moment, Husu's legs no longer trembled, his hands regained their strength, and his speech flowed with remarkable clarity. "This is not a cover I have fabricated. It is a cover bestowed by my ancestors." Frieza's expression darkened. "What difference does it make?" "Your Majesty, Frieza, do not be anxious. This tome does not necessitate your comprehension. Simply channel your mental energy into it, and you shall intuitively grasp its contents. Indeed, this book possesses an intriguing and enigmatic quality. It is evident that the author has remarkable prowess and mental acuity." Frieza uttered not a word. He simply unleashed his mental energy. Though it was but a minuscule amount, it was sufficient to envelop the book. Husu pondered the formidable prowess of King Frieza, who, despite having never systematically studied the intricacies of mental energy control, could effortlessly project his mental power. Judging by the extent of Frieza's capabilities, it was evident that his mastery of mental energy was profoundly impressive. Yet, this was where Husu had overestimated Frieza, had it not been for the soul residing within Frieza, which had transcended time and space. His mental prowess would not have reached such heights. Frieza remained oblivious to this fact. He merely recognized that the contents of this peculiar book were indeed maddening, likely enough to drive an ordinary individual to the brink of insanity. Fortunately, Frieza was no ordinary being. Rather than succumbing to madness, he gleaned insights into the techniques of flash time and electric speed. Flash time, akin to the technique wielded by Hitter, was grasped by Frieza, yet his control over time was limited to less than 1,000th of a second, rendering it somewhat ineffective. Electric speed, while not as formidable as flash time, significantly enhanced Frieza's velocity, allowing him to move with a swiftness surpassing that of lightning itself. Flash time and electric speed were, in essence, a synergistic combination. By utilizing flash time to conceal oneself within the fissures of time, and then employing electric speed, even an adversary with double the user's combat strength could be caught off guard. In the realm of skilled combatants, even the slightest advantage could alter the course of battle. Indeed, in light of the undeniable value of your book, I shall overlook your disrespect towards me. Husu had vigilantly guarded Frieza for an entire month, fearful that Frieza, upon awakening, might unleash his wrath upon finding Hyusu absent. At long last, Frieza finally regained consciousness. Had he delayed any longer, Hyusu feared he might devolve into a savage state. "Oh, how did you find yourself in such a disheveled state after such a brief absence?" exclaimed Frieza. "It has been a month, my lord." Has it truly been so long? Very well, you have my gratitude for your diligence. I shall spare you this time. However, should I discover that you have concealed anything from me again, you are well aware of the consequences. I understand. I would never dare to withhold anything." Frieza departed, and the planet Yardrat was preserved. However, Hyusu fell ill and returned to Bulma's home once more. Frieza directly inquired, "What progress has been made on the time machine research?" Bulma, startled by Frieza's sudden appearance, retorted, "How could it possibly be developed? It is a time machine, not an airplane. It cannot be researched. I cannot comprehend much of the data, and without systematic notes, it is impossible to make any progress. At least for now, I lack the capability." This realization left Bulma feeling rather disheartened. "Give it to me. I will take it to the headquarters for further examination." Although Frieza felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that the time machine was indeed a complex contraption. Granting Bulma merely a month was undoubtedly insufficient. As for when Daitai would return, it was of no concern to him. The fate of the future held no significance for him. It mattered not. For Conan had already retrieved it and had also departed using the time machine. Frieza's gaze sharpened as his aura surged, a clear indication of his rising anger that demanded an outlet. Unable to resort to trivial means of release, he resolved to unleash his wrath through destruction. Alas! It was you who mentioned a mere 3 days for research, yet a month has passed. Bulma, unfazed by the repercussions of Frieza's fury, remained indifferent, asserting his innocence in the matter. It seems Bulma's argument holds some merit. Curse that Hyusu. Regardless, Frieza remains unequivocally in the right. Frieza has vanished. Whoosh. Frieza has made his return. This time, he seems rather at ease, but alas, Goku is in dire straits. He won't be able to rise from his bed for at least a year and a half. "Prepare exquisite delicacies for me," Frieza commanded, showing no signs of psychological burden, especially since Bulma still owes him a considerable amount in patent fees. Why not just head to the restaurant? There are attendants available around the clock. Meanwhile, Bulma couldn't help but grumble to herself, wondering where all the food goes, as she only sees the consumption, not the remnants. Frieza was indeed curious about where all the food he consumed had vanished to. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, peculiar occurrences arise every year. And this year they had simply found their way to his home. In the restaurant, Vegeta was indulging in a lavish feast, and a notable shortage of various dishes had become apparent, clearly indicating that the kitchen was struggling to keep up with the demand. Frieza found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Vegeta, the Saiyan, was not picky about his food, primarily consuming staple dishes, unlike Frieza's preferences. "Frieza, I challenge you to a duel." After nearly a month of training in the gravity chamber, Vegeta's combat power surged to 500 million, and he felt confident that he could teach Frieza a lesson in humility. "Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, your confidence seems to have inflated excessively. Very well. Once I finish my meal, I shall indulge you in a little sparring. A post-meal exercise could be quite delightful." Chapter 33. The proud Vegeta on a desolate planet not far from Earth. Frieza and Vegeta stood 100 meters apart. The atmosphere of the planet shifted dramatically with their arrival, particularly when Vegeta let out a mighty roar, unleashing his full power and transforming into a Super Saiyan. The previously dark sky brightened. When an individual's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, even the heavens must yield. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku and Piccolo were engaged in training at the Buns Mountain, also instructing Gohan. Upon Vegeta's transformation, Goku suddenly paused mid-action. Piccolo and Gohan exchanged solemn glances towards the sky. That was Vegeta's energy. So formidable. What kind of grueling training has he undergone this past month? Goku was puzzled, recalling that when he had just returned to Earth, his power level surpassed Vegeta's by 50 million. Now, his own combat power had only reached 500 million, a growth that paled in comparison to Vegeta's. "Dad, the other energy seems to belong to Frieza. It's terrifying. I feel as though my heart might stop." "Come on, Gohan, Piccolo, let us see what is truly unfolding." Goku grasped their shoulders with one hand each, and with a swift instant transmission, they appeared on the deserted planet where Frieza and Vegeta faced off. At this moment, Frieza was enveloped in a swirling purple aura, a tempestuous energy that could instill terror in the faint-hearted. Previously, from afar on Earth, Gohan had already felt overwhelmed, and now, experiencing it at such close proximity, He merely wished to collapse onto the ground. To become a worthy warrior, Gohan must possess the courage to confront all challenges. Truth be told, Piccolo was equally astonished by Frieza's power. The disparity was so vast that he could scarcely muster the courage to engage in battle. However, could he admit such a feeling? Absolutely not. He not only had to conceal his fear, but also ensure that Gohan remained undaunted, for otherwise, he would not be a competent master. Ho ho ho, Goku and Piccolo have arrived. Why don't the three of you come at me together? It would be far preferable to perish at my hands than to fall victim to the androids. As for Gohan, with a power level of merely 300,000, he was hardly worth Frieza's attention. Had it not been for Piccolo's battle power surpassing 100 million, Frieza would not have deigned to regard him, though even now, he was not particularly concerned. Vegeta's expression darkened. He was reluctant to acknowledge it, yet Frieza's aura was indeed far superior to his own. Nevertheless, his fierce pride would not allow him to acquiesce to Frieza's taunts. No, this battle is between the two of us, and I shall not permit any interference. Prepare to meet your end, Frieza. The sheer power of 500 million was still formidable, and although Frieza had reached a bottleneck, his strength was firmly anchored at 800 million, which was more than sufficient to handle Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta's teleportation commenced, appearing in locations that Goku and the others could scarcely anticipate. This ability was indeed quite troublesome. Within the same tier, Vegeta could dominate solely through his teleportation skills. Goku was reluctant to concede this point, yet it was evident that teleportation was more suited for combat than instant transmission. However, it didn't take long for Goku to notice something amiss. Vegeta had yet to succeed in a single teleportation, as if, perhaps, Frieza also possessed this ability. How could this be possible? Frieza can teleport as well. What? Piccolo and Gohan gasped in astonishment, yet Goku, after observing for a moment longer, slowly nodded in understanding. The battle between Frieza and Vegeta rages on, yet after the technique of teleportation proves ineffective, Vegeta finds himself increasingly overwhelmed. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. Vegeta is now entirely on the defensive, utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. It's impossible. It can't be happening. Why? Why? Boom. Frieza delivers a sweeping blow, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, it seems I have learned your so-called teleportation as well. Moreover, my power exceeds yours. It appears you are utterly powerless against me. Impossible. Impossible. Vegeta lies in the center of the crater, still maintaining his Super Saiyan form, indicating that he has not sustained severe injuries. No, no, no. I am the strongest Saiyan in history. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I will not be defeated. No, no, no. Roar. Vegeta erupts with fury, causing the stones beneath him to soar into the air, exploding into dust mid-flight. Ho ho ho. The Saiyans rely on their roars for power, truly living up to their reputation. In that instant, Vegeta's energy surges to 800 million, matching Frieza's strength. Remarkable. Vegeta's power is now on par with Frieza's. Piccolo exclaims in astonishment, realizing just how monstrous the Saiyans are. Their rate of power increase is utterly inhuman. No. Piccolo, you're mistaken. Vegeta has entered a miscalculation. Look at his muscles. They have expanded considerably, while his strength has indeed increased. It may not necessarily enable him to defeat Frieza. Goku senses something amiss, feeling that Vegeta has sacrificed certain attributes for this newfound power. For instance, speed. Without speed, even the strongest power is futile if one cannot land a hit. No. Goku, you've forgotten. Vegeta can teleport. Utilizing teleportation allows him to close the distance to Frieza, giving his strength a chance to be effective. Gohan's eyes light up as he turns to his father, realizing that Uncle Piccolo's words carry weight. Yet Goku shakes his head. No, although I admire Vegeta's ingenuity in devising this tactic, which indeed provides significant maneuverability with his teleportation, you must not forget Frieza. He can also teleport and possesses greater speed than Vegeta. Just as the thought crosses their minds, driven by intense pride, Vegeta transforms into a muscular version of the Super Saiyan and teleports directly behind Frieza. With this punch, Vegeta channels all his power, confident that he could shatter a planet with a single blow. Alas, the reality stands in stark contrast to what Vegeta had envisioned. His punch struck nothing but air. To be precise, it landed on the afterimage left by Frieza. TSK, Vegeta, you seem to be regressing with each passing moment. Frieza appeared behind Vegeta, unusually devoid of his mocking grin, and delivered a sharp strike to Vegeta's neck. A tremor coursed through Vegeta's body, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of weakness. Uncontrollably reverting from his Super Saiyan form and plummeting towards the ground. Judging by Vegeta's posture, he was once again falling in an ungainly manner. I realized that if Vegeta executed this maneuver against someone unfamiliar with instantaneous movement, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. However, when faced with a being like Frieza, who possesses the ability to teleport, it proved utterly ineffective, revealing the glaring deficiency in his own speed. In matters of combat, Goku's intellect has always been astute. An acknowledged truth among all. Chapter 34, 1 against 3, the planet trembles this time. Vegeta did not bury his head in the ground. For his ally Goku was there to catch him. Despite Vegeta's past transgressions on Earth, a bond of mutual respect had blossomed between him and Goku. Forged during their shared months on Yardrat, they were not merely rivals but shared a common aspiration to surpass Frieza. Vegeta's fierce pride would not permit him to be weaker than others, while Goku's simple desire was to grow stronger. Their motivations differed. Yet both possessed a purity of intention that others could scarcely comprehend, which has accelerated their growth beyond that of their peers. Nevertheless, they found themselves pitted against Frieza, a being with even greater innate talent, whose power utterly overwhelmed them. What do you think, Goku and Piccolo? Are you interested in engaging in some post-meal exercise? Gohan was left speechless, while Piccolo's eye twitched. Are you seriously calling this intense battle a post-meal exercise? I haven't even eaten yet. Goku is quintessentially Goku. His thought process is uniquely unconventional. At this moment, even Frieza was taken aback. Did he truly take my casual jest seriously? Let us head to Bulma's restaurant. There is plenty to eat there. Frieza, in terms of combat prowess, did not suffer defeat at the hands of Goku. However, in the realm of intellect, he was utterly vanquished. Unable to engage in any meaningful explanation, he chose to indulge in his desires instead. Meanwhile, the chefs at Bulma's residence were on the brink of a strike. With just Vegeta, they were already overwhelmed, and now they had to cater to both Goku and Gohan, who were equally voracious, particularly Vegeta, who had just consumed an astounding amount of food, leaving everyone to wonder how he could still be hungry so soon. For heaven's sake, could he not act like a civilized being? Observing this chaotic scene, Bulma sighed, extinguished her cigarette, and promptly made a phone call. Within 5 minutes, a legion of delivery personnel clad in yellow uniforms, riding hoverbikes, arrived at Bulma's home in West City. The feast included fried rice, noodles, steak, fried chicken, roasted lamb, and suckling pig, alongside cakes, desserts, snacks, and an abundance of beverages, all flowing ceaselessly. Eat to your heart's content. If you manage to bankrupt me, that will be your achievement. Bulma, known for her generosity, was always keen to fulfill the requests of her friends, often going out of her way to accommodate their needs during gatherings. Following the sumptuous meal, it was time for some exercise to aid digestion. This time, the audience had grown larger, with Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu in attendance, along with Master Roshi, Oolong, and Puar. Bulma was also present. With a graceful flick of her wrist, a long table laden with an array of delicacies appeared, remnants from Goku and his companions who could no longer eat. Wasting food was simply unacceptable. Wealth may afford one the luxury of indulgence, but wastefulness is a disgrace. The spectators were poised, and the combatants took their positions. This time, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo joined forces to confront Frieza. Though somewhat disgruntled by Bulma's unilateral decision to invite others to observe, Vegeta, as someone who benefited from the feast without cost, found it difficult to voice any significant objections. Similarly, Goku was simply eager for a challenge, unbothered by the surrounding circumstances. As for Piccolo, he felt he had no authority to voice dissent. A powerful surge of energy erupted as the trio, 2 golden auras and 1 white, ascended to their peak power levels. Vegeta at just over 500 million, Goku at 500 million, and Piccolo at 150 million. The air crackled with anticipation as they prepared to unleash their might. Frieza unleashed his full power, a tempest of purple energy erupting with a battle power of 800 million, overwhelming the battlefield in an instant. Oh ho ho. The battle had scarcely commenced, yet the atmosphere was already charged with intensity. Goku took the lead, executing grand and dynamic moves that forced Frieza to confront him head-on. Vegeta, employing his agility, seized opportunities to launch surprise attacks on Frieza while also engaging him directly. Who am I? Where am I? Wait for me. I must first locate Frieza, Piccolo exclaimed, as he found himself repeatedly firing his special beam cannon. Yet not once did he manage to strike Frieza. Several times, he nearly harmed Goku and Vegeta instead. Oh ho ho, This won't do. Your combined power far exceeds mine, yet why do I feel so utterly ineffective? Frieza's taunts fell indiscriminately, igniting a furious response from Goku and Vegeta, while Piccolo's face flushed with rage. How infuriating! How despicable! Kakarot, hold him down with all your might. I am about to unleash my ultimate move. Vegeta, employing his tried-and-true tactic once more, felt liberated to transform into his muscular Super Saiyan form. Thanks to Goku's distraction. Piccolo, ensure you unleash your techniques accurately. If you cause collateral damage, do not expect my mercy. Boom. Bang. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky as Vegeta's punch collided directly with Frieza's. With Goku's diversion, Frieza dismissed Piccolo entirely, yet he could not evade Vegeta's powerful strike. The force of their clash resonated like thunder, causing bystanders to instinctively cover their ears, the sound painfully reverberating through their eardrums. Krillin, think of something. At this rate, we will be deafened. Bulma shouted, feeling as if thunder had exploded within her mind, nausea threatening to overwhelm her. Observing the crowd's distress, Goku called out to Piccolo, Piccolo, go below and protect them. You can no longer intervene in this battle. Just then, Frieza sent Goku flying with a swift kick, crashing him into a mountain, reducing it to rubble. Ahahaha, becoming distracted in the midst of battle is a grave mistake. Swish. Frieza vanished from his position, and in the next moment, he found himself behind Vegeta, once again preparing to strike him unconscious with his usual tactics. However, Vegeta was not one to be easily caught off guard. The instant Goku was sent flying, he had already readied his defenses. Thud. Frieza's hand sliced through the air, striking Vegeta's arms with a resounding crack, once again unleashing a sonic boom. Fortunately, Piccolo had arrived at the side of the onlookers, enveloping them within a protective energy shield. Though the barrier trembled violently, it remained intact. After the ambush failed, Frieza withdrew, and in an instant, Goku materialized at the spot where Frieza had just stood. Indeed, the synergy between the two of you has grown increasingly harmonious. Such a dynamic truly adds to the excitement. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Bang 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 bang. Frieza, once again invigorated, unleashed a cacophony of explosive sounds that resonated through the sky, causing the very planet to tremble. A flicker of fear ignited in Piccolo's eyes, for he realized that this celestial body was on the brink of collapse. Boom, boom. 3 minutes later, two figures hurtled from the epicenter of the battle, crashing into the ground with such force that not only were two craters formed, but the entire planet fractured as well. Bulma cried out in desperation, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, we are doomed. Chapter 35. Let us gather some senzu beans just in case. Whoosh. Frieza materialized amidst the crowd, pointing his finger, causing everyone, including tables and chairs, to levitate. You all owe me a favor. Ho ho ho. With a swift motion, Frieza, encased in an energy sphere along with Piccolo, departed from his original location, reappearing beside Dodoria. Dodoria had been stationed in Bulma's computer room, tasked with remotely controlling Frieza's army. The sudden appearance of so many individuals momentarily stunned Dodoria. But upon recognizing Frieza's visage, he immediately bowed deeply and exclaimed, All hail, Lord Frieza? The entire Bulma residence descended into chaos, quaking in trepidation. I cannot continue this work. My heart may give out from fright. He lamented. You all should leave. I will summon my relatives. Even with such high wages, I must depart, you fool, Mo. Consequently, not a single employee dared to propose their resignation. The allure of wealth, at times, is remarkably unpretentious. Frieza offered a word of encouragement to Dodoria, urging him to focus on his work. Just as they exited the computer room, with a sudden whoosh, Goku and Vegeta materialized, both collapsing to the ground. Frieza, you are truly formidable. Following Vegeta's fainting spell, Goku too finally succumbed and collapsed in place. A scene of chaos ensued, prompting Krillin to flee without a backward glance. He intended to seek Master Korin atop Korin Tower, as the sage was likely to possess a stock of senzu beans. Alas, this post-meal exercise nearly resulted in disaster, obliterating a planet in the process. One could say it inadvertently aided Beerus in his own endeavors. Lord Frieza, Cooler has made contact with us, and he is en route to Ice Planet. Just as Goku and the others succumbed to unconsciousness, Dodoria rushed out in a frenzy to report to Frieza. While most matters were straightforward, the situation concerning Cooler was one Dodoria dared not misrepresent. It was rumored that Cooler's combat strength surpassed all, both in might and influence, rendering him a figure to whom the Frieza force must look up. Understood. Inform him that I shall return to Ice Planet shortly. Casting a glance in the direction Krillin had departed, Frieza reflected on his own formidable strength as well as the astonishing recuperative abilities of his race. Yet, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. It would be prudent to keep a few senzu beans on hand. Furthermore, that hindrance, Yakirobe, must not be allowed to squander any more beans. In a flash, everyone was startled as Frieza vanished once again, his whereabouts unknown. One could only hope that Earth could withstand the ensuing chaos. As for Korin Tower, its existence is shrouded in mystery. No one knows its exact age. But it has been present since ancient times, long before humanity graced the Earth. Above Korin Tower, there stands a structure that is essentially the opposite of Bulma's home, a bowl-shaped temple of the Kais. Within this temple resides the Kai, who represents Piccolo's benevolent aspect. Aside from creating the Dragon Balls, he has accomplished little of significance. The temple is also home to a divine attendant named Popo, characterized by his deep ebony skin, round eyes, attire reminiscent of an indigenous person, and his steed, a flying carpet. Frieza harbors deep suspicions regarding the existence of another divine lamp. Setting aside the question of divinity, the character of Bu perplexes Frieza the most while perusing the original narrative. Were it not for the advent of angels and Dragon Ball Super, Bu would merely be regarded as an ordinary deity attendant. However, with the emergence of such celestial beings, the true nature of Bu becomes a matter worthy of scrutiny. Bu himself has stated that, in addition to serving the current Piccolo, he has also attended to the previous deity. While Piccolo appears to be aging rapidly, Bu remains remarkably vigorous, leaving one to wonder just how many generations of deities he has served. When Frieza re-emerged, he had already arrived at Korin Tower. Without casting a glance at the rotund Yachirobe, he simply swept his tail, sending Yachirobe hurtling towards Bulma's residence in West City. If you dare to return here for more senzu beans, do not expect to live another day. Yachirobe found himself utterly unable to control his body, crashing into the latrine of Bulma's home. When Yamcha discovered him, Yachirobe was belching and vomiting, a pitiable sight devoid of any hope. It was merely a matter of consuming some senzu beans. What had he done to deserve this? Now, not only were the beans wasted, but they had also been contaminated. Was Frieza intentional? Indeed, he was not. He did not even need to go to the restroom. How could he possibly know the purpose of the direction in which Yachirobe descended? Oh ho ho ho, Master Korin, you should bring forth all your senzu beans. Frieza's audacity is well understood by Master Karin, who, perched high and possessing a far-reaching perspective, is acutely aware of Frieza's deeds on Earth, while not entirely malevolent. Frieza cannot be deemed a virtuous individual either. Following his whims leads to smooth dealings, yet opposing his nature renders any pleas for mercy utterly futile. Take Yamcha. For instance, the unfortunate soul who finds himself in a predicament due to Frieza residing in his girlfriend's abode, indulging without cost, almost to the point of exploitation. How could he feel at ease? Unbeknownst to him is whether Frieza possesses any semblance of humanity. All he knows is that he senses a looming catastrophe. Consequently, he uttered some rather unflattering remarks about Frieza's freeloading and even bringing along a subordinate to partake in the same. Although Yamcha spoke no falsehoods, he was abruptly dragged into a dire situation, left with but a breath of life. With a sigh, Master Karin felt a deep sense of helplessness. Were it not for his vigilant precautions against the likes of Yachirobe, ensuring he methodically attends to the latter, and having timely provided a senzu bean to Yamcha, the latter might have faced dire consequences. Thus, Master Karin could only acquiesce to Frieza's demands. Mr. Frieza, I currently possess merely 30 senzu beans. Might I reserve a portion for emergencies? Master Karin spoke the truth. These 30 beans represent the entirety of his yield from the past year. 20 will suffice. I merely require them for contingency, as they are not particularly delectable. Frieza had tasted it once, and the flavor was rather unpleasant, with a distinct rawness that was somewhat nauseating. However, its efficacy was undeniably remarkable, regardless of one's physical state, as long as the severed limb remained. A single magical bean would ensure a complete restoration. The speed of recovery was indeed astonishing, showcasing its unique properties. Splendid. Mr. Frieza is truly a reasonable and significant figure. Master Karin sincerely praised him, and then promptly produced a small pouch containing 20 magical beans. Frieza was not one to be trifled with. With a mere wave of his hand, he had already stored the items in his storage space, a 2-meter square area that proved to be quite convenient. Each year's yield would be partially reserved for me, for should trouble arise on Earth, I shall not remain idle. This is certain, for Frieza, before his transcendence, was indeed a denizen of Earth and would not wish to see it fall into ruin at the hands of others. Of course, if he were the one to bring about its demise, that would be a different matter entirely. My heartfelt gratitude to you, Mr. Frieza. Master Karen expressed his genuine appreciation. The opportunity to exchange a Sinzabine for a promise from a formidable individual was an exceedingly worthwhile transaction. With a whoosh, Master Karen gazed upon the now desolate Karen Tower, where Frieza's presence had vanished. Lord King Kai, it seems Frieza is not as malevolent as you portrayed him to be. On North Kai's planet, a stout little figure with two prominent antennae shook his flesh, the antennae quivering as he spoke. However, Frieza's brother, Cooler, is indeed a harbinger of malevolence. Chapter 36. Brotherly Conflict. Frieza, the troublesome instigator, has finally departed from Earth, allowing life to return to its tranquil state. In Bulma's household, while one Frieza has left, another permanent resident, Vegeta, arrives. It is not the exquisite cuisine nor Bulma's beauty that entices Vegeta, rather, it is the gravity chamber within her abode, a contraption seemingly tailored for Saiyans. Vegeta trains under the weight of 300 times Earth's gravity, understanding the significance of fundamentals, diligently maintaining his regimen in this intense environment. A gravity level of 500 times would necessitate his transformation into a Super Saiyan for ease of movement. Goku, recalling the crucial role of the gravity chamber during his journey to Namek, requests Bulma to construct a large gravity chamber for him. As for the cost, such trivialities do not cross Goku's mind. He is oblivious to such concerns. Bulma, unfazed, considers it merely a minor expense. Thus, Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan return to the training grounds of Mount Paozu, preparing for the impending battle against the androids 3 years hence. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien once again make their way to the sacred land of Korin, believing that training there would be more beneficial for them, given their physiques. The gravity chamber could be detrimental, as they lack the resilience of Saiyans and Frieza. Earthlings, whose lifespans are already limited, are ill-suited for such intense training, which would only accelerate their aging. In contrast, Saiyans enjoy a longer lifespan and prolonged youth. Yamcha, having once tested the gravity level of 500 times used by Frieza, barely escaped with his life, which contributes to his grievances against Frieza. Though he had not previously witnessed Frieza's terror, he is aware of Vegeta's prowess. Thus, he begrudgingly tolerates Vegeta's presence in Bulma's home, haunted by the psychological scars inflicted by Frieza. Krillin remarks that Earth now boasts 2 Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, both having grown immensely powerful, with the even more formidable Frieza looming in the background. Can the androids truly pose a significant challenge? Yamcha feels somewhat disheartened, believing that no matter how hard they train, they will never catch up to Goku and the others, despite being among the elite of Earth. Is there still value in their relentless training? Krillin, clasping his hands together, suddenly grimaces, scolding his rebellious hands with a stream of expletives. Cursed hands. I refuse to become a monk. I've yet to even hold a girl's hand. He spits in frustration. Damn these hands, stop pretending to be pious. With a resounding slap, Yamcha felt the sting on the back of his head as Krillin struck him. Tianjin and Jiaozi witnessed a shadow swiftly vanish amidst the ruins of the Heavenly Temple. Huh? Where's Yamcha? What was it he just asked me? In an instant, Tianjin and Jiaozi distanced themselves from Krillin, retreating far away. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the deity, while Bobo maintained his composed demeanor, exuding an air of effortless mastery. Bobo, do you believe the temple can withstand their onslaught? Bobo's eyes sparkled with a profound understanding of the world's complexities. Have you forgotten, dear deity? The Heavenly Temple can be restored with but a thought from you, so there is no need for concern regarding any potential destruction. Ha ha ha, indeed. Let the tempest rage even more fiercely. In a distant jungle on Earth, a figure clad in battle attire, adorned with small bumps on his head, emerged. After a fortnight of searching, Dororia had finally fulfilled Lord Frieza's command. Gazing at the time machine before him, overgrown with moss and marred by a large hole, Dororia was filled with a myriad of emotions. Initially, he marveled at Frieza's uncanny foresight, followed by admiration for his own success in locating it. Is this truly the time machine? It appears somewhat antiquated. He decided to take it back for Manaka to send to headquarters for analysis. Manaka, the most exceptional courier in the universe, had never committed a single error. However, he had yet to encounter Goku and his companions. Otherwise, one could not guarantee the absence of mishaps, especially with the mischievous Goten and Trunks, who would undoubtedly bring misfortune upon him. Ah, and then there was Beerus, the unpredictable one. Today, Manaka accepted a commission from an individual to deliver an item to the ice planet. The parcel was a wooden box containing a tape. The sender was Guldo, and the recipient was Frieza. One must commend Manaka for his dedication. Despite the frigid conditions of the ice planet, he successfully delivered the item, nearly becoming an ice sculpture himself. Such professional spirit is indeed worthy of emulation. Frieza had just returned to the ice planet, and upon his arrival, he witnessed an ice figure, Monaka, painstakingly making his way towards the palace entrance while cradling a block of ice that encased the very wooden crate from before. Before Frieza's resurrection, he had briefly ventured into the realm of Matewan and had donned the golden robe, gaining insight into the challenges of this industry. He did not impose difficulties on Monaka. Rather, he graciously returned Monaka to the spaceship, leaving him overwhelmed with gratitude and incessantly expressing his thanks. Upon returning to the palace, Frieza pointedly shattered the items Monaka had sent, yet astonishingly, the videotape within the wooden box remained unscathed. Dodoria, play it, he commanded. Are you deaf? Frieza's gaze sharpened. And then he recalled that Dodoria was left on Earth. You there, commence playback, he commanded. A bald figure with gray skin pointed to himself, then dully inquired, Lord Frieza, are you addressing me? My name is Tagoma. Had it not been for the absence of capable personnel in the palace following King Cold's demise, Frieza would have undoubtedly allowed Tagoma to experience the rigors of training in advance. Go, initiate the playback. Frieza was filled with curiosity and anticipation. He wondered if his elder brother, Goldo, had collected some indescribably captivating videos that made him feel a sense of impatience. Though Tagoma was somewhat slow-witted, his movements were anything but sluggish. Soon, a large screen illuminated with an image. Frieza was taken aback. This scene seemed eerily familiar. In the image, King Cold was indulging in a drink when, suddenly, he found himself appearing on the screen. Goodness gracious. Frieza's eyes gleamed with intensity as two beams of destructive energy shot towards the player, obliterating it along with the tape into mere fragments. In an instant, the screen vanished, leaving behind only the words, "Thank you for using Chang'ong television." Frieza's expression darkened, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the advertisement. Goldo. Frieza was exceedingly enraged. He had not anticipated that on King Cold's spacecraft, Cooler had installed surveillance devices, capturing his patricidal act in its entirety. Had it been during his recent arrival or immediately after slaying King Cold, Frieza might have harbored a modicum of trepidation towards Cooler. After all, Cooler had maintained his peak form, boasting a combat power of 470 million, not yet his ultimate strength. Frieza was acutely aware that Cooler had developed a new transformation, the specifics of which remained uncertain in his mind. However, at this moment, Frieza felt no fear of Cooler. Even if his power were to double, he would remain unfazed. As for Cooler's so-called transformation, Frieza was equally capable, yet he understood that once he underwent his fourth transformation, he would be unable to revert to his current appearance. He preferred his present visage over one adorned with additional horns. Moreover, there was a sense of nostalgia. The current Frieza embodied the indelible image etched in memory. Chapter 37. The Frieza race lacks kinship. Having just executed a humanitarian annihilation on the recording, Frieza furrowed his brow, though his lack of eyebrows rendered the expression somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, in the Dragon Ball universe, the absence of eyebrows was not uncommon, and so he had grown accustomed to it. Thud. A heavy object fell outside the palace, prompting a sigh from Frieza. Cooler had arrived. Let him come. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to demonstrate true prowess. To eradicate myriad foes is to be the epitome of strength. Creak. This time, it was not Frieza's footsteps but Cooler's, distinctive to their race, echoing through the palace. Frieza. My dear brother, you have accomplished what I longed to do. How should I express my gratitude? Cooler exclaimed warmly upon seeing Frieza, yet the temperature within the palace plummeted. Even colder than the outdoors. Oh ho ho. Mere desires you dare not fulfill. What have I, Frieza, to fear? Yet you, after all these years, have shown no sign of progress. Your combat power has barely risen from 470 million to 500 million, which is quite disappointing. Oh ho ho. If Cooler had not entered with his unabashed murderous intent, Frieza would not have been so confrontational. After all, this Cooler had single-handedly sought vengeance for him on Earth. It now appeared that Cooler merely wielded that pretense. There was no kinship in Cooler's heart, or rather, the Frieza race was inherently devoid of familial bonds. Upon hearing Frieza's derisive laughter, Cooler's face involuntarily twitched, struggling to comprehend why his brother's proclivities were so peculiar. Frieza, it seems you possess considerable confidence. Do you not realize that I can transform once more? Gula crossed his arms, attempting to look down upon Frieza. Yet, he soon discovered it was impossible. When did you grow taller? Gula's face was painted with disbelief, for among the frost demons, once they reached maturity, their physical form could not change, let alone grow taller by such a margin. Ahahaha. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Why the endless chatter? Whoosh. Two beams of deadly light shot forth from Frieza's eyes, piercing through Gula's chest in an instant. However, Frieza felt no sense of triumph. His gaze shifted to the left. There, Gula's silhouette slowly materialized, while the previous incarnation of Gula rapidly dissipated. Humph! A child's trick. Gula disdainfully flicked his tail and struck the ground with force, causing the earth to crack open, revealing a seemingly bottomless chasm. Yet, the icy planet had one advantage: its resilience. The fissure quickly froze over, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Gula, tired of the banter, unleashed his rage. A purple aura erupted dramatically, sending Tagma flying away, vanishing from sight. The fate of Tagma was indifferent to Gula, as it was to Frieza. Upon witnessing Gula's surge of power, Frieza maintained his nonchalant demeanor. A battle power of 500 million was hardly worthy of his serious attention. Clang! The two fists collided, and Gula was instantly hurled out of the palace, crashing onto the distant ice, scattering a flurry of ice crystals. Gula's eyes brimmed with fury as he incredulously rubbed his arm. That punch had nearly incapacitated his left limb. Very well. I must commend your newfound confidence. Your strength has indeed increased dramatically. However, all of this is futile, Frieza. You have successfully provoked me. Roar. Gula erupted once more, preparing for a further transformation, for it was the only way he could hope to triumph over the current Frieza. Boom. Gula was once again smashed beneath the ice, and Frieza remarked coolly, "Your words are excessively verbose." Extending his right hand, he pointed his index finger at the pit where Gula lay, unleashing a death beam tenfold the width of those shot from his eyes. Boom. Even the most resilient of icy planets could not withstand such force. The entire globe began to tremble. Massive blocks of ice protruded, and extensive cracks formed across the surface. Frieza, you are courting death. With a furious roar, Gula burst forth from the ice, his hands now hanging limply at his sides. I once believed my dear brother possessed great prowess. It turns out you are nothing but a pretty facade. Such a degree of assault could easily be endured by a Saiyan. Although Gula possesses formidable combat prowess, he lacks the understanding of harnessing his own energy to the extent that Sun Wukong and his companions do. In Frieza's eyes, such a battle is devoid of meaning. Transform now. I grant you time, for I wish to ensure your demise is justly deserved. When Frieza effortlessly dispatched King Cold, his combat power was merely 250 million. Yet King Cold was capable of 2 transformations and, crucially, could not utilize the star transformation at that time. Frieza afforded him not a single opportunity. Perhaps due to his interactions with the Saiyans, or perhaps because Frieza inherently possesses a certain audacity, he now perceives that slaying Gula in this manner holds no significance. Gula's furious gaze burned with intensity, yet he clung to the opportunity of transformation. He had underestimated Frieza and overestimated himself, and in this moment, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. Upon seeing the surveillance footage, Gula's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that he could execute a sneak attack akin to Frieza's, and perhaps even more elegantly. Convinced that Frieza had merely ambushed King Cold rather than defeating him in earnest, Gula boldly approached for the kill. However, he could no longer afford to underestimate Frieza, for the latter indeed possessed the power to end his life. You shall regret this. You will undoubtedly regret it. Noticing Gula still had the audacity to engage in idle banter, Frieza swiftly relocated to Gula's front and delivered a devastating punch to his abdomen. The impact caused Gula's eyes to bulge, his mouth agape, expelling a green liquid that was indistinguishable as either bile or blood, inciting a wave of nausea in Frieza. With renewed vigor, Gula let out a pained roar and was sent flying over 1,000 meters. You have yet to feel my regret, but I know you must now regret your excessive chatter. With another swift movement, Frieza planted a foot upon Gula's chest, eliciting a cacophony of shattering bones before he withdrew his foot, as Gula cried out in agony. I shall grant you an additional 10 seconds for reasons unknown. Should you fail to transform, then embrace your death. Gula's eyes gleamed with determination. He needed not 10 seconds, but merely 5. And remember, even after your transformation, death shall still await you. Just a reminder, 3 seconds have already elapsed. Momentarily taken aback, Gula realized Frieza was distracting him with idle talk while keeping track of time. Without further hesitation, he fervently concentrated his energy, and a resounding crack of bones echoed as Gula's body began to undergo transformation. Frieza, I shall make you experience the taste of being thoroughly beaten. Gula continued his tirade even as he transformed, while Frieza calmly counted down. 7, 8, 9, 10, time's up. Roar. Chapter 38. The Tyrannical Cooler, Frieza's misstep. As Frieza counted to 9, Cooler had already completed his transformation. Two robust appendages resembling antennae protruded from his forehead, striking a pose that resembled a triumphant yay. His ears elongated into additional antennae, and with the emergence of another, he resembled a star. His white, armored musculature was complemented by a purplish hue that enveloped his abdomen, limbs, and extremities, and he had risen to a stature that matched Frieza's. While Frieza appreciated the considerable increase in height during his fourth transformation, he found little else to commend. The rest elicited only a dismissive chuckle. Though capable of transformation himself, he would never resort to it, as his evolution diverged significantly from Cooler's. Frieza preferred the Saiyan approach of altering hairstyles and colors, yet that was beyond his reach, given his lack of hair. Instead, he opted for a change in skin color, one that could revert back to its original hue. Frieza, now, it is time for you to experience the agonizing taste of suffering. Do not resist. It is quite exhilarating. Cooler regained his confidence, but alas, a single motion from Frieza shattered his bravado. Ha ha ha, you bang. Frieza's contemptuous smirk ignited Cooler's fury in an instant. With a staggering battle power of 1.5 billion, his iron-hard fist struck mercilessly against Frieza's chest. Boom. Caught off guard, Frieza was unable to evade a powerful punch, which sent him crashing through the entire palace. Amidst the ruins, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. The searing pain in his chest ignited an inferno of rage within him. Had he not stepped back at the last moment, thereby mitigating the full force of Gula's strike, the nearly insurmountable difference in their strength could have rendered Frieza unable to rise again. Boom. Roar. Frieza's wrath erupted, and a violet wave of energy surged skyward, unleashing the full force of his battle power exceeding 800 million. The very ruins of the palace were sent flying in his wake, creaking and groaning. A combat strength of 1.5 billion, is that all there is to it? Proud Frieza, can you still manage a smile? Soon, you shall reunite with our departed father. A howl pierced the air as Cooler, swift as the wind, charged toward Frieza, his surrounding violet aura distinctly more formidable than Frieza's own. Frieza dared not underestimate his opponent. The disparity in their combat abilities was unmistakable. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Thus, Frieza resorted to repeatedly employing his ability to teleport, skillfully evading Gula's assaults. Leveraging the remarkable swiftness of his teleportation, he managed to land several decisive blows on Gula. However, in his current form, Gula possessed not only formidable offensive power and remarkable speed, but also an astonishingly high level of defense. Frieza's assault struck Gula, yet it failed to inflict the immense damage it had previously wrought. Gula merely needed to summon the waves of energy surrounding him to repel a staggering 90% of Frieza's power. Frieza, you may flee, but you cannot triumph over me. The rapidity of your movements must surely drain your stamina. I wonder how long you can endure. Gula unleashed a tempestuous barrage, while Frieza navigated like a solitary vessel amidst tumultuous waves, appearing ever on the brink of capsizing, yet resiliently evading the relentless onslaught of the surging tides. With a thunderous impact, Gula's fist struck the ground, causing the entire ice planet to shudder. More layers of ice shattered, towering blocks of ice rose from the earth, while other areas sank into the abyss. In the distance, Frieza appeared, his breath becoming increasingly labored. The nearly doubled disparity in power, combined with the ongoing skirmish, had rendered him quite fatigued. Ahahaha. Cooler, today I shall unveil my most formidable trump card. You are fortunate to be the first to witness it. With a dramatic flourish, Frieza clasped his hands around his shoulders, and the aura surrounding him shifted from a deep purple to a profound black, and then blossomed into a resplendent array of colors, speckled with starlight. Cooler sensed an ominous turn of events and instinctively unleashed a shockwave towards Frieza. However, to Cooler's astonishment, at the very moment the shockwave struck Frieza, the starlight within the vibrant aura flickered intensely. With a sound reminiscent of a creature expelling air, Cooler's attack dissipated into nothingness. Frieza's power continues to surge, swiftly reaching an astonishing 2.4 billion. Oh ho ho. Gula, this is my trump card, the cosmic transformation, Triad Surge. Gula was taken aback, pondering what on earth this Triad Surge could possibly be. Frieza's face broke into a mocking smile as he taunted. Do you feel uneducated, unable to comprehend? Allow me to enlighten you. The trifold wave is what allows my combat power to triple. While it may not be as casually utilized as the Kaioken, which can amplify power by dozens of times, the stellar transformation lacks the adverse effects associated with the Kaioken and boasts an impressive duration, long enough to make you question the very essence of your existence. Regardless of whether the Kaioken doubles or multiplies by 30, it invariably burdens the body, Many speculate that Goku's viral heart disease stems from his consumption of the super divine water. However, Frieza believes its ties to the Kaioken are far more significant. When the body reaches a certain threshold of strain, it inevitably collapses, and that moment becomes the prime opportunity for external viruses to invade. Hence, possessing a robust and healthy physique while avoiding the excessive overexertion of one's body is the true foundation of revolution. Frieza did not believe that the triple wave, which signifies a threefold increase in combat power, was sufficient to defeat Cooler, and thus refrained from augmenting his abilities further. This was primarily due to his realization, upon mastering the celestial transformation, that the technique was inherently flawed. Only after he rectified its deficiencies did he successfully learn the triple wave. As for the first tier, named the pillar supporting the sky, he dismissed it with disdain, considering it an absurd title. The second tier, dubbed the Twin Dragons Play with the Phoenix, was a source of deep anguish for Frieza throughout his existence. Consequently, he had not employed the celestial transformation prior to comprehending the triple wave. Although the latter bore a somewhat irreverent connotation, reminiscent of mountain split, to be understood at one's discretion, it was not overtly trivial. Tremble, Cooler. You are destined to meet your end. Oh ho 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 ho. In an instant, Cooler was taken aback, for he truly could not perceive Frieza at that moment. Frieza found himself slightly bewildered. His intention had merely been to relocate the power switch, yet here he was, ensconced in an unfamiliar setting. The air was fragrant with the sweet songs of birds and blooming flowers. It was a place devoid of menace. Before him stood a man of diminutive stature, adorned with a tuft of white hair and possessing a pallid complexion. Beside him was another gentleman, his skin bearing a hue reminiscent of Doria, marked by numerous wrinkles upon his visage. At that moment, both men appeared utterly aghast, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the menacing Frieza, their bodies rendered immobile by fear. Could it be that they were indeed the Supreme Kaishin and his attendant Kibito? How on earth had he ended up here? This was certainly not the opportune moment to engage with them. These arrogant fools would only serve to complicate matters further. It would be unwise to eliminate them, as it would disrupt the narrative. Thus, it was best to make a hasty exit. Hello, goodbye. And with that, he vanished. Frieza instantaneously teleported away. Chapter 39. Gula was consumed by the black hole. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Frieza re-emerged, delivering a powerful kick to Cooler's shoulder that sent him plummeting deeper into the earth, nearly breaching the core of the ice star. Should Cooler have truly entered the core, he might have been instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, sealed for millennia, with little hope of awakening without the intervention of another. This is a fundamental flaw of the frost demons. When subjected to extreme sub-zero temperatures, they involuntarily encase themselves in ice, awaiting a rescuer or the gradual acclimatization of the one who sealed them. However, extricating oneself from the icy core is no trivial endeavor, and Frieza would certainly not take such a risk. What if he accidentally froze himself? Millennia later, he might emerge as an invincible being. But what kind of world would await him? A world devoid of Dragon Balls, of Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and their familiar realm. What purpose would that serve? With a thunderous roar, Cooler burst forth, his body trembling, ice fragments cascading from him, particularly from his mouth, which rattled incessantly. Even a member of the frost demon race could not withstand the frigid temperatures near the core. Frieza, you shall perish. You shall pay for this. Cooler's energy surged once more, yet it was a futile display of wrath, lacking any substantial increase in combat power. Against Frieza's overwhelming 2 billion battle power, Cooler's fate was all but sealed. Relying on a mere shout to amplify strength was not a talent of the frost demons. It was a unique skill possessed solely by the Saiyans. Back on Namek, even during his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's fury propelled his power from 150 million to an astonishing 200 million, a terrifying one-third increase. Goku, in a fit of rage, reached 300 million upon his first transformation. It is worth noting that the first stage of Super Saiyan, even at full power, theoretically maxed out at 1.5 billion, a feat Goku achieved only posthumously. Goku had already reached the pinnacle of that stage at 1.5 billion, truly fearsome. Of course, Cooler and Frieza, as frost demons, belonged to a unique category of beings. Cooler's final transformation granted him a staggering 1 billion increase, leveling him with the full power of a Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha. Shout all you want. No one will hear you. Your cries can never surpass mine, Frieza declared. Suddenly, a voice, fraught with desperation, emerged from behind a massive ice block. I hear you. It was Tagoma, hiding in abject humility. This was a moment of stark irony. With a swish, Two beams of death shot from Frieza's eyes, piercing Tagoma's left chest and abdomen, creating gaping wounds. Blood seeped forth, only to be swiftly frozen by the ice star's chilling temperatures, preventing excessive bleeding and environmental contamination. Ha ha ha. This time, assuredly no one will hear your cries. Go ahead, continue to scream. King Frieza, I am still alive. Tagma's heart is unlike others. It resides on the right side of his body, which is why that recent death ray failed to claim his life. Gula was left astounded. And then, oh ha ha ha. Frieza, do you wish to bring about my demise through laughter, so that you may inherit my power? Frieza's face darkened instantly, as if shrouded in black ink. What an infuriatingly foolish creature. Had his mind become muddled? In that moment, Frieza extended his finger, and a beam of lethal energy struck precisely at Tagoma's forehead. Tagoma was dead. He had drawn his last breath, succumbing to his own imprudent words. Frieza, you shall perish. Goldo had been gathering energy, awaiting the precise moment when Frieza, in his fury, would end Tagoma's life. At that moment, a massive sphere of energy, a kilometer in diameter, coalesced in his hand, and he unleashed it, crashing down upon Frieza's head. The destruction sphere. Frieza's gaze sharpened. The destructive power of Cooler's annihilation sphere was formidable. Should it strike the ice planet directly? Not only would the core of ice be obliterated, but the entire planet would vanish into oblivion. Alongside it, the doppelganger conjured by the dragon would also be lost. Though somewhat trivial, it was a creation born from a wish, and Frieza could not permit Cooler to obliterate it so easily. Did Frieza not care for his dignity? Stars. Energy wave. A radiant, seven-colored energy wave erupted from Frieza's hand, racing towards Cooler's annihilation sphere with astonishing speed. At first glance, Frieza's stellar energy wave appeared significantly smaller than Cooler's destructive orb. However, upon contact, the annihilation sphere abruptly halted its descent and was repelled by the energy wave. The disparity in their powers was immense. Even without the protagonist's halo like Son Goku, Cooler could not withstand Frieza's counterattack. No. Frieza, spare me. I am your brother. Frieza. Whoosh. The stellar energy wave pierced through the annihilation sphere, propelling Cooler into the vastness of space. As in the original tale, Cooler was thrust beyond the atmosphere by the energy wave, soaring into the cosmos. However, unlike the original narrative, there was no sun or similar star nearby the ice planet. Instead, a black hole loomed before Cooler. Upon entering the black hole, both Cooler and Frieza's stellar energy wave vanished without a trace, leaving their fate uncertain. Yet, Frieza was confident that as long as Cooler did not collide with an indestructible celestial body, like a sun that could vaporize energy waves, he would be slowly consumed by the energy wave. Having entered the black hole, the question of Cooler's survival remained shrouded in mystery. Frieza was somewhat discontent, having exerted himself too forcefully. Failing to dispatch Gula on the spot, a lapse in judgment. Had Frieza unleashed the stellar energy blade that vanquished King Cold, Gula would have been mercilessly torn asunder, followed by a cleansing wave of energy to eradicate any remnants. Nevertheless, even if he were to survive, this creature would never rival my might. Should he dare to emerge again, I shall simply obliterate him once more. Sigh. Frieza slowly exhaled, relinquishing the form of the stellar transformation. Indeed, the stellar transformation could be sustained for an extended period without imposing strain on the body. However, Frieza swiftly reverted from this state. Just moments ago, after his inaugural use of the stellar transformation, he astonishingly propelled himself to King Kai's planet with a mere exertion of force, a feat that left Frieza utterly astonished. Particularly during the recent battle, he could sense the starlight enveloping him, continuously flowing into his being. Frieza harbored a conjecture. Those starlight glimmers were indeed the so-called divine power. If this divine power were controllable, Frieza would undoubtedly embrace it without hesitation. However, upon entering his being, these star-like entities inexplicably repelled his soul. Such absurdity! This revelation utterly terrified Frieza, prompting him to exert excessive force, resulting in the expulsion of Cooler from the ice planet. Could it be that my soul, not belonging to this realm, is the reason for this divine power's rejection? This thought echoed in Frieza's mind. Following the events with Tagoma, he feared the emergence of other anomalies on the ice planet who might overhear his words. After all, this was Frieza's greatest secret, without exception. Updating at 1 a.m. is exhausting. I shall henceforth aim to update around 6 p.m. If all goes well, there will be another chapter at 6. Wishing everyone endless joy. Chapter 40. Return to the King of the Gods realm. Lord Frieza, I implore you to spare me. Save me. Indeed, Frieza's caution is certainly justified. That tenacious cockroach, Tagma, who should have long since perished, has astonishingly returned to life once more. At this moment, Frieza found himself rather intrigued by the individual known as Tagma, whose attributes seemed remarkably formidable, defying death not once, but twice. At this juncture, Frieza had little desire to end his life again. As the adage goes, one may strike twice, but thrice would be excessive. Having already vanquished his opponent on 2 occasions, Frieza felt it would be rather unseemly to do so a 3rd time. Although many might contend that Frieza lacks humanity, he has always perceived himself as a person, albeit one of a rather unconventional nature. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Given that Tagma had not perished, and despite having been slain by Frieza twice yet still addressed him as Lord Frieza, his loyalty was commendable. Furthermore, although Tagma's combat prowess appeared lacking, his potential for growth was substantial. In Dragon Ball Super, upon his initial appearance, he was capable of engaging in combat with Gohan, even managing to overpower him to an impressive degree. This disparity in strength could perhaps be attributed to Gohan's neglect of training, yet even at his lowest, Gohan's power likely remained in the tens of billions. Tagma, who seemed rather frail, possessed potential far surpassing that of Dodoria. However, he did seem somewhat lacking in intellect. A surge of green restorative energy was unleashed, mending Tagma's injuries, after which Frieza commanded him to restore the palace. When I return, I expect to see a more opulent palace. Yes, most esteemed Lord Frieza. This speech hardly suggested a lack of intellect. Nevertheless, these were trivial matters. The primary objective at hand was to ascertain the reason behind the soul's repulsion by divine power. Initially, consulting the Eternal Dragon would have been the swiftest course of action. However, having recently visited the Kaioshin realm and memorized the essence of Kaioshin Shin, it would be prudent to inquire directly. Though Kaioshin Shin lacked a tangible aura, it did not imply the absence of any presence. The divine aura was distinct, and regardless of the distance, Frieza possessed the ability to pinpoint it accurately. He brought his index and middle fingers together and placed them upon his brow, momentarily attuning himself to the energy. Whoosh! Frieza vanished before Tagoma's very eyes. Suppressing his fury deep within, Tagoma, after Frieza's departure, commenced communication with the headquarters of Frieza's army, requesting assistance to restore the palace. Unbeknownst to Frieza, the moment that struck his head had simultaneously expanded Tagoma's consciousness. Frieza once again arrived at that serene and fragrant realm, the King Kai's world. King Kai Shin and his servant Kid displayed expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Before long, Kid was the first to react, shouting at Frieza, "Frieza, how dare you? A mere mortal from the lower realms, trespass into the King Kai's world time and again. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Kid, this marks my 2nd visit here. How can it be termed as time and again? I do not blame your lack of education, but it is your pretentiousness that is truly misguided. Therefore, you shall endure 3 of my punches." Kid scoffed dismissively, while King Kai Shin wore a smirk of mockery. Then, Frieza made his move. After battling with Cooler and utilizing the transformation known as the Star Change, Frieza shattered his previous limitations, his combat power now soaring to 1 billion. Boom. Crack. Thunderous strikes sent Kid crashing into a mountain, erasing not only his grotesque head, but also his exaggerated feet from sight. Despite the robustness of the King Kai's world, Frieza inflicted significant damage upon its surface. The melodious chirping of birds ceased, tranquility vanished, and the battlefield bore 2 craters and a collapsed mountain. King Kai Shin retained his amused expression, momentarily stunned by the rapid events unfolding before him. When did the Ice Clan gain entrance to the King Kai's realm? When did Frieza, that weakling, gain the ability to dispatch Kid in an instant? With the power Frieza had just displayed, it seemed he had surpassed even himself. Alas, he was still far inferior to Majin Buu. Otherwise, he would not merely disregard Frieza's actions, but would go to great lengths to recruit this harbinger of death. King Kai, how long will you maintain that smile? Kid was not dead, but he would take some time to regain consciousness. His last blow had struck Kid squarely at the base of his neck, and with such force, it would take him a good 10 days or more to awaken. Kid's incessant chatter and inability to recognize the disparity in strength had become quite bothersome. Frieza, I have yet to confront you for your tyrannical behavior in the North Galaxy. Who granted you the audacity to provoke me in the King Kai's world? King Kai was only concerned with one matter, Majin Buu, yet he dared not focus on it. He feared that his attention might lead the sorcerer Babidi to discover Buu's south hiding place, which would spell disaster for him. Majin Buu resided in the North Galaxy, and every move Frieza made was under Shin's watchful eye. However, Frieza's meager combat power failed to warrant his concern. The King Kai's realm? To me, it is merely a larger planet, devoid of any profound mystery. My visit to the realm of the Kaioshin is solely to request your assistance. Should you acquiesce, all will be well. However, should you dare to refuse, I shall not hesitate to seek out the sorcerer Babidi. On a certain planet within the North Galaxy lies something that piques Babidi's interest. The Kaioshin Shin was taken aback, instinctively retreating 2 steps. His face a mask of terror. You, how could you possibly know? This is inconceivable. In the entirety of the universe, no one aside from myself is privy to his whereabouts. Speak. Who divulged this information to you? After the initial shock, only rage and fear remained within the Kaioshin Shin. Oh ho ho, my dear Kaioshin, does it truly matter who informed me? Shouldn't the pressing concern be whether I will relay this to Babidi? Frieza's words rendered the Supreme Kai momentarily speechless. Indeed, this was of paramount importance. The terror of Majin Buu is incomprehensible to those who have not experienced it firsthand. Shin regained his composure. The situation had not yet reached its nadir. His primary objective was to keep Frieza steady. You see, if you agree to eliminate the individual who conveyed this information to you and ensure that the knowledge remains undisclosed, I can grant you 3 requests. As a Supreme Kai, Shin made this concession to prevent Majin Buu from wreaking havoc across the universe, thus proving himself a competent deity. However, this timorous disposition, particularly when matters concerning Majin Buu arose, caused Shin to lose his composure, revealing a rather ineffectual approach. He was a paradoxical figure, both genuine and untainted. Ahahaha. Excellent. I can assure you that the only individuals aware of that person's whereabouts in this universe are you and I. Upon hearing this, Shin let out a profound sigh of relief. Everything remained within a manageable scope. Chapter 41. The Method of Soul Fusion. I swear by the Frozen Demon Clan that I will never disclose the whereabouts of that individual. Does that suffice? Frieza found himself in a state of exasperation, as the Supreme Kai Shin had compelled him to make such an oath. How absurd. Did he truly care for the lives of his frozen kin? Surely. The Supreme Kai must have been in a daze. Very well, you may present your demands, limited to 3. And I retain the authority to choose whether to assist you or not. Frieza disregarded the Supreme Kai Shin's words entirely. Disagree? I shall compel you to acquiesce. I have previously merged with an unknown life form, which is the reason for my recent surge in combat prowess. However, my soul is in discord with it. Is there a way for you, Supreme Kai, to resolve this issue? Shin was taken aback, having anticipated that Frieza would make some outrageous request, and he was contemplating how to evade it. Yet, the request turned out to be surprisingly modest. If only Shin knew that Frieza's soul did not belong to this realm. Would he still hold such thoughts? Alas, there are no ifs in this matter. Your condition likely stems from the fusion of a new soul, and it is entirely normal for your body to exhibit rejection. Fortunately, this problem can be resolved easily. The first solution is to expel the foreign soul from your body. The second solution involves utilizing the properties of the Patera earrings to forcibly merge the 2 souls within you into a singular new one. Now it was Frieza's turn to be astonished. He had never anticipated that the Patera earrings possessed such capabilities. Then, I humbly request to borrow the Patera earrings. This request posed no difficulty for the Supreme Kai Shin. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and as his fingers spread apart, a pair of earrings appeared in his palm. They were yellow, identical to those currently worn by the Supreme Kai Shin. Mortals typically lack the qualification to wear Patera earrings. However, since I have granted you this exception, I shall make an exception this once. Frieza paid no heed to Shin's ramblings, swiftly attempting to adorn his ears with the earrings. However, a tragic turn of events unfolded. While his ears were indeed rectangular, they were utterly devoid of any protrusion. How on earth could he wear them? After yet another round of self-deprecation regarding his appearance, Frieza found himself at an impasse. Is there truly no alternative? As you can see, my ears are rather unconventional. Shin was left speechless. Such occurrences seemed almost surreal. A peculiar phenomenon that appeared to be more frequent this year than ever before. Fear not, you need not wear them on your ears alone. As long as both sides are symmetrical, they could be affixed to any part of your body. What do you think? Frieza was engulfed in fury. I am a paragon of virtue, yet you dare to compel me to partake in such absurdity. This is intolerable. In a flash, Frieza teleported to the location of his clone, a place he believed was hidden from all prying eyes. Damn it, let us do this. Oh, how it hurts. The first one is finished, and Frieza broke into a sweat from the pain. Oh, is there a hint of pleasure? Frieza barely had time to ponder the source of his unexpected exhilaration before he felt an overwhelming sensation of vertigo, as a colossal vortex materialized within his mind. 2 silhouettes emerged within this swirling phenomenon. One, unmistakably Frieza himself, and the other, the figure of Ho Chin. With the Vortex's assistance, the two souls were in the throes of merging. Soon enough, Frieza succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Xian, utilizing his abilities, swiftly located Frieza and witnessed his every action unfold. Then, he laughed, a joyful, childlike laughter. Consider this a slight retribution for your audacious intrusion into the Supreme Kai's realm and your disrespectful demeanor. However, I did not deceive you. This earring indeed possesses the power to meld the souls within you. Kid, shall we return to our game of Goku? The life of the Supreme Kai was thus characterized by its simplicity. Through the passage of countless years, he had occupied his time with this humble pastime. Each time Xian announced his intention to play Goku, Kid would immediately respond with enthusiasm, preparing tea and setting up the game board. Yet this time, Kid's voice was conspicuously absent. It seems Kid has been rendered unconscious by Frieza. Never mind, I shall count ants instead. The ants Xian referred to were not the insects that might scurry across the ground, as such creatures were not permitted to inhabit the Supreme Kai's realm. Rather, the ants represented newly birthed human life on a nascent planet, and he counted how many new beings had appeared that day. Thus, the Supreme Kai continued to lead his leisurely, monotonous yet enjoyable daily existence. Frieza remained entombed in the icy depths of the star, his soul's fusion proving to be exceptionally arduous. The original essence belonged to Ho Chin, who was not a denizen of the Dragon Ball universe, rendering the process of amalgamation far more challenging than anticipated. Time, relentless and unyielding, continued its march forward, indifferent to Frieza's slumber. Before long, a year had elapsed, and Frieza's fusion was on the verge of completion. Meanwhile, astonishing events unfolded on Earth. Firstly, in a drunken stupor, Bulma shockingly found herself entangled in the sheets with a bewildered Vegeta. This left Yamcha utterly green with envy, feeling as if countless alpacas were grazing on his pride. Yet, he could hardly lament his fate, for his own fickleness had led him astray. After each training session, he sought the company of other ladies rather than Bulma. Loneliness, emptiness, and coldness. Women crave care and companionship, and although Vegeta was an obsessive training fanatic, spending nearly 24 hours a day in the gravity chamber, he nevertheless never strayed beyond Bulma's abode. Such a devoted homebody was precisely what Bulma needed at this juncture. Naturally, the two became entwined, and it wasn't long before Bulma exhibited signs of pregnancy. Now, aside from researching new projects, she dedicated her days to nurturing her body. Within her, she carried the outrageous offspring of her and Vegeta's union. Remarkably, Vegeta demonstrated some transformation himself, perhaps lacking the tension of the original narrative. He even agreed to accompany Bulma on a vacation. Vegeta's change endeared him to Bulma, who found herself thoroughly enamored with this seemingly unromantic man. In a surprising turn of events, Vegeta even volunteered to obtain a driver's license to facilitate spontaneous road trips with Bulma. Life, after all, demands a sense of ritual. Simultaneously, Chi-Chi was in a frenzy at Mount Payas, her voice resonating so powerfully that it rattled the very foundations of their home. Goku, you absolutely must procure a driver's license. Even the hapless man from next door can embark on a road trip. You must achieve this. Goku found himself at a loss, while Piccolo harbored a tinge of regret. Why had he bestowed such a fortune upon Son Gohan? It was not merely a case of having more money than sense. The notion of a road trip was ludicrous. Gazing at the luxurious flying car parked outside, Piccolo could only lament. Thus, within the largest driving school in West City, three formidable figures emerged. One, with hair standing on end in a fiery display, was Vegeta. The second, sporting crab-like hair and a muscular frame, was the adorably naive Goku. Lastly, the third, exuding evidence of jealousy even more pronounced than Yamcha's, was Piccolo. What thrilling scenes would these three brawny men enact within the driving school? Let us await the spectacle with bated breath. Chapter 42. The driving school stormed. The West Capital Driving School is renowned worldwide, boasting vast grounds, state-of-the-art facilities, and an impressive fleet of instructor vehicles, all among the best globally. Naturally, the tuition fees are equally high, attracting only those from affluent backgrounds. However, for Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo, financial concerns are of little consequence. Vegeta, living off his wealthy spouse, spends without a hint of remorse. Goku, indifferent to monetary matters, seems to have an endless supply of funds from Piccolo's generous contributions to his family. After all, Doria single-handedly constructed 3 highways around the globe, earning a fortune in the process. One can only sympathize with him for 3 seconds. Upon completing their registration, the trio officially embarked on their learning journey. As for the written exam, given the exorbitant fees of the driving school, it was deemed unnecessary for them to participate. Vegeta's instructor was a muscular man. Goku's was an elderly gentleman, and Piccolo's was a seemingly demure woman. The instructors thoroughly explained the mechanics of the clutch, brake, accelerator, gear shifting, and more, providing demonstrations for the three students. Among them, the muscular man's movements were the gentlest, the old man's were the most practiced, and the female instructors were the most flamboyant. Soon, it was their turn to take to the road. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had frequently encountered advanced technology under Frieza's rule. Flying cars were but child's play to him. Piccolo, endowed with superior intellect, adapted effortlessly. Goku, however, was a different story. His mind, consumed by combat instincts, mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, crashing spectacularly into a barrier within mere seconds, thus annihilating the first instructor vehicle. Fortunately, Goku acted responsibly, quickly rescuing the old man from the wreckage, preventing a tragic outcome. In this initial round, Vegeta and Piccolo triumphed over Goku. Once all were familiar with the vehicle's controls, they began their driving sessions. Vegeta soared ahead without hesitation, much to the delight of his muscular instructor, who became quite animated, speaking in an exaggerated tone. Vegeta found this utterly distasteful. Piccolo drove steadily, yet was met with ridicule from the female instructor, who remarked that despite his impressive physique, he was nothing more than a coward with skin the color of bile. Infuriated, Piccolo bristled at the insult. Under the old man's careful guidance, Goku ultimately managed to overcome his earlier blunder, pressing the accelerator with newfound confidence and swiftly dominating the scene. Just as Vegeta, on the verge of losing his temper, prepared to unleash his frustration, Goku dashed past him in a flash, igniting Vegeta's fury. Kakarot, do you dare compete with me even in driving? So be it. With that, Vegeta slammed his foot down with force. In an astonishing turn of events, the vehicle was suddenly left with a gaping hole beneath it. As the accelerator had mysteriously vanished within the car, the vehicle came to a halt. Piccolo was subjected to the utmost ridicule. Upon witnessing Vegeta lounging about and Goku accelerating with fervor, he instantly embraced his machismo, flooring the accelerator. After a brief pause, Piccolo's car surged forward like a cannonball, swiftly catching up to Goku. Meanwhile, Vegeta discarded a wrecked vehicle and single-handedly halted a speeding driving instructor's car, forcefully ejecting the student behind the wheel before taking the driver's seat himself. Surprisingly, the muscular man, exhibiting an unexpected sense of responsibility, also climbed aboard that very vehicle. With a whoosh, Vegeta activated his racing mode. This spectacle left the muscular man trembling, exclaiming, "Mr. Vegeta, you are incredible. Let us revel on a yacht tonight." The roar of the engine nearly caused Vegeta to explode in place as he engaged the car's teleportation mode. This turn of events left the muscular man pale with fear, questioning whether they were dabbling in magic. Within the expansive driving school, only 3 cars remained in a frenzied dash: Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Their speed soared to an astonishing 580 miles per hour, the roar of their vehicles echoing beyond the premises, intermingled with the excited screams of women, the terrified shrieks of the muscular man, and the anguished cries of the elderly. The driving school's loudspeaker blared a warning. "Attention all. 3 students exhibiting extreme aggression are racing within the premises. For your safety, please vacate the roadway and seek refuge in a sturdy building. We are urgently contacting the transportation department for assistance. We are also reaching out to psychiatric hospitals for support. Please take heed. Please take heed. This is important," repeated thrice. As for Goku and his companions, they disregarded the announcements entirely, continuing their reckless racing. Goku took the lead, followed closely by Piccolo, with Vegeta lagging behind. However, Vegeta, seemingly empowered, teleported to first place, igniting Goku's fiery determination. With a Kamehameha for acceleration, he reclaimed the lead. Piccolo, undeterred, managed to steer with one hand while firmly gripping Vegeta's car with the other, ready to latch on should Vegeta teleport again, all the while unleashing energy waves at a speed so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. In that moment, the 3 vied fiercely against one another, leaving even the reinforcements summoned by the driving school in a state of panic. The cars have run out of fuel, but what does that matter? Why do they still require gasoline in this day and age? The energy beam is far more effective. Vegeta continuously maneuvers, while Piccolo relentlessly unleashes energy blasts from his mouth. And Goku's Kamehameha has not ceased. Indeed, Goku no longer needs to grip the steering wheel. Just moments ago, the elder, in a fit of excitement, had instructed him to steer, and Goku complied, truly liberating himself. Consequently, the muscular man fainted, while the elder managed to consume an entire bottle of fast-acting heart remedy. Yes, the whole bottle, even swallowing it whole. The sole individual remaining conscious was the female instructor, who, mesmerized, caressed Piccolo's elongated arm. Soon enough, Vegeta and the others ceased their circular motions within the driving school and began their journey toward the wilderness, creating a ruckus along the way. Fortunately, they instinctively avoided colliding with crowds and buildings, sparing the surroundings from significant damage. Mr. Piccolo, can your celestial form also expand and contract like your hands? At last, the infatuated female instructor articulated the words she had long suppressed, causing Piccolo to falter. With a fierce glare, she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Following the fate of the other two instructors, unhindered now, Piccolo felt invigorated, and his speed surged once more. A flash of golden light appeared, followed by another, prompting Piccolo to exclaim, "Can you two even handle this? If you dare, do not transform." Would Vegeta heed him? Would Goku concede defeat? The speeds of Vegeta and Goku increased yet again, while Piccolo firmly grasped Vegeta's vehicle, maintaining a steady hold at the rear. At Bowsy Mountain, Gohan was diligently completing his homework when he noticed 3 cars soaring overhead, prompting an exclamation. Mom, I see Dad and Uncle Piccolo. The one in front is Uncle Vegeta." Kiki, equally astonished, responded, "Gohan, your father's driving skills are impressive even on the first day, truly worthy of being my man." Gohan, with a puzzled expression, glanced at the disappearing cars and then at the still visible energy blasts. "Mom, don't you think Dad and the others are driving with energy blasts?" Kiki instantly became petrified. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Vegeta, clad in a ghastly amalgamation of white and purple, none other than Frieza. As he materialized, the 3 cars barreled toward him. "What the heck? I just got hit by a big truck to end up here. Are you 3 planning to send me back?" Boom, boom, boom. In breaking news, in the southwestern direction of Bowsy Mountain, a collision involving 3 vehicles has occurred. The culprits are suspected to be 3 erratic students from today's driving course in West City. Fortunately, the instructors aboard have been safely transported to the Central Hospital in West City. Driving schools must exercise caution when enrolling students, paying close attention to their physical conditions to prevent the recurrence of such grave incidents. The Shido police have officially issued a wanted notice for the trio of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who are now at large as members of a mental health crisis. Should you encounter any of these individuals, please refrain from approaching and promptly contact the hotline. The 748 hotline is always on standby. Upon learning this news, Frieza was doubled over with laughter. Chapter 43, Warriors with Ascending Power Levels. Ultimately, Bulma purchased the driver's licenses for Vegeta and his companions, even going so far as to alter their names. This became a source of embarrassment for the trio. Fortunately, training allowed them to forget such trivial matters, and time itself dulled the memories of the 3 madmen from driving school. On this day, when Frieza opened his eyes, he sensed that the Dragon Ball warriors were soaring towards the southwest. Frieza was acutely aware that the moment for the androids to make their entrance had finally arrived. Over the past 2 years, he had not engaged in frenzied training. Rather, after successfully merging with his original soul, the divine power within him had ceased to reject his presence. He had also unraveled the reason for his appearance in the Kaioshin realm. It was the divine energy within him that instigated it. As his soul did not belong to this world, the divine power sought to eliminate this anomaly by harnessing the strength of the Kaioshin. Unfortunately for it, Frieza's combat prowess was far too formidable for the Kaioshin, Shin, to manage. Moreover, due to a break in his inheritance, Shin had lost too many skills inherent to his station and had failed to recognize the issue with Frieza. The reason Frieza had not engaged in relentless training was that his battle power was rapidly escalating even without it. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, he had once again employed the 3rd technique of the stellar transformation, the Triad Wave, fervently absorbing the divine power within him. Hidden within this divine energy was an ultimate technique, the Zenith of Freedom. Although he had yet to grasp even the basics of this technique due to the current state of his divine energy, it did not deter him from aspiring to comprehend it. His instantaneous movement had also seen significant improvement, enhancing from a previous success of 1,000th of a second to an impressive 1/10th of a second. Indeed, while this was still of little practical use, it demonstrated that Frieza would eventually reach the crucial threshold of 0.1 seconds required for the application of instantaneous movement. When it first appeared, he had mastered the 0.1 second instantaneous movement, allowing him to freeze time for that brief interval. enabling him to strike while his opponents remained suspended in that moment. As his proficiency grew, this duration could be extended, with hits record standing at an astonishing 0 for seconds, truly a formidable feat. However, there were weaknesses as well. Utilizing instantaneous movement required time. And if an opponent could surpass the user's speed significantly, they could potentially counter it. For example, during the Tournament of Power, the 11th Universe's Dispo thwarted instantaneous movement using supersonic speed. Feeling the surge of his ever-increasing battle power even in slumber, Frieza relished the sensation. A staggering battle power of 1.5 billion. This was without activating stellar transformation. Even if Zamasu were to achieve his complete form, he would be no match for Frieza. Perhaps only an electric Zamasu would pose a challenge worth considering. Engaging in mundane activities like brushing his teeth and showering, life was indeed delightful. Despite the unlikelihood of finding love in his current form, should it arise, it would only be a platonic affair, an amusing predicament indeed. However, Frieza is presently unable to alter this situation. Life must go on, and it must be lived comfortably. After having breakfast at Bulma's restaurant, Frieza then instantaneously transported himself to the side of the Z fighters. It is noteworthy that Vegeta is profoundly displeased with Frieza residing in his household, even usurping the privilege of naming his own son, although he does indeed have a fondness for the name Trunks. The arrival of Frieza captured everyone's attention, albeit briefly. As they merely glanced at him, Frieza's demeanor was somewhat frigid and capricious, prompting a reluctance to approach him. Notably, Frieza bore no attire, and upon this realization, although no one voiced their thoughts, they felt a sense of embarrassment at the prospect of associating with him. A glance at Son Goku revealed that his base fighting power had reached an astounding 12 million, while his transformation into his Super Saiyan brought his power to approximately 600 million. Vegeta's strength was comparable to Goku's, perhaps slightly higher, but still insufficient to sway the balance of their impending battle. It is worth mentioning Gohan. In the original narrative, Gohan had yet to master the Super Saiyan transformation. Yet Frieza could distinctly sense that Gohan was capable of transforming, with his base power now at 8 million. If one possessed such power and could not transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would dare to broadcast his folly. Meanwhile, Piccolo was somewhat alarming. His power had significantly increased. Despite concealing his true strength, the scouter revealed that Piccolo's power had surged to 400 million, quite preposterous. However, upon realizing that his own power stood at 1.5 billion, he felt somewhat reassured, knowing his opponent was far from his level. Despite Piccolo's diligent efforts, he remained relegated to a mere supporting role. This was a world of Dragon Ball where power levels had been universally elevated, particularly among those associated with Frieza, whose fighting capabilities had undergone a qualitative transformation. Yamcha, 100,000, more than doubling his previous strength. Tien Shinhan, 150,000, also approximately doubled. Frieza noted that he seemed to have reached a critical threshold. Surpassing it would lead to explosive growth. Kaiatsu, with a mere 50,000 in fighting power, had evidently fallen behind, his limits reached. As for Bulma, Frieza preferred not to comment on her. It is often said that pregnancy can dull a woman's intellect, and in her case, it seems she had regressed significantly. Her power level stood at a mere 100, a staggering decrease of tenfold. Lastly, the strongest warrior on Earth, Krillin, boasted a fighting power of 300,000. True to his title as the mightiest Earthling, his potential remained substantial, and surpassing the million mark was within reach. Soon, the group convened to devise a plan to search for the androids, a matter in which Frieza held little interest. His presence was primarily to ascertain whether historical events would unfold as anticipated. At that moment, a pink whirlwind surged from the distance, adorned in a vest and loose-fitting trousers. The vest allowing him to proudly display his chiseled abdominal muscles. Frieza had once praised his physique, which had motivated Dodoria to commit to a rigorous fitness regimen. Remarkably, without relying on the gravity chamber, Dodoria's power had reached 1 million, unequivocally establishing him as Frieza's foremost subordinate, the #1 lackey, a sentiment universally acknowledged. Suddenly, Frieza's gaze sharpened as he focused on a distant town where two extraordinary auras emerged. These were not mere energies, for he could not sense their presence. However, Frieza could perceive their power, a serendipitous advantage afforded by his detection technique. Oh ho ho! The long-forgotten laughter echoed once more, sending shivers of delight through Dodoria. Akin to savoring an old ice pop on a sweltering summer day. One of the figures, presumably Dr. Gero, possessed an astounding energy level of 600 million, while the other, A portly figure adorned with a lightning rod atop his large head matched that same energy level of 600 million. This exceeded the original narrative by threefold. Adding a layer of intrigue, it seemed the artificial beings would indeed bring him considerable amusement this time. Casting a glance at his subordinates, Frieza was instantly filled with ire. Were they merely here to flaunt their chiseled abs? Did they not possess even an inkling of their own combat prowess? After all this time, I have trained you repeatedly. How could you possibly be so disappointing? With a swift motion, Dodoria once again earned himself a reprimanding strike from Frieza, his spirits soaring in the aftermath. Surely, after another 1,000 or so of these encounters, he might ascend to the rank of Super Dodoria. Alas, how did the mighty cosmic Emperor Frieza end up with a subordinate inclined towards masochism? Could he not simply train diligently in the gravity chamber? Dodoria retorted. How could I possibly shine if I remain hidden away? If I don't make an appearance for too long, the audience will forget me. Chapter 44. Uncle Son Gohan. Perhaps it was the heavens showing pity on Yamcha, or perhaps Frieza's arrival had inadvertently empowered the androids, inflating their confidence. In any case, this time it was not the unfortunate Yamcha who faced the androids, but rather the alarmingly green demon King Piccolo. Fortune favored him over Yamcha, for he had just been ambushed by Android 19 when Son Gohan happened upon the scene. Unlike others who were either mama's boys or daddy's boys, Son Gohan was an Uncle S boy, not in the sense of the historical figure Qin Shubao, but rather in a manner that suggested a deeper bond with his uncle. Upon witnessing his uncle Piccolo being assaulted by the android, Son Gohan was immediately incensed, transforming into a Super Saiyan without a second thought. His battle power surged from a formidable 400 million to an astounding 600 million, fueled by his fury. In an instant, he sent Android 19 hurtling away. The enraged Son Gohan, unable to contain himself, inadvertently caused significant destruction, toppling numerous plants and skyscrapers, creating chaos upon the small island. Fortunately, there were plenty of Supermen present, preventing the situation from spiraling into utter catastrophe, with damages limited to mere financial losses. Just how terrifying was the wrath of Son Gohan? One can discern the plight of Android 19, whose face was indented from the force of the blows it received. It is worth noting that Android 19 possesses an energy level of 600 million, a figure that is synonymous with power. Yet, this formidable being found itself unable to maintain control over its own body, only coming to a halt after colliding with another small island. At that moment, all the warriors hastened towards the scene, accompanied by the very presence of Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20. Initially, it was expected that Son Goku would be the first to engage in battle. However, the enraged Son Gohan disregarded the expected sequence, unleashing a torrent of ferocious attacks upon Android 19. Indeed, while Android 19 boasts an impressive energy level of 600 million, the recent ambush by Son Gohan had significantly diminished its energy reserves, resulting in a scenario where Gohan dominated the fight. Has Gohan truly grown this formidable? His power feels even more potent than when Son Goku first returned to Earth. Tien Shinhan remarked with a sense of wonder, while Yamcha and Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. And Krillin felt a swell of pride for his pupil. Son Goku, being his senior disciple, rendered Son Gohan as Krillin's nephew in martial arts. Perish, perish, perish. Son Gohan's combat style diverged from that of his peers. He relished the act of shouting as he fought, imbuing his attacks with an air of grandiosity. As the battle wore on, the energy reserves within Android 19 plummeted, leaving it with less than 400 million. Panic began to set in. At the onset of his explosive power, Son Gohan's combat strength had surged to 600 million. However, with fatigue setting in, his explosive prowess waned, leaving him with a combat strength of less than 400 million. Despite appearing aggressive and taking the initiative, Son Gohan was acutely aware that if the battle continued in this manner, he would ultimately be outlasted by the androids. Masenko, with a dramatic flourish, Son Gohan positioned his hands upon his forehead, unleashing a colossal energy wave directed at Android 19. Frieza stood at a distance, shaking his head in disappointment upon witnessing the scene unfold. Gohan was clearly courting disaster. Indeed, upon seeing this, Android 20 burst into laughter. Android 19, facing the energy wave directly, wore a sinister smile that did not escape Piccolo's notice, prompting a sense of foreboding within him. With a malevolent grin, Android 19 raised his palms towards the magical energy wave, revealing a glass orb nestled within his hands. A miraculous occurrence ensued as Gohan's energy wave was absorbed entirely by Android 19. Gasping for breath, Gohan could hardly believe the spectacle before him. Meanwhile, Android 19 erupted in hearty laughter. Huh. With a commanding shout, Android 19 instantly cleared the debris surrounding him. And Frieza observed as Android 19's energy levels surged back to 600 million. It appeared that this was the pinnacle of Android 19's power. Contrary to the original narrative, where he would have continued to gain energy exponentially. Suddenly, Android 19 launched a counterattack, hurtling towards Gohan with a headbutt that was astonishingly swift, even producing a sonic boom. Watch out. Gohan, evade. The frantic shouts from the onlookers finally broke Gohan from his stupor, and he attempted to muster his energy to dodge. Unfortunately, his stamina was depleted, and his moment of hesitation rendered him a fraction too slow to evade the impending strike from Android 19. Should Gohan be struck by such an attack, he would either perish or suffer grievous injuries. The lightning rod atop Android 19's head was no mere decoration, but rather a lethal weapon capable of piercing through him. In this critical moment, all hope rested upon his uncle, for his father was utterly unreliable. Having sensed Android 19's ominous intent earlier, Piccolo had already discarded his weighted clothing, bolstering his power by an additional 50 million, elevating it to 450 million. Just as Gohan found himself unable to evade, Piccolo charged forward, crossing his arms in a defensive stance to intercept Android 19's ferocious assault. A thunderous boom echoed throughout the realm, the shockwave rippling through the ocean, causing numerous fish to flip belly up, embodying a state of utter demise. Despite the disparity of 150 million in power levels, Piccolo ultimately succeeded in blocking Android 19's lethal blow. Although his hands were pierced, he was a practitioner of the body extension technique. Such a minor injury was inconsequential. Vegeta, with arms crossed over his chest, exhibited no emotional response to the unfolding events. In stark contrast, Goku, perhaps realizing his failure to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, was consumed by rage. A surge of golden energy erupted skyward, signifying the fury ignited within Goku's heart. Whoosh! Bang! Crash! With that singular strike, the island was nearly sent plunging into the depths of the ocean, and the android 19 was effortlessly penetrated, descending into the abyss below. Sun Wukong's combat strength reached an astounding 650 million. In that fleeting moment of fury, Sun Wukong surged from 600 million to 650 million. Such is the nature of the Saiyan race, governed by their emotions. Alas, Frieza found himself feeling somewhat bored. Such battles failed to ignite his enthusiasm. He thought it would be more enjoyable to seek out the Supreme Kaishin for a conversation about life and perhaps engage in a game of Go to pass the time. Frieza was on the verge of departure when he suddenly sensed the rapidly diminishing energy of Sun Wukong, which plummeted from an initial 650 million to a mere 300 million. The rate of this decline was utterly abnormal. If he had been ensnared by the androids, draining his energy, it would have been comprehensible. However, Sun Wukong had just unleashed his power, effortlessly sending Android 19 to the ocean's depths, from which it had yet to resurface. This peculiar situation did not escape Frieza's notice. It astonished everyone present. Only Vegeta wore a contemplative expression. Boom! Android 19 erupted from the ground, launching Sun Wukong into the air, followed by a flurry of relentless blows that left Wukong unable to mount any form of resistance. Moreover, his energy continued to dwindle when Android 19 struck him down again. Creating a massive crater, Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Father! Wukong! Wukong! Old son! Humph! Kakarot! That useless fool! Chapter 45, The Unfortunate Child Returns for Punishment, a must-read for brothers. Oh ho ho ho. This foolish idiot is having a heart attack. If you don't give him his medicine soon, he'll be cold and lifeless in no time. As Krillin fed a Senzu to Sun Wukong, it merely healed his wounds, yet he still clutched his chest in agony. Strangely, Krillin and the others failed to understand the gravity of the situation, leaving Frieza deeply concerned for their intelligence. With such minds, they were hardly superior to the likes of Dodoria, who at least had the cunning to endure punishment whenever he was in discomfort. With Frieza's reminder, the others finally comprehended what was transpiring, and Yamcha and Kaiatsu took Sun Wukong back to the Capsule Corporation for treatment. Androids 19 and 20 attempted to intervene, but Vegeta stood before them, deterring any rash actions. They were acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. Although the database contained data from years past, they did not underestimate him. Sun Wukong's combat power had recently surpassed theirs, and while Vegeta might not have been quite as strong, he was not far behind. This was their honest assessment of the two warriors. However, placing Sun Wukong ahead of Vegeta was something he could not accept. Rusty scrap. Let you experience the iron fist of a Saiyan prince and see whether your scrap metal is tougher or my iron fist is more ferocious. Ah, bear. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, and although his combat power did not reach the staggering 650 million achieved by Goku in a fit of rage, it still stood at a formidable 600 million, comparable to that of the androids. While the androids possessed the same energy level, they lacked Vegeta's fighting instinct and the extraordinary ability to unleash his power as a Saiyan. Vegeta was not foolish enough to entertain the notion of taking on two opponents simultaneously. Instead, he focused his fury on Android 19. Dr. Gero, the creator of the androids, felt increasingly frustrated as he observed how everyone seemed to disregard him. Was it because his glass dome appeared fragile, leading them to fear that he could not withstand a beating? He pondered this conundrum but chose not to intervene, believing that vanquishing this group in one-on-one combat would further undermine their arrogance. However, this time Dr. Gero underestimated the situation. Android 19 was no match for Vegeta's prowess. Even without utilizing his instant transmission skill, Vegeta was already delivering a relentless onslaught that left Android 19 reeling. With a thunderous crash, one of Android 19's arms exploded, showering the ground with a viscous, yellowish oil that was exceedingly repugnant. "Ah, my arm," Vegeta sneered, amused by the android's realistic design. If only it were capable of obedience. He might consider bringing it home for his son to play with. "Don't worry, soon you'll be in pieces just like your arm." In an instant, Vegeta appeared before Android 19, seemingly materializing out of nowhere. With a swift motion, he wrenched off the android's remaining arm and delivered a sweeping kick that severed its head cleanly. "Bah, a mere machine, showering me with oil." Enraged, Vegeta extended his arms, palms facing Android 19's body and head. After a brief moment of concentration, he unleashed two energy blasts that sped forth with tremendous velocity. Turning his gaze towards the astonished Dr. Gero, who stood in disbelief behind his glass dome, Vegeta felt a slight churn in his stomach. "Next, it shall be your turn." Suddenly, as Vegeta accelerated toward Android 20, a bullet-shaped flying craft abruptly appeared before him, forcing him to halt. Glancing up, he recognized a familiar face, none other than the time-displaced Harry Potter Conan. Yet, the timing of this unexpected arrival struck him as odd. Was it a coincidence or a deliberate act? Due to Conan's unexpected appearance, the individual designated as number 20 has already fled, and the artificial beings exhibit no discernible presence, rendering the search exceedingly troublesome. Date, equally bewildered, sat within the time machine, having witnessed a frail elder swiftly retreating. This was not the familiar artificial being he recognized. With a decisive click, the hatch of the time machine swung open, and Date leapt forth, swiftly transforming the machine into a compact capsule for storage. His gaze fell upon Frieza in the distance, evoking memories of the moment when Frieza forcefully seized the time machine. Frieza flicked his tail dismissively, a look of disdain gracing his features. "Humph, I already possess a machine, currently under research at headquarters. Do I really need to pay attention to your pathetic contraption?" Dodoria interjected, "My lord, ours is the true wreckage. Pray tell, whom were you just battling?" Observing the desolate island strewn with debris, Dazai appeared perplexed. Perhaps sensing that the conflict had concluded, Bulma, cradling her son Trunks, wobbled over. With a power level of 100, flying proved quite strenuous. Dazai's brow furrowed with concern, fearing that his unreliable mother might tumble and thereby erase his existence in this timeline. Vegeta, unperturbed, seethed at the sudden appearance of Conan as he had come to know him, exclaiming, "Is this not akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Life is a relentless struggle, and for the Saiyans, battling is the essence of existence." Grasping Dazai by the collar, he bellowed, "Just moments ago, I was poised to eliminate the last android, and your unexpected arrival has allowed the foe to escape. Now you inquire about whom I was fighting?" Dazai was utterly bewildered. Had that fleeing entity also been an android? Could it be that in this timeline, the android was an old man? No, that could not be. Androids were supposed to take the form of two youthful individuals, one a stoic male, the other a striking female. There was no reason for an aged figure to be involved. As for Android 19, Dazai could no longer discern its true form, reduced to a heap of shattered fragments. Moreover, Mr. Vegeta, your combat prowess is indeed terrifying. Such strength could effortlessly dispatch those two androids. Piccolo, being somewhat more astute, picked up on Dazai's words. Are you implying that there are more androids beyond these two, possessing youthful appearances? However, your earlier assertion that Vegeta could annihilate them is misguided. While their power may not rival his, it is certainly formidable. Vegeta's strength was a known quantity, especially as Gohan was unequivocally no match for him, and at best, he could only contend with Gohan on equal footing. Piccolo had come to understand the disparity between their powers when he was recently overwhelmed by Android 19. And he took solace in Gohan's ability to endure against 19 for so long. This adopted son of his was worth every ounce of care. Ah, Dazai. It is time for you to reveal your true name, for little Trunks has already come into the world. Dazai's expression stiffened. Indeed. The infant cradled by Bulma was unmistakably a young version of himself. Although he found Frieza's laughter irksome, he felt no inclination to conceal his identity any longer. Being referred to as Conan was rather inconvenient. Greetings, everyone. I am pleased to formally introduce myself. With a resounding slap, Vegeta sent him crashing to the ground. A thick glob of phlegm landing squarely on Date's face. Who would be interested in knowing who you are? You ramble on endlessly. While the androids have vanished without a trace, Frieza chuckled directly, realizing that it was indeed necessary for Date to make an appearance. Otherwise, the spectacle would be so dull that one could easily doze off. Chapter 46, The Tragic Tower. The genuine heir Date felt quite aggrieved, as he was always met with a beating upon arrival, and each time it was at the hands of his own father. The crux of the matter was not that he lacked the courage to fight back, but rather that he was genuinely outmatched. For 3 years, Date had diligently struggled against the androids, yet his combat power was merely 290 million. Faced with Vegeta's 600 million, a complete and utter defeat was inevitable. Ah, Vegeta, are you not curious about the identity of the one you are thrashing? The distinctive BGM played, accompanied by that insufferable laughter. Aside from Frieza, it would be impossible to find another soul across the 12 universes who could match such a presence. Vegeta wore an expression of haughty pride. While being unable to best Frieza was one matter, the prince's demeanor must remain unyielding. Who else could it be? Given that his name is not genuine and considering that hair color, the only possible identity that comes to mind is my son. To be candid, Vegeta was quite displeased that Bulma's genes had altered the hair color of their offspring. The androids could flee as they wished. After all, they were not formidable foes. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to pay them any mind. His disdain was primarily directed towards Trunks' hair color, prompting him to knock the boy to the ground with a swift slap. Date was on the verge of tears. He could tolerate being beaten, as his father had that right. But why must he be spat upon as well? Vegeta, how dare you strike my son? I shall have my revenge. Though Bulma had already given birth, her fiery temperament remained unchanged. Suddenly, she hurled the bothersome little Date aside and charged at Vegeta. This scene sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. Date was indeed his son, but he belonged to the future, not the present. Regardless of his grievances towards the boy, he was still his offspring. With a swift motion, Vegeta rushed to save his son. Slap. Bulma's hand connected with Date's face just as he managed to rise, leaving him utterly bewildered. His mother had actually struck him. On the same day, within a mere 30 seconds, they had initiated a chaotic blend of a gendered double team. Feeling wronged and on the verge of tears, little Date wept. Cast aside by his mother and now being held aloft by his father by 1 foot, it was only logical for him to cry. Bulma, this is our son. The older one belongs to the future. Why are you so agitated? Holding a lump of flesh in one hand, or rather, a small Trunks, Vegeta stormed towards Bulma, expressing his frustration with an angry shout. Little Trunks, oblivious to the unfolding events, felt a profound sadness that demanded an outlet. Suddenly, a slender stream of water cascaded from the heavens, landing with precision upon the face of the larger Trunks, swiftly cleansing the phlegm away. This time, even Frieza could not bear to watch. The larger Trunks truly evoked pity, as he was relentlessly bullied each time he appeared. The first occasion was somewhat understandable, as he was outmatched and had been thoroughly beaten by Vegeta and himself, rendering him incapable of self-care. However, during this second encounter, he had been slapped by both his parents, only to end up urinating on himself. A strange sensation enveloped Frieza as he pondered the situation. How infuriating. You can relieve yourself. You have your youth. You think you're so special, don't you? Bullying me, are you? Frieza was engulfed in fury, seeking an outlet for his wrath. Surveying the arena, he noted that only Vegeta stood as a formidable opponent. Vegeta, under Frieza's piercing gaze, was gripped by trepidation, acutely aware that Frieza was not harboring benign intentions. With a swift motion, Frieza unleashed a sidekick that sent Vegeta hurtling through the air. Fortunately, just before being struck, Vegeta managed to release little Trunks, who was promptly caught by big Trunks, who bore no disdain for the situation. Had he not intervened, little Trunks would have vanished from sight like Vegeta. Bulma gasped in alarm. Frieza, what are you doing? Why are you attacking my man? Trunks, quickly. Take me to find your father. Little Trunks glanced at Big Trunks, who returned the gaze, finally realizing that Bulma was calling for him. Though reluctant, Big Trunks was genuinely concerned for his father. He shot a fierce glare at Frieza, cradled Bulma in one arm, and with the other, embraced himself as he sped toward the direction where Vegeta had disappeared. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and Gohan observed the unfolding chaos, pondering whether this confrontation was intended for the androids or against them. Piccolo was the first to react. Addressing the group, the direction the androids fled matches that of Vegeta's disappearance. We must follow swiftly. We cannot allow them to suffer should a battle ensue. Krillin, coming to the same realization, exclaimed, and Bulma, encountering the androids will surely spell trouble. Tien added, Krillin, perhaps you should worry about us. Bulma has 2 Super Saiyans to safeguard her, while we are unprotected and our battle prowess is significantly lower. Gohan, driven by a strong protective instinct, asserted, it's all right. If you can't hold your ground, flee first. I'll stay back with Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo simply responded with a resigned expression. Frieza gazed upon the departing figures, particularly those of Krillin and Tien, enveloped in a profound sense of melancholy, reminiscent of the chilling winds that sweep across the desolate banks of the Ishui River, where valiant warriors depart never to return. Had he not traversed into the body of Frieza and instead transformed into any of those earthlings? What might the circumstances have entailed in the absence of a system? Upon reflection, it seems that becoming Frieza, despite the loss of certain pleasures, is not entirely unacceptable. Alas, it is prudent to observe the unfolding events. Androids 16, 17, and 18 are poised to make their appearance, and with the remarkable enhancements of androids 19 and 20. Who can fathom the prowess of those artificial beings? Indeed, Cell hails from the future, thus his combat abilities should remain consistent. Otherwise, he would be compelled to resort to the celestial transformation. As for Gohan, he may frolic in his own folly, for with a modicum of strength, he has soared to heights of arrogance, ultimately leading to the demise of his own father. What a wretched creature. In a previous life, Frieza watched Dragon Ball and was particularly infuriated by the moment when Gohan inadvertently caused the demise of his own father. Even in his current incarnation as Frieza, he refuses to assume the role of an overt villain. Villains often meet grim fates. It is far more gratifying and liberating to embody an ambiguous character who operates in the shadows, unseen by others. Sensing the energy emanating from Android 20, Frieza vanished in an instant. Due to the circumstances surrounding the situation, Dr. Gero had already returned to the base, and by the time Frieza materialized, he had activated the dormant capsules of Android 17 and Android 18. Frieza minimized his aura, ensuring that Dr. Gero and his associates remained undisturbed. After casting a glance at Androids 17 and 18, he proceeded deeper into the subterranean depths. Android 17, a strikingly handsome youth of 17, exuded an air of cool arrogance, possessing an energy level of 900 million. Android 18, his twin sister, was born moments earlier, thus she held the title of elder sibling. With her flowing light golden hair and a visage as smooth as silk, unmarred by any blemish, she boasted a figure that, while not particularly grand, was perfectly proportioned. Her energy level stood at 800 million. Upon observing the shattered incubation chamber before him, Frieza sensed the emergence of unforeseen developments. For on the ground lay a hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, unmistakably indicative of a certain future entity's current size. Chapter 47, The Unconventional Androids and an Uncanny Twist of Fate. It appeared to be mere coincidence that Vegeta's landing spot coincided precisely with the entrance of Dr. Gero's laboratory. The force of Frieza's kick is evident from the collapsed mountain, which speaks volumes. Vegeta, after the impact, emerged unscathed. For a Super Saiyan, such an encounter was trivial. However, the occupants of the laboratory were not as fortunate. While they did not suffer significant injuries, they were indeed entombed alive. Not only were androids 17 and 18 buried, but so was Frieza, who was situated even deeper. As for Dr. Gero, transformed into Android 20, he remained destined for the same fate as when Android 17 had ended his life. The sole advantage was that he was now buried, thus spared from the horror of decaying in the wilderness. Boom, boom, crash. Android 17 surged forth from the depths, carrying an enormous stasis pod, accompanied by the girl, Android 18. The third explosion was caused by Frieza, obliterating the entire mountain in the process. Drenched in a violet aura, Frieza hovered in the air, his expression darkened with fury. To be buried alive was a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Upon seeing Vegeta rise from the earth, Shaking off the dirt, Frieza instantly grasped the situation, a rather awkward predicament indeed. Such fortune was not ordinary. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Dai and others arrived. Particularly, upon spotting androids 17 and 18, Dai was consumed with rage. Unlike Vegeta and Bulma, however, he managed to restrain his temper, gently placing Bulma down and cradling little Dai in her arms. Android 17. Android 18. Prepare to meet your end. Roaring with fury, Dai's battle power surged to 300 million, and in his wrath, he charged toward Android 17. Swoosh. Bang. A roar. Dai's misfortune appeared far from over. Challenging a power of 900 million with his own 300 million was a decision doomed for failure. This time, instead of disappearing into the sky, he was caught by Son Gohan. This is impossible. Android 17 cannot be this powerful. I should be able to match him. Humph, there's nothing impossible about this. Even the previous androids could defeat you with just one hand. Vegeta felt a deep disappointment in his future son, while combat prowess could be honed. A lack of intellect posed a far more significant challenge. After some contemplation, realizing he lacked an immediate remedy for this intellectual deficiency, Vegeta resolved to engage the androids first. As for being kicked away by Frieza, did that even happen? Apologies, Vegeta chose to conveniently forget that. You are androids 17 and 18, correct? Let us battle. I refuse. I also refuse. At this moment, number 17 had opened the dormant pod labeled number 16, from which emerged a remarkably tall man. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to describe him as a robotic figure resembling a male. He was entirely crafted from metal. If Dr. Gero possessed such capabilities, why did he feel the need to modify us? Number 18 tapped lightly on number 16's arm, and the sound of metal striking metal echoed, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Originally, both number 17 and number 18 were ordinary humans, yet they had been selected by Dr. Gero for transformation into artificial beings. Although they still retained their human forms, their bodies now harbored nanomaterials that altered their thoughts, along with emergency shutdown and self-destruct mechanisms. Most importantly, the process of their transformation had been akin to living hell. Otherwise, why would they harbor such animosity towards Dr. Gero? Why would they refuse to engage with me? Were they not created to eliminate humanity? Number 17 raised his head to gaze into the distance at Vegeta and inquired with confusion, "Who told you we were to exterminate humanity? We are human ourselves." "Oh, I see. You are referring to Dr. Gero, right? His directive for us is not to eradicate humans. I detest Dr. Gero's orders. He even commanded me to pursue Bulma." "Humph. You're a man. Is it so difficult to court a beautiful woman? And I am tasked with seducing Goku and causing his family to fall apart. That damned old man, that cursed mission." The wind continued to blow, leaving everyone present astonished by the revelations of numbers 17 and 18. Bulma felt a shiver run through her but pretended not to hear, focusing intently on assessing Den's injuries. Gohan pointed to himself and then looked at Piccolo, saying, "Uncle Piccolo, did that female android just say she intends to tear my family apart? To separate my dad and mom?" Piccolo, feeling the weight of Gohan's distress, gently ruffled his hair and closed his eyes in resignation. "If we are not imagining things, you heard that quite clearly. It's okay, Gohan. Uncle Piccolo will not abandon you." Such words were spoken as if number 18 had already succeeded, and Goku and Chi-Chi had indeed separated. In that moment, Frieza was left utterly stunned. Had the narrative taken such a bizarre turn? What lay ahead was not a battle, but a tale of youthful romance, perhaps even a saga of a homewrecker. How utterly absurd. Yet, amidst this chaos, no one remembered that if anyone had a right to be enraged, it was undoubtedly Vegeta. He was openly disdained and now faced the humiliation of having to pursue his own woman, a direct affront to his pride. Den was rendered speechless, his mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. "I must escape this timeline. It does not belong to me. I need to leave, to find my mother." However, did you think the situation concluded there? No. Number 18 first compared her height with number 16's and then inquired, "Big guy, what is your mission?" On the 16th, with pure eyes gazing at the sky, a solitary tear of machine oil fell. My mission is to create a film, and only when my popularity surpasses that of Optimus Prime can I be accompanied by the beloved little creatures." The wind continued to howl, and the narrative galloped down a crooked path. Bang! A time machine emerged, and Date, with a face full of despair, was about to flee. Bang! The time machine transformed back into a capsule, this time not by Frieza's hand, but by the quick-witted Bulma. "Do not rush away. Although this timeline has undergone unacceptable changes, your future remains unaltered. You must grow stronger to rescue the desolate future. Date was momentarily stunned. His mother's words were so reasonable that he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. To prevent you from succumbing to your father's training, I shall keep this capsule for you. When your father acknowledges you, and you believe you can defeat the androids of the future, I will return the time machine. Mom. Date was moved to tears by Bulma, kneeling before her. In this world, only a mother truly cares the most. Oh ho ho ho. Bulma. You simply want to take a closer look at how splendidly your future son has grown and how popular he is with the girls, do you not? Date was taken aback, instinctively raising his gaze to his mother. He saw Bulma's eyes darting away, her face flushed with the embarrassment of being uncovered. Date nearly fell into despair. Chapter 48, a Dragon Ball rendition of Unease for Everyone. Whether Date falls into despair or not is of no concern to Vegeta, who is neither interested nor has the leisure to intervene. He is grown and ought to be independent. What vexes Vegeta now is the fact that he has been ignored. First, his challenge to battle was rejected. Then, right in front of him, the intention to woo his woman was voiced. Although Bulma pretended not to hear, this was something Vegeta could not tolerate. Did he not sense Bulma's heart racing and her cheeks flushing at that very moment? Roar. Vegeta's golden aura surged with unprecedented strength, and this moment, filled with indignation, Vegeta erupted. His battle power skyrocketed by a staggering 200 million, soaring to 800 million in an instant, astonishing even Frieza. These Saiyans are utterly unpredictable. Bang! Vegeta's fist struck 17's chest. Although blocked by 17's arms, the overwhelming force caused the ground behind him to crack. Frieza's gaze sharpened as the divine power within him surged towards the ground, reinforcing the earth beneath him as much as possible. Once the battle commenced, everyone's attention was fully restored. Even the formidable Topo observed the clash between Vegeta and Android 17 with a tense expression. Android 17 was reluctant to engage. He had already identified his mission target, and the fact that his opponent had already procreated was beyond his consideration. He simply needed to fulfill his task, and the devices within him would permanently deactivate. He had no choice, just as Vegeta relentlessly unleashed his fury upon him. 17 was left with no option but to defend and counterattack with all his might. Although there was a disparity of 1 billion in combat power between 800 million and 900 million, battles were not solely dictated by raw strength, particularly with Vegeta's unpredictable appearances in astonishing locations, which greatly troubled 17. He had endured numerous blows, collapsing mountain after mountain, while the ground bore numerous craters of varying depths. His attire was tattered, and a gash marred his face. Touching the wound, 17 felt a surge of anger. He still relied on his handsome visage to woo Bulma, and this injury could significantly hinder his chances of success in his mission. Vegeta, you seek your own demise. With a resonating hum, he summoned an aura that manifested as a translucent energy barrier, intercepting Vegeta's kick aimed at him from behind, which was akin to a divine dragon's tail swipe. Driven to desperation, 17 resorted to his energy shield, a life-saving technique that could only be employed thrice in a single day. Bang! Boom, 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 boom. Vegeta was caught off guard by the impact of this kick. Aside from his reliable teleportation technique against Frieza, he found himself thwarted by this insufferable pretty boy. After crashing through several mountains, Vegeta finally mitigated the force of 17's kick, his fury reaching a boiling point as he bellowed. You scoundrel! I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How dare you covet my woman? I shall make you incapable of being a man. Frieza seemed to hear the background music that typically accompanies battles in Dragon Ball. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hey, Chi-Chi, Goku has stabilized, right? Oh, I see. A bead of sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead, and to his astonishment, it was the ringtone of Bulma's phone. It was as if a plow had encountered a musical staff, utterly absurd. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Vegeta was met with a headbutt from Android 17, and in perfect synchrony. Both clutched their heads and sank to the ground. Ultimately, though, Vegeta's resilience prevailed. He clenched his fist at his waist, slightly bent his knees, and opened his mouth wide, unleashing a furious roar. Oh, the sound resonated like a drumbeat. Vegeta transformed once more into his muscular Super Saiyan form, his physique becoming immensely large and formidable, causing Bulma to drool in awe. If only the bump on Vegeta's head were absent, he would have appeared even more intimidating. As it stood, it added a touch of humorous absurdity. Frieza could not suppress a laugh, perplexed by the inexplicable decline in his sense of humor. However, The sight of Vegeta was undeniably amusing. In his muscular form, Vegeta's combat power surged to an astonishing 2 billion, an undeniably terrifying feat. With a swiftness that belied his state, Vegeta utilized his instant transmission. He executed a low kick aimed at Android 17, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Caught off guard, 17 was still dazed and disoriented. Both he and Android 18 possessed eternal energy, rendering them immune to fatigue from prolonged combat. However, pain was still a reality. In this instance, 17 was unable to mount an effective defense against the suddenly appearing Vegeta, resorting to merely clenching his legs in a futile attempt to shield himself. If faced with an opponent of comparable strength, such a tactic might have proved effective. Yet now, confronted by the enraged, muscular Vegeta, this instinctive defense appeared utterly feeble. Android 18 had already covered her eyes, vividly imagining the catastrophic outcome. In that moment, her thoughts were not focused on saving 17, but rather lamenting the notion that he would never fulfill his mission. Among Vegeta's allies, only Frieza possessed the power to prevent this impending disaster. Yet, why would he intervene? Having transcended his biological nature, Frieza harbored a desire for everyone to share his fate. Thus, rather than halting Vegeta's assault, he gleaned much from the experience, contemplating how he might employ such a kick against those who displeased him in the future. Observe the precision, power, and speed of Vegeta's kick. It was impeccable in every regard. Frieza watched with rapt attention, thoroughly entertained. Boom. Huh? Something seemed amiss. The sound was not what one would expect from a mere kick. Had 17 been utterly obliterated? Must it be so violent? As the wind swept through, the dust settled, revealing Vegeta, now embedded in the ground, twitching as if on the brink of losing consciousness. His head was buried in the earth, depriving him of oxygen. Roar. A magnificent golden aura erupted, surging skyward in a display of raw power. Simultaneously, a purple energy wave ascended, filling the air with intensity. Frieza was furious. He was engrossed in the spectacle when that hulking number 16 dared to disrupt the scene. Was he deliberately seeking trouble? Whoosh. Whoosh. Both Frieza and Daz sprang into action simultaneously. Bang. Whoosh. Clang. Daz was sent flying by Frieza's tail, and this time, even Gohan was unable to catch him. Krillin, with his hands on his forehead, lamented. Trunks truly seems to have a selective memory. How many times has he been struck already? Tianjin's 3 eyes blinked in disbelief, and he earnestly began to tally. The first time was at the hands of Frieza, the second was when he was struck by a spaceship, and the third. Bang. Number 16 was kicked squarely on the chin by Frieza, soaring into the sky. Frieza then recalled Vegeta's recent maneuver. Whoosh. A swift displacement appeared before number 16, striking with unparalleled speed, precision, and ferocity, surpassing even Vegeta's prowess. This kick was nothing short of magnificent, an unparalleled display, a thunderous revelation. Duong. Ouch. Oh. My foot, my foot, my foot. It's ruined, oh no. A Dragon Ball rendition of Anxiety, presented for all. Lyrics by Little Golden Turtle, performed by Frieza. At that moment, Tianjin finally uttered the next line, including Bulma's slap. That should make it 7 times, right? Per Trunks. Bulma was incensed, raising her little fiery pepper. She aimed it at the 2. Trunks, fire away. Chapter 49. The curtain falls on the comedic farce. The shadow leg technique is an ominous move. Vegeta had used it and found himself buried in the ground, only saved by Frieza's intervention to avoid suffocation. Frieza soon followed suit, sustaining severe injuries to his leg bones. Not only did he suffer physical harm, but he also sang a tune that became a legendary anthem within the Dragon Ball universe. Those who employed such a technique paid a heavy price, so what of those who nearly or have already tasted its repercussions? Android 17 maintained a half-squat position with his knees tightly pressed together, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, a testament to his fright. Conversely, Android 16, with his remarkably durable physique, also found himself unceremoniously expelled of fluids, yellowish liquid that could only be likened to oil. Despite possessing an astonishing combat power of 2 billion, he too was not spared the discomfort. Fortunately, he lacked the vulnerable anatomy to suffer any further indignities. Yet, he still bore the burden of significant repercussions, as without someone to repair him, he would inevitably succumb to becoming mere scrap metal due to the depletion of his oil reserves. Please, Miss Bulma, I implore you. You are the embodiment of wisdom, kindness, beauty, nobility, elegance, grace, and virtue on this planet. Considering my transgression of attempting to tread upon your partner, and recognizing that I too am a product of technology, please assist me in sealing this oil leak. Miss Bulma, do save him. At most, I shall refrain from pursuing you for the time being. After all, I will not age, and you remain youthful. Whenever you find that Vegeta is no longer of use, do consider me. Frieza no longer complained of foot pain, nor did Vegeta take deep breaths of fresh air. They were both taken aback by the shamelessness of these two androids. However, did you think this was the end? No, there was even more audacity to come. Indeed, Miss Bulma could flirt with my brother, and I could also indulge in some playful banter with Son Goku. Yes, there is nothing wrong with that. By the way, is Son Goku's family in dire need of money? How about I rob a bank to treat Son Goku to a night out? Piccolo and Gohan were somewhat perplexed. Yet Tien, Krillin, and even Frieza understood the implication. Daz, if future androids are assigned such tasks, there wouldn't be so many complications. Suddenly, a point of light appeared swiftly from behind the crowd, emitting a golden glow. Could it be that fortune had descended upon Android 18? With keen vision, Piccolo recognized the golden light's origin from afar and exclaimed, "Oh, is that not Trunks? Did he manage to avoid any collisions this time? Has he circled the Earth and returned?" Little Daz, oh, hugs. Bulma's face darkened, ready to let Piccolo experience the power of a young boy's urine once more. Piccolo hastily took flight. Having just been splattered in the face, he was still feeling quite unwell. Being a member of the demon race, he dreaded such encounters. For who didn't know that a young boy's urine could ward off evil? That recent splash had cost him a staggering 100 points of combat power. He would have to throw several punches to regain his strength. Stop it. Little Daz was quite the peculiar entity, even after being knocked out by Frieza. He maintained his Super Saiyan form. It was only when Piccolo tucked him under his arm and an unbearable stench wafted towards him that he slowly regained consciousness. Quick. Let me go. Woo-woo. Please, I beg you, let me go. Little Daz was on the verge of a breakdown, and the moment he touched the ground, he began to retch uncontrollably. Piccolo rubbed his nose and reassured the crowd, It's all right. He just fainted. A little vomiting will do him good." The crowd collapsed in laughter. Not far away, behind a stone, a pair of exceedingly sinister eyes watched the group intently before vanishing back into the earth. Frieza cast a fleeting glance in that direction but perceived nothing. Moments ago, he had sensed a gaze upon him, yet by the time he turned to investigate, the sensation had vanished, leaving only the faint memory of a being with a combat power of merely 8, marginally superior to a mere amateur. Perhaps it was some sort of beast, he dismissed the thought. Observing androids 16, 17, and 18, he noted that they were neither the malevolent figures of the future nor the mere assassins of Goku from the original narrative. Their mission was rather peculiar, however. On the whole, they posed no threat to others. This realization rendered the Dragon Ball warriors devoid of any justification for their cries of violence. And Frieza had no inclination to engage in combat with the only formidable presence amongst them boasting a combat power of 1.2 billion. Striking at him would only invite pain upon himself, a strategy that would result in significant self-damage while attempting to vanquish the enemy. Such folly was beneath Frieza. After consuming a Senzu bean, his injuries healed instantaneously, and with a swift motion, Frieza teleported away without a backward glance. He believed it would be far more pleasurable to engage in light conversation with King Kai and perhaps indulge in a game of Go, all the while imparting some lessons to Kid. Furthermore, he was eager to test the King Kai sword. In the original tale, Gohan, at a diminished strength of around 1.7 billion, had drawn forth the King Kai sword. With his current power exceeding 1.5 billion, there was no reason he should be unable to do the same. Frieza has departed, yet the situation still demands a resolution. Bulma was the first to speak. "I can assist in repairing number 16 and number 18. You are welcome to stay at my home for a while. However, on the 17th, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from me." At the mention of the 17th, Vegeta's eyes blazed with intensity, prompting Bulma to swiftly amend her statement. In truth, Bulma perceived these two individuals as mere children. Believing she could engage them in a rational discourse about life, potentially persuading them to abandon their mission. Suddenly, Krillin interjected, "Bulma, could we not beseech the Eternal Dragon to restore them to their human forms? Or at the very least, to remove the devices controlling them?" Gohan's eyes lit up. Being an academic, he was quick-witted. "Yes, Aunt Bulma. You've already gathered the Dragon Balls, haven't you? We could wish for them to have completed their tasks." Indeed, this was a commendable notion. For the sake of Earth's tranquility, familial harmony, and to alleviate the pursuits of a young man enamored with a married woman, as well as to rescue a girl striving to assist Goku, Bulma made her decision. Ignoring Vegeta's fiery glare, She gestured grandly. Everyone, return with me to West City. I shall summon the Eternal Dragon to resolve these dilemmas. Vegeta, feeling disgruntled, recalled how he had just been bested by a robot, leaving him humiliated. Now, with Bulma taking charge, his irritation deepened. With a disdainful snort, he cast a fierce glance at number 16 before vanishing in an instant. Number 18. Unfazed by Vegeta's sentiments, readily agreed with Bulma's plan, even bestowing a kiss upon Krillin, the first to propose the solution. Instantly, Krillin's face flushed crimson. Instinctively, he clasped his hands together, muttering a prayer, only to be jolted back to reality. He swiftly swung his left hand toward his right. Tien, witnessing this scene, recoiled at once, retreating several hundred meters from Krillin. A tragic incident unfolded. As his left hand aimed to strike the right instinctively dodged, resulting in a sharp crack that resonated loudly. Krillin felt a springy impact. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a stunning beauty before him. Crack! An even louder sound erupted as number 18 sent Krillin flying into Tien's embrace. Tien's three eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bursting from the strain. Why? Why did I move so far away only to end up in this predicament? Yamcha, where are you? This should have been your job. Zoom. Ding. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Tien. I'm here to rescue you. Gohan, blissfully innocent, was the first to dash forward, determined to prevent his two companions from circling the earth in distress. Big sighed and then took flight. Des looked at Xiaoxia, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Hi. Oh, come here. Chapter 50. A New Crisis. Who is Earth's savior? Des gazed at Xiaoxia, who was yearning for a hug, his emotions a complex tapestry. Embracing oneself felt peculiar. Is father all right? Des had lost his father during infancy and remained oblivious to the man's true nature. All he knew came from the narratives woven by his future mother, Bulma. He understood only that Vegeta was immensely proud, fiercely competitive. Although Vegeta had not been defeated by the delicate android 18 as depicted in the original tale, and had even nearly incapacitated android 17 in a fierce battle, he had nonetheless been overwhelmed by a robot. Despite the element of surprise involved, a defeat is a defeat. When Vegeta departed moments ago, his eyes betrayed a mix of bitterness and fury that was evident to all. As a fellow man, Des sensed the deep-seated resentment Vegeta harbored against Frieza. Des could not comprehend why this timeline was so chaotic. He adamantly refused to believe that his arrival was the catalyst. Frieza had already been present on Earth during Daz's initial visit, his combat prowess terrifying. Trunks, do not overthink it. Your father is indeed a proud man. But he is also extraordinarily resilient. Nothing can truly break him. Trust me, Vegeta will recover swiftly. As Bulma, Vegeta's wife, though they had not held a wedding or obtained a marriage certificate, her understanding of Vegeta remained unaffected. Proud, that was in the past. The current Vegeta was not merely proud but intensely so. His royal status endowed him with an unparalleled pride, and he would demonstrate through action that he was the strongest. Mom, may I go see Dad? Bulma shook her head gently, her voice earnest. Trust your mother. Do not go. Let him have some time to cool off. Let us return home. You are quite dirty, and girls do not appreciate that. Daz blushed deeply, realizing how out of touch both his young and future mother were. Thus, Daz, with Xiaoxia on his shoulders, one hand steadying him while the other embraced his young mother, soared towards their home in West City, accompanied by 3 androids. Occasionally, Daz glanced back at the androids, still unable to fathom why the androids of this timeline were so vastly different from those of the future. It was utterly absurd. Upon returning home, everyone was taken aback to find Vegeta already standing in the yard. Should you exhibit any ill intentions, I will not hesitate to obliterate you. This includes you, Giant. If Frieza can defeat you, so can I. Upon concluding his words, Vegeta did not await the responses of those present and directly entered the gravity chamber. Unlike in the original narrative, where he stood alone atop a mountain in meditation, the impact of recent events was not insurmountable for him this time. Observing the absence of Trunks, he remarked, Your father is indeed quite attentive. The realization struck. Father truly cares for us. Daz, moved by this revelation, finally believed his future mother's assertions. Your father, he genuinely holds us dear. Trunks, come to the gravity chamber at once. Have you been playing in the mud these past few years? Vegeta's irate shout echoed from within the chamber. Go on. If you wish to confront the future androids, you must rely solely on yourself. Your father shall train you well. My son, Bulma's child, cannot possibly be inferior to that Gohan. Does nodded vigorously, gently lowering the persistent little Trunks into Bulma's embrace. Yes. With that, Daz dashed towards the gravity chamber. Just before closing the door, he cast one last glance at the three androids. Noticing their expressions devoid of malice, he finally shut the chamber's door. Everyone follow me. Xiaoqiang. You take Android 16 to the laboratory for a structural examination. Bulma called to the androids while instructing a household robot. Android 16 followed the robot, awkwardly covering his groin as oil seeped through. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18, under Bulma's guidance, proceeded to the bathing area to cleanse themselves. Bulma's expansive bathing facilities provided ample space for both genders, complete with partitions for privacy. Over there, you can find some clothes. Feel free to choose whatever you like. As the world's wealthiest individual, Bulma had an abundance of luxurious garments. Gratefully, the androids thanked her before stepping into the bathing area. Approaching a safe, Bulma entered the password, revealing the shimmering Dragon Balls within, 7 in total. The Dragon Balls had become a personal treasure of the Brief's household, something even the Supreme Kai could only observe. For he dared not disturb Bulma's domain. This was not merely a matter of fairness. It was akin to giving longevity to an old man while he consumes poison. Inside the gravity chamber, Trunks struggled under the weight of 300 times Earth's gravity, still unaccustomed to the intensity. You are forbidden to transform into a Super Saiyan. You must learn to move freely in your base form and execute your actions with swiftness. Your foundation disappoints me greatly. It is a miracle that you can even transform. I'm sorry. Des lowered his head, showing no resistance to his father Vegeta's admonishment. Lift your head. As my son, you must embody the pride of a Saiyan. I am a prince, and you, too, are a prince. The pride of a Saiyan prince does not permit you to bow your head. Yes, in the depths of Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong had ceased to suffer. When Sun Wufan, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin arrived, the sound of Sun Wukong's snoring echoed through the air, bringing a collective sigh of relief to all. As long as Sun Wukong was unharmed, they believed the Earth to be secure. With the artificial humans now confirmed to be harmless, what could be more pressing than Sun Wukong's ailment? Indeed, there was something. At that moment, the deity in the heavenly palace furrowed his brow. He had just learned that the inhabitants of a small town had vanished, ambushed by a monstrous creature, leaving only a scattering of clothes behind. This revelation struck the deity with dread, for the creature's growth rate was astonishing, and its aura exuded an unspeakable malevolence, causing beads of sweat to form on his aged visage. Beside the old deity stood Bobo, whose gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly impervious to the turmoil surrounding them. Bobo, I have a foreboding sense that the Earth is on the brink of a catastrophic calamity. This feeling is overwhelmingly potent. I fear that this time, I may truly depart. Bobo's expression finally shifted, a glimmer of compassion flickering in his eyes. Fear not, dear deity. The Earth is safeguarded by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the now formidable Piccolo. They will protect our world. The deity turned his attention to another location, where individuals were disappearing at an astonishing rate, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. Let us hope so, yet my intuition is strong. This time, not even Piccolo, let alone Sun Wukong and Vegeta, may triumph over this evil. Perhaps Frieza could, but he is not on Earth at present. Who knows if he can return in time? Bobo's eyes flickered with uncertainty, the first sign of such disturbance he had ever shown. He will. Frieza possesses a glimmer of goodness within him. He is not as malevolent as the king of the other world would have us believe. Frieza walks the line between good and evil, yet he has his own principles. Moreover, I sense that he is genuinely protecting the Earth. He has previously fortified the geographical nature of the battle zone. Frieza can save the Earth. The deity regarded Bobo with curiosity, for this was the first time he had spoken so extensively. Let us hope so. Frieza, where could you possibly be now? Chapter 51. The pain of 360 strikes. Where is Frieza? He is in the Kai's realm, sipping tea brewed by Kid Buu, engaged in a fierce battle with the Supreme Kai Shin. The chessboard is nearly filled with pieces, yet the outcome remains undetermined. Frieza's visage twisted in malevolence, while King Kai Shin's gaze wandered aimlessly. Kid stood at a distance, wiping cold sweat from his brow, genuinely concerned that if Frieza were to emerge victorious once more, he might unleash his wrath upon him. He had truly had enough. Each encounter left him battered and bruised. The pain was excruciatingly real. Ho ho ho, Kid. Come here for a moment. I assure you, this time I shall not strike you. Kid's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that King Kai Shin finally empathized with his plight as a servant and intentionally conceded to Frieza? He approached eagerly, offering his congratulations. Congratulations to Frieza for finally winning a game after the 361st round. Suddenly, a resounding crash. Boom. Ho ho ho. Though I have won. Why must you specify the round number? I truly intended not to harm you this time. Shin interjected, Kid. Alas, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Shin. I have heard whispers of a divine sword in the sacred land, one that no King Kai has ever managed to draw. Kid's ears perked up. Boom. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of beatings he had endured that his resilience had increased. Or perhaps it was the mention of the divine sword that stirred him from his stupor. Frieza, you must not lay a finger on the divine sword. It is the treasure of the King Kai realm. With that, the world fell silent once more. Frieza repositioned himself before King Kai Shin, his advantage towering over the latter. This was the essence of dominance. Shin nervously wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Strangely, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards Frieza for sparing him the humiliation. Each time he was bested, Frieza would solely focus his ire on Kid, never once directing his aggression towards him. The divine sword indeed existed. Yet it was embedded within a colossal rock in the King Kai realm, making its extraction exceedingly arduous. As you mentioned, no King Kai throughout history has succeeded in drawing it forth. It is said that the one who does shall become the ultimate being in the universe. Shin spoke earnestly, even embellishing the truth for the first time, hoping to dissuade Frieza from coveting the divine sword. Could Frieza truly be deceived by him? What a farce. Spare me the chatter. Take me there. I refuse to believe that I am incapable of engaging with women, let alone wielding a mere rusted sword. Xian, in a fit of rage, could hardly fathom Frieza's audacity to compare the sacred sword of the King of Worlds to a piece of scrap metal, let alone juxtapose it with women. This is intolerable. Casting a glance at Kid, one could only hope he would not awaken immediately this time. Frieza, I demand a one-on-one confrontation with you. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth, and as his already small eyes narrowed, he appeared even more menacing. That expression was enough to send Xian retreating 3 steps in fear. I grant you an opportunity to reorganize your words. Xian regained his composure. He had long since recognized the disparity between them. Ultimately, he knew he could never manipulate Kid at will. Frieza, if you dare, let me face you with both my hands and feet. Frieza was taken aback. This Xian was utterly insufferable. I shall grant you this. However, should you lose, you must escort me to the King Kai's sword. Were it not for the vastness of King Kai's realm, Frieza would never allow Xian to lead him to the sword. Especially considering the difficulty of locating a mere hilt on such a vast and desolate planet. With a swift burst of movement, Frieza propelled himself like a cannonball, boasting an astounding battle power of 1.6 billion, charging straight at Xian. Indeed, it was 1.6 billion. After delivering a kick to Android 16 and engaging in 2 days of Go, his power had surged by 100 million. Xian felt an imminent threat. Frieza's speed was so formidable that he could scarcely perceive his opponent's form. It was quite exasperating. The King Kai was familiar with such a sensation. Even if he weren't, Frieza could certainly make him aware of it. Android 16 lacked the means, yet he too had tasted the bitterness of such an experience. Frieza's third appendage struck with ferocity, that elongated tail viciously lashing against Xian. Although Xian had braced himself with utmost defensive readiness, the disparity in combat power was monumental, a staggering 800 million. An entire doubling. Without a shadow of a doubt, Xian was sent hurtling through the air, his consciousness already beginning to wane as he soared through the void. Frieza seized the rare opportunity to openly strike Xian, unwilling to let him succumb to unconsciousness so easily. After 361 rounds of chess, he had finally triumphed in the last game. With a mere flick of his finger, a surge of verdant restorative energy enveloped Xian, instantaneously reviving him. Huh? I'm unscathed? Frieza, is this all the power you possess? Frieza, prepare to meet your demise. It seems you are merely a facade of strength without substance. Slap. Once again, Shenron finds himself ensnared in a haze as another wisp of green restorative energy envelopes him. Oh, ha ha ha. Come on, Frieza. I dare you to try again. Slap. After 36 encounters, Frieza gasped for breath, alternating between delivering blows and administering aid. This is truly beyond the limits of what one might endure. At this moment, Shenron has regained his senses, realizing he is being struck and then saved by Frieza time and again. This fiend is utterly toying with him. How outrageous. Frieza, 360 times, and you have barely begun. What is this? Have you already reached your limit? Frieza's gaze hardened with determination. Abruptly, a mystical beam materialized before him, which he savagely bit into and swallowed. The frail figure he once was instantly rejuvenated. Today, if I do not make you question your very existence, I shall not bear the name Frieza. Crack. Bring it on. Crack. Once more. Crack, crack, crack. Again. After 300 strikes, Frieza had consumed 8 mystical beings. Xian's eyes had lost their luster, The once mechanical cries for more finally yielded to submission. No, no more. Crack. Including that last one, there are still 59 left. You brought this upon yourself with your incessant chatter and your refusal to let me use my limbs. You even neglected to assign a gender to the frost demons when you created them. Boom, boom, boom. Xian protested. As for the frost demons, I'm still unsure of their whereabouts. I shall not take the blame for this. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, an unprecedented darkness enveloped the day with endless, mournful wails resonating throughout. Kid had long been awoken by the terror, but dared not move or speak. For he feared not only Frieza but also the shame it might bring upon the Supreme Kai. On the 360th strike, Xian, your deeds have reached their completion. Bang. Thud. Even the indomitable realm of the Supreme Kai bore witness to a crater 1,000 meters in diameter. At its center lay Xian, truly unconscious for the first time. Frieza, exhausted yet resolute, found his fatigue primarily stemming from the relentless thrashing of his tail. Even a being as physically formidable as he was now gasping for breath, his efforts manifesting in the incessant rubbing of his tail. After consuming the 10th Senzabine, he felt a notable alleviation of his weariness, though a semblance of mental fatigue lingered. With a mere extension of his hand, a fruit from the tree of might appeared. A remedy unparalleled in its ability to mend mental strain. To utilize it for augmenting combat prowess would be the most extravagant of expenditures. Exhaling a heavy breath, Frieza felt as though he had been reborn. Despite the taxing nature of the battle and the sheer monotony of unilaterally pummeling his opponent, the prolonged exertion served as commendable training for him. An astonishing combat power of 1.8 billion. With no structured training regimen, merely venting his frustrations through combat, he had managed to increase his strength by 200 million. Piccolo would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Meanwhile, Daz was already overwhelmed in the gravity chamber. After 2 days of hellish training under Vegeta, his transformed combat power barely reached 400 million. Yet the suffering Daz endured far exceeded that of Frieza. Dad, can I please take a moment? He pleaded. If you continue this relentless onslaught, I fear I might lose control. Get lost. At long last. After temporarily sealing the breach left by Android 16, Bulma began preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon, only to be startled by the commotion emanating from the gravity chamber. Chapter 52. A bunch of irreverent beings come forth. Eternal Dragon. Bulma paid no heed to the father-son duo, instead entrusting little Trunks to Android 18. Having noticed the infant's affinity for her silky golden hair, night fell. Daz burst forth from the gravity chamber, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, bellowing, "Clear the way. I can't hold it any longer." A gust of wind followed, punctuated by a cacophony of flatulence. "Mortal, why must you summon me in such a foul environment?" The Eternal Dragon remarked, visibly unimpressed. Bulma, feeling a wave of embarrassment, quickly brushed off the dragon's jest. "You are the Eternal Dragon. That symphony of gas was emitted by that vanishing child, and has nothing to do with us." Android 18 cradled little Trunks. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the dragon, contemplating the delectable nature of dragon mate. Cough, cough. Lazuli, cast away your foolish thoughts. The dragon is here to help us remove our internal devices. If you wish to feast, that can wait for another time. Android 17, arms crossed, immediately discerned his sister's intentions and interjected to prevent any mischief. The Eternal Dragon observed, bemused, this assembly of summoners appears rather irreverent. Speak now, declare your wishes, for I can grant you any desire. On the 16th, he suddenly lifted his head and interjected before Bulma could speak. My wish is to have 3 more wishes. Number 17 was taken aback, and number 18 was stunned. Little Trunks exclaimed, oh, so soft. Bulma collapsed onto the ground, a visible bead of sweat trickling down the dragon's forehead. I cannot fulfill this wish, the dragon declared. Number 17 immediately chimed in. Then let me and Lazuli return to being ordinary humans. The dragon responded, that is impossible. You must make wishes that are within my capacity. Goodness, you nearly disrupted my state of mind. Shall we start over? Everyone fell silent. Bulma finally stood up and, apologetically, said, I'm sorry, dragon. Please disregard these 3 uncultured bumpkins. I shall make the wish. The dragon urged, go on, speak. My time is precious. Undeterred by the dragon's tone, Bulma cleared her throat and proclaimed loudly, Dragon, please remove the self-destruct mechanism from their bodies. At last, the faces of the 3 androids grew exceedingly serious. This was the best solution they could conceive. They feared that the ineffectual dragon might retort, this wish is beyond my capabilities. It seemed a simple wish. The dragon's eyes flashed, and a red light erupted. Done. The wish has been granted. Farewell. Bulma immediately shouted, Number 17, quickly. Leave all the Dragon Balls with me. Whoosh. Number 17 vanished from his spot and appeared before the dragon's enormous head. Why aren't you disappearing? He asked, perplexed by the immense dragon's eye. The dragon sighed, Forget it. Forget it. Not worth the trouble. As the dragon disappeared, Number 17 swiftly collected the 7 Dragon Balls that had been shot into the distance. Here. They turned into 7 stones. I didn't swap them out. I can't tell if the dragon was behind this. Bulma was drenched in sweat. It's all right. They'll restore in a year. How do you feel? Bulma was still concerned about this matter, genuinely feeling sympathy for Number 17 and Number 18, while Number 16, being purely robotic, did not elicit her compassion. Number 17 touched his lower abdomen and nodded. Feeling great. Just seeing you gives me strength. Boom. The gravity chamber exploded. Vegeta, furious, activated his Super Saiyan muscle mode. No. I was only joking. I'm perfectly fine now. The self-destruct mechanism is gone. I couldn't be better. On the 17th, the Great Khan harbored profound psychological scars from that fateful kick. However, I find it utterly nonsensical. My internal bomb has been deactivated, and the mission has dissipated. Yet I still yearn to frolic with Sun Wukong. Am I alone in this desire? The 17th, in a fit of rage, retorted, If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Moreover, I am not rubbish. Remember, I am your brother, and my name is Laplace. Regardless of whether you refer to me as rubbish or Laplace, should you dare to toy with my woman, you shall be vanquished. With a resounding crash, the 17th, boasting a formidable battle power of 900 million, found himself utterly helpless against the muscle-bound form of Vegeta, whose power exceeded 1.2 billion, and was swiftly sent flying, vanishing from sight in an instant. Vegeta, contemplating delivering another kick, soon realized that the 17th had already disappeared. He glanced at Android 18, who was cradling her little one, and decided to let that be. Turning his attention to the towering figure of Android 16, he noticed a hefty piece of steel covering his lower half, instantly recalling the unsettling melody of Frieza. In that moment, Vegeta lost all desire to fight. Have Brizoff prepare another gravity chamber for me. Trunks needs to train more rigorously. With that, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips, disregarding the others entirely as he strode towards the bathing room. Do not feel estranged. Vegeta is simply like this. Harboring no ill intentions, hee. The absent 17th had yet to return, and Bulma's words lacked conviction. 16, that unsightly bulge of yours is quite unbecoming. Perhaps you should get it repaired at Bulma's place. As for me, I shall venture to Baozi Mountain to seek out Sun Wukong. If an opportunity arises, I shall seize it. If not, I shall create one. Following the disappearance of the 17th, the 18th also departed, leaving Bulma trembling at the words uttered by the 18th before her departure. What sort of wish was granted that led to such disarray? Suddenly, a striking figure erupted from the earth, his eyes filled with vengeful intensity, scanning the surroundings. Upon discovering that Kid had yet to awaken, King Kai Shin let out a sigh of relief. With a flamboyant snap of his fingers, Shin restored himself to his most splendid form. You have finally chosen to awaken. Now, can you guide me to the King Kai sword? Revive Kid. He can teleport us there. King Kai Shin finally grasped the meaning of recognizing the times, but the process of enlightenment was rather harrowing. Frieza made no attempt to rescue Kid. Instead, he nonchalantly remarked, If you continue to sleep, then you shall never awaken. At that moment, Kid's ears perked up, and in an instant, he appeared clean and pristine behind Shin. Lord Supreme Kai, I assure you I have only just awakened. Shin's lips twitched, and tears welled up in his eyes. How could I, the illustrious Supreme Kai, have forgotten that Frieza possesses a tail? Enough of this idle chatter. Swiftly lead us to the Supreme Kai sword. Both of you have wasted much of my time. Terrified by Frieza's narrowed gaze, Kid nearly lost control and hastily grasped Shin's shoulder, disappearing in a flash. Frieza, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, You have forgotten about me. Whoosh. Frieza, in a fit of rage, instantaneously transported himself to Kid's location, only to find that neither Kid nor Shin were present. Meanwhile, Kid and Shin had returned to the very spot where Frieza had just been, yet Frieza was nowhere to be found. And then, Frieza was indignant, declaring that he refused to believe he could not capture them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Frieza and Kid found themselves utterly exhausted, it became evident that Frieza's superior skills prevailed, as he effortlessly kicked both Kid and Shin to the summit of a mountain. Boom. How dare you toy with me? Can't you simply stand still and behave? Kid felt utterly wronged. He dared not halt. If he ceased his pursuit of Frieza, he would surely face a relentless beating that rendered him incapable of self-care. Moreover, why couldn't Frieza just wait for him in place? It was profoundly unjust. Chapter 53. Do you intend to insert, or not? Upon an inconspicuous mountain pillar, the hilt of a sword protruded, surrounded by three figures, none other than Frieza and the deity and servant of the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai maintained his charming demeanor, while Kid appeared somewhat worse for wear, sporting a significant bump upon his head. A healer who cannot heal himself, could possess the ability to treat anyone yet, like Frieza, lacked the courage to seek his assistance. It was indeed exasperating. Is this the sword of the Supreme Kai? It resembles the original narrative quite closely. Yet it merely presents a hilt, offering no means to wield it. It is not entirely impossible to grasp. At least one could pinch it with 2 fingers. Ah! Frieza let out a sudden, chilling scream, causing Kid to tumble down from the stone pillar in fright, while Xian immediately soared into the sky. Ever since their acquaintance with Frieza, the two had become like startled birds, genuinely haunted by the psychological shadow cast by his presence. The ground trembled violently, and the stone pillar quaked in response. Frieza struck forcefully around the hilt of the sword, seeking a point of leverage. However, despite his full might, only a shallow imprint of his fist marred the surface, and the desired fracture remained elusive. Evidently, this stone pillar possessed an extraordinary resilience. As Frieza recalled from the original tale, he had once pondered why one could not simply shatter the area around the king's sword instead of attempting to extract it. Whether the characters in the original narrative had contemplated this, Frieza could not ascertain. What he now understood was the futility of such a method. This place had undergone a certain enhancement of sealing, and unless the king's sword was drawn forth, inflicting any damage upon the pillar was utterly impossible. Seeing that Frieza merely sought to retrieve the king's sword and had no intention of resorting to violence against him, Xian relaxed enough to offer a word of caution. Pray tell, how does one extract it? Should I attempt to pinch it with 2 fingers? Alas, Xian found himself at a loss for words. Should he disclose to Frieza that this predicament had only recently transpired? He feared the possibility of Frieza unleashing further wrath upon him. Step aside. I shall attempt the energy blade. The energy blade, a technique originally employed to vanquish King Cold, was most adeptly wielded by Black Goku and Zamasu, who had even fashioned a scythe-like form from it. Frieza harnessed the energy within his body, manifesting a violet energy blade from his fingertips, and began to slash wildly at the stone pillar. It must be said that the seal imposed by Beerus through Whis was indeed formidable. Frieza exerted tremendous effort before finally carving out a small hole, just enough for his hands to grasp the hilt of the sword. Kid, come and restore my energy. The kid, daunted by the thought of healing Frieza, was bewildered. Would Frieza be afraid? Preposterous. The kid dutifully scampered back, then replenished Frieza's stamina. Now step aside. I shall commence. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he bent forward, grasping the sword's hilt, and Frieza bellowed with fervor, Yeah, rise for me. Yet, there was no response whatsoever. Caw, caw, caw. He pondered in frustration why there were crows in the realm of the Kais, nearly losing his composure. I refuse to believe that which Goku can accomplish. I cannot. Frieza commenced his grand endeavor of fervently drawing his sword. From a distance, Shin and Kid observed, enthusiastically cheering him on. Go, go. Pull the radish, hey ho, pull the radish. Alas, it won't budge. Frieza, keep pulling the radish. Frieza was on the verge of spitting blood and fury. Get lost. With a swift motion, the King Kai sword was violently drawn from its sheath, leaving a substantial portion exposed. Xian and Kid fell silent, their mouths agape in disbelief, their faces etched with expressions of existential doubt. No, I don't want to come out yet. It's not the right time. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from within the sword, leaving the three in utter astonishment. Xian and Kid were perplexed by the source of the voice, but Frieza knew all too well. Was this the old King Kai who had fused with the witch from generations past? Spare me your prattle. Whether you like it or not, you shall emerge today. Frieza continued to exert his strength, yet the sword relentlessly plunged into the earth. I shall not emerge. Come forth, I command you. Frieza exerts himself once more. I shall not emerge. How infuriating. With my fiery temper, you shall face the consequences today. Roar. The third form of stellar transformation, the tri-layered wave, has been unleashed by Frieza. In an instant, Frieza's aura surged threefold, escalating from 1.8 billion to an astounding 5.4 billion. Come forth, I command you. At whoosh. The sword was drawn, yet it slipped from my grasp. The King Kai's sword was flung away by Frieza, hurtling directly towards King Kaishin. Shin's face turned pale with terror as he cried out, "Kid, kid, kid." He heard the call but feigned ignorance. He was not foolish enough to walk into his own demise. Thud. The King Kai's sword pierced through Shin's shoulder, propelling him away at breakneck speed. My hands are numb. Ho ho ho. To challenge me. Do you take me for a mere sickly cat when the tiger does not show his might? Kid, where's the sword? Glancing around, Frieza noted only Kid remaining and inquired with dissatisfaction. Kid swallowed hard. At this moment, Frieza seemed more divine than the King Kai himself. The 7 colored waves of energy. The dazzling starlight nearly blinded Kid's titanium alloy eyes. Particularly the chilling aura. What a terrifying level of combat power this is. Whoosh. Ah! Frieza, please stop this sword. Upon observing, Frieza remarked with amusement. Ah, it seems Shin possesses quite the skill, as he has managed to be ensnared by the Kaioken's sword, circling the KO realm. Frieza pressed both hands against Shin's back, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. He was gravely injured from the combined assault of the Supreme Kai's sword and Frieza's onslaught. Fear not, for I shall extract the sword at once. Frieza exclaimed as he grasped the hilt of the sword of the king, exerting a sudden force. Do not draw it. Unfortunately, at that moment, Frieza had already unsheathed the blade. Frieza gazed at Shin in bewilderment, questioning, do you delight in the sensation of being pierced? Such a peculiar individual. Shall I thrust it back in? No. With a sudden burst, blood gushed forth from Shin's shoulder once more, rendering his visage even paler than before. His eyes bulging in distress. I told you, no one relishes the experience of being stabbed by a blade, but very well, I shall extract it. Do not. Ack. Frieza, wielding the sword of the King of Worlds, inquired of Shin, do you wish to proceed or not? You truly are a challenging companion. Shin fell silent, his breath becoming increasingly shallow. Come now, Kid, show some compassion and rescue him. What kind of servant are you? Kid had lamented to Frieza countless times. Lord of the King of Worlds, hold on, I am coming to your aid. At that moment, the sword of the King of Worlds, held by Frieza, emitted a voice once more. Hurry and release me. Let me go. My sealing time has not yet elapsed. Not yet. Frieza, be obedient. For within the sword lies the seal of an ancient Kaishin, from whom he hopes to receive guidance. Oh ho ho. Now I shall release my grip. Pht. The sword of the Kaishin once more plunged into the form of Kaishin Shin, this time piercing directly into his lower abdomen due to the angle. Ugh. Frieza. I shall not tolerate this any longer. Shin, unable to withstand the agony, prepared to unleash his wrath. No, no. Not there. Return to the previous spot. The voice of the ancient Kaishin resonated once more from within the sword. A sinister smile crept upon Frieza's lips as he grasped the hilt of his sword with a single hand. Shin was taken aback. Chapter 54. The one who should draw me is the handsome man with golden hair. Gasp. Oh, please, do not insert or extract any further. Tears streamed down Shin's face. An utter mess of despair. Even Frieza found this spectacle unbearable, beginning to feel a twinge of sympathy. Meanwhile, the old Kaishin continued to lament that something was amiss. Yet it was evident to Frieza that Shin was riddled with punctures, save for his head. Kid, you must first save him. Once he is saved, we shall deliberate on where to appropriately place this sword. Kid, utterly stunned, could scarcely find his voice, for he had witnessed Frieza piercing the Kaishin Lord with the sword, rendering him a veritable sieve. Fortunately, the Kaishin Lord possessed a robust vitality. Had it been Kid in his place, he would have likely perished long ago. Without a moment to lose, Kid placed his hand upon the Kaishin Shin, and a surge of radiant energy enveloped him, restoring Shin's essence to stability. Were it not for the multitude of gaping holes in Shin's attire, one could scarcely believe that mere moments ago, he had been drenched in a torrent of blood. Yet, the old Kaishin within the sword continued to insist that something was amiss. Is he healed? I wish to insert. Whoosh. Shin vanished from sight in an instant. Truly terrified of Frieza, who was utterly devoid of restraint. Frieza, you have misunderstood. The intent of the Kaishin sword is for you to return it to that stone pillar. Boom. Frieza unleashed a stellar tempest, obliterating the stone pillar into countless fragments. Nonchalantly, he lifted his gaze to the collapsed remains of the pillar and inquired. After all the effort to extract it, are you suggesting I should reinsert it? Do I lack dignity? Moreover, with the pillar in ruins, how could it possibly be restored? Shin found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Frieza was fully aware, yet still chose to pierce him with numerous blades. By the way, Frieza, what is your current combat prowess? Can you contend with Majin Buu? Frieza dismissed the notion. He had no intention of confronting that seemingly indestructible creature at this moment. The combat capabilities of number 16 had undergone a drastic transformation, and who could fathom what that unyielding monstrosity would become should he intervene? For the sake of prudence, it was far wiser to proceed with caution. Ah, old Supreme Kai, cease your incessant ramblings. The one who sealed you away has already succumbed to slumber and will not concern themselves with your fate. You are presented with two choices. The first is that I shall render my sword inoperative, allowing you to emerge once more. The old Supreme Kai shouted, Two. I choose two. The second option is for you to extricate yourself. The old Supreme Kai retorted, You insolent brat. You exhibit no respect for your elders or regard for the young. If I were capable of emerging on my own, why would I remain confined within? No, this is not the right time, nor the right circumstances. Why would I choose to emerge? I shall not come out. Frieza found himself perplexed, questioning how time could be misaligned and why people seemed out of place. He implored, When, pray tell. Would there exist a moment that was deemed the right time with the right individuals? The old Kai, filled with lofty aspirations, remarked, The one to extricate me should undoubtedly be a dashing figure with golden hair, certainly not you, a bald and sexless being. You old fool. Are you aware you have trespassed upon my taboos? Frieza bellowed in a frenzy, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand and the blade with the other, as the Kai sword in his grasp began to exhibit an erratic distortion. No, please, cried Xian. The Kai sword, exclaimed Kid. The two stood frozen in shock, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos. Breathing heavily, Frieza hurled the broken Kaioshin sword onto the ground, followed by a contemptuous spit that struck the shattered blade. You old fool. Come out. With a sudden thud, an elderly figure appeared before him. With a broad face, pointed fox-like ears, prominent eye bags, a visage lined with wrinkles, a distinctly Japanese-style mustache, and a mere tuft of hair atop his head, this was the ancient Kaioshin from 15 generations prior, possessing the unique magic to unlock one's potential. You old codger, don't push your luck. You're asking for the golden-haired one to release you. Your demands are rather lofty. Shall we have him descend upon a rainbow cloud as well? Coughing, he continued, Since you've already emerged, it must be fate. The old Kaioshin, seemingly unperturbed, lacked the fervor he had displayed earlier, causing Frieza to question if the old man was merely using him to toy with Xian. Enough of the pleasantries. I know you can unlock human potential, as you were drawn from me. Now, unleash that potential. Wait a moment, Frieza, do you even know who he is? Xian was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Frieza possessed such knowledge of the Kaioshin's sword. Before Frieza could respond, the old Kaioshin chastised him with a tone of disappointment. What kind of Kaioshin are you? You seem utterly ignorant. I am the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago, and your ignorance is truly disheartening. Xian's mouth gaped in disbelief as he gazed at the old man, stammering, The Kaioshin from 15 generations ago? Frieza, growing increasingly impatient, had endured the antics of the Kaioshin for far too long. He was reluctant to prolong this charade any further, lest the readers express their displeasure. Hurry up. My patience is limited, sighed the old Kaioshin, resigned to his fate. Very well, but you must agree to one condition. Frieza suddenly experienced an unsettling premonition. This old Kai was indeed comparable to Master Roshi. It seems you have grasped the situation, so let us forego the need for further elaboration. The old Kai's eyebrows twitched incessantly, adorned with a mischievous grin. Frieza was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling within the LSP, yet bound by necessity. He could only present what he had meticulously prepared in advance. After all, one must not be excessively forceful. A relentless pursuit of violence is hardly commendable. Suddenly, a plethora of magazines appeared, each adorned with images of alluring young women, much to the delight of the old Kai, who was utterly enraptured. Meanwhile, Shen and Kid were left in a state of utter disarray, collapsing in disbelief. Excellent. Excellent. Sit down. I shall commence your development forthwith. After gathering the majority of the magazines, the old Kai retained but a single issue, incessantly flipping through its pages and occasionally dabbing at the drool escaping his lips. At this juncture, Frieza finally achieved his desires. While on Earth, the atmosphere was equally vibrant. Android 17 had been sent flying by Vegeta no less than 10 times, illustrating his unwavering resolve. Bulma was nearly moved to tears by this steadfastness. Goku awoke to find himself gazing upon a stunning woman with golden hair. However, true to his nature, Goku dismissed her beauty entirely, pushing her aside with an exclamation, Chi-Chi. I'm starving. Is there any food? This left Android 18 feeling quite disheartened, prompting her to dash to the mirror for a self-examination, convinced of her unparalleled beauty. Chi-Chi had been lured into slumber by Android 18. while Gohan and Piccolo had been deceived into visiting Bulma's residence. Naturally, no one would respond to Goku's cries. After 3 days of slumber, Goku, plagued by hunger, teleported to seek out Vegeta, well aware that Bulma's home was a veritable haven of culinary delights. "Ah, Conan, is that you?" Little Trunks and Vegeta were dining together when the unexpected mention of Conan caused Vegeta to choke, noodles erupting from his nostrils. "Kakarot, this is my son, Trunks." "Not some Conan." Goku was taken aback. "No way. Has your food been enhanced with hormones? How has Trunks grown so large?" With a loud splutter, Vegeta expelled a chicken leg from his nose. Seeing Vegeta and Trunks preoccupied with their coughing fits, Goku commenced a ravenous feast, devouring everything in sight. Both Trunks and Vegeta shared a rare moment of unified thought. Mr. Kakarot is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Meanwhile, in the city of Fark, all its inhabitants had mysteriously vanished, marking it as the 13th city on Earth to suffer such a fate. In the city of Bichi, the entire populace disappeared overnight, leaving only a ground strewn with discarded clothing. In the temple of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai's brow furrowed deeper with concern. The situation had spiraled into a realm of utter chaos. Piccolo, come to the temple at once." As Piccolo made his way to Bulma's residence, he suddenly widened his eyes, glancing at the distant sky. He was uncertain why the old Kai would summon him. Yet he was acutely aware that he would not be sought out unless it was absolutely necessary. "Gohan, you head to Bulma's house first. I must visit the Elder Kai," he declared. With a swift surge, Piccolo soared toward the Elder Kai's temple, opting for flight rather than instant transmission, adhering to the methodical approach of flight. Fortunately, his formidable battle prowess enabled him to reach the Elder Kai's temple in no time. Chapter 55. The thief of the spotlight and the attention-seeking Cell Son Wukong had satisfied his hunger, as had Son Gohan, and Piccolo had arrived. Alongside the Dragon Ball warriors who congregated in Bulma's dining area, Piccolo brought forth astonishing news. The true embodiment of evil was not the so-called androids 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, but rather an unknown entity that was continuously evolving. It was not merely the Elder Kai who had conveyed the gravity of the situation to Piccolo. Even the news broadcasts were reporting on these developments. During the time Son Wukong was indulging in his meal, yet another city had reported disappearances. Wait. I know androids 19 and 20, but who are 16, 17, and 18? The group had forgotten. Son Wukong, due to his heart condition, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, Android 18 entered, cradling Chi-Chi, accompanied by Android 17, whose face bore slight swelling, casting a furtive glance at Vegeta. "Chi-Chi, Mom," Son Wukong exclaimed, recalling that the person who had held Chi-Chi close to him upon awakening was indeed the one now before him. In the past, Chi-Chi had done the same, especially given the subsequent events, which he had not particularly enjoyed, more exhausting than any battle. 18, what have you done to my mother?" Son Gohan recognized Android 18 and was acutely aware of her intentions to disrupt their family. He had believed Aunt Bulma had already made a wish with Shenron, ensuring their safety, yet now his mother had fallen into the clutches of that wicked woman. Son Gohan felt the surge of anger rising within him. But Android 18 spoke first. Oh, Chi-Chi is fine. She simply fell asleep. Listen to her breathing. Isn't it steady? Gohan, do not be agitated. Your mother is unharmed. Can you please enlighten me on what transpired? With remarkable eloquence, Piccolo recounted the sequence of events, causing Son Wukong's eyes to gleam with excitement. Everyone recognized that Son Wukong thrived on the thrill of confronting formidable foes, and they assumed his enthusiasm stemmed from that. Little did they know. Hey, can you not make my evenings so exhausting? Will you cook for me? The entire group collapsed in disbelief. Bulma pressed her forehead, relieved that she had not competed with Chi-Chi for Goku. Vegeta delivered a sharp rap to Goku's head, exclaiming, "Stop your antics. Is it a matter of exhaustion?" Goku, puzzled, replied, "Don't you find it tiring? I'd rather engage in battle." Vegeta chose silence at this moment, while Android 18 began to comprehend the situation. "I don't know either." Krillin interjected, "Then why did you kiss me back then?" "Enough." Bulma erupted, unable to bear the chaos any longer. The relationships had become a tangled mess. "Now, let us shift our conversation towards the monstrous entity threatening humanity." Her commanding voice resonated, and it was clear that Bulma's opinions were to be taken seriously, especially since everyone was reliant on her support. Goku's expression grew serious as he tightened his belt, saying, "Let us set aside the question of exhaustion for now. I understand. Let's discuss that unknown creature." In this regard, Piccolo was most qualified to speak, and without hesitation, he took the metaphorical microphone. Clearing his throat, he stated, "According to the Supreme Kai, this unknown creature has grown to an exceedingly terrifying extent." And then, the group awaited the continuation with bated breath. That's all? Bulma's frustration could be felt as she stomped on the floor. In any case, let's find that monster and engage in battle. If we win, everything will be manageable. If we lose, let's just hope we survive. Goku's suggestion was straightforward and effective, though undeniably perilous. Vegeta had no objections, but his gaze shifted to Android 17. "You will remain by my side, daring not to stray from my line of sight. This time, I assure you, I will not fail." 17's legs instinctively clenched together. He felt a chill. With no other option, he realized he could not possibly contend with that monstrous form. If not for the opponent's slowing speed during their kicks, he would truly be at a loss. "May I stay close to you?" Android 18, appearing delicate, wished to approach Goku, though it was not her desire. It was all the fault of that cursed Dr. Gero. Gohan, supporting his mother, immediately erupted in anger. "No way." Goku, intrigued, asked, "Why not, Gohan?" Gohan, at a loss for words, could only express his frustration. Regardless, a multitude set off to locate the unknown creature that had been ambushing humans. Leaving West City with only Bulma and the ever-embellishing Android 16, along with Chi-Chi, who had consumed a considerable amount of sleeping pills. This allowed Vegeta to feel at ease. But now it was Gohan's turn to be on high alert. On a certain island city, Cell had just devoured every soul on the island. Feeling he had amassed sufficient energy, he no longer concealed his presence. It was time to unleash his fury and roar with rage. The moment his aura was released, Sun Wukong and the others detected him and hastened towards his direction. Sun Wukong was the first to arrive, his instant transmission proving remarkably swift. Accompanying him were Android 18 and Son Gohan. There was no escaping the fact that Android 18 clung to Sun Wukong like a persistent adhesive, while Son Gohan anxiously observed his father and Android 18, fearful of any unspeakable occurrences, despite his lack of understanding of what might transpire. With a sense of helplessness, he grasped Sun Wukong's other hand tightly. Vegeta and Android 17 were also racing towards the scene, and during the flight, Vegeta could no longer contain his curiosity. After all, it was Sun Wukong who had obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. Why, then, was his target Bulma and not Chi-Chi? Android 17 shrugged, appearing equally helpless as he replied, "I couldn't help it. The system indicated that Chi-Chi was not yet with Sun Wukong at that time. The woman closest to him was Bulma." Vegeta's fury surged. He felt as though he had picked up a broken shoe. "No, Bulma had her merits." "Curse you, Dr. Gero." Dr. Gero responded, "Hey, I'm already dead." When all the Dragon Ball warriors finally gathered, Cell had completed his outburst and his roar. Sun Wukong was the first to speak, inquiring, "Who are you, and why do you possess the auras of us all?" Vegeta followed suit, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Why ask? Let us defeat him first." Dodoria interjected, "Why do you also carry the aura of Lord Frieza, yet not mine?" Piccolo glanced at the nearly invisible Dodoria, surprised to notice his aura had strengthened considerably. "You're too weak." Didn't he catch his attention, did you? Dodoria, infuriated, pointed at Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin, exclaiming, "They are even weaker than I am. I am now a man with a battle power of 2 million. Yamcha suffered a critical hit of 100 points, Tien received 100 points, while Krillin only incurred 50 points due to his slightly superior strength. Silence. What is a mere lackey trying to steal the spotlight? Dubra crossed his arms, looking disdainfully at Dodoria. In the future world, that trash who perished at the hands of his father on Namek held no favor in his eyes. Cell was somewhat bewildered. How did this turn into an internal conflict? I should be the protagonist here. No, I must reclaim the spotlight quickly. Otherwise, what is the point of my roaring? Cough, cough, be quiet. The old man coughed, and Son Gohan declared, "Today, I shall make sure to teach Dodoria a lesson on behalf of my 3 uncles. Cell. Who am I? Where am I? Are you not here to find me? Why are you just staring at me? Alas, I am now in my complete form. Have you not discerned the issue at hand? I did not devour Android 17 and 18. Goodness, I can't take it anymore." Bang. Son Gohan, despite not transforming, has already begun to mercilessly assault Dodoria. Cell, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Do not strike him. If you must, then strike me instead." Consequently, all eyes turned to Cell, including the battered Dodoria. Let us all attack together and eliminate this greasy man covered in spots. The brawl officially commenced. Chapter 56, The Display of Cell's Tai Chi. In the Kai's realm, Frieza continually reminded himself to endure, to absolutely endure. A small lack of patience could unravel great plans. Observing the old Kai with bubbles forming on his nose, Frieza reassured himself that he was not asleep. He was indeed not asleep. And he would never dare to fall asleep. Frieza endures the most excruciating torment in history, relying solely on psychological affirmations to soothe his suffering. Meanwhile, on Earth, a grand spectacle unfolds, reminiscent of the legendary battles against Elbu, albeit this time against Cell. Upon his emergence, Cell's combat power skyrockets to a staggering 1.5 billion. A fact unbeknownst to Frieza. In his absence, there is truly no one capable of withstanding such overwhelming strength. Goku, possessing remarkable talent, consistently outshines his peers in the original narrative. Regrettably, with Frieza's arrival, he finds himself overshadowed by Vegeta. Presently, Goku's combat power stands at 650 million, while Vegeta, even in a non-muscular form, boasts 800 million. Piccolo and Gohan each possess 450 million, Din 400 million, Android 17 900 million, and Android 18 800 million. Those below the billion mark need not be mentioned, as their power pales in comparison. This data clearly illustrates that Goku, incapacitated by a heart condition, has indeed fallen significantly behind. Aside from Piccolo, he can only contend with the younger generation. However, the most critical point lies in the fact that he has been rescued twice by Android 18, who has suffered considerable strain as a result. Cell, undeniably formidable, faces a horde of adversaries with unshaken composure, reminiscent of a masterful display of martial prowess, as if he were asserting dominance over the realm. With a left hook, Dodoria vanishes. With a right hook, Tien and Yamcha retreat in disarray. Goku's combat capabilities diminish under Cell's onslaught, and as the chaos ensues, the Z-Warriors fall one by one. The battle concludes with Cell victorious, surveying the fallen with a smirk, remarking, "I hadn't even completed my Tai Chi. And yet you've all succumbed." Dodoria, not a Z-Warrior, has vanished without a trace, leaving his fate uncertain. Logically, Yamcha's survival implies that Dodoria may yet live. Who can say? Such are the consequences of forcibly stealing the spotlight. And what of Android 16? Where is he? Once I absorb him, I shall become the ultimate being. The invincible Steel Cell. Frieza has also retreated. Perhaps he is too afraid to show himself. Regardless, I am now invincible. The thought of exterminating you all is simply tedious. The Saiyan cells have ushered Cell into a romantic journey, leading him to make a historic decision. I have resolved it. 10 days. I grant you a span of 10 days to enhance your prowess. After this period, I shall host a competition known as the Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. Or shall we call it the Cell Games? With a mocking grin, Cell departed, fulfilling Goku's earlier assertion, if one cannot prevail, at least strive not to perish. In a flurry, he exited, while lamentations echoed as they returned home. Upon encountering the group, Bulma was taken aback. Trunks nearly lost his grip and fell to the ground, startling Goten and Vegeta, who nearly succumbed to cramps from their injuries. Vegeta suffered the most. He stubbornly endured 3 rounds against Cell, emerging miraculously unscathed. With limbs intact, an extraordinary stroke of fortune indeed. Android 16, go fetch some Senzu beans from Korin and bring them all back. With a sudden leap, 16 sprang into action, causing several cracks to mar Bulma's plaza upon landing. Such weight could fetch a handsome sum even as scrap metal. I shall depart at once. With that, 16 covered his groin with one hand and struck a superhero pose with the other, soaring towards Korin Tower at remarkable speed. His presence offered the most assurance. Devoid of energy, Cell could not sense him. Yet, why, despite no longer leaking oil, did he insist on covering himself? It's nothing, merely a habit, keeps me warm. 5 minutes later, 16 returned, bearing a large ceramic jar. All the Senzu beans are contained within. The group erupted with joy. Such a sizable vessel indicated that Korin had been generous this time. Goku was the first to rush forward and, upon opening it, was left dumbfounded. 1, 2, 4, 6, 5, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. How could there only be 6? As Goku counted, the others noticed something amiss. Had he not just counted to 7? Vegeta, gritting his teeth against the pain of cramps, delivered a swift kick to send Goku sprawling. You fool. You can't even count properly. Android 17, you take over. 1, 10, 20, 30. The group felt reassured, believing there must be dozens. 17 reached in and retrieved all the Senzu beans. In total, there are 10. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta fumed, shouting at 16, "Is this all there is? Why did you bring back just this little jar?" with one hand on his head and the other still covering himself. 16 replied innocently. When I inquired about the sins of beans, he said they were all in this jar. I recalled Miss Bulma said to take them all, so I brought back the jar as well. Excellent. That statement is flawless. The only one at fault is Kakarot. That imbecile who counted to 7 and then continued to count 3, 4, 5, 6. Truly the epitome of foolishness. Hey, shouldn't we be eating these? I'm starting to see illusions. Krillin, struggling to maintain his composure, staggered over to Android 18 and clung to her like a lifeless dog. Goku, how have you become so thin? Smack. Clint spun around a full 3,600 degrees, and this time, he truly experienced a hallucination. He had forgotten that androids 17 and 18 were embodiments of eternal energy. They did not lack strength, but rather chose not to confront Cell head-on. Fully aware of the futility, to think Clint would attempt to take advantage of Android 18 was utterly ludicrous. Android 18 rubbed her hands, reflecting, oh, this fight feels so seamless and delightful. This bald head has his merits. Moreover, seeing him diminished her thoughts of Goku significantly. Ding, ding, ding. Everyone was revitalized. Although there were only 10 sins of beans, it sufficed for the group. Androids 17 and 18 required none, and the others consumed merely 8. Goku, feeling the marginal increase in his resurrected power, rose from 650 million to 700 million, a boost possibly less significant than his own mighty roar. Hey, Bulma, prepare some more sins of beans. I might need to unleash my voice frequently. Vegeta, irked, kicked forward, declaring, let Chi-Chi prepare them. No one is to approach Bulma within a 3-meter radius. Vegeta had become overly tense due to 17's antics. Bulma felt a sweet elation, akin to tasting honey. At last, the group regained their serious demeanor and began to strategize for the impending Cell Games in 10 days. Vegeta, I know of a place where one day of training equates to a year. Shall we go? Goku recalled the hyperbolic time chamber, deeming it the perfect opportunity. Vegeta glanced at Android 17, suppressing his urge to agree, gritting his teeth as he replied, not unless you help me eliminate 17. 17. The group collapsed once more. In the frigid expanse of the Earth's Arctic Circle, a pink, muscular figure with an 8-pack was struggling to crawl. Tears of regret streaming down his face. Damn that author. If I hadn't provoked fate, you wouldn't even remember me. Yet, the author held the ultimate power. He could only endure. Meanwhile, Frieza was on the brink of losing his composure. Chapter 57. Frieza's return and some words to share. The old Kaioshin initially circled Frieza, and he bore it. With each step the old Kaioshin took, bubbles appeared from his heels, releasing years of foot odor, yet Frieza endured. The old Kaioshin sat there, chuckling at a magazine. As he dozed off, bubbles emerged from his nose, and Frieza tolerated it all. These were experiences Gohan had already endured, and Frieza had no reason to falter. However, one should never tempt fate. Frieza, you possess divine power. My potential development is futile against you. So, I endured for over 10 hours in vain? This is intolerable. Snap. Whoosh. Ding. The furious Frieza not only sent the old Kai flying, but also launched the giggling Shin and Kid into the air. Frieza suddenly teleported beside the old Kaioshin, accompanying him as they soared around the Kaioshin realm. Pray tell, what is the nature of the divine power within me? The old Kaioshin, being advanced in age and not particularly adept in combat due to his fusion with the witch, now possessed remarkably diminished fighting capabilities. Engaging in rapid movement, he found it nearly impossible to articulate his thoughts. Alas, after much effort, he finally managed to open his mouth, but all that emerged were incoherent sounds, rendering his speech unintelligible. In exasperation, Frieza resorted to delivering a swift tail strike, sending the old Kaioshin crashing to the ground. As for Shin and Kid, let them continue their laughter as they flew on. Cough, cough. Oh dear, my old bones cannot withstand such antics. If you wish to play, seek them out instead. The old Kaioshin remarked, his heart racing as he gestured towards Shin and Kid, who had already circled the Kaioshin realm. Frieza's tail struck the ground with force, and his patience was truly wearing thin this time. I surmise that you must have acquired a skill that can only be learned through divine means, as a considerable amount of divine energy now resides within you. Given the magnitude of divine power you currently possess, you should be no less formidable than that of a planetary deity. Bear witness. Frieza decisively unleashed the stellar transformation. Under the influence of the Triad Wave, not only did Frieza's combat power triple, but the surrounding airwaves were enveloped in a shimmering veil of 7 colors, with twinkling starlight flickering continuously. Old man, is this the skill you were referring to? The elder Kaioshin was utterly entranced, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, it is the stellar transformation. A technique even the gods cannot comprehend has been mastered by you. Truly remarkable. Can you perhaps manifest a higher tier of the stellar transformation? For instance, the fourth form, mountainous ascent, or the fifth form, white dragon's probe?" Frieza's lips twitched. This abominable creature's skill, with such a name conjured by this group of lecherous souls, is no wonder so tantalizing. I cannot allow this. I have only recently grasped the threefold mountain wave, and I have yet to comprehend the nuances of traversing mountains and valleys. The old Kai nodded, then shook his head. What a pity. You may only master the art of traversing mountains and valleys, for the peculiarities of your race indeed hinder your understanding of the mysteries and beauty of the white dragon's excavation. However, it matters not, thus far. Only 2 individuals have perfected the stellar transformation, the first being the Grand Priest, and you are the second. Your future is boundless. Upon hearing the title of the Grand Priest, Frieza was struck with profound astonishment. No wonder he was able to comprehend the ultimate instinct through the stellar transformation. It turns out this technique is exclusive to the Grand Priest. Are you implying that if I consistently maintain the state of stellar transformation, I could amass greater divine power and subsequently trample the Grand Priest underfoot? Ahem. The old Kaioshin was taken aback by Frieza's audacious thoughts. Does he not realize the immense time the Grand Priest has dedicated to reach his current level? It appears the old Kaioshin himself is unaware as well. How awkward. There is no need for that. While stellar transformation harbors no adverse effects, your body is not yet capable of absorbing an excess of divine energy. Remember, extremes can lead to counterproductive outcomes. Forge ahead. You already possess the qualifications to become an angel. As long as you do not meet a fate akin to Liu Bei's, you stand a chance. The old man, true to his nature, speaks in an eloquent manner that is quite unbearable. In light of your enlightening me, I shall refrain from tormenting your frail, old bones. Frieza departed with remarkable nonchalance, entirely unconcerned about the now dizzying spins of Shenron and Kid. The old Kai watched as Shenron continuously soared past him, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Perhaps perusing a magazine would prove to be more entertaining. On Earth. When Frieza made his appearance, he fortuitously overheard Vegeta's declaration to eliminate Android 17. Oh ho ho. What new foolish technique have you concocted this time, Vegeta? I hope it doesn't backfire like that infamous low blow. Speaking of that low blow, it was a shared source of pain for both Vegeta and Frieza. Android 17 sat on the ground in sheer terror, while Android 16 instinctively covered himself, both wearing expressions of utter exasperation. Bulma was beside herself with frustration, having only just managed to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand, yet it seemed they were veering off course once more. Are you two finished yet? Cell has granted us but 10 days. Should you fail to defeat him, Earth will face obliteration. Upon hearing the name Cell, Frieza's interest was immediately piqued. Cell was undoubtedly the quintessential candidate for the experimental technique known as the Infernal Leg. Has Cell emerged? Aren't Android 17 and 18 still in fine form? How could you possibly be outmatched? At this juncture, Cell should possess no more than 500 million in power, correct? I am uncertain from where you have gleaned that Cell intends to absorb both myself and Android 17. My knowledge is limited to the fact that Cell seeks to assimilate Android 16. Android 18, visibly irked, declared that she has no desire to be absorbed by that hideous creature. What? This defies logic. Well, it is not entirely implausible, after all. Cell has absorbed the version of himself from this timeline, and the androids here have indeed become significantly more formidable. Thus, it stands to reason that the Cell who absorbed the juvenile form of his counterpart from this timeline has undergone considerable transformation as well. A throng of individuals found themselves ensnared in Frieza's tongue-twisting discourse, left bewildered by his incessant references to Cell. Which Cell has absorbed which Cell? Frieza offered no explanation, merely casting a glance at Goku. Your combat prowess is utterly lacking. Have you not considered training to become stronger? With a belly so round, do you truly wish to be unable to match even Vegeta? Vegeta interjected, Frieza, you may speak of Kakarot, but why involve me? I am far superior to this fool. With a swift motion of his tail, Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground, a consequence of Frieza's habitual practice of dealing with adversaries like Shin and Kid. You all should focus on your training. I find your efforts quite disheartening. I shall confront this so-called Cell. Ha ha ha. Frieza instantaneously teleported away to seek out Cell. While the scene reverted to its previous rhythm, Goku intended to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, and Vegeta, gritting his teeth, rose from the ground. adamant that they must eliminate Android 17 before anyone could proceed. How about this, Vegeta? Gohan and I will guard Bulma to prevent her from being unfaithful. Oh, I mean to protect her from Android 17. Bulma chimed in. Stop hitting my head. Otherwise, I might get hungry again. Piccolo, unable to bear this farce any longer, urged for its swift conclusion. The hyperbolic time chamber could only accommodate 2 individuals at a time, so those who remained must safeguard Bulma and ensure that Android 17, the brainwashed fiend, was apprehended. This proposal received unanimous approval, with even Android 17 thumping his chest in assurance that he would indeed capture himself. Thus, the order of entry into the hyperbolic time chamber was established. Vegeta and Din would enter first, with Vegeta determined to emerge first and deal with Android 17. Next came Goku and Gohan, while Android 18 looked adorably pitiful. Following them was Piccolo, and then Android 17 and 18. However, the latter pair insisted that they did not require training, as their stamina was eternal, yet they could not enhance their combat prowess through training. To elevate their strength, they would have to wait for a thunderstorm. Goku was curious. Why is that? Androids 17 and 18 remained silent, as it was their burden to bear. Where was Cell? You ask. At that moment, Cell had located a plane where he intended to construct a stage reminiscent of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, albeit larger in scale. Perhaps due to Cell's lack of a disturbance at the television station, no human army came to confront him this time. He had little interest in dealing with ordinary people and simply stood quietly on the stage. An hour later, Cell suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring ahead as his body began to tremble. 10 days. Such an eternity. Standing here is exceedingly dull. Ho ho ho. How about I help you pass the time? Frieza, with his tail swishing, suddenly appeared before Cell, causing him to take a step back in fright. Upon recognizing his visitor, Cell smiled. I thought you had turned into a coward, hiding away. After all, your lackeys appeared during the previous battle, yet you were nowhere to be found. Frieza furrowed his brow, then feigned a sudden realization. Oh, you are referring to Dodoria, aren't you? How did he end up in the far northern lands? Cell smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and replied, I did it on purpose. Frieza remained unperturbed. After all, Dodoria was merely a fool, inclined to seek his own suffering. Let him return at his own pace. It was of little consequence to me. What truly surprised me, however, was your immediate transformation into your complete form. This caught me off guard. After a fierce battle spanning 1.5 billion. It appears there is no deviation from the original tale. Cell was exhilarated. At last, someone acknowledged his current completeness. It was no small feat. Cell shouted in excitement. Frieza. Frieza was filled with confusion. Cell, in a fit of excitement, exclaimed once more, let us forge a brotherhood. In this world, you alone understand me. Frieza scrutinized Cell. A creature predominantly green with black spots adorning its body, a head reminiscent of a pistachio, and wings resembling sunflower seed shells protruding from its back. How audacious for such a being to propose a brotherhood with him. Did it not comprehend its own hybrid nature? How could this abomination dare to suggest an alliance with the Emperor of the Universe? Cell, you seek your own demise. You may insult yourself, but you shall not insult me. With a roar, a violet energy surged skyward, the staggering battle power of 2 billion erupting in an instant. The arena that Cell had just erected disintegrated in the wake of Frieza's might. Merely unsheathing the Kai sword had augmented his power by another 200 million. Such arrogance. Goku and his companions, who were guarding Android 17, were left in awe of Frieza's overwhelming presence. Gohan exclaimed, how formidable. Yamcha added, indeed, truly powerful. Leaving no room for resistance. Goku declared, this cannot stand. I must witness this battle. Android 18 urged, don't leave me behind. Android 17 echoed, yes, yes. Hurry. Piccolo shot a sidelong glance at 17, reassuring, rest assured, if we go, we will take you with us. Krillin stated, I'll accompany you. 18. Android 16 timidly admitted, I am afraid. Thus, a consensus was reached. They would leave Android 16 to guard their home while the others, all possessing battle prowess, instantaneously transported alongside Goku to the scene. Cell, seething with indignation, had sought Frieza's respect by suggesting an alliance, only to be met with disdain. The teachings of the Buddha implored against anger, but that was a trivial sentiment in this moment. In his fury, Cell grasped the essence of the Saiyans, the power of a primal roar. How dare you insult the mightiest Cell in history? I shall vanquish you. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a Super Saiyan, a golden aura erupted from Cell, his battle power soaring by another 200 million. If Frieza had elicited his 200 million from the restrained Kai, then Cell S was a pure manifestation of his lion's roar. The disparity of 300 million between their respective powers was significant enough to sway the tide of battle, though those with a keen mathematical mind could exploit this difference. However, Goku, who struggled to count to 110, was hardly suited to comprehend such vast figures. Oh ho ho! Now this is entertaining. The battle commenced with a resounding clash as Frieza and Cell exchanged blows. Fists met fists, feet met feet, tails met wings, and from the outset, the confrontation was fiercely contested. With each impact, waves of energy radiated outward, forcing Goku and the others to retreat slightly. Goku's fervor ignited within him. Yet he found himself ensnared by Android 18's unwavering embrace, unable to break free. Father, this time I shall not intervene to free you from 18's grasp. Their battle is beyond your reach. Goku felt the weight of 1,000 strikes from his son's words, with a graceful opening and closing of the hands. The right single whip, the elbow strike beneath, a turning push of the palm, the Jade Maiden traverses, left and right kicks, the covering hand and elbow strike. The wild horse parts its mane, transitioning into the lotus position, drawing the bow to shoot the tiger, the left embrace of the sparrow's tail, and the cross hands. This time, Shalu completed the entire set of the 42 forms of Tai Chi unfortunately. The once infallible Tai Chi against the likes of Vegeta proved ineffective against Frieza. Oh ho ho ho! Did you think that as a mere Western commodity, you could grasp the mysteries of Tai Chi? Dream on. Witness this, Tai Chi's circular motion. The perpetual interplay of yin and yang, transforming yin into yang and vice versa, allows for a seamless flow, turning with grace and intent, without beginning or end. As it is said, form is emptiness. My apologies, I digressed. Clap, 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 bang, bang, bang. Frieza has traversed dimensions. Having mastered Tai Chi under the tutelage of the revered Zhang Sanfeng from Wudong, he has watched the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber no fewer than 10 times. His mastery of Tai Chi is nothing short of exquisite, sending Cell into a frenzied retreat. Truly remarkable, this represents the essence of Tai Chi, the pinnacle of martial prowess. What Cell previously demonstrated was but a mere imitation. I must seek out Frieza to impart his wisdom upon me. Goku, the true martial arts aficionado, is indeed deceived. Both Cell and Frieza's antics are taken as the highest form of martial arts. It is worth noting that this time, Goku was not the only one misled. Even Piccolo found himself perplexed. Is this circular motion truly so formidable? Yet, if it were not, how can one explain Cell's utter inability to counter? Ultimately, it was the level-headed Android 18, whose thoughts were solely consumed with the notion of sacrifice, who raised a critical inquiry. Based on calculations, Frieza's combat power stands at 2 billion, while Cell's is at 1.7 billion. Is it not entirely reasonable that Cell cannot prevail against Frieza? Bang, 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 boom. Cell has abandoned close combat, opting instead to unleash energy blasts, employing the tactics of a prince right from the outset. Frieza, undeterred, embraced a defensive stance, forming a circular posture reminiscent of Tai Chi's concluding gesture, then seized his own tail, aiming it squarely at Cell. Behold my Frieza brand Gatling gun. Oh, ho ho ho. In that moment, the battle transcended mere physical confrontation, evolving into a scene of interstellar warfare. Goku watched, utterly entranced, while Piccolo and the others were left in sheer astonishment. Could this battle truly be played in such a manner? Hey, Frieza, is your tail going to explode from the heat? One queried. Do you think Android 16 would employ such a tactic? Another chimed in. Queen of Blood, perhaps you could inquire with Android 16. Boom. At last. Cell could no longer withstand the onslaught. He unleashed a barrage of 1,000 energy spheres. Yet only a mere 3 struck Frieza, barely causing a tickle. Conversely, Frieza's Gatling gun was astonishingly swift, firing an impressive 5,000 energy spheres, with at least 4,000 finding their mark, leaving Cell in a state of utter devastation. His skin no longer even hinting at its usual green hue. Stop. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. My tail is gone. And you still possess yours. This is hardly fair. Bang. Did Cell truly expect to call for a halt? Frieza, devoid of any sense of dignity, executed a ruthless kick that sent Cell soaring into the sky. Upon his descent, Cell was caught in a compromising position, clutching his groin, before crashing down heavily onto his knees. It was not until he hit the ground that he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Those who witnessed this spectacle shuddered in unison, while number 17, overwhelmed by terror, began to froth at the mouth, succumbing to a seizure. Number 18, the sole female present, blushed profusely at the sight. Chapter 59. The complete evolution of Cell. It is no wonder that Cell, who dares to claim the title of the strongest in history, exhibited such resilience in the face of Frieza's inhumane treatment. After merely howling for a brief moment, and with number 18's hand still not having retracted, Cell gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. Frieza, you lack any sense of honor. Fortunately, I share your traits in this regard, otherwise my blissful existence would have been utterly shattered by you. Frieza? Immediately, fury ensued. I compelled you to unveil my scars, to spew forth your vile words, to wail in despair, and to feign death. At first, Cell managed to withstand it, uttering words that Frieza found intolerable. Gradually, his defiance transformed into lamentations and cries of agony, culminating in Frieza delivering a blow that sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his groin and pretending to be lifeless. Cell felt utterly exhausted. His body was weary, and his heart bore an even greater burden. Bang, 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 bang. Crash, crash, crash. Frieza's strikes were imbued with a rhythmic cadence, compelling the sole female, Android 18, to desire a graceful dance in response. However, she ultimately restrained herself, fearing she might endure the same treatment from Frieza. I can no longer contain myself. Boom. Frieza was hurled away by a tremendous wave of energy, unable to withstand even with a combat power of 2 billion. At that moment, everyone noticed that Cell's form had once again reverted. His previously pitch-black appearance now radiated a vibrant green hue, particularly the black spots on his body, which astonishingly began to reflect light. The aura surrounding him remained golden, yet it crackled with streaks of lightning, creating a formidable spectacle. Moreover, Cell's wings transformed from black to a regal purple, exuding an air of both nobility and allure. Cell had not only surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 1, evolving into the lightning-infused Super Saiyan 2, but had also undergone a mutation. Had he truly evolved again? If Cell's wings had retained their original color, he would still be the Lightning Cell, with a combat power barely reaching 1.9 billion. However, the scenario had changed. Frieza merely glanced at him and instantly discerned his combat power. 2.5 billion. This represented an increase of a staggering 1 billion compared to his previous untransformed state. Android 18 murmured, Goku, do you have any idea what your combat power is? Goku, somewhat annoyed, brushed aside Android 18's persistent inquiry and replied, based on the data. Do you think I can figure that out? Android 18's expression faltered as she recalled Goku's low sensitivity to numbers. Without further ado, she calmly stated, your combat power is currently 700 million, while Frieza stands at 2 billion. Yet, Cell's combat power has surged from 1.7 billion to 2.5 billion. Goku turned to Gohan, asking gravely, how much higher is 2.5 compared to 2? Gohan responded. The group was left in stunned silence, lamenting their predicament. Oh dear. Goku, I recall that your math was taught by Master Roshi, who is probably weeping in the restroom right now. Android 18 was puzzled. Despite Frieza's current combat power being at a disadvantage, he still appeared remarkably composed. She believed that in another round of mutual attacks, Frieza would inevitably be the one to falter. All that talk about Tai Chi and circular movements seemed mere embellishment, devoid of true intent. She dared not say that Frieza's power was inferior to Cell's. However, as long as it was greater than hers, that sufficed. Frieza, in a fit of rage, sought to strike her, leaving her with no chance to flee. Frieza, I must truly thank you. It appears that within this body lies the remarkable ability to resurrect from the brink of death. Moreover, I am now in my fully realized form of lightning. Are you afraid now? Can Frieza be afraid? That is utterly impossible. Not to mention his ability to transform, even without utilizing the power of transformation. How could a mere disparity of 500 million in combat strength pose any threat to him? Buzz. Frieza vanished. Bang. Duong. As he observed Cell being sent skyward once more by a powerful kick, a chuckle escaped Frieza's lips. Oh ho ho ho. What is this? Wasn't it supposed to be the perfect form? Yet here you are, ascending in this manner. The Buddha will not take you in. Descend at once. With those words, Frieza disappeared from his location, only to reappear above Cell's head, delivering a spectacular 360-degree spinning kick to Cell's cranium. Duong. Had it not been for Frieza reinforcing the ground with his divine power, Cell would likely have plummeted into the very depths of the earth. Of course, employing divine strength to fortify the ground did not detract from Frieza's combat prowess, and he had yet to devise a method to integrate divine power into his fighting technique. On the ground, Cell knelt, his knees buckled, hands still cradling his head, which resembled a pistachio, now nearly buried in his neck. With bulging eyes, he radiated an expression of defiance and fury. Ha! With a mighty roar, Cell's head sprang forth, restoring him once again to his dashing form. Frieza, I concede your speed is impressive, but it is futile. The disparity in our fighting capabilities is insurmountable. You cannot defeat me. This time, Cell resolved to take the initiative. He could no longer remain on the defensive. He launched a knee strike towards Frieza, and as Frieza raised his hands to block, Cell suddenly executed a sidekick, catching Frieza off guard. Despite Frieza's swift attempt to shield himself with his left arm, he was still forcefully pushed back. Seizing the momentum, Cell charged forward once more, raising his enormous foot and aimed a kick at Frieza. Prior to this moment, Frieza's treatment of him was such that now Cell seeks revenge in kind. With a swift and forceful strike, Cell aimed a devastating kick, only for Frieza to evade to a distance. At this juncture, Frieza wore no trace of his previous playful demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his crimson irises gleamed with a ferocious thirst for blood. His blood-red tongue flicked across his lips, a visage that nearly terrified Android 18 to tears. She cast a pleading glance at Goku, silently beseeching him for protection. However, Goku had no time to attend to Android 18, as he was involuntarily transformed into a Super Saiyan, shaken by the overwhelming aura exuded by Frieza. Evil, cold-blooded, ruthless. With Goku's limited capacity for expression, he found it difficult to articulate the depth of his feelings towards Frieza. Not only Goku, but everyone instinctively fell into a battle-ready stance. This was the majesty of the tyrant. He could share in joviality with others, yet when he turned serious, none could meet Frieza's gaze. The very visage that had haunted Bulma's dreams for half a year. In the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai observed Piccolo's feeble battle power, then turned his attention to the malevolent auras emanating from Cell and Frieza, finally resolving himself. On North Kai's planet, the rotund North Kai sat down heavily, his entire body trembling. Frieza, the very embodiment of wickedness, had made his entrance. In the realm of the Kais, Shin and Kibito had ceased their flight, along with the Elder Kai, gazing intently at the crystal ball before them. Shin wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, Kibito, this malevolent energy is even more potent than that of Majin Buu. Kibito knelt in reverence, declaring, Lord Kai, we are still alive. What a blessing. The Elder Kai's complexion paled as he pondered, how could such an evil being gain the recognition of divine power? Leaving aside the thoughts of others, Cell at that moment felt an unfamiliar chill. The cold released by the Ice Clan was truly a sensation that penetrated to the bone. Ha ha ha. You have successfully provoked me. A wave of purple energy surged forth, followed by a dark, inky aura ascending towards the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. As Frieza emerged from the shroud of darkness, surrounded by the black energy, his footsteps resonated with the sound of metal clashing. Though Frieza retained his previous form, his entire being shimmered with an ethereal metallic sheen, save for the vibrant purple atop his head that remained resplendent. The crackling purple currents incessantly emerged, creating a dizzying sensation akin to impending faintness. If Frieza's previously pallid complexion evoked an impression of fragility, the present Frieza now exudes an aura of unwavering strength, reminiscent of steel. Even the smooth surfaces, devoid of both heavens and abysses, now appeared remarkably unyielding. With each step Frieza took, the hearts of the onlookers would leap in unison, causing Cell to instinctively take a step back. Android 17 ceased his frothing at the mouth, and Android 18 refrained from taking advantage of Goku. The two exchanged glances. Both androids were consumed by a frenzied light in their eyes. They had previously refrained from disclosing the peculiar requirement of stormy weather to enhance their combat prowess, for their method of augmentation involved harnessing the power of lightning strikes. Such a notion was hardly something one could openly discuss, a physique attuned to being struck by lightning. Despite being artificial beings, they still possessed a sense of pride. As for one harboring feelings for Bulma, and the other yearning for a taste of battle, that was merely a byproduct of Dr. Gero's twisted, perverse programming, which had been implanted through a form of brainwashing. This was also why, even after the devices within Androids 17 and 18 were removed, they remained unable to forget their designated missions. Returning to the matter at hand, upon witnessing the purple lightning coursing around Frieza's form, a glimmer of avarice ignited in Android 18's eyes. She was tempted to experiment, pondering if perhaps engaging in combat would allow her to grow stronger through the very strikes of lightning. Yet, the last remnants of her rationality prevailed, reminding her of her feminine nature and the need for decorum. Android 17, too, upon recalling Frieza's formidable and devastating kick, suppressed his impulse to rush in and charge. Ho ho ho. Mr. Cell, transform. It's not just you who can do it, is it? Are you frightened? Was Cell afraid? Indeed, he was. Frieza's current combat prowess, nearly from an aura perspective, has already surpassed him by more than double. Thud, 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 thud. Cell swallowed hard, continuously retreating. Whoosh. Frieza suddenly sprang into action. Not by teleportation, but with a straightforward charge, colliding shoulder first into Cell's chest. However, the overwhelming disparity in combat power left Cell utterly unprepared to react. A powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing everyone to stagger backward once more. Tien had to grasp onto Android 17 to maintain his footing. A figure was sent flying, and Tien was unable to intervene in time. The terror was palpable. Android 18, what is Frieza's current combat power? Piccolo shouted toward Android 18, who raised a hand to shield her eyes and, with great difficulty, managed to reply, 3 billion. Astonishment. It was not only the onlookers who were taken aback. Even King Kaishin gaped in disbelief. Suddenly, Shin leaped into the air. This is marvelous. Frieza's current combat power, combined with the power of the stars, might just be enough to defeat Majin Buu. Frieza delivered another devastating punch to Cell's abdomen, causing Cell to clutch his stomach while retreating, retching in despair. He was unwilling to accept defeat. No, if only I could absorb Android 16, if I could transform into my ultimate form, I would certainly not fear you. Frieza's advance came to an abrupt halt, his originally malevolent gaze gradually softening. Just as Cell presumed that Frieza intended to spare him, Frieza vanished. Bang. Cell's eyes widened in astonishment, his bulging orbs nearly popping from their sockets as he convulsed and soared skyward. This time, he lacked the strength to shield himself. He was utterly ruined. How could you do this again, Frieza? It's utterly unjust. Why can you achieve your metallic form, while I am unable to absorb Android 16? After crashing to the ground once more, Cell's lower body had been reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, yet he continued to scream in defiance. With a sudden burst of energy derived from his Piccolo genes, Cell managed to regenerate his lower half, albeit with a significantly diminished aura. Resilient, aren't you? I had anticipated this. You are indeed the most suited for practicing this technique. It's flawless. Oh ho ho ho. 1 leg, 2 legs, 4 legs, 8 legs, 3 legs. Goku. Is your mathematical talent contagious? Goku, utterly bewildered, stared in confusion as the others once again collapsed to the ground. Frieza was consumed by fury. He could hardly accept that he, too, was a high emotional intelligence warrior, a formidable figure not to be underestimated. With a resounding thud, he refrained from employing his usual deceptive tactics and unleashed a powerful sidekick directly at Cell's body, a strike executed with maximum force. The result was catastrophic. Cell exploded. Indeed, he detonated, showering the surroundings with a rain of crimson and scattering pieces of flesh. Among the debris lay one particularly gruesome fragment, which bore one of Cell's eyes, blinking as though questioning the chaos that had unfolded. The first to succumb to the horror was Android 18, a woman who promptly retched. Krillin, feeling unwell himself, hurriedly found an object to assist Android 18 in containing her distress. Tien Shenron, curiously brushing his hand over his own physique, pondered why his sculpted form had been exposed. Searching for his missing garments, Gohan, too, was overwhelmed, expelling his stomach's contents in a disordered fashion, prompting Goku to gently pat his back, while also clearing away the remnants of Gohan's upheaval. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Piccolo glared, and in an instant, Gohan was in his grasp, receiving a gentle support against his back. Let it out, soon you shall grow accustomed to it. Android 17 recalled Vegeta's bold declaration before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, contemplating whether he would meet a similar explosive fate as Cell. In that moment, 17 began to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. Oh ho ho ho. I merely exerted a fraction of my strength, and you crumble? Your physique is lacking. A brisk wind swept through, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, washing away the lingering stench of blood at the scene. Cell's final eye closed, for he understood that he had not even been afforded the opportunity to utilize his body extension technique this time. Although Frieza spoke with extreme derision, he did not relinquish this transformation, for according to the original narrative, the lightning-infused Cell is not so easily vanquished. It seems that as long as a certain chip remains intact, Cell can resurrect. His choice not to obliterate Cell with the death ball was to witness how far Cell could evolve. If possible, he wouldn't mind allowing Android 16 to be absorbed as well. In a flash, as expected, despite the remnants of flesh scattered about, Cell abruptly re-emerged. With a resounding boom, the resurrected Cell made a dazzling entrance. Although his combat power had only increased by 500 million, rising from 2 5 billion to 3 billion. It was indeed a significant enhancement, even surpassing Frieza's rate of increase. Nonetheless, Cell remained no match for Frieza, who had no intention of completely eradicating him. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Cell truly is tenacious. With great effort, Cell suppressed his fury and hissed, Frieza. Suddenly, his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Pulsating with an astonishing aura, a combat power of 3 billion is no trivial matter. Everyone present, aside from Frieza, was utterly inferior. I implore you, allow me to complete the Cell games. His overwhelming presence was palpable, yet the words that followed left the onlookers in sheer disbelief. The recently risen warriors fell to the ground once more. Was he truly wearing the most ferocious expression while uttering such trivial words? Had their understanding of reality been utterly shattered? Oh ho ho ho. Give me one reason. Just one reason why I shouldn't kill you now. Cell suddenly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. I shall provide you with 3 reasons. The first is that Dr. Gero, when creating me, assigned me a mission to host a tournament that would determine the fate of Earth. The second is that I can still evolve, as the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. You must desire to battle the ultimate form of me, right? Only thus can you truly embody your esteemed identity. The third is that within me resides your unparalleled cellular genetics. I am, in fact, your offspring. Frieza was astonished, Goku was astonished, and Piccolo along with his son were equally taken aback, while Krillin stood in disbelief. Android 17 ceased to foam at the mouth. He had discovered a new realm. Android 18 also lost her composure, casually discarding Tien Shinhan's attire as she gazed vacantly at Cell. In Krillin's eyes, there was only Android 18, while Tien Shinhan continued to admire his physique. Yamcha, it seemed, had struck his head against a rock and fainted. Good evening, everyone. Each of my chapters exceeds 2,400 words. There will be 2 more chapters during the day. Thank you all for your unwavering support and affection. Chapter 61, Krillin's Desperate Strike for Love. Frieza could not help but exclaim, Dr. Gero, you are truly a remarkable talent. Each of these artificial beings has emerged from your hands. And yet the missions they receive are increasingly bizarre. I shall not even mention number 16's foray into acting. Number 17's task of wooing women is utterly absurd, while no. 18's role involves dismantling a perfectly stable family. Upon reflection, it seems that Cell's mission is, in fact, the most reasonable of all. Frieza, too, does not wish for the game with Cell to come to an abrupt end, as it is, after all, a cherished part of his childhood. Although it has become somewhat difficult to accept, overall, it has not deviated significantly from its essence. Indeed, it is merely a slight divergence, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. And another thought. If I could just absorb Androids 17 and 18, I would be able to dismantle their nanostructures, thereby rendering Dr. Gero's hypnotic control ineffective. Patience, patience. I can still extract them. Observe how my tail can perform remarkable feats. Frieza cast a piercing gaze. Is it truly necessary to be so vile, to bully me as if I were powerless? Moreover, who permitted you to lift those hypnotic constraints? Is this not rather tiresome? Look, due to Android 18's audacious proposal, Krillin has already embarked on the path of servitude. With but a single glance, Cell instantly succumbed to trepidation. He fears neither heaven nor earth, yet he quakes at the sight of Frieza. Stand here obediently and do not move. Should you so much as let out a whisper in the next 10 days, I shall ensure you fail your mission, while others may be oblivious. Frieza is acutely aware that Cell is a hyperactive individual. Merely an hour of standing had him bellowing about the prolonged duration. Thus, Cell was left dumbfounded. Then, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Standing still for 10 days, in comparison to his very life, which holds greater significance. Let us not even entertain the notion of him needing to release gas. Even if he did, he could easily suppress it, ensuring silence. All he must do is tightly clench his tail and slowly, carefully, even if an unpleasant odor wafts through, no sound shall betray him. For instance, Cell had just discreetly tested this notion, and indeed, he did not attract Frieza's attention. Frieza inquired with curiosity, what causes your cheeks to flush? To which Cell instinctively replied, I radiate vitality. Oh ho ho ho. Young man, I have great expectations for you. Stand tall and keep your eyes peeled. Should a CC aircraft soar overhead, I grant you permission to bring it down. Cell, bewildered, could only comply, for he knew that confronting Frieza was futile, at least until he had absorbed Android 16. As for what would transpire after that, he remained uncertain, yet he brimmed with confidence, convinced of his supremacy. Oh ho ho ho, my dear companions. Let us return to indulge in a grand feast. Frieza has relinquished his black iron transformation, a state he did not desire. However, his current combat strength only permits him to assume the black iron form. It remains uncertain when he will ascend to bronze. If only it were as straightforward as in certain mobile games, where one could directly achieve bronze. Curse that little golden turtle for insisting on the black iron. The crux of the matter is that this transformation offers only a meager enhancement in combat power, barely exceeding a mere doubling. How disheartening. Frieza vowed never to assume this form again, dark and foreboding. It truly echoes the saying, "From Africa they come." Frieza departed, leaving behind nothing but chaos in his wake. Cell gazed at a distant group of onlookers, witnesses to his most shameless moment, and urge to eliminate them surged within him. Alas, Frieza forbade any action. He was genuinely afraid to act. Android 17 pointed to himself, inquiring, "Are you referring to us?" Android 18 nodded earnestly with our combat prowess. "If we are not the young ones, then who are we? Look at that one still dazed. Perhaps he isn't even worthy of being considered Frieza's young ones." Yamcha suffered 1,000,000 points of damage from Android 18's remark. "Hey, bald head, stop clinging to me. How can I complete my mission with you like this?" Krillin lamented internally, unaware that Android 18 was destined to be his wife, yet he was enchanted by that kiss. "Can you abandon the mission then?" Android 18 pondered, glancing at Cell and then at Krillin, a clever thought crossing her mind. "How about you deliver a low blow to Cell, and I shall abandon the mission? What do you say?" She was certain Krillin wouldn't dare. However, how could she comprehend the extent of madness a love-struck fool might exhibit? At once, Krillin's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging from his arms. This sight terrified Tien. Tien had tasted Krillin's plight before and refused to retreat this time. 100 meters felt too short. He needed to distance himself. Whoosh. As Tien flew toward West City, he shouted, "Krillin, I support your pursuit of love. I am mentally urging you to take action." Prior to Krillin's departure, he had said, "Krillin, if you don't kick, you're not a man." Goku was also aware of Android 18's interest in him and intended to offer counsel to Krillin, but ultimately settled for a sigh. "Krillin, I shall accompany you. Once the kick is delivered, we will instantaneously flee." Gohan remained silent. Android 17 covered his face with both hands, exclaiming, "No, no, please. Do not let me witness this." Whoosh. In a state of extreme mental distress, Android 17 fled, careful not to stray from the group's sight, lest Vegeta concoct a plan to deal with him. Krillin, step by step, approached Cell. He was terrified, yet he gambled that Cell would not dare defy Frieza's orders. Cell watched as Krillin inched closer, his rage boiling. "Hurry up. Why are you dragging this out?" Cell longed to shout, "I am mentally prepared. Come at me. I promise not to retaliate." Step by step, at last, under Android 18's astonished gaze, Krillin was pulled to Cell's side by Goku. "Hurry up. If we don't leave soon, I'll starve." Goku urged. "Thank you." Cell replied. "Sun Wukong?" Krillin was nearly frightened out of his wits. What on earth was this nonsensical thank you? Yet, thinking of Android 18 watching, he promised himself he would teleport them away. Damn it. He was ready to risk it all. At worst, he would end up with a scar the size of a bull, and 18 years later, he would emerge as a formidable warrior once more. He raised his foot, recalling Frieza's majestic stance from their previous encounter, the precise angle of that kick, the ferocity behind it. With a mighty shout, Krillin summoned all his courage. That unparalleled kick, rivaling Frieza's perfect angle, was unleashed. Clang. Ouch, it hurts. It really hurts. No filler words. Krillin resurrected Frieza's famous move, anxiety. Huh? Where is Sun Wukong? Where is Gohan? Where is Android 18? Why is only the unconscious Yamcha left? Krillin glanced at the now darkened face of Cell, disregarding his own pain, and immediately performed a desperate maneuver, flipping to Yamcha's side and shielding him with his body. "Yamcha, thank you." At Bulma's home, Gohan looked at his father, exasperated and demanding, "Where's Uncle Krillin?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. Oh no. In a flash, Sun Wukong vanished from his spot, only to reappear beside Krillin and Yamcha. He glanced at the motionless Cell in the distance, then at Krillin's swollen leg resembling a pig's trotter, and instantly burst into laughter. Was Cell wearing his armor backward? "You've been injured." Krillin, furious, shouted, "Wukong, you promised to teleport me with you. Why didn't you do it?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, apologetically replying, Sorry. In my haste, I only managed to grab your head, but your head was too slippery, and well, I couldn't hold on." Krillin nearly spat out blood in frustration. He vowed to grow his hair. In a fit of rage, Krillin kicked the peacefully sleeping Yamcha. Ouch, it hurts. What a tragic tale. Android 18 was flying towards Bulma's house. She hadn't been teleported by Sun Wukong and had to escape the scene immediately. However, her mind was filled with the image of Krillin's valiant display. Krillin, so dashing. If only you grew your hair long. I'd abandon my mission and follow you wholeheartedly. Cell, finally, can I enjoy some peace? It turns out, the sensation of solitude is truly delightful. Number 16. You must come in 10 days. Chapter 62, even cowardice must be natural. Krillin returned, and so did Android 18. As their eyes met, Krillin summoned his courage and declared, Wukong, I'm planning to grow my hair. Next time, don't let go. Sun Wukong, are you looking at Android 18 while speaking to me? Android 18 turned her gaze towards Sun Wukong. Krillin, the moment your hair grows back will be when I have let go of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, are you addressing me while looking at Krillin? Android 18 and Krillin locked eyes once more and spoke in unison. Wukong, why don't you go have a meal? Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Android 17 stood at a distance, his eyes fixated on Bulma, murmuring, Lazuli has already discovered a way to break the task, but what about me? Must I truly practice the Sunflower Sutra as Frieza suggested? If I am to train, I at least deserve a manual. Humph. Until I see that manual, I shall never wield the blade against myself. He discarded the fruit knife bestowed by Frieza and stormed off to the dining hall. Resolute in his decision, he would claim the Heavenly Pavilion, as declared by Android 17. In Bulma's dining hall, the number of chefs had tripled, with the kitchen expanding several-fold. The pantry alone rivaled the largest vegetable markets worldwide. Yet, despite this, dozens of chefs had succumbed to exhaustion. One chef, before fainting, exclaimed, Miss Bulma, I can no longer bear this. I fear I can earn a living, but I might not survive to spend it. Helpless, Bulma had to recruit chefs globally, instituting a 3-shift system. If this continues, my family's wealth will finally see a reduction, and my father will surely be proud of me. A beggar lurking outside Bulma's dining hall pondered, why have the wealthiest families suddenly become so frugal? Not a morsel of food is wasted. If she were to hear Bulma's musings, would she consider ending her life in despair? But she would not hear, even if she floated nearby, as the sturdy gates of Bulma's home were well guarded by robots. Even a gazebo floating outside belonged to Bulma's estate, sacred and untouchable. Savoring delicacies while watching the real-time reports of missing city residents, Frieza felt quite content. The day passed swiftly, and as Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan departed, their bellies were round and their belts loosened significantly. Gohan, well-fed, mused, the food in the hyperbolic time chamber is far from delightful. Once we enter, it will be a whole year. Why isn't T-Mom awakened yet? Perhaps it is for the best, otherwise. How could I take you on a year-long adventure in the time chamber? Keep your spirits high. Look at Vegeta. His current aura is truly astonishing. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta felt a swell of pride, ever in his Super Saiyan state. A smile gracing his lips as he and Daju shared in this moment of triumph. Powerful, immensely powerful. Frieza cast a glance at Vegeta, momentarily taken aback before he quickly regained his composure. If Son Goku could master the technique of maintaining his Super Saiyan form to alleviate the physical burdens that accompanied the transformation, Vegeta had no reason to be oblivious to it. Moreover, since the Android saga commenced, Vegeta's combat prowess had consistently surpassed that of Son Goku. Although Goku's ailment played a significant role in this disparity, nevertheless, Vegeta's innate talent was also a considerable factor. Vegeta boasted a combat power of 2 billion, which could potentially increase upon unleashing his full strength, rendering him nearly equal to the fully realized Cell. Regrettably, Cell had evolved further due to Frieza's intervention. One could only speculate whether the muscle-bound form retained its efficacy upon reaching full power as a Super Saiyan. Daz, with a combat power of 1.5 billion, was somewhat lackluster, but this could be understood given his unstable foundation. As for number 17, upon returning home, Vegeta was so preoccupied that he neglected to eat. His immediate priority was to locate number 17 and incapacitate him. What was number 17 up to? Oh, he was by Frieza's side, occupying the position that once belonged to Dodoria, exhibiting an obedient demeanor. Seizing the opportunity while Dodoria was absent and before Vegeta's return, number 17 felt compelled to cling to a strong ally to withstand Vegeta's impending wrath. He didn't desire this predicament, but every encounter with Bulma rendered him helpless. There was simply no remedy for it. Thus, he approached Frieza, the tyrant capable of subjugating Cell. Lord Frieza, your loyal second-in-command requires your protection. If Dodoria was the first, number 17 had to settle for second place. He was unaware of Frieza's sentiments toward Dodoria. In any case, Dodoria's survival was already a matter worthy of concern for him. Meanwhile, Dodoria was desperately trying to distance himself from the Arctic Circle. At least he had some self-awareness. Vegeta glanced at Frieza, lacking any probing techniques or the ability to calculate combat power like the androids. Frieza, this is a matter of my household. Do you intend to interfere? Vegeta was currently brimming with confidence, believing he could conquer all. What were Cell and the Tai Chi 42 forms? Utter nonsense. To demonstrate his strength, he resolved to challenge Frieza's authority. This was the individual who had taken his wife, resided in his home, and occupied his wife's affections. Vegeta had long harbored disdain for him. Everyone knew Dodoria was a profit maker. Why should he continue to partake in free indulgence? Vegeta was unaware of Frieza's black iron form, nor did he comprehend the extent of Frieza's star transformation or his current combat capabilities. Someone had informed him. Lord Vegeta. As a subordinate of Lord Frieza, I consider myself your rival, and I feel compelled to share something with you. Firstly, your combat power stands at 2 billion. While King Frieza's power has stabilized at an impressive 2.8 billion following his battle with Cell. The disparity of 800 million renders you incapable of vanquishing King Frieza. Furthermore, this matter does not concern you, as neither Bulma nor I are your kin. You and Bulma have not celebrated a wedding banquet, nor do you possess a marriage certificate. Number 17's remarks were exceedingly sharp, so much so that Vegeta nearly choked on them. You jest. Bulma and I have already had children too, in fact. Frieza was utterly amused by Vegeta's remark, bursting into laughter. Oh ho ho ho. Pray tell, aside from Trunks, who else might there be? Bulma, cradling little Trunks, wore a bewildered expression. Had she ever given birth to 2 children? How could she be unaware? Mom, it's me. And me too. The older Trunks, feeling overlooked, could not restrain himself from speaking up. Indeed. It is both me and little Trunks. We are both of my lineage. My progeny with Bulma. It seemed there was a modicum of truth to that. Oh ho ho ho. So, Mr. Vegeta, do you intend to engage in combat with me? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, signifying the emergence of a faint desire for battle. After all, Vegeta's combat power had surged to 2 billion. With an additional outburst and the use of teleportation, he could certainly hold his own. Engaging in physical activity is indeed beneficial for both body and mind. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and Dado radiated an intense battle fervor, plunging the atmosphere into a state of utmost seriousness and tension. Vegeta, adopting a fierce expression, surveyed the crowd, and upon noticing their reluctance to meet his gaze, he stepped forward within a 5-meter radius of Frieza. Dado, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his blood boiling. The significant increase in power instilled within him a peculiar confidence, urging him to seize the moment. However, he thought to himself, why would I fight? I'm not foolish. I'm merely hungry and in search of sustenance. With that, Vegeta plopped down at a dining table, seizing a roasted piglet and commenced feasting. Dado, now fully charged with energy, had his fist raised in anticipation. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, Father, how could you do this? Frieza cast a chilling gaze upon Date, instantly evoking memories of the torment he had previously endured. Date reassured himself that indulgence was unwise and that he must remain composed, for he was to be a solitary warrior in the future. To maintain his composure, the first step was to satiate his hunger. Alas, this roasted piglet is my utmost favorite. Father, why did you not save me a morsel? With that, the room erupted in laughter as the delectable food they had been savoring was expelled from their mouths. A wise individual recognizes the times, Mr. Vegeta. You are indeed a paragon for our kind. Ho 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 ho. Before long, the dawn of the following day arrived. Under Frieza's protection, Number 17 could finally hold his head high and exist with dignity. However, he dared not provoke Bulma any further, for he harbored no certainty regarding Frieza's true allegiance. Crucially, Frieza also sought to have him test the ultimate secret of the sunflower scripture. Number 17 scoffed, I wouldn't trust you, you shameless creature who parades about unclothed. Just then, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and 2 wild figures emerged. Goku and Gohan had completed their training, while Goku appeared relatively unchanged. Gohan had grown his hair long enough to rival his waist, ready to make his debut into society. Chapter 63, Chi-Chi Awakens. The Heavens Pavilion cannot be without him. Perhaps it was a matter of fate, for upon Goku's return to Bulma's home, Chi-Chi had just awakened. Upon seeing her dear son, she was momentarily bewildered. Who is this? Is this wild child truly my son? I merely took a nap. Yet Gohan has not only grown taller, but has also transformed into a wildling. Furthermore, Chi-Chi noticed another disheveled individual addressing Bulma as mother, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Is that Trunks? Has Trunks been raised on swine feed? Oh, and Bulma is cradling another child. Judging by the hair color, it must also be Bulma's offspring. Recalling the bountiful gifts Bulma had sent upon Gohan's birth, Chi-Chi felt compelled to extend her congratulations to Bulma. Gohan, go wash up. Later, mother will trim your hair. Young boys should not have such long locks. You are not a girl. With that, Chi-Chi approached Bulma but felt a nagging sense of something amiss. Turning back to glance at her son. Wait, Gohan, why on earth are you emulating the bad examples? Can children really dye their hair? And at your young age? As a boy, why are you wearing colored contact lenses? Frieza, instantly caught off guard. Oh ho ho ho, son Wukong, within your household. It is indeed Gohan who remains the most sensible. I can no longer endure. If I stay any longer, I shall be compelled to confront her. Swish. Frieza vanished in an instant. As Kiki observed Frieza speaking, she turned her head with great difficulty to inquire of Gohan. Gohan, was that just now Ultraman? The floor of Bulma's house was shattered into countless pieces. In the realm of Dragon Ball's Earth, global warming was non-existent. The severely injured Dodoria staggered forward, exhausted, famished, and in pain. When he first arrived on Earth, though his labor was arduous and his meals meager, he had not felt as weakened as he did now. Lord Frieza, your most loyal servant is nearing his end. If you possess any divine spirit, please manifest it. As soon as Dodoria's words fell, Frieza appeared with a dark expression. Dodoria caught sight of those feet that had etched themselves into his memory, particularly the 3 toes he had an incessant urge to worship. Mr. Dodoria, are you cursing me? Instantaneously, Dodoria trembled, for it was not his intention at all. He merely wished to pray to Frieza as if he were a deity when he could not see him. Lord Frieza, please listen to my defense. I truly regard you as the god in my heart. You must believe me. The Ginyu Force cannot exist without me. It is devoid of spirit. Lord Frieza, please. Dodoria pleaded, do not misunderstand. Frieza did not strike, nor did he move a foot. Nor did he lash out with his tail. Dodoria's excitement had merely exacerbated his injuries, and coupled with his hunger, he had fainted. Am I truly that terrifying? Dodoria could have endured for half a day longer, yet upon seeing me, he simply fainted. A wave of green restorative energy emanated from Frieza's fingertips, swiftly entering Dodoria's body. His injuries were soon healed. However, the sensation of hunger remained, and the tension in his heart could not be alleviated. Thus, Dodoria remained in a state of unconsciousness. With his tail, Frieza coiled Dodoria's body and vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, Frieza had arrived in the Kaishin realm. Moments ago, Shin had contacted him, expressing a desire for a heart-to-heart conversation. Frieza had no interest in such discussions, but wishing to avoid Kiki, the overly excitable woman, he accepted the invitation to the Kaishin realm. First, prepare some food for my subordinate. Without waiting for Shin to speak, Frieza tossed Dodoria to Kid. Kid may have lacked in combat skills and intellect, but his strengths lay in instantaneous movement and healing arts, rendering him a fortified version of the everyday. Moreover, as a divine servant, he could conjure an array of delicious dishes with a mere snap of his fingers, proving that divine power reigns supreme over mere wealth. Before we discuss anything else, let us engage in a game of Gomoku. The first to win 3 matches, under a best-of-5 format, shall prevail. Should you emerge victorious, I shall take my leave. If I win, you must indulge me with a few words. Without hesitation, Xian acquiesced to Frieza's challenge. For defeating that wretched player would be an effortless task. Very well. You shall surely find it impossible to best me. Frieza revealed a smile. And the old Kaishin leaped up, delivering a sharp slap to Shin's head, leaving him momentarily stunned as he was arranging the tables and chairs for the chessboard. You brainless hothead. Did you even comprehend what he said? How could you still think of winning? Shin reflected on Frieza's words and suddenly came to a realization. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence, nor was it that his hearing was impaired. Rather, it was the relentless beatings from Frieza that had clouded his mind with dark memories. Indeed, those were moments he wished to forget. I understand now. I will not accept defeat. With a surge of anger, Shin exclaimed, What now? The old Kaishin, exasperated, retorted. You ought to lose. Kid is as far away as he can be. He truly is a clever little rascal. Frieza shook his head with a sigh. Lamenting the presence of an ancient being, the old Kaishin, who had lived for millennia, it certainly diminished the amusement. With a flick of his wrist, a tablet boasting a staggering 10 terabytes of memory materialized before the old Kaishin's eyes. This device was far more captivating than a magazine, with sound and motion, surpassing even the allure of mere images. The old Kaioshin's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he extended his hands, exclaiming, "Give it to me, give it to me. I desire it." Frieza shuddered, tossing aside the tablet, while the old Kai, on all fours, pursued after him. "If you don't call for me, do not return." Woof. Xian was utterly exasperated, his head filled with dark thoughts. Who else but Frieza would dare to treat the Kai as a mere pet? The old Kai remained oblivious to Xian's sentiments. Had he been aware, he would have disclosed that Frieza was merely the second to indulge in such antics. The first had not only toyed with him like a dog, but had also imprisoned him for several millennia. The ultimate showdown of Go commences. Frieza versus Shin. In the first match, Frieza placed his 8th black stone, forming a quintuple alignment, securing victory. In the second match, Frieza subtly signaled to Shin not to be too lenient. But Shin inadvertently claimed victory. The third match commenced with palpable intensity. Frieza pondered each move for an extended duration, while Shin was drenched in sweat, fearing that he might unwittingly emerge victorious once more. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chi-Chi finally released the pent-up frustration within her and, upon turning to face Bulma, her expression transformed into one of warmth. "Miss Bulma, is this your second child with Vegeta? How adorable. Have you chosen a name?" Bulma, momentarily taken aback and still processing Chi-Chi's sudden awakening, instinctively replied, "Trunks." Chi-Chi immediately applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Trunks. What a splendid name. As always, Miss Bulma has chosen beautifully." She then queried, "What did you just say this child's name was?" In a sudden mishap, Bulma's floor endured yet another calamity, but luckily, she was unfazed, and Dr. Briefs was indifferent. Surprisingly, Bulma's mother was eager to arrange a dinner date with the muscular Tien Shenron. Would Tien agree? When launched, that eccentric woman with blue hair was amiable, it was fine. However, once she sneezed, Tien would likely bear numerous scars. Gohan covered his mouth with one hand and whispered to his father, "Dad, after our special training, we wanted to evoke envy, but it seems Mom might ruin it for us. No one has inquired about our combat prowess yet." Goku sighed. "I told you so. Your mother would do well to sleep a bit longer." Piccolo, arms crossed, nodded in understanding. Gohan, perplexed, asked, "Uncle Piccolo, what does your nod mean regarding whether Mom sleeps?" Chapter 64, Frieza, Be Gentle. Chi-Chi was bewildered. Why, after merely a nap? Had her son aged significantly and a visitor from the future appeared? Indeed, the older Trunks bore a striking resemblance to the younger version. Save for the differences in hair color, one having a light purple hue and the other a rebellious golden shade, along with a notable disparity in stature. Chi-Chi understood the hair color, as her two men often dyed their hair, which was not entirely surprising. However, what did it mean for someone to come from the future? Her mind struggled to comprehend. To deal with Chi-Chi, Goku had a clever strategy. "Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. The chef at Bulma's house doesn't he cook as well as you do? Could you prepare something for me?" As expected, Chi-Chi's attention was instantly diverted. She gazed at her son. Although his long golden hair was somewhat striking, she could not bring herself to feel disdain for him. Gohan nodded earnestly, recognizing the necessity of cooperation at that moment, lest the situation prolong indefinitely. With a joyful heart, Chi-Chi sang as she dashed towards Bulma's kitchen, disregarding other ingredients and focusing solely on those such as lizards, frogfish, and pythons, delicacies that Goku cherished. At last, the atmosphere in the dining area returned to a semblance of normalcy, albeit a new kind of normal. True normalcy, however, would not accommodate the existence of androids 17 and 18. In an ideal world, they should be residing in the Divine Temple. Piccolo had departed. He had contemplated leaving during Chi-Chi's performance, yet he was concerned about Gohan facing reprimand, so he felt compelled to stay vigilant. With Chi-Chi's departure, he seized the opportunity to head to the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta observed the father and son duo, both maintaining their Super Saiyan forms, with a hint of disdain. They had adopted his tactics, lacking any semblance of originality. Kakarot was nothing special. As for Android 17, he was present. After Frieza's departure, 17 had been exceedingly obedient. When Vegeta commanded him to serve dishes, he did so without hesitation, yet he would never dare to bring forth wine or wipe the table. "Tell me, Kakarot, what is your fighting power?" Before any eruption, it was impossible to gauge a foe's strength solely through key sensing, which necessitated 17's assistance, possessing as he did a miniature calculator within him. Without a moment's thought, 17 promptly responded, having calculated it long ago. Goku's fighting power was 2 billion, while Gohan stood at 2 billion. Vegeta, caught off guard, found himself splattered with a drink, having previously boasted about his own power of 1.5 billion. Now, he realized that the younger Gohan was on par with his father, while Goku surpassed him entirely. That fellow Frieza? To avoid comparisons, it is but a tale of sorrow. If we were to assert that Vegeta's Super Saiyan full power has yet to reach its zenith, then Goku's Super Saiyan has undeniably achieved a complete power level of 100. Once unleashed, his combat prowess can soar considerably. In a moment of excitement, the Super Saiyan transformation of Goku was retracted, as he had been laboriously maintaining it since his departure from the Room of Spirit and Time. With a combat power of 1.5 billion, he cannot sustain this form for as long as Vegeta and the others. Vegeta, visibly discontent, lamented that Kakarot is a mere nuisance. It was the same on planet Namek, where he unexpectedly surged ahead, striving to surpass him. Now, the situation repeats itself, despite a prior deficit of 200 million in combat power within a single day. Kakarot not only equalized but surpassed him by another 200 million, which is quite demoralizing. I must remind you, once the Saiyans experience a surge in power, their composure tends to evaporate. The melodic voice of Android 18 resonated, drawing the attention of all present. Krillin immediately raised his reflective bald head, adorned with a proud expression. Although he stood several meters away from Android 18, obscured from view, he still attempted to assert his claim. Upon hearing 18's words, Goku seemed to recall a certain matter. He remembered something in the absence of Chi-Chi, yet now it eluded him. Cell, now more aptly referred to as Lightning Cell. Yes. The one who received a kick from Krillin. Vegeta rolled his eyes, irritated, and admonished. Speak your mind if you must. I find women who dawdle utterly vexing. Bulma puffed up her cheeks in indignation. In a corner, the mountain-like Yachirobe sheepishly scratched his head and apologized, stating, My sincerest apologies. I am quite obedient. Upon hearing the male master of this place express a request, I instinctively complied. Tien Shinhan swiftly covered Yachirobe's mouth, exclaiming, Do you not see Vegeta's expression? He's a Super Saiyan now. With a mere finger, he could extinguish you. To indulge in idle chatter while feasting for free is quite enough. Android 18 waved her hand dismissively at her nose, displaying a look of disdain. Vegeta, brace yourself. Lightning Cell currently boasts a combat power of 3 billion. Surpassing you by a full 1 billion. Vegeta, who was absent at the time, remains unaware. Goku, surely you're cognizant of this fact? In a rare moment, Sun Wukong refrained from his usual antics and solemnly nodded. He recalled that upon leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, his intention was to inform everyone that their current combat prowess was insufficient to confront the formidable Lightning Cell. If they wished to avoid being overwhelmed as before, they needed to engage in further training. Krillin, intrigued, questioned why Sun Wukong had exited after just one day, knowing full well he was still no match for Lightning Cell. When it was said that one could remain in the chamber for 48 hours. Upon reflecting, Krillin voiced his thoughts. Sun Wukong offered a serious response. In that empty space, spending 2 years at once would not only fail to surpass Cell but might drive one to madness. Hearing the term Umaba, Krillin instinctively brought his hands together in prayer. However, there was no further action. Everyone distanced themselves from him, save for Gohan, who grasped Krillin's hand to prevent any disorder. Vegeta found Sun Wukong's assertion credible. During his year in the hyperbolic time chamber, had it not been for his son Trunks, he might have succumbed to the urge to leave prematurely. The suffocating sensation of confinement was something unimaginable to those who had not experienced it. No worries, we still have 8 days to recuperate before another round inside. This time, Kakarot, you should go in first. When it came to intellect, Bulma and Vegeta could indeed outshine most, forming a formidable alliance. In a fleeting moment, Vegeta grasped the key to why Sun Wukong consistently surpassed him. Even in the anime, the climactic moments feature Sun Wukong's entrance last. If his combat power were not exceptional, what justified such a position? Perhaps the arrival of Frieza had prompted this epiphany within Vegeta, compelling him to assert that this time he would be the one to take center stage. Could it be that Android 18's words had suddenly illuminated Vegeta's understanding? Regardless, Vegeta not only held firm but also contemplated much. Sun Wukong, however, did not ponder such complexities as his mind was not suited for thoughts beyond battle. No problem. On the 7th day, Gohan and I will enter again, and on the 8th day, you and Trunks will go together. Why a day early? Yamcha seized a rare opportunity to interject, feeling as if he was being overlooked before the events of Dragon Ball Super even commenced. Tien Shinhan instinctively raised his hand, causing everyone to recoil immediately. Upon realizing the reaction, he shot a glare at the chuckling Krillin before finally speaking, in the lead-up to a great battle. We should take a day to rest and recharge. Given Sun Wukong's habits, he will certainly indulge in a feast before he is satisfied. The group nodded in understanding. And Sun Wukong, his eyes sparkling, declared, "Only Tian Shenron truly understands me." In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Xian fixated intently upon the chessboard. And after a prolonged deliberation, he gradually placed a piece down. In this match, he emerged victorious. It was not his intention to win. Yet there remained but a solitary vacant spot on the board. What choice did he have? The 4 white pieces connected in unison, and Xian dared not place his piece there. Only to find that, in the end, Frieza did not obstruct him. He felt utterly helpless. Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Do take it easy. Chapter 65. The method to eradicate Majin Buu. Far at the edge of the universe, a prism of radiant energy erupted from a black hole, before which stood a diminutive figure fiercely resisting. This figure bore 4 horns upon his head, his chest encased in muscular white armor, while the remainder of his form was cloaked in purple. Boom. A planet that obstructed the path of the radiant energy beam exploded with a thunderous roar. It was the only planet in the vicinity, a guaranteed hit. Finally, Gula liberated himself from the grip of the radiant energy beam and successfully extricated himself. Gula, a paragon of the Frost Demon lineage, faced no difficulties surviving in the cosmos. He surveyed his surroundings, his mouth opening and closing with fervor, his expression a terrifying mask of rage. Alas, sound could not traverse the cosmos, and all his venomous exclamations went unheard. Voiceover: I curse you, celestial board. I can endure in the universe, yet I am not a spacecraft. There is not a single planet nearby. How am I to soar to the year of the monkey and horse? It is not even Frieza I am cursing, but lamenting the distance. It is a miracle I am still alive. Of course, whether Gula perished amidst the cosmic expanse was of no concern to Frieza. After acquiescing to Xian's request, he began to stretch his limbs. Having sat for too long, maintaining the posture of placing pieces, he required some movement. Moreover, since Xian had proactively requested a thrashing, Frieza was certainly not one to disappoint. Although he could not grant wishes like the Eternal Dragon, nor could he impose the same limitations as the Namekian Dragon, he could indeed fulfill Xian's modest request. The process was excessively brutal, far too sanguinary and violent, to spare the younger generation from such horrors. Let us simply substitute with 6 dots. Ultimately, for 3 continuous hours, Xian's voice resonated throughout the realm of the Supreme Kai. Attesting to Frieza's measured approach, he did not strike Xian to the point of silence. You, incompetent fool, must I both fight and rescue? How utterly exhausting. Please refrain from such requests in the future. I am not idly seeking trivial pursuits. The old Supreme Kai was left dumbfounded, as was Kid. And the well-fed Dodoria stood in bewilderment. Xian, on the verge of tears, yearned to discuss Majin Buu with Frieza, yet his voice failed him. He could not utter a word. How exasperating. Do you have something to say? I have given you the opportunity, yet you remain silent. What does this mean? The old Kaioshin was taken aback by Frieza's words, swiftly retracting the tablet and gesturing towards Kid. You, go attend to Shen's injuries. Frieza completely forgot to provide him with a healing spell. Kid quickly grasped the situation and executed a healing spell, knowing he still had Holy Flash and others at his disposal. It was merely a healing spell, after all, and he felt no remorse. He would never resort to interference, as that was a foolish skill that rendered one invincible at the cost of their own sacrifice, one he would never employ. Ha ha ha. If you don't speak soon, I shall truly take my leave. I am quite busy. With so many planets awaiting my destruction, I do have a professional ethic, you know. Shin silently scoffed at the notion of Frieza having a professional ethic, which was utterly contrary to the old Kaioshin. However, the old Kaioshin detected the underlying meaning. Are you working for him? Ha ha ha. Old man, your ability to read between the lines is commendable, but do refrain from uttering that name. Otherwise, even thousands of years may not suffice, and tens of thousands might also be a possibility. The old Kaioshin understood and promptly ceased the discussion. Although Shin was perplexed, it mattered little. What was crucial was to direct Frieza to confront Majin Buu. Frieza, in that dark form of yours, if you were to utilize stellar transformation, would you stand a chance against Majin Buu? Frieza leaped forward and delivered a powerful blow to Shin, uttering words that were utterly thoughtless. Firstly, that is not the form known as black and ominous. It is referred to as the Black Iron form, which I shall call Black Iron Frieza. Secondly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I do not require the enhancement of the celestial transformation to surpass Majin Buu. It is merely the act of annihilation that poses a significant challenge. Thirdly, at this moment, I have no intention of confronting Majin Buu, for he is not a being that can be vanquished by mere energy. Even if I were to possess greater strength, I could only weaken him infinitely. death is simply unattainable. Frieza is not adept at the spirit bomb. Nor is he a master of destruction. His signature techniques are the galaxy destruction wave and the planet destruction bomb. However, to put it plainly, those techniques are insufficient to utterly annihilate Majin Buu. Unlike Cell, who can resurrect as long as his core remains intact, Majin Buu can revive if even a single cell survives. Moreover, each of Majin Buu's individual cells possesses remarkable resilience, enabling him to transform into smoke and revive. Relying solely on shockwaves is inadequate. What Frieza did not mention is that if he could master the Ultra Instinct technique, even at a mere 10 of its power, he could easily annihilate Majin Buu with a single punch. After all, the Ultra Instinct he learned from the Celestial Transformation is the complete version, not the simplified one that Goku possesses. Indeed, the full version is formidable, but the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high. Despite Frieza's unparalleled comprehension, he has only grasped a minuscule 0.00001 of its essence, which is quite disheartening. On the other hand, his instant transmission has seen some improvement, rising from 0.01 to 0.02, a remarkable doubling. How astonishing! The techniques of teleportation and lightning strike are readily available for use. However, he finds no necessity for them at present, as he enjoys spending time changing skins and acquiring some currency. Although the Black Iron skin may only be considered of valorous appearance, one can anticipate an epic skin in the near future, right? If even you cannot vanquish Majin Buu, what on earth can be done to defeat him? Xian clutched his head in despair, lamenting the pointless beating he had just endured. Oh ho ho ho. Yet, there are indeed alternatives. Why the hurry? He is merely slumbering peacefully within his cocoon, neither seizing your possessions nor encroaching upon your beloved. It would be inappropriate to perpetually call for violence in such a situation. Upon hearing Frieza mention a solution, Xian immediately perked up. Possessions and such are inconsequential. As a millennium-long singleton, he does not even know who his beloved is. So he is indifferent to any encounters. Xian values not the past, but the future. Do not lead my thoughts astray. I demand to know precisely what method exists to utterly annihilate Majin Buu. Spare me your meaningless chatter. Xian's words caused Frieza's gaze to narrow, exuding an aura of malevolence. Who does he think he is, attempting to usurp Frieza's authority? Does he not know how King Cold met his demise? Slap. The ignorant junior has already been taught a lesson. Consider him insignificant and let him go. The old Kaishin, taken aback, felt no fear of Frieza eliminating both of them, for Frieza's knowledge of that being would likely ensure the survival of one among them. However, one must discern the gravity of a slap versus death. Let it not happen again. Old man, take the time to teach him how to be a deity. You should not perpetually act as if he is the supreme lord, for he lacks that power. Oh ho ho ho. Alas, you do seem rather pitiable, so I shall share with you a few methods. The first is the ultimate skill invented by the North Kai, the spirit bomb. The second is destruction. For specifics, consult the old man. I have no time to explain. The third, within the fourth level of celestial transformation, there exists a technique known as direct assault on the yellow dragon, which, empowered by divine strength, can also completely eradicate Majin Buu. The fourth is a combination of culinary delights and emotion. Xian gaped in disbelief. First, how could such a skill be conceived by a mere little realm king? Second, what exactly is destruction? Third, while it does sound rather plausible, Frieza had previously stated that he had yet to grasp the possibility of the fourth level. Yet, the most absurd of all was the fourth point. What on earth is the combination of cuisine and emotion? Frieza would never divulge such information to Shen. His methods for eliminating Majin Buu extend far beyond this. After all, he is Frieza, a man with his own ulterior motives, whether concerning men or women. Shen wished to inquire further, yet alas, Frieza had vanished. Where did Frieza go? Xian hurriedly utilized his divine powers to investigate. Soon, Xian discovered Frieza's presence. He was currently beside an individual with green skin, who was surrounded by numerous others of the same hue. Chapter 66. Galactic Thugs. This planet is adorned with an abundance of towering mushroom-shaped trees. A discerning observer would note that the environment bears a striking resemblance to that of Namek. Moreover, this celestial body is populated by many Namekians. Indeed, you guessed correctly. This is the very place from which the Namekian clan departed Earth, and the current leader is none other than the once malevolent Namekian, Slug. When Frieza encountered Shrag, he was taken aback, for after all, had Shrag not once served as one of his subordinates? Frieza's sudden arrival was prompted by a debt owed to the Grand Elder of Namek. It was Naru, the second most formidable warrior of Namek, who summoned Frieza. As the likes of Piccolo were conspicuously absent. Ahaha. Is that not Shrag? Have you transformed into a benevolent Namekian? Nero inquired. What brings you here? Just as Shrag was poised to respond, Frieza, showing no inclination to hear him out, redirected his question towards Nero. A gust of wind swept through, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Even more uncomfortable than Shrag was a quintet of individuals, four of whom sported identical orange hair, while the fifth, donning an Indian hat, concealed their hair, but one could surmise it too was orange. With pointed ears and adorned with golden conical earrings, their skin bore a pale green hue. Boss. It seems we are being overlooked, one remarked. Peter, exude confidence. Eliminate the word seems. Another retorted. Buchan, you're obstructing my view. I told you to cut back on the meat. Zanjia, being a girl, you should stay behind me for safety. Your words render my grip on this sword rather unsteady. Silence, all of you. Have you forgotten who the true protagonist is? My apologies, Boss Bojack. They chorused. The commotion here was considerable. Yet, Frieza appeared utterly oblivious, his gaze fixed on Nero, awaiting his response. Boss, that individual has rectangular ears. He must have hearing issues. Nero wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that if he remained silent any longer, he would not only offend Shrag and Bojack's group, but also incite the wrath of his summoned ally. Frieza, Great Lord, our plight on Namek is dire. In just a few years, this planet has imprisoned 5 galactic ruffians. See, clarity can emerge from chaos. It ought not to require those fools over there to blather on. Ahaha. So, your fortunes are rather fortunate indeed. Are you suggesting that I expend this favor to confront them? Nero glanced at Shrag, seemingly usurping his spotlight. What to do? Fear not, Nero. If it means saving my kin, my personal reputation matters little. Nero rejoiced. The new Grand Elder proved to be quite trustworthy. However, Great Frieza, could you possibly summon Gohan and his companions for assistance? Let us reserve this favor for future use. Shall we? Bojack's quintet stood in stunned silence, as did Shrag. Nero, you clever little rascal, this way you preserve the favor. Ahaha. Have you truly thought this through? Are you certain you wish to expend the favor to summon Gohan? Nero, filled with elation, prepared to exclaim loudly. Yes. However, he was struck to the ground by Shrag. That is not the case, Lord Frieza. Nero has merely had too much to drink. What we truly seek is your assistance in averting the crisis on Namek. Shrag realized that, according to Frieza's perspective, it was imperative to call upon the favor, regardless of the circumstances. What of Son Gohan and his companions? Should those Saiyans find themselves unable to contend with their adversaries, Frieza would undoubtedly prove to be the more reliable ally. Upon hearing this, Frieza decisively turned around, finally directing his gaze toward the Galaxy Invaders Quintet. Ah, how amusing. Very well. Who am I to deny reason and integrity? Bojack, you say? Pray tell, how did you manage to break the seal? Bojack pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to respond. That is quite a lengthy tale, akin to a child lamenting the absence of his mother. Frieza's tail struck the ground with a thud, and his expression soured. Someone had traversed the black hole and disrupted a node in the sealing array, leading to our unbinding. Indeed, that is the situation at hand. A gust of wind swept by, whisking away a bead of cold sweat from Frieza's forehead. Is this truly a long story? Although I fail to comprehend why the North Kai is still alive or how the seal has been broken, such matters are trivial. These individuals, who cannot even contend with a Super Saiyan 2, are merely here for a warm-up. Zangia is undeniably beautiful and, crucially, quite endearing. With her pale green skin, wavy orange hair, and a sweet smile that evokes the essence of first love, she is captivating. Alas, I am not up to par. A brief scan reveals the combat prowess of several individuals. Vados, the one wielding a sword, known in the original story as having been defeated by Goku, possesses a power level of 800 million. Peter, the short fellow adorned with an Indian hat, wields a peculiar magic that allows him to manipulate others. Yet it is of no use against the electrically charged Super Saiyan 2, also at 800 million. Bujin, the tall individual with a pineapple hairstyle and orange sideburns, perhaps having indulged in some questionable food, has a slightly higher power level of 1.2 billion. Zhangya, the sole female, with her sweet visage and petite figure, boasts a combat strength of 1 billion, which is commendable in its own right. Bojack, the leader of the group, possesses the ability to transform, albeit limited to a single evolution, with a pre-transformation power level of 1.7 billion, comparable to Cell from the original storyline. Ho ho ho. Do you wish to engage in a duel, or would you prefer a brawl? Bojack and his cohorts have been sealed for an extended period, long before the legend of Frieza emerged, thus he remains unaware of Frieza's formidable reputation. However, witnessing Frieza's unwavering demeanor, having only recently been unbound, He chooses to remain cautious and seeks clarification. What will it be? A duel or a brawl? Frieza, with his signature smirk, exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, in a one-on-one. I shall face all 5 of you. In a brawl, it is but I against the 5 of you." Bojack, seething with rage, retorted, "Just released from my seal. And already I am being toyed with. Do you truly believe that the galactic tyrants are mere pushovers? You are finished, regardless of who you are. We 5 shall compel you to kneel and sing Conqueror. Brothers, charge. Right away, boss." They echoed in unison. With that, Vados surged forward. A swift swordsman embodying the very essence of speed. There is a saying that perfectly encapsulates the nature of a swordsman. Death is like the wind, always at my side. Whoosh. Bang. Vados darted ahead with unparalleled swiftness, departing in an instant, yet before he could soar far, a tremendous explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud rose ominously in the distance. And at the epicenter of the blast, not a trace remained of him. "Vados," they cried out in unison, as Bojack and his companions glanced back at Frieza. A flicker of panic danced in their eyes, for the individual before them had obliterated Vados with but a mere flick of his tail, leaving nothing but remnants in his wake. Frieza casually seized Vados' long sword, plunging it into the ground to serve as a makeshift cane. "Peter," Bojack shouted. And in an instant, Peter grasped the situation. In a straightforward battle, they might not stand a chance against this bare-skinned adversary. However, when it came to teamwork, they had practiced for years while sealed away. Although Vegeta had perished, which might hinder their coordination, it was reasonable to expect they would still perform well. Peter made his move, sending beams of light towards Frieza, who immediately cried out in agony. Observing the opportunity, Bukin swiftly joined forces with Bojack and Zangya to launch an assault. Bojack delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen, while Zangya descended from the heavens. Her target aimed squarely at the back of Frieza's head. Bukin, a tank-like fighter in close combat, then unleashed a formidable headbutt against Frieza's chest. The weak fear the strong. The strong fear the insane, and the insane fear those who are reckless. Frieza, a being both sane and cautious of his life, possesses immense strength. Bang! Zangya was sent flying by a single swipe of his tail, landing with an overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through her. That tail strike had struck her sensitive spot. Bojack's iron fist failed to connect with Frieza. Instead, he was sent sprawling by a mere slap, hurtling towards Peter, who was far off casting spells. Peter also failed to hit Frieza. However, in his fervor, he lost control and could not halt his rapid advance until he nearly reached Slag. A solitary droplet of blood adorned Vados' sword, exuding an eerie chill. "Oh ho ho ho, is this not entertaining? Do you feel the victory is already in your grasp?" Chapter 67, A Misstep in Overexertion. Boom. Bojack could never quite master his own body. Frieza's power was beyond his reach. Peter was unprepared, lacking the explosive force that Nera had shown, failing to concentrate his strength to intercept the human bomb. A tragic scene unfolded. Bojack inadvertently obliterated Peter, a shower of blood raining down, leaving Bojack bewildered. What just happened? Did I just reduce my own subordinate to mere scraps? Glancing at Zangya, who was trembling on the ground, Bojack felt a surge of frustration. He then turned to the MT of the group, the towering Butch, who stood before a throng of Namekians, striking a charging pose. "Butch, what are you doing? This is not the time for games. We need you to draw their ire." "Boss, is Peter out of time?" Zangya stuttered, her voice trembling. Yet her words only served to infuriate Bojack further. What nonsense! Peter merely needs to control himself. He hasn't even dealt damage. Even if he were out of time, he remains the strongest in our ranks. Butch. Thud. Butch collapsed, his body cleaved neatly in two from the crown of his head. XN the timid Namekians began to scream in terror. The villain who had previously incapacitated their elder and guardian. Had it not been for a few among them versed in healing magic, would surely have met his demise. Now, that great evildoer was being split before their very eyes. It was only then that Bojack noticed Vados' longsword, still firmly planted in the ground, blood trickling down its blade. Drip. Beads of sweat rolled down Bojack's forehead as he swallowed hard. They had been sealed for countless ages, only to be released and meet their end so soon? This defies logic. Shouldn't it be a wave of chaos followed by a sharp taunt, then a miscalculation leading to their sealing or obliteration? We have just emerged. Yet we have taken no lives. Those 2 who were beaten have also been revived, have they not? Is it not merely that I am hungry? While this group refuses to prepare sustenance for me. Did not you mention that the flavor of the others, who were in a vegetative state, was rather delightful? However, we have yet to take any action. Who, pray tell, are you? I am none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Frieza's laughter was laced with unmistakable mockery, yet Bojack dared not retort. The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Bojack suddenly exclaimed, turning to face Zangya, who was now able to rise to her feet. Have you heard? The very planet Namek seemed to tremble, and the Supreme Kai, Shin, was visibly sweating. Hastily wiping his brow. Old man, no, ancestor. This Bojack is even more reckless than us. Rubbing the spot where the old Kai had struck him, Shin nearly broke into tears. Lamenting his misfortune of always encountering those who enjoyed hitting him. Bojack is worse off than you. Frieza may not truly kill you, but he certainly would crush that Bojack. It's Bojack. Yes, I know, that infamous horse. Kid Goku's head thudded against the ground, serving as a cushion for Shin. Zangya instinctively shook her head, then immediately nodded fervently. She felt she was on the brink of being led to her doom by her boss. At such a moment, shouldn't T1 feign admiration, regardless of their prior knowledge? You haven't heard? The chilling tones sent a shiver through Namek, causing its inhabitants, led by Slug, to collectively sneeze. Had Namek welcomed winter? Would the freshly planted trees succumb to frost? Who claimed that Namek had no winter? Bojack felt the chill too, but he could not show weakness. What does the Emperor of the Universe matter? What is Frieza? I am the great scourge of the cosmos. The entire universe shall tremble before me. You have enraged me. Let your fury rise. Bojack, unleash your wrath. I shall tear you apart. Roaring, Bojack's attire shattered. Not only did his clothes explode, but he also emulated a Saiyans transformation, dyeing his hair a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a demon. Though the hue of his hair had changed, Bojack's transformation was far from complete. The destruction of his garments was merely the prelude. Next, he would inflate his muscles. While not as exaggerated as Vegeta's super muscle form, it was formidable enough, at least in appearance. Power levels surged to 1. 8 billion. 1. 9 billion. 2. 1 billion. 2. 11 billion. Frieza erupted into laughter, not the typical cackle, but a genuine amusement at Bojack's transformation. The Saiyans boast a power increase of 50-fold during their transformations. Even Frieza's iron black form, though lacking, manages a mere 2-fold enhancement. Yet Bojack, with his audacious transformation, boasts an increase of 410 million. This hardly seems more formidable than a Saiyans battle cry. Were he to maintain this formidable form, Frieza might not have laughed. But the grandiose display culminated in such a lackluster conclusion. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Bojack, might I inquire why you do not simply remain in your current guise? Instead of reverting to your previous state? This appearance is quite imposing. At last, Bojack completed his transformation, panting slightly, his throat dry. Seemingly having cracked his voice during that earlier shout. Haha. Since you have sincerely posed your question, I shall generously enlighten you. Zangya, do share the reason. With a leap that soared hundreds of meters, Zangya proclaimed, because the team must maintain a uniform hair color. As Zangya landed, she was already far from the battlefield. Frieza, the king, eliminate this pretentious fool. A gust of wind swept through, leaving Bojack bewildered. What is happening? Am I not fierce enough? Can you not see this red hair? Are your eyes blinded? Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Bojack, are you akin to Team Rocket from Pokemon? Since you have sincerely revealed this to me, I shall, out of compassion, allow you to witness what true transformation entails. Frieza's hands clenched tightly, and the veins on his forehead began to throb ominously. His battle power surged at an astonishing rate. 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion, 70 billion, 100 billion. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, erupting violently, sending sand and stones flying, while a fierce gale swept through, propelling the Namekians away. Even Zangya struggled to maintain her footing, her body uncontrollably retreating, carving a deep trench in the ground beneath her. Boom. The vibrant 7-colored energy waves transformed the atmosphere of Namek, shaking the very earth as the once peaceful planet began to crack and splinter. Shrag and Nero were blown back considerably, with the latter grasping onto a pale green jade pillar to halt his momentum. Although Zangya was infuriated by the shamelessness of the two, she found herself unable to retaliate for the moment. Frieza's overwhelming aura was simply too terrifying, rendering her body incapable of mustering any strength. Bojack, already astonished, had his jaw dropped in disbelief, not because his mouth was particularly large, but because he couldn't help but collapse to the ground in awe. What manner of creature is Frieza? I have been sealed away for merely 1,000 years. Yet how has the world changed so drastically? This is the true presence of a cosmic emperor. This is what a genuine ruler of the universe embodies. The so-called cosmic marauder is but a joke. Zangya, you were right. You were indeed right. Who? A sheen of sweat adorned Frieza's forehead, He had exerted himself rather excessively. Initially, his intention was merely to transform into black iron, yet inadvertently, he shattered that threshold, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. The clanging of metal echoed, clash after clash. His combat power had indeed surged more than twice that of black iron, reaching an astonishing 12.8 billion. Oh ho ho ho. Bojack, this is what transformation truly means. This is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 68. The abandoned Namekian planet. A colossal crater marred the surface of Namek, from which emerged a figure enveloped in a swirling spectrum of colors. This apparition floated forth from the depths of the crater, reminiscent of a spectral entity, though lacking flowing locks of hair and a flowing white gown. Frieza, bathed in a verdant glow, yet not the vibrant green of Namek, rather resembling the metallic green of ancient bronze, complemented by a spectrum of aura in his pair of cold, ruthless crimson eyes. He could silence the cries of children at night. Behold, on Namek, a sudden surge of background music echoed, unmistakably the theme heralding the arrival of a formidable boss. Imagine the grand entrance of Jiang Chung from the king's avatar. Oh ho ho ho. Alas, this disdainful chuckle rendered the music intangible, yet none seemed to mind. In this moment, Frieza stood as the unequivocal sovereign. Elevated and omnipotent, he gazed down upon all beings like a deity. It turns out that the first form of the stellar transformation was not futile. It served as the key to transcending physical limitations. A pillar reaching towards the heavens. Such a vivid imagery, as the aura surged skyward without a trace of energy wasted. Excellent. Bojack, do you truly grasp what a genuine transformation entails? This is merely my second transformation, with several more to come. I am uncertain, but at the very least, the golden form is assured. Frieza was in exceptionally high spirits. Although this form remained unstable, it resembled the appearance of Son Goku during his initial transformation in the original narrative. His muscles had significantly increased in size compared to his usual state, imposing a considerable burden on his body. Had it not been for the divine power of the celestial transformation alleviating his physical strain, Frieza might not have been able to soar to the presence of Bojack. Lord Frieza, I realize my mistakes. From now on, Bojack shall serve you as your humble servant. I implore you, spare my life. Bojack was not entirely devoid of the ability to sense energy, although he lacked the proficiency of Earthlings or the inhabitants of planet Yardrat. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Frieza. If a power level exceeding 30% signified the preliminary capability to annihilate an opponent, then Frieza had reached a point where he could extinguish Bojack with but a mere flick of his finger, in the face of such an overwhelming force. If Bojack were to persist in his defiance, it would not be an act of bravery, but rather sheer foolishness. TSK, you are unworthy. Frieza extended a slender finger, swaying it from side to side, as words emerged from his lips that chilled Bojack's heart to the core. As the saying goes, anger arises from the depths of the heart, and malice takes form at the edges of courage. In the face of certain death, Bojack made a startling move. With a thud, he implored, "Oh, mighty Frieza, I beseech you, let my existence be as fleeting as a mere fart. By the way, concerning Zangya, I assure you, I have never laid a hand on her, neither have my brothers. She remains as pure as ever. I humbly offer her to you, if you would be so gracious." With a swift somersault, Frieza's tail, gleaming with a bronze-green hue, struck Bojack squarely on the forehead. Bojack vanished, not in a puff of smoke, but instead, he reappeared on the opposite side of Namek. From the spot where Bojack had disappeared, molten lava erupted skyward. This spectacle resembled a decapitation, with blood gushing into the air. Hiss. Zangia was taken aback, while Shrag and Nara nearly collapsed from the pain. Frieza's recent strike had undoubtedly compromised the core of the newly formed Namek, a planet they had inhabited for just over 3 years, now teetering on the brink of explosion. Even Shrag felt that with each heartbeat. He was counting down to the planet's demise. Neru, tell me, was it right or wrong to enlist Frieza's aid? This question plunged Neru into deep contemplation. And after a brief moment, he solemnly replied, Frieza certainly did not act with malice. You must trust him. Neru gave Shrag a knowing wink, and in an instant, Shrag understood. Yes, indeed, Frieza was not acting with intent. Absolutely not. Internally, he thought, regardless of intent, we cannot place blame. Our survival hinges on Frieza's whims. One must not underestimate Frieza's rectangular ears. They are quite perceptive. Frieza vanished. When he re-emerged, Bojack soared once more from the same opening, though he appeared nearly scorched to a crisp. Had it not been for his formidable combat prowess and the protective aura surrounding him, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. Oh ho ho ho. How delightful. Is this not akin to playing whack-a-mole? Bang, clap, boom. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but the once vibrant planet Namek has transformed into a blazing sphere, riddled with countless penetrating wounds. The Namekians floated in the air, ever cautious of the serpentine, flames leaping high. Their cries echoed throughout, not solely due to the impending destruction of their planet, but rather because the diligent efforts of the past 3 years had been rendered utterly futile. Swish! Frieza abruptly relinquished his bronze form, now gasping for breath. The bronze Frieza was still too much of a burden for his current combat prowess. Even with the enhancement of the star transformation, he could no longer endure it. Casting a glance at the disheveled Bojack, and then surveying the inferno engulfing Namek, Frieza slapped his forehead in realization. What a blunder. He had come to salvage the situation, not to wreak havoc. Yet, what was the outcome? The entirety of Namek lay in ruins at his hands. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? Frieza, infuriated by his own recklessness, delivered a swift kick to Bojack, who soared towards Zanjia like a softball. Ho ho ho, my first love, dear Zanjia. Make sure to hold on to him. Slug, gather everyone together. I shall lead you away from this place. Slug was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Frieza had not forgotten them, though despair had nearly consumed them all. Previously, Slug and Naru had been wallowing in self-reproach for quite some time. Naru, in a fit of despair, struck the elder bitch hard across the face several times, weeping profusely as he lamented, "It's all my fault. Why did I call Frieza to save us?" Slug, equally distraught, delivered a few stinging slaps to the elder bitch's swollen visage, crying out in anguish, "It's not your fault. It's mine. I thought Frieza was more reliable than Gohan." The elder bitch hesitated, pondering whether he should also deliver a few slaps to himself. Finally, at the brink of planet Namek's explosion, Frieza grew weary. Suddenly, with a pang of conscience, he decided to teleport everyone to safety. Thud, thud, thud. It was not the planet that exploded. Rather, the Namekians fell to the ground like dumplings. King Kai Shin stood aghast at the sight of a multitude of green-skinned beings. Kid, ready to erupt in rage, wondered if Frieza had turned the King Kai realm into a refugee camp. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he caught sight of Frieza's stoic expression. Suddenly, Frieza smiled. Kid almost tumbled to the ground. Frieza's smile was more terrifying than his frown. I shall check for any injured." Kid thought it was imperative to act, as memories of the past flooded back, haunting and unbearable. The old King Kai, hiding far away, drooled over his tablet, opting for the bliss of ignorance. "Ho ho ho. Mr. Kid, I am quite satisfied with your performance this time. You have finally grasped who the true master is here." Kid gritted his teeth in frustration, while Shin was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. And the old King Kai remained oblivious, fixated solely on his sage videos. Lord King Kai? Kid nearly exploded at Slug's words. Hearing just the first 2 syllables made him think that the green-skinned Namekian could not distinguish between genders. How could he refer to such a robust man as sister? Nevertheless, his dissatisfaction lingered. "I am not Lord King Kai. I am but a mere servant." Slug pushed Kid aside and fixed his intense gaze upon Shin, who was covered in fur. "I know you are not. You are so ugly. How could you possibly be the great Lord King Kai?" Kid felt as if he had suffered an overwhelming blow, nearly succumbing on the spot. Frieza disregarded their antics and instantly materialized before Zanjia. "Ah, your beauty is truly exquisite. Shall I introduce you to someone?" Zanjia replied with silence, while the nearly breathless Bojack interjected, "Ah, so it appears you do not cherish beauty for yourself, but rather prefer to bestow it upon others." Thud. Pht. Frieza sensed Bojack's intentions and, with a single forceful step, crushed him into the depths of the earth, leaving only 2 toes protruding above the surface. Frieza does not harbor affection for beautiful women? Who dares to utter such words will unleash a staggering 200% of his combat prowess. This is a deep-seated agony within him that none should dare mention. Not even the little golden turtle. Otherwise, a beating is guaranteed. Now, can you guess who Zanjia's romantic partner is? Guess correctly, and there is no reward. Chapter 69. The grand gift from Frieza. Frieza does not concern himself with the ownership of Namek. Even if they have settled in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Frieza remains utterly indifferent. After all, mere mortals lack the requisite power. As for the dragon, it is equally unhelpful. The crux of the matter is that he possesses a calamity-prone constitution. Since his resurrection, Frieza has obliterated 3 planets, the first being Namek. The second was a desolate planet rendered uninhabitable by a digestive exercise, and the third, once again, was Namek. Is it not a harbinger of disaster? The planet destroyed by Gula's black hole explosion is unknown to Frieza and does not count. Come, accompany me to a certain place where your ideal partner awaits. As for him, he will also serve as a delightful gift. Frieza has vanished once more, and the realm of the Supreme Kai has returned to a state of tranquility and harmony, albeit occasionally punctuated by the sound of mischievous chuckles. Cell has remained atop the shattered arena for a full 6 days, utterly inundated by an uncountable amount of bird droppings, which has left him on the brink of mental collapse by the time Frieza approaches him. Ahaha, I shall not permit you to move. However, you might as well unleash some of that energy to cleanse yourself. Cell, filled with indignation, is left seething. Frieza, at that moment, would not even allow a single flatulence to escape. A fart is merely gas. Yet both the gaseous expulsion and the turbulent waves of energy share an essence that is fundamentally different, yet ultimately converge in purpose. Cell, truly, I dare not. Thank you. Nearly 5 days of silence, and Cell's eloquence has faltered. It seems this punishment has had a significant impact on him. With a resounding thud, the spherical form of Bojack was hurled before Cell, his limbs shattered, and only a breath of life remained. Here, this is a gift for you. Absorbing him will undoubtedly elevate your combat prowess to new heights. Cell, though disdainful, dared not resist. Even if Frieza were to point at a mere stone and declare, "Hey, absorb this, and you will grow stronger," he would not hesitate to comply. At worst, he could shatter it and expel it. After all, a kidney stone is hardly a matter of great consequence. Cell's tail suddenly elongated, poised to envelop Bojack, but midway, it was seized by Frieza. Alas, you are rather repugnant. Cell, trembling in trepidation. Frieza ultimately released his grip, driven by a mere curiosity to observe, devoid of any intention to plunge into the depths himself. He is formidable and not foolish. He would never embark on a whimsical jaunt within another's belly. Gurgle gurgle. Frieza turned around. His curiosity piqued. Do you wish to partake in Bojack as well? Zanjia's originally pale green visage deepened to a rich emerald, a reaction born both of disgust and fear. No, no, no. Lord Frieza, I consume regular sustenance. I do not eat humans. Frieza let out a chuckle, having just heard Zanjia swallow audibly, mistakenly believing her to be simply craving something. She wouldn't mind slicing off a chunk of Cell's thigh for Zanjia to roast and consume. After all, that creature could regenerate remarkably fast. Oh, Eureka! Cell, I've just conceived a brilliant scheme for profit. Let us set up a stall to sell meat. After all, you can slice a piece and it will grow back. It's a no-risk venture. Zanjia instinctively took several steps back, while Cell promptly covered his tail. Choked. Still, this won't do. Your meat is green, and people might fear we are poisoning them, which isn't ideal. Furthermore, you lack a livestock certificate. Hurry and swallow it down. Do you require me to prod you with a stick? Frieza chuckled once more, his eyes narrowing into slits, which sent chills down Cell's spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Finally, Bojack was consumed. There was nothing left, not even a trace. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, and Cell unleashed a pained roar, reminiscent of a dragon or a fierce beast. His furious howls echoed with extreme agony, causing him to convulse. His battle power skyrocketed at an alarming rate, swiftly reaching 3.5 billion, with no signs of abating. Ah, splendid! How delightful! Recently, his power had inadvertently climbed to 4 billion, leaving him feeling invincible yet lonely in his solitude. Indeed, Cell, you have not disappointed me. Continue, do go on. At that moment, the inhabitants of Earth screamed in terror, while the Z-fighters furrowed their brows in deep concern. This aura was all too familiar to them. On the 6th day, Goku and Vegeta had not re-entered the hyperbolic time chamber, yet they had not stagnated, as their current battle power was indeed inferior to Cell's. Bulma's residents had seen the addition of several gravity chambers, with an average of 1 or 2 exploding each day, a testament to Bulma's wealth allowing such extravagant expenditures. However, just moments ago, all the gravity chambers detonated simultaneously. Out of the wreckage emerged Goku, Vegeta, Din, Gohan, and Piccolo. Piccolo had yet to fuse with Kami, but that would likely occur soon. This is Cell's energy. How is it possible for him to become so powerful? Piccolo exclaimed, veins throbbing on his forehead. A mix of disbelief and utter bewilderment washing over him. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave. Goku's usual nonchalance vanished, and Vegeta's confidence was once again shattered. In many ways, the effort Vegeta had put forth far surpassed that of anyone else within the Dragon Ball universe. Remember, anyone. Yet, no matter how hard he toiled or how much he pushed himself, there would always be someone who effortlessly surpassed him, if given the choice. Frieza's soul would much rather inhabit Vegeta than the asexual Frieza himself. Frieza seethed with fury. Turtle. Ignore it. Vegeta's plight evoked sympathy, his pride stirred deep emotions, and his competitive spirit stood in stark contrast to that of Goku. By lineage, he surpassed Goku. Yet, he lacked the fortunate circumstances that Goku enjoyed. The turtle felt a pang of sorrow. Vegeta's emotions were exceedingly complex. Over the past few days, his battle power had soared to 3 billion, matching Goku's strength, which marked the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Let us not quibble over details, shall we? Both Goku and Vegeta aspired to transcend Super Saiyan, yet they consistently fell short. Notably, Gohan had also reached a battle power of 3 billion, yet he had grown increasingly taciturn, leaving others to speculate that the transformation into Super Saiyan had adverse effects. Only Goku harbored a quiet anticipation in his eyes. However, with Cell's sudden eruption of power, Goku found himself at a loss. 17. Speak, demanded Goku. What are you talking about? 17 responded, bemused, while 18, concerned about 17's mental state, took over the conversation. Cell's current battle power stood at 3.8 billion, rapidly approaching 3.9 billion, with no signs of slowing down. The figures relayed by 18 sent chills down their spines. They were acutely aware that even the mightiest trio, including Goku, had only reached 2.3 billion. Dabura barely managed to reach 1.8 billion, gritting his teeth to endure. At that moment, 17 realized that every time Bulma appeared, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, which had caused him to misinterpret Vegeta's meaning. 40 billion. No, wait. 41 billion. And still rising. On Cell's side, Frieza's laughter rang incessantly, interspersed with Cell's furious roars. The cacophony of Frieza's maniacal laughter and Cell's thunderous bellows painted a surreal tableau. The very earth trembled in response to Cell's wrath, winds howled, torrential rains fell, and tsunamis surged, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Had it not been for Frieza's divine power protecting the planet, calamities such as landslides and fissures would have surely ensued, resulting in countless casualties. At last, Cell ceased his roaring, and Frieza's mocking laughter faded, causing Zangya's heart to nearly stop in fear. How terrifying it was. The earth had become perilous. She longed to return home, even if it meant being sealed away, for it was far preferable to being terrified into a living nightmare. Gasping heavily, Cell drew breath like a bull, while Frieza remained leisurely. Oh ho ho. It seems you have not perfectly absorbed Bojack, as your battle power is merely 4.5 billion, quite disappointing, I must say. Cell chuckled darkly, for although the previous struggle had been excruciating, the outcome was utterly exhilarating. As Sheru began to unleash his fury, he could not fathom that his current combat strength would be insufficient to defeat Frieza. This was the inherent consequence of acquiring Saiyan cells, a common affliction among Saiyans. Once their power surged, they would invariably succumb to blind confidence. By the heavens! Number 17 exclaimed. Here it comes again! Goku trembled with excitement. Fear? Such a notion was inconceivable. At worst, he would be beaten to a pulp. But a single Senzu would restore him to vitality. Vegeta, however, wore a grim expression, his trepidation evident. This perhaps highlighted the fundamental disparity between him and Goku. While Goku was fearless, Vegeta still harbored lingering fears within his heart. At that moment, a pair of small hands grasped Vegeta's trembling ones. He slowly lifted his gaze to find Bulma, the one who understood him best, not Goku, nor Din, but the woman who shared his bed. You are the strongest. A jolt of realization surged through Vegeta's mind. Glancing at Trunks and his beloved wife, his confidence was rekindled. For the sake of his family, he would stand resolutely against any threat, even at the cost of his own life. With a mighty roar, Shara amplified the Saiyan tradition of creating chaos. The air crackled with golden energy, and purple lightning erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Shara's eyes transformed into a vivid green, and the spots on his skin began to radiate a crimson glow, his wings now more resplendent in their purple hue. Frieza, what is my current combat power? Shara's voice resonated with magnetic allure. Had it not been for his unappealing exterior, his face and voice alone would render him undeniably handsome. Suddenly, the Z-Fighters arrived, with Goku unable to contain his excitement, leading the group to the scene. Observing the crater caused by Sheru's outburst, Number 17's voice trembled. Yet he dutifully assumed the role of the commentator with remarkable diligence. Sheru 4.8 billion. Number 18 was infuriated by her brother's lack of ambition. So what if it's 4.8 billion? Your master is right here. Are you afraid of him? Frieza is present, and do you still wish to be his second in command? The first lieutenant, Dodoria, lamented, Frieza, have you forgotten me again? Woe is me. Number 17 was instantly invigorated. Yes, he was a man with a master. What did 4.8 billion matter? Today, he would slap Shenron's face. With newfound bravado, number 17 disregarded the onlookers, striding forward like a proud warrior. Each step resolute as he approached Shenron. The Z fighters regarded him with admiration, thinking to themselves, if one must be, let it be number 17. The pace was neither swift nor sluggish, yet it unmistakably evoked memories in Shenron of the deeds performed by that bald man. With a swift motion, Shenron made his move. He had endured enough frustration and was resolved to engage in a fierce battle today, regardless of the consequences. When number 17 dared to stand out, he would be the first to obliterate him, absorbing him entirely. No matter how worthless he might seem, he would not let a single remnant escape. Frieza's recent actions made Cell acutely aware of his seemingly boundless potential for strength. Consequently, number 17 was nearly paralyzed with fear. Lord Frieza, your most loyal servant is about to be annihilated. With this exclamation, the once unassailable arrogance dissipated in an instant, and the Z fighters collapsed to the ground in unison. It turned out that he was merely a fade of invincibility. Number 18, however, remained standing, having found her beloved Krillin. She was unwilling to engage in any more ridiculous antics. Instead, she simply rested her hand against her forehead, murmuring, "That silly little brother is still so endearing." Suddenly, a crater larger than the previous one formed, sending number 17 hurtling away like a rag. As he soared towards Vegeta, he was abruptly kicked aside, hurtling towards a woman with orange hair in the distance. In the spot where number 17 had stood, Frieza was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of energy. And despite the staggering gap of 800 million in battle power, he ultimately thwarted Cell's assault. However, the force of his defense inadvertently affected number 17, causing him to perform an involuntary V-shaped tumble. This tumble was akin to an automated driving experience, indicating that it was not under number 17's control. Zangya could hardly believe that, despite her distance, she could still be caught off guard. In a moment of surprise, number 17 seized Zangya's form, and they executed a dual role, resulting in the loss of her long-cherished first kiss. Just like that. "Get off me," Zangya exclaimed in fury. While number 17 found himself in an awkward predicament, it was not that he didn't want to rise, but rather the tumultuous air currents generated by the clash between Frieza and Cell rendered it impossible for him to do so. Bang! Crash! Boom! Frieza, without transforming, found himself at a disadvantage. However, his extraordinary talent allowed him to adapt and grow stronger with each battle. Training seemed tedious compared to wandering the universe, which he relished. "Please, get up," Zangya cried, feeling as though she were being crushed. "I can't get up. Could you perhaps remove that weapon? Are you trying to kill me?" Zangya's innocence was evident, as she had no idea what was happening. Number 17 felt awkward. He didn't wish to be in this predicament, but as a man, carrying a stick for defense was rather typical, wasn't it? "I can't let go. My hand is broken." Zangya was exasperated. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in her ear, as if it had exploded beside her, forcing her raised hand back to the ground. Not only that, but she felt as though she had been struck again, rendering her even weaker. "Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Rubbish, enjoy your beloved wife. This is my gift to you. Even the most loyal servant doesn't receive such treatment." Did I forget to bring him back?" Cell was infuriated. Frieza before him was a peculiar being, an anomaly far more bizarre than himself, who had managed to keep pace with him, and now even multitask. Is it really necessary to crush one's spirit like this? Frieza, I want you to perish." With that, a vibrant explosion of energy surged into the sky. The sheer force of it was enough to terrify anyone witnessing it. The bronze-green aura frightened Cell to the point that he could barely speak. A fourfold increase in battle power catapulted Frieza from 4.5 billion to an astonishing 18.8 billion. Frieza couldn't help but comment, why must there always be an 8 at the end? Is that the key to prosperity? If wealth is the goal, why not send Dodoria to do the work? Oh ho ho ho. So, what do you mean by burping? Cell regained his composure, experiencing an unprecedented calm. No matter how strong he became or how inflated his ego grew, he resolved to adhere to one principle: never provoke Frieza. "Esteemed Lord Frieza, I merely wish to offer a shoulder massage and leg rub. You understand me, don't you? After all, I am your nominal son." Zangya no longer resisted the stick's assault, and number 17 had lost the desire to wield his weapon. He was a warrior, and he intended to defeat his opponent with his bare hands. With a determined roll, number 17 lay flat on the ground, absorbing the most shameless remarks in history. And he chuckled. Indeed, as long as he clung tightly to Frieza's leg, he would not meet a dire fate. Goku, Vegeta, Din, and Gohan once again witnessed the true meaning of shamelessness. Bulma was absolutely correct. In this world, there is no limit to shamelessness, only an escalation of it. Cheryl, you have perfectly embodied the statement. Ah, how amusing. It seems you have breached the punishment I devised for you. Pray, how shall I impose your penalty? By exerting my authority, as Frieza is adept at doing. It is not as if this is my first endeavor. With 3 toes slightly curled, I scratched my right foot with my left, and then an idea struck me. You shall remain here for another 10 days, adhering to similar rules. Yet you must stand like a golden rooster, with your mouth agape towards the heavens. Cheryl was petrified, while everyone gaped in disbelief. The Z warriors thought this punishment far too lenient. Cheryl yearned to bash his head against the ground. He wished for nothing more than to cease existing. Standing like a golden rooster was trivial, merely a matter of appearing peculiar. He could endure that. But to have his mouth open towards the sky, that was tantamount to inviting bird droppings upon him. This was beyond tolerable. A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. Flames of fury ignited in his eyes. Cheryl could bear it no longer. With a mighty roar, he assumed the position of a golden rooster, yet he had to endure still. With arms outstretched, fingers together and pointing downward, he lifted one leg, tilted his head back, and opened his mouth wide. A peculiar crystalline liquid dripped to the ground. Cheryl wept. In that moment, everyone felt a pang of sympathy for him. Goku placed his hands on his hips, expressing a hint of anguish, and remarked, "Do you not feel pity for Cheryl?" Vegeta crossed his arms, offering no comment. The young boy nodded, glanced at his father, and chose silence. How could Gohan allow his father to feel awkward? "Father, I too feel that Cheryl is quite pitiable." Piccolo scoffed. "Humph, he brought this upon himself." Krillin emerged from behind Android 18, displaying no embarrassment in front of his girlfriend, and teasingly asked, "Shall I give him another kick?" Android 18 blushed slightly and retorted, "You should reconsider this hobby. In this world, what goes around comes around." Krillin shielded his groin, exclaiming, "That is terrifying. Ah, Zanya, he was my chosen partner for you. How can you allow him to lay on the ground? Remember, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. A husband and wife should support each other, and with the man plowing and the woman weaving, one cannot forget the thieves and harlots. You should hasten to lead him to the bridal chamber." Zanya was 1,000 times unwilling, yet she dared not refuse, casting a glance at the appearance of Android 17. Handsome indeed, yet with a broken hand, and still wielding a weapon. As an ancient warrior, she held a deep disdain for those who relied on weapons. Even more so than for that swordsman, her contempt ran deep. He was a worthless fellow. A broken hand was one thing, but to carry a stick with him? Such people were beneath her. Frieza was taken aback. Number 17 wields a staff? How peculiar. Suddenly, Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. "Trunks. Gohan. We must return." Without regard for their willingness, he seized both by the neck and soared into the sky. "Ah, I want to see number 17's weapon." Chapter 71. A new turn of events. What does number 17's weapon truly look like? No one knows. Perhaps Zanja might, but certainly not at this moment. Presently, everyone gathered at Bulma's abode. As per tradition, they convened in the dining room. "Gohan, is he truly not Ultraman? He resembles the galaxy so much." Gohan swiftly covered his mother Chi-Chi's mouth. Her audacity was astounding. "Shoo, he is Frieza. He could easily defeat your son with just his tail." Goku interjected. "He could also subdue your husband with merely his tail." Piccolo remarked nonchalantly, "He could handle your son's godfather with merely half a tail." As the conversation unfolded within Gohan's family, everyone chose to distance themselves. It was undoubtedly a recipe for disaster, and even Piccolo had been influenced negatively. Frieza elegantly sliced through the steak, while Zangia reluctantly massaged his shoulders, primarily due to the sheer impossibility of exerting any real pressure. Meanwhile, number 17 stood nearby. A white towel draped over his hand, balancing a tray that held a steaming towel. The pressure exerted by Frieza upon those present was immense. He alone occupied a seat, while the others dared not sit down nor approach within a 5-meter radius of his imposing presence. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing a red-skinned man. His face etched with wrinkles, accompanied by another red-skinned figure adorned with unsightly lumps, clad in a vest that accentuated his magnificent 8-pack abs. Kid did not wish to attend. Yet he found himself compelled to do so, for Dodoria's sorrow was palpable, evoking tears from all who bore witness. "Frieza, here is your delivery. Please sign for it." Frieza, with his eyes shut tight and cheeks puffed, paid no heed to his surroundings. "Bulma, there seems to be an issue with this steak. It's simply unchewable." Kid inquired. "Who is Dodoria?" "He is none other than the foremost sycophant." Frieza reassured, "Rest assured, I shall personally prepare a feast, and you shall soon indulge in the most exquisite steak the world has to offer." Upon encountering King Frieza, a wave of delight washed over him. Behold, this is the true demeanor of the premier sycophant, far superior to number 17. Ho ho ho. Mr. Dodoria, I find myself nostalgic for your culinary prowess. Kid, feeling overlooked, chose to disregard Goku and departed in silence. Bulma, cradling little Trunks, approached Frieza with graceful strides, extending a wrist as fair as snow. She presented 2 capsules in her palm. "Mr. Frieza, this is but a small token of my appreciation, a house and the latest model of an aerial vehicle. Wishing number 17 and Miss Zanjia a joyous wedding." Number 17, with a grim countenance, remained silent, while Zanjia blushed, equally mute. "Rubbish, Zanjia. Do you not understand the essence of politeness?" The sinister voice of Frieza sent a shiver through the golden couple, who immediately bent down and bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming in unison, "We are deeply grateful for your generosity, Miss Bulma." Vegeta was quite pleased with Bulma's actions, as it ensured that number 17 would no longer harass his woman, allowing him to freely indulge in his escapades. Good morning, esteemed viewers. This is the Tianshan Now, one television station bringing you live coverage. Following reports from concerned citizens, we hastily arrived at the scene to discover this bullet-shaped machine. Expert evaluations have determined it to be a spacecraft, albeit with somewhat limited capacity. The sudden broadcast on television captivated everyone's attention, even Frieza's eyes betraying a hint of surprise. This was not part of the original storyline. The footage displayed a time-traveling machine, identical to the one used by the great time traveler, with the sole distinction being that its top cover was shattered. A situation unlike that of the one used by Cell, who had melted through his glass canopy. Dodoria, holding a plate of freshly cooked steak, perfectly medium rare, noticed the scene on television. Upon catching Frieza's gaze, his legs began to tremble. Suppressing his urge to flee, he carefully placed the steak before Frieza and knelt down. "Lord Frieza, I assure you that Manaka has sent the time machine back to headquarters. This matter is documented there." Bang! Dodoria jumped, fearing he had been the cause of an explosion. He checked himself over, finding nothing amiss, and saw that Frieza remained seated, unfazed. Suddenly, a time-traveling machine identical to the one on screen appeared, its only difference being the missing top cover. The great time traveler was left in shock. "Trunks, how many time machines did I actually create in the future?" Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued. Although she understood that this device originated from her future, she still found it remarkable, as she had yet to comprehend its mechanics. With a bittersweet smile, the great time traveler replied, "Mom, the future world has been devastated beyond recognition. Producing a single time machine required the collective effort of the entire nation. How could we possibly create multiple?" Bulma felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this, suddenly recalling something. She quickly retrieved a capsule box from her bag and placed it in the great time traveler's hands. "I almost forgot. This is a little something I prepared for you. Make sure to take it with you when you return. It contains a wealth of laboratory equipment, as well as ample food and clothing." Tears welled in the great time traveler's eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. "On behalf of my mother, I thank you." Vegeta felt an unsettling sensation, as though he had been betrayed by himself. "Yet, I find myself at a loss to pinpoint the source of the issue. This is rather vexing. Oh dear. Could we perhaps set aside the sentimental imagery? Do you not sense that circumstances have undergone an inexplicable transformation? It is crucial to acknowledge that this is a sudden emergence of a time-traveling device. Who, I wonder, is the one who has traversed through time to arrive here?" Frieza's words abruptly pulled everyone from the emotional scene. Indeed, who is this individual? The Z warriors possessed a different understanding than Frieza. He was aware that Cell would arrive, yet he did not know who this new adversary was. The Z warriors, on the other hand, were entirely oblivious to the fact that Cell hailed from the future, pondering instead the nature of the circumstances at hand. Suddenly, the entire planet trembled, and an aura of madness, brutality, and devoid of emotion manifested somewhere on Earth. This presence was colossal, yet utterly intolerable. Habitually, the crowd turned their gaze towards Android 17, the designated commentator. To their surprise, 17 was engaged in flattery with Dodoria. "Greetings. You must be the esteemed number 1 of the Tenzing Alliance. I am number 2. I have long admired your illustrious reputation," 17 proclaimed, unabashedly lavishing praise upon his nominal superior. "Indeed, the Tenzing Alliance is an admirable establishment. Although you hold the position of number 2, you must uphold the dignity of our alliance. Lord Frieza demands unwavering loyalty. You have now earned Lord Frieza's favor, But that Zanya still requires rigorous training. She lacks the mindset of a true member of the Tenzing Alliance. 17 continued, blah blah blah. Dodoria responded, blah blah blah. Zanya interjected, little fairy. Transform. This scene left not only the Z warriors in utter disbelief, but also rendered Bulma speechless, while even Frieza felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. That aura we just sensed is not recorded in the database, yet its combat power is a mere 5 billion. Goku remained exhilarated, remarking that such a malevolent presence with the power of 5 billion would surely provide an exhilarating challenge. Vegeta, however, felt a vague sense of unease. This aura was both familiar and foreign, suggesting that it would not be simple. Casting a glance at Bulma and Trunks, his resolve gradually solidified. Whoever this may be, a combat power of 5 billion wielding such arrogance must be taught a lesson in humility. In Frieza's eyes, a gleam flickered. His crimson gaze rendered all who beheld it unable to look directly. Let us depart, he declared. Though this aura may not be particularly potent, it is sufficiently malevolent to warrant our intervention. We cannot allow him to wreak havoc upon Earth. If it were to explode, we would all perish without exception. Piccolo, imbued with a profound sense of responsibility, could not bear the thought of the planet he called home vanishing inexplicably. Son Goku chuckled lightly, no worries. I can teleport. I can escape. Suddenly, a large iron ladle, typically used for cooking, came crashing down upon Goku's head, prompting him to leap up while clutching his skull. Goku, you can flee, but what about Gohan and me? Kiki exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Ah, I see. I shall teach him a lesson in humility. Hold on tight, everyone. I will take you with me. With a swift motion, Goku and his companions departed, yet Frieza remained, as did androids 17 and Zangya, who had now shifted allegiances. Nothing could disrupt Frieza's elegant consumption of steak. Ah, Dodoria, your culinary skills remain as exquisite as ever. How about a tail as a token of appreciation? Dodoria beamed with delight, willingly turning his back to offer himself to the mighty Frieza. My lord, please be gentle. Frieza was utterly disgusted, his forehead contorting in revulsion. He resolved to use his foot this time. Bang. Ah. Whoosh. Ding. Chapter 72. An irrational skirmish. Son Wukong and his companions found themselves in a place resplendent with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Here stood majestic mountains, verdant trees, and a waterfall, though sadly, the cascade had run dry. In the midst of the waterfall, a figure enveloped in a golden aura emerged, having caused fissures to appear on the cliffside upon the eruption of that energy. This individual boasted muscles so exaggerated that they surpassed even the mightiest of Super Saiyans. With prominent veins bulging, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Gulp. A swallow echoed from an unknown source. Krillin quickly interjected, this person resembles a Super Saiyan. His aura appears golden as well. Bang. A crimson human projectile struck the muscular man in the waterfall with a metallic clang, revealing the incredible hardness of his physique. Ah. Splash. Dodoria was swept away. His anguished wail shattered the tranquility of the scene, prompting the figure in the waterfall to finally lift his head. This individual possessed a fierce and explosive hairstyle reminiscent of Trunks, his upper body exposed, adorned with golden metallic rings on his neck and wrists. A red cloth was tied around his waist, complemented by a resplendent golden belt. Most striking were his eyes, devoid of pupils, appearing entirely white, akin to cataracts. Yet when he gazed upon the crowd, an unsettling chill coursed through them. Kakarot. 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 Ah. 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 Buzz. Roar. To everyone's astonishment, it was the old version of Broly. This was about to get interesting. With one cell yet unresolved, an even greater harbinger of doom had emerged. What would Son Wukong and Vegeta do now? Broly's energy continued to surge, rapidly approaching the staggering threshold of 2 billion. At that moment, Frieza finally made his appearance, immediately proclaiming the name of this bellowing, muscle-bound individual. Broly. Though bewildered by the significance of the old version, Vegeta's eyes narrowed sharply. The name bore a striking resemblance to those of the Saiyans. Moreover, this individual had just shouted Kakarot. Could it be? Vegeta, he is a Saiyan. A Saiyan born with a battle power of 10,000. Ho ho ho. Vegeta, he is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback by Frieza's words, momentarily forgetting Broly's thunderous cries. A battle power of 10,000 at birth? The legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot. Suddenly, Broly's aura faltered, halting at an astounding power level of 2 billion. In an instant, he surged towards Son Goku, his massive form slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. Get out of the way. Piccolo shouted, swiftly pulling the weaker Tien and Krillin along with him, while Din hastily whisked Yamcha away. Son Goku bellowed, Gohan, let me handle this. With a resounding clash, their fists collided. Though Goku's hand appeared diminutive, his combat prowess surpassed Broly's. The force of their impact sent Broly reeling backward uncontrollably, yet the ground beneath Goku shattered instantaneously, creating a vast crater that obliterated the surrounding picturesque landscape. Kakarot. Broly found himself at a disadvantage, yet he remained impervious to pain, his power surging once more as he launched another assault on Goku. Frieza, what is wrong with this guy? Why does he keep shouting my name and attacking without provocation? Bang, bang, bang. Son Goku relished the thrill of battle. Yet surely there must be a reason behind such ferocity. It was utterly senseless. He was coming in with lethal intent right from the start. Who could endure such madness? As the intensity of the conflict escalated, Goku found himself too preoccupied to utter another word. However, Frieza would surely not let him down. After all, there were many spectators. Broly, it turned out, shared the same birth date as Son Goku. Due to Goku's propensity for loud crying, he inadvertently frightened Broly, thus igniting their rivalry. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Even Dodoria, who had just managed to crawl back, looked bewildered. The reasoning behind this enmity was remarkably potent. Frieza contemplated further possibilities. Could it be that Goku's boisterous voice allowed his combat prowess to escalate more rapidly than others? The sheer power capable of instilling a lifelong terror in Broly through mere cries is no trivial matter. Boom. Father. Goku. Old son. Humph. That waste. Kakarot. Goku was sent crashing into the ground by a single punch from Broly. Looking up at Broly, his hair had transformed from golden to a vivid grass green, with an aura radiating the same hue. This green was distinct from Piccolo's dark shade. Broly's green radiated a luminescent brilliance, reminiscent of fluorescent tones. Kakarot. Broly's energy surged once more, his voice surpassing Goku's in volume. With a hum, Broly charged forward, his muscular physique now an overwhelming sight, dwarfing even Dodoria's impressive 8-pack abs. Bang! A deep crater formed, the earth around it began to crack, only to swiftly mend itself under an unseen force. Thud thud thud. Within the crater, the sound of strikes echoed as Broly relentlessly pummeled Goku. Though Goku managed to block the majority, he still endured numerous blows. Boom. Goku unleashed his full potential, his innate advantage in vocal strength propelling his combat power to an astonishing increase. This surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan, with faint currents of energy beginning to shimmer. Yet it remained elusive. In a fit of rage, Goku executed a knee strike that sent Broly flying. Adadadada! Goku shouted fervently, his fists flying like the wind, his legs striking like lightning, causing Broly to momentarily retreat. Kakarot. Broly seemed fixated on that single phrase, suddenly expanding in size once again, delivering a punch to Goku's abdomen. Before Goku could be sent flying, Broly seized his head with one hand. A cruel glint appeared at the corner of Broly's mouth as he accelerated towards the ground, forcefully pressing Goku's head down just before impact. Kakarot. Broly's palm quickly manifested a green energy sphere, its power astonishing. Boom. The entire planet trembled as numerous structures collapsed, leading to countless casualties. Frieza furrowed his brow. He was indifferent to the lives of others, but when it came to the Earthlings, he wished to avoid any significant damage. Hold on to me. Remarkably, Frieza did not smile, but instead, he casually addressed the crowd with a single remark. Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, despite harboring 100 reservations within, found himself inexorably linked to others, including Vegeta, one after another. Frieza, accompanied by his entourage, vanished only to reappear before Broly. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, with Yamcha exclaiming, I do not wish to meet my demise just yet. The sound abruptly ceased, and the figures of the gathered crowd had vanished from Earth. A droplet of bird droppings fell, landing squarely on Cell, who was quite vexed. He had long been aware of Goku's battle with an unknown adversary, both of whom possessed power that caught Cell's discerning eye. Unfortunately, he was too apprehensive to intervene. Ho ho ho. Cell, let us proceed. In such a pivotal moment, how could they neglect the presence of Cell, who also possessed Super Saiyan cells? Chapter 73. The Tragic Tower of Super Saiyan. This is a planet known as Bupus. Vast and remarkably resilient. On this planet, no animals exist. It remains in a state of pure vegetation. Today, however, a group of beings who ought not to be here have arrived, humans. This group of humans envelop themselves in a mysterious energy known as Ki, some adorned in white, others in gold, green, and one with remarkably smooth skin enveloped in a purple aura. They plan to engage in an exhilarating battle here today. So let us introduce the characters set to enter the fray. The purple key belongs to Frieza, who at this moment has not yet activated the first layer of his transformation, the Column of Heaven. This transformation does not influence his battle power. Rather, it allows one to transcend the limitations of their physical form. Frieza, surrounded by his purple aura, possesses a combat power of 4.6 billion, having increased from 4.5 billion after indulging in a delectable steak, a testament to Dodoria's exceptional culinary skills. The golden key signifies the Super Saiyans, including a battered Goku, the proud Vegeta with his arms crossed, the taciturn Gohan, and the most composed among the Saiyans, Trunks, the adult version. Goku's peak power is 2.4 billion, a recent breakthrough, although it has since diminished to below 2 billion due to injuries and fatigue from a prior bout. Gohan's peak power stands at 2.3 billion, harboring astounding energy within. Vegeta also reaches a peak power of 2.3 billion, possessing the ability to transcend levels and tackle formidable foes. Trunks' peak power is 1.8 billion, slightly unstable yet remarkably resilient. The white key is notably less imposing than the golden and purple auras, represented by Krillin, with a power level of 2 million. Tien with 1.5 million, and Yamcha at 800,000. Oh, and there is also a muscular man with a red aura. A rather feeble figure with a power level of 20, appearing to be on the brink of collapse, likely due to severe injuries. There are also two individuals without ki. One male and one female, the former handsome and the latter strikingly beautiful. They are respectively number 17, known as Rubbish, possessing a combat power of 900 million. And number 18, La Zili, whose title as the Blood Queen has been revoked, boasting a combat power of 800 million. The green energy waves also belong to these two, a male and a female. The male, with muscles bulging and veins intricately woven, clearly exemplifies a powerhouse. Not only is his energy wave green, but his hair is also a vibrant shade of green. He is the central figure of this battle, Broly, whose combat power has now reached an astonishing 2.8 billion. The female, petite and charming, bears a hint of sorrow on her face, her orange waves unable to conceal it. She is Zanjia, with a combat power of 1 billion, and also the designated partner of number 17. As for the peculiar figure sprawled on the ground, filthy and retching, he is predominantly green with black spots, adorned with purple wings on his back and a syringe-like tail attached to him. He is the principal antagonist of this narrative arc, Cell, whose combat power soars to an astounding 4.8 billion. This is the commentary provided by the little golden turtle announcer regarding the competitors. Now, let us invite the first contestant to the stage. Buzz. Broly pays no heed to the announcer's words. His singular objective is to eliminate Kakarot, who nearly drove him to the brink of insanity. After all, why would he endure the arduous journey through the time machine if the Kakarot of the future had already succumbed to illness? Succumbed to illness? Broly cannot accept such a notion. It must be at his own hands that Kakarot meets his demise. Goku's plight is akin to tasting bitter gall. However, the moment has arrived, and he cannot afford to falter. Bang! The two iron fists did not clash, for Vegeta intervened. Broly, I am the prince of all Saiyans. The strongest Saiyan, the true Super Saiyan. Roar. With his right hand extended, for fingers curled into a fist while his thumb remained upright, he boldly declared himself the mightiest Saiyan. Boom. Without further ado, Broly decisively slammed Vegeta to the ground, then lifted him again, only to slam him down repeatedly. Broly's relentless grip on Vegeta's had effectively shattered Vegeta's renowned technique, instant transmission. After a full half-minute, Trunks finally reacted, shouting Dad. Roar. The combat power of Trunks, merely 1.8 billion, was no longer a concern as he kicked Broly in the back with all his might. The impact was substantial, yet it bore no consequence. Broly continued his relentless cycle of lifting and slamming, his eyes radiating a blinding light that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Boom. 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 Vegeta's anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Bang. 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 Date's assault showed no signs of abating, whether through jabs, hooks, or powerful kicks. He could not budge Broly in the slightest. Finally, in a fit of desperation, Date concentrated his energy, forming an orb of approximately 100 meters in diameter, and struck it fiercely upon Broly's head. Boom. The spectators, who had positioned themselves at a safe distance, distinctly felt the tremors beneath their feet, as if the very planet itself lamented the torment inflicted upon it by these intruding humans. Silence enveloped the world. An expansive crater emerged, and three figures materialized at its center. One was the towering, muscle-bound Broly, a vibrant green that was almost alarming, appearing utterly unscathed. Another was Date, panting heavily, his fists clenched tightly, his face a mask of disbelief. The last was the prostrate Saiyan, his golden aura still shimmering, indicating he had yet to be vanquished. Vegeta, Trunks, Goku and Gohan were filled with exhilaration. This Broly was astonishingly powerful, exceeding their wildest imaginations. Goku and Gohan flared with energy, eager to assist. However, Frieza positioned himself in their path, obstructing their advance. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Goku, young Gohan, you might want to hold your horses. The situation is not as dire as you presume. This mere Broly, with a combat power of 2.8 billion, cannot inflict fatal harm on Vegeta, who boasts 2.3 billion, in such a short span. Trunks appeared to be weakening, yet in truth, he had suffered no real damage. He was merely fatigued from the exertion. Goku and Gohan exchanged glances, ultimately opting to trust Frieza, for despite his eccentricities, he was not inherently malevolent. Krillin and Yamcha shared a look, both displaying astonishment, particularly Tien, whose third eye glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if a primordial beast were about to emerge. Android 17 and Zanya loyally followed in Frieza's wake, while Dodoria was awkwardly suspended by 17, groaning in discomfort. I sense a peculiar calm before the storm. Android 18 brushed her hair back, glancing at Goku with a hint of blush, then quickly turned her gaze to the bald Krillin, which immediately cooled the atmosphere. Finally, Cell concluded his outpouring, feeling utterly drained. Lord Frieza, shall I eliminate that green-haired one? I sense his limits are far from being reached. Shara possesses the cells of a Saiyan, coupled with a calm and meticulously calculating mind. He can sense the unparalleled potential residing within Broly. The most effective strategy is to exploit the opponent's unawareness and overwhelm him with an overwhelming display of strength, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Frieza shook his head, chuckling ominously. Oh ho ho. You? Impossible. It is not your turn yet. Just obediently maintain your stance. Cell, foolish as he was, regretted his words. Why did he have to speak out? At last, Broly unleashed his fury upon Trunks with a single punch, sending him hurtling away. Unable to sustain his Super Saiyan form midair, this exemplified the repercussions of a weak foundation. When faced with a formidable opponent, one could easily be overpowered. If only Trunks could enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more, under Vegeta's rigorous training, perhaps this predicament could be altered. Alas, they had yet to embark on a second visit. Trunks. Broly. I want you dead. With a thunderous roar. As Trunks was sent flying and fell back to his base form, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. A crackling display of electricity enveloped him, causing his hair to thicken and lengthen. His fiery hairstyle now more striking than ever. His emerald eyes glinting with lethal intent. In this moment, Vegeta had definitively surpassed all the Super Saiyans present, transcending not only himself, but the very essence of the Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho. Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 74. 1,000 times. You should not have struck him. Gohan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He had long approached the threshold, but always felt a slight deficiency. Now he understood. It was the pinnacle of emotion, particularly the most profound feelings. Goku, feeling considerably relaxed, sat on the ground, murmuring. I thought Gohan would be the first to break through. I never expected Vegeta to surpass us first. This time, you have truly exceeded me. Android 18 exchanged a glance with Android 17. This electrifying energy seems promising. Having longed for an enhancement that had eluded them, they now craved progress with fervor. Oh ho ho. Mr. Super Saiyan 2, how long do you think you can withstand this? Vegeta, enraged, retorted. You fool. I am Super Saiyan 2. Not some trivial Super Saiyan 2. Broly, you shall perish. Broly, taken aback, thought to himself that he had never even taunted the other. Kakarot. He lifted his gaze to see Goku seated on the ground, his hatred fueling a fierce battle cry. With a fierce charge, Broly's target was set squarely on Goku. Vegeta pondered, am I not Super Saiyan 2? Is Kakarot's name truly more worthy of attention? The planet trembled once more. Broly, consumed by fury, delivered a powerful punch to Frieza. It was not a case of Broly misdirecting his wrath. Rather, Frieza had fortuitously obstructed Broly's advance. The shockwave surged outward, sending everyone reeling. Number 17 grasped Dodoria's foot to activate the protective shield, while Zangia clasped Number 17's arm, feeling a profound sense of security emanating from this man. Frieza cast a glance at the colossal fist resting upon his chest, consumed by rage. Broly, your gaze is treacherous. It must be rectified. Oh, the audacity. Frieza executed a complete 360-degree turn, delivering a powerful punch directly to Broly's chin. As Broly was sent soaring into the sky, Frieza swiftly teleported above him, exclaiming, "Return to where you came from." Frieza bent his legs, his tail shooting skyward, and then clenched his fists, delivering a fierce blow to Broly's head. With a swift motion, Broly hurtled towards Vegeta like a human cannonball. What a splendid opportunity. Today marks the pinnacle of my battle. Vegeta roared, unleashing a surge of power. The golden aura surrounding him rivaled that of Cell, his combat strength soaring to an astonishing 4.8 billion. The Super Saiyan 2 form represented a 100-fold increase over his base state, essentially doubling the power of a regular Super Saiyan. At this moment, Cell, a mere hybrid, was utterly overwhelmed by Vegeta, a true Saiyan, especially considering Cell's prior enhancements paled in comparison. Vegeta deftly intercepted Broly's massive frame with both hands before propelling him skyward. His combat power erupting explosively. His fists became a blur, unleashing a flurry of dazzling kicks and punches that left Broly howling in pain. Kakarot. Kakarot. The green energy surged once more, his combat power escalating to 2.8 billion. It was as if he had no limits in his iron-hard body. Aside from slight damage from Frieza's 2 attacks, seemed impervious even to Vegeta's onslaught. 17 involuntarily gulped, initially considering Vegeta as the epitome of abnormality, then Cell, only to conclude that Frieza was the true anomaly. Now, he perceived Broly as the quintessence of abnormality. His power surges defying all logic and breaking the established rules of combat. Broly's stature increased further, the green hue intensifying, and his already exaggerated muscles swelled even more. Gulp. Broly's current combat power reached an astounding 5.6 billion. Cell, in a precarious stance, nearly wept in gratitude, realizing that Frieza truly sought to protect him, preferring he stand alone rather than face certain death. Kakarot. With a thunderous clap, Broly grasped Vegeta's arms with his massive hands and delivered a devastating headbutt. The impact sent tremors across planet Pash, causing mountains to crumble and water to flow backward. Vegeta's agonizing scream echoed, a testament to the brutal collision. Broly emerged unscathed, while Vegeta was left in tears. He had witnessed shameless tactics before, yet this was a reckless exchange of mutual destruction. As Vegeta writhed in pain, another headbutt was unleashed, followed by a third and a fourth. The sound of duang-duang echoed incessantly, leaving everyone astonished by Broly's fighting style. It was only when Vegeta began to roll his eyes, his hair reverting to its natural black, that the crowd finally reacted. It seemed that if no one intervened soon, Vegeta might meet his demise with the next impact. With a roar, the others surged forward, except for Frieza and those allied with him, including number 17, Zangya, and the unconscious Dodoria, while Cell stood in a precarious stance. They charged ahead with fervor. "Take this," they shouted, amidst a flurry of blows that could not halt Broly's furious onslaught. Goku, feeling the urgency, cried out, "I am Kakarot. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." A flicker of brilliance flashed in Broly's stark white eyes, and he momentarily ceased his assault on Vegeta. He lifted his gaze, disregarding the others who were attending to him, and focused on Goku. In a fit of rage, Broly instinctively seized the unconscious Vegeta and hurled him towards Goku. Goku, taken aback, exclaimed, "What the? You're not even playing fair." Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, using instant transmission to evade the impending strike. Vegeta, now a mere human punching bag, was abandoned as Broly turned his fury towards Goku once again. "Kakarot," he roared, unleashing a powerful blast that sent Piccolo and Krillin, who were surrounding him, flying through the air. Piccolo felt a profound sense of frustration. Throughout his life, he had always kept pace with Goku, but now he found himself reduced to a mere bystander, akin to Yamcha. He refused to accept this fate. "Special beam cannon," he shouted. Gohan, alarmed, realized Broly was far too formidable. Uncle Piccolo's technique would yield no success and would likely provoke Broly's retaliation. The special beam cannon struck Broly directly at his temple. Yet after a cloud of dust settled, it left no mark whatsoever. With a hum, Broly vanished and reappeared. Bam! Piccolo lay in a pool of his own blood. His hands, which had attempted to withstand Broly's fists, now nowhere to be seen. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan cried out in despair. "Broly, I will make you pay for this. I will destroy you. How dare you? You will not escape unscathed." In a fit of rage, Gohan lost control of his emotions and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A cascade of golden hair fell between his eyes, his gaze fiercer than Vegeta's. You shall pay. You may strike my father, you may assault Vegeta, and you may even attack Frieza. Only do not harm my Uncle Piccolo. Oh my goodness. The bear. This rage is several degrees more terrifying than that of Vegeta just moments ago. Gohan, in his fury, is far more formidable than an enraged Vegeta. With a swift motion, bam, Broly, poised to deliver a decisive blow to Piccolo, finds himself sent flying by a single kick from Gohan. This time, Broly's body visibly crumples under the force. Everyone is well aware of the extraordinary hardness of Broly's muscles, yet Gohan's kick has caused even that formidable physique to yield. It is evident that Gohan's strength at this moment borders on the absurd. Chapter 75, Gohan's Outburst. A prelude to Cell. Goku feels an immense sense of pride. His son has truly come into his own, and he is even more elated than Gohan himself. Piccolo, in truth, is capable of sitting up and regaining the use of his hands, yet he refrains from doing so. He feigns death, for without this pretense, how could Gohan unleash his full potential? Now, apart from Frieza, they can only pin their hopes on Gohan. Frieza is a being whom none dare command, leaving only Gohan as a viable option. Piccolo is acutely aware of the astonishing power Gohan can unleash when enraged. Even in his youth, he recognized this potential. Gohan has not disappointed Piccolo. He is now stronger than ever before. At the onset of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power is a staggering hundredfold of the norm. And with the passage of time, this ceiling can be elevated, akin to the first Super Saiyan, where 50-fold is merely the foundation. Ahahaha. Speak up. Number 17. Number 17 has grasped his purpose. As a competent combat power detector, he must assume the crucial role of commentator. King Frieza. Gohan's current combat power stands at 6.5 billion, yet I sense an unsettling instability in his state. At this moment, Krillin has already rescued Vegeta and Din, opting to join forces with number 18 at Frieza's side. Although Frieza appears intimidating, he pales in comparison to that madman Broly. As for Cell, he does not regard the situation as secure. Every time he recalls that audacious kick from the past, a chill runs down his spine. Gohan's combat power surging with rage is not a novel occurrence. He has displayed remarkable strength during Raditz' arrival and when Vegeta came to Earth. Such bursts of power are formidable, albeit short-lived, thus imparting a sense of instability. Krillin addressed number 17's query. His curiosity piqued regarding whether Gohan could defeat Broly. Goku, could you fetch some Senzu beans? Vegeta's energy is exceedingly unstable. Krillin called out to Goku, having grasped Vegeta's foot for the second time, with the latter always on the brink of collapse. What calamity is this? Goku is reluctant to miss witnessing his son in battle. Yet he understands the gravity of life and death. He cannot afford to be like Frieza, who, upon seeing Dodoria in a state of distress, still finds amusement in the unfolding conflict. Whoosh. Goku vanished. Whoosh. Gohan confronted Broly. One is an undeveloped child, the other a towering giant exceeding 3 meters, at first glance. They seem vastly mismatched. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, when they engage, Gohan is dominating Broly in combat. The visceral clash ignites fervor in the hearts of onlookers. Regrettably, this planet suffers immensely. Craters are forming one after another. Landslides are but a mere inconvenience, and more terrifyingly, entire mountains are vaporized. Boom, boom, boom. You shall perish. You shall perish. You shall perish. Broly was once again struck down by Gohan, despite their power disparity being relatively minor, merely a difference of 900 million. However, Gohan's fury unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, thus, relying solely on numerical data proved somewhat misleading. For instance, during their exchanges of blows, Gohan frequently exhibited sudden spikes in combat power, which, although fleeting, inflicted considerable damage upon Broly. Time and again, Broly found himself smashed into the ground. At this moment, numerous fist imprints marred Broly's chest, and his face bore the marks of abrasions. Unforgivable. Kakarot. Kakarot. Suddenly, Goku reappeared, bearing several Senzu beans. Broly's gaze fell upon Goku's arrival, causing his rage to soar once more. Bang. The instant Goku materialized, he was jolted by the titanic clash between Gohan and Broly, instinctively tightening his grip. Crack. Krillin was left astounded. Tien's 3 eyes widened in disbelief. Yamcha was rendered speechless with tears. Well, perhaps consuming a bit of Senzu bean powder wouldn't hurt, right? Frieza has been utterly confounded by Goku's maneuvers. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Goku, are you perhaps emulating a butcher sharpening beans? Alas, you lack the legendary 8-section snake spear. Guan Yu brandished his green dragon crescent blade. Everyone, stand back. I shall cleave this impostor of a third brother. Yet, what has transpired cannot be altered. Bean powder is merely bean powder, but it is certainly preferable to bean milk. Gohan continues to battle, yet he is gradually succumbing to the tide of conflict. Gohan's explosive power is not limitless. At this juncture, his combat strength has dwindled to approximately 4.8 billion, while Broly's has surged to an astonishing 6 billion. The situation has abruptly reversed, and with the roles of offense and defense exchanged, Gohan is on the brink of collapse. Unlike Broly, Gohan does not possess the ability to grow stronger with each skirmish. As time drags on, his energy has become increasingly erratic, and it is feared that he may soon become yet another tragic tale. Piccolo, no longer pretending to be incapacitated, has regrown his arm and soared to Frieza's side, exclaiming, "Goku, do not waste any more time. Gohan cannot withstand this. Broly is simply inhuman, growing stronger with each encounter." Frieza had long since discerned that Son Gohan was merely sustaining himself through fleeting bursts of energy during combat, utterly devoid of any offensive strength. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that Son Goku had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Advancing now would be akin to courting death. Even if he were to achieve that form, it would only serve to offer himself as fodder. It appeared that he would have to allow that Golden Rooster stance to take the stage. Frieza had not yet feasted his eyes enough on this spectacle, which was far more entertaining than many a television drama. Ho ho ho, Mr. Cell. Do engage in some warm-up exercises. To be wary of cramping your legs. Furious, Cell complied and begrudgingly began his warm-up. Damn Frieza, forcing me to warm up. Do you think I'm Hanamichi Sakuragi? Ho ho ho, Mr. Cell, do take care not to overexert yourself. You might find yourself buried alive. With a combat power of 4.8 billion, even the slightest warm-up caused cataclysmic upheaval, sending him deep into the earth, with mounds of soil piled high around him. At the heart of the battle, a small figure shot forth, its golden aura still shimmering, yet a harrowing cry emerged that nearly rendered Piccolo faint with anguish. Gohan. Son Goku rushed forward, catching his son, who was being flung backwards, cradling him with paternal concern, ruffling Gohan's hair and pinching his cheeks. Son Goku proudly proclaimed, "Well done, Gohan. You have surpassed your father. I am proud of you, Dad, Uncle Piccolo." Ultimately, Gohan succumbed to unconsciousness, his form reverting to its dark-haired state, even beginning to snore. He was utterly exhausted. While Son Goku battled Broly for 5 minutes and Vegeta endured 10 minutes of punishment, Gohan had been engaged with Broly for no less than 20 minutes. Upon seeing Son Goku, Gohan also noticed Piccolo rushing towards him, and his heart instantly lightened. "Rest easy now. I can afford to sleep." "Kakarot!" Piccolo exclaimed in shock, and Son Goku felt a similar headache. This Broly was nothing short of a monster, entirely ignorant of the concept of halftime breaks or substitutions. "Hurry. Piccolo, grab my hand. Let us venture behind Cell." "Yes, that is the plan." Chapter 76. Nearly exploding twice, Cell twisted his waist, as maintaining a Golden Rooster stance was quite taxing. Midway through, he caught sight of Son Goku, Piccolo, and the snoring Son Gohan. He was perplexed. Why had these three retreated behind him? "Hey, are you all trying to learn that red-haired fellow's technique, attempting a 1,000-year kill? I am not SH Tatainaka. I have needles behind me." However, Son Wukong and Piccolo did not respond to him at all, merely smirking mischievously in his direction. A chill crept up Cell's spine. This group was utterly shameless, resorting to lewd antics and outrageous attacks. Could they not find someone else to torment? Cell, disregarding his pride, yearned to escape this haunting place. Suddenly, he noticed a shift in the expressions of Son Wukong and Piccolo, transforming from playful malice to sheer terror. Terror? What were they afraid of? I had no intention of killing them. In an instant, Son Wukong vanished. Goodness, that instant transmission is remarkably useful. I must learn it as well. Boom. Cell barely had time to react before he was driven deep underground, with a green-skinned, muscle-bound behemoth accompanying him. Broly. Boom. Cell was struck by Broly's punch, sending him further into the earth, only to burst back to the surface. It was merely a matter of angle, combined with the immense size of the planet, that spared the core from destruction. Otherwise, such an impact could have caused the planet to explode. Gulp. That was incredibly ruthless. Thankfully, we managed to dodge in time. This Broly is nothing short of a madman. Piccolo struggled to swallow, the recent events far too terrifying for his fragile frame to endure. No, I must merge with that ancient being when I return. After all, if I perish, he cannot survive either. Lost in thought, Piccolo suddenly sensed a powerful disturbance beneath his feet. This is bad. He and Sun Wukong hastily took flight, oblivious to the fact that Frieza and his crew had already vacated the area without a word of warning. How inconsiderate. Boom. Just as Piccolo ascended, Cell was propelled out by Broly's force. Broly, you lunatic, you've thrown my needle off course. Of Toho-ho. Mr. Cell, keep it up. I have faith in you. If you can withstand his relentless assault for half an hour, I shall ensure you absorb Android 16. In a flash, everyone fled far from Frieza, except for Android 17 and Zangya, who dared not move. Oh, and Dodoria remained motionless, heavily unconscious. Frieza cast a glance at Dodoria, feeling that the punishment meted out was sufficient. After all, he was not so cruel as to demand the man's life. With a mere wave of his hand, a beam of green light penetrated Dodoria's body. 5 seconds later, Dodoria opened his eyes. During those 5 seconds, Cell endured a brutal beating that was nothing short of horrific. Fortunately, his remarkable resilience, derived from the amalgamation of numerous cells, endowed him with an astonishing capacity to withstand punishment. Boom. 10 minutes later, Cell's hands exploded. 12 minutes later, his feet vanished as well. Yet, this was no concern for him. After all, Cell possessed the extraordinary ability to regenerate. 15 minutes later, boom. Cell was no more. Kakarot. Broly had vanquished Cell and was now frantically seeking Goku, which instilled a deep-seated fear in Goku himself. Damn it, I must fight back. I need a bit of that Senza bean powder. Goku realized he could no longer hide. Broly was clearly targeting him, and if he didn't confront the challenge head-on, he would never find closure. With the last remnants of Senza bean powder consumed, Goku's strength was restored. Driven by a resolve of impending doom, he decided to engage Broly in a battle to the death. Father, allow me to go. I can still endure for a while. Kakarot, you cannot do this. Let me. Vegeta, take on the challenge, or perhaps let Gohan join me. At this moment, Vegeta abandoned his pride, fully aware that Broly was no foe he could face alone. Yet, why were they all casting furtive glances at Frieza? Suddenly, a thunderous collision echoed. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, the sound's power overwhelming. Yamcha was knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Tien's third eye flickered before succumbing to a similar fate as Yamcha. It is often said that relying on others is a skill in itself. Krillin remained unscathed, shielded by Android 18's energy barrier. Thank you, Lazuli. Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly retorted fiercely, call me Android 18. Very well, Lazuli. A sharp clap resounded as a green figure plummeted from the heart of the battle, crashing violently into the ground. Seizing the advantage, Broly lunged downwards, unleashing a colossal energy blast aimed at the ground where Cell lay. Indeed, it was Cell, the one whom Broly had struck down. He had not perished. He had resurrected once more. Although this revival did not significantly enhance his fighting power, it was still an improvement over his previous state. Reviving on the brink of death before transforming into a Super Saiyan, the amplification was considerable. For instance, Sun Wukong possesses the extraordinary ability to escalate from 90,000 to an astonishing 2.5 million, a ratio that is truly formidable. However, at present, this ratio has considerably diminished. After his resurrection, Cell's power surged from 4.8 billion to 5.5 billion. Although this marks an increase of 700 million, when converted to units of 10,000, it translates to a mere 70,000, an increment that is hardly significant. Moreover, this surge in power resulted from Cell's accumulation of rage over a prolonged period. Just recently, Vegeta, on the brink of demise, consumed a Senza bean and his combat prowess only marginally rose from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. In other words, Vegeta's standard combat strength is merely 50 million. Regardless of how one perceives it, Cell has indeed advanced, yet he remains insufficient to contend with Broly. Broly is an unparalleled anomaly, his fighting power defying all scientific explanation. Driven solely by his fury, seemingly without limits. The moment Broly perceives even the slightest disadvantage, he becomes frenzied, and his combat strength escalates exponentially. At this juncture, Broly's power has soared to a staggering 7 billion, a feat that is utterly inconceivable. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud, previously unseen, erupted, accompanied by a myriad of shockwaves, rendering the scene truly spectacular. At the epicenter of the explosion, another deafening roar resonated as Broly's enormous foot, measuring 60 yards, ruthlessly struck Cell's abdomen, obliterating his lower half. Lord Frieza, Lord Frieza, is the time up? I genuinely feel that this time I am doomed. Woe is Cell, who throughout has been unable to mount a counterattack, either being pummeled or obliterated. He now distinctly perceives that his chip has not absorbed sufficient energy. Should he explode again, he would truly vanish without a trace. Ho ho ho. Mr. Cell, only 29 minutes and 30 seconds have passed. Can you endure for another 30 seconds? The frustration within Cell is palpable. Yet, he is genuinely terrified. Those 30 seconds could very well lead to his demise multiple times over. Suddenly, Cell ceased his cries. All cries of agony vanished. Even his breath was extinguished. Broly, with his cataract-like eyes, disdainfully glanced at Cell, who was reduced to merely a head, before turning away to continue his search for Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Chapter 77. The King appears. Broly's ruthless fury upon hearing Broly's beastly roar, especially as he called out the name of his Saiyan lineage. Sun Wukong felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. Had he ever provoked this wrath? In his youth, he was prone to tears, but could he have controlled that? Furthermore, it would be preferable if he simply referred to him as Sun Wukong. Avoiding confrontation was not an option. Thus, he resolved to fight valiantly. Sun Wukong glanced at Frieza from the corner of his eye and declared, "Let us join forces. Facing this monster alone is simply unmanageable." Vegeta swiftly grasped the situation and remarked, "Kakarot, this time I have surpassed you once more. Even in death, it is worthwhile." Gohan, though perplexed, was determined to fight alongside his father, declaring, "Father, I shall stand with you through thick and thin." Din, feeling conflicted, finally spoke up, "Mr. Goku, although my combat power is somewhat lacking, I implore you to allow me to join the battle." Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at Frieza and coolly stated, "Old man, with Gohan participating, I cannot be left behind. Goku, I cannot permit Android 18 to join. Her power is insufficient to alter the tide of battle." Ignoring the furious glare from 18, Krillin turned his attention to the side. He gestured towards Tien and Yamcha on the ground, continuing, "Moreover, I must look after them. As long as they are conscious, I will undoubtedly fight alongside you, unafraid of death." A green light enveloped Tien and Yamcha, rousing them from their slumber. Krillin, unsure of what to say next, Cell's voice suddenly emerged. It turned out he had been feigning death merely to buy those 30 seconds. "Lord Frieza, 30 seconds have elapsed. I beg you, make your move." At that moment, a singular number echoed in everyone's hearts. 666. This thought resonated among them all. Yet none dared to utter it aloud. Now, Cell had taken the lead. Yamcha, having just regained consciousness, quickly fell in line with the current rhythm, proving himself to be the wily veteran. "Lord Frieza, you are the mightiest king in the universe. I implore you to act." Tien, with his third eye gleaming, promptly shut it tight, unable to utter such shameless words. He still had his ultimate technique left, and with the Kamehameha, he would be unbeatable. Clearly, he was still disoriented, suffering from the aftereffects of his unconsciousness. Krillin glanced at Android 18, who immediately understood and turned her gaze towards 17, her eyes hinting at a subtle threat. 17 shivered involuntarily, caught in a mental struggle between his sister and survival. "Lord Frieza, the second lackey of the Heaven's Gate requests to engage in battle." The crowd gasped, exclaiming, "What audacity! What resolve! One must aspire to be like 17, without a doubt." "Ho ho ho. Very well," Frieza proclaimed. 17 was taken aback. "Wait. What do you mean very well? Just a moment ago?" "Lord Frieza, I misspoke. I got too excited. It was a slip of the tongue." Suddenly, 17 was kicked away by Frieza, colliding headfirst with Broly. 17's heart sank. His combat power was merely 900 million. Was this not akin to lambs being led to slaughter? Bang! Boom! Broly swatted away an irritating fly with a single motion, and at last, he caught sight of Son Goku. The downside of cataracts is the impairment of vision. It took him quite some time to locate someone. Meanwhile, the incapacitated android 17 lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Indeed, the energy shield proved to be formidable, saving his life yet again. Frieza was enraged. "Ha ha ha. How dare you strike my people? One must consider the master before attacking a dog. You, a person afflicted with cataracts, shall learn your place today." Swish. Frieza vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Broly. The once purple aura was now enveloped by a radiant spectrum of colors, soaring upward like a pillar reaching for the heavens. With a resounding boom, Frieza realized, in a moment of oversight, that he had forgotten to transform. Frieza's base power level is merely 4.6 billion. Yet when confronted with Broly's staggering battle power of 7 billion, he was instantly sent flying. "Ah, you scoundrel, I shall not spare you." A surge of vibrant colors enveloped by darkness erupted as Frieza transformed. However, this time, he merely morphed into Black Iron Frieza. Frieza found himself somewhat bewildered, pondering the unfolding situation. Little Golden Turtle remarked, "You've been merely spectating for so long," a slight reprimand. With a resounding impact, Broly showed no concern for Frieza's forms. Despite his lack of vision, he understood that annihilating all foes before him would inevitably force Kakarot into confrontation. What is the battle power of Black Iron Frieza? One might wonder. It stands impressively at 11.8 billion. This power is more than sufficient to overwhelm Broly. Had it not been for Broly's extraordinary defense, he might have been swiftly dispatched by Frieza. Even without transforming into his bronze form, Black Iron Frieza was a formidable adversary for Broly. With resounding strikes, Broly found himself utterly defenseless. Although Black Iron Frieza maintained an alluring physique, it paled in comparison to Broly's bulging muscles. Yet, battle power is an undeniable truth. Each blow elicited agonized cries from Broly, leaving the planet marred with vast craters. On planet Bupas, a thought crossed. Did I choose the wrong name? Kakarot. Kakarot. Ah. Kakarot. Broly collapsed to the ground after Frieza delivered a devastating blow, a 720-degree rotating Lushan Rising Dragon Strike. This technique, a signature of the Purple Dragon, was employed by Frieza, who aspired to transform into Golden Frieza. Invoking a Golden Saint's ultimate move seemed hardly excessive. That last strike caused Broly to spew forth blood, illustrating that even his superhuman physique could not withstand such force. For the first time, Broly found himself bloodied in battle. In a fit of rage, he truly lost control. Oh, Kakarot. Boom. With a surge, Broly's energy doubled, reaching a staggering battle power of 14 billion, igniting the atmosphere with sheer intensity. At this moment, although Broly's physique did not further swell, his hair grew longer and greener, crackling with dark energy, resembling a voracious serpent. It was terrifying. Goku and his companions were left in shock. Was such madness truly necessary, disregarding their sentiments? Vegeta knelt, murmuring, This is the genuine, legendary Super Saiyan. The pressure emanating from his bloodline. I find it hard to admit, but it utterly extinguishes my desire to fight. Heartbroken, Dazai lamented the state of his prideful father, reduced to such a condition. Trunks urged him to regain composure, recognizing that this was a journey he must traverse alone, with no one capable of aiding him. Although Piccolo scoffed at Vegeta's reaction, he too felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, not only against Broly but even in the face of Frieza, leaving him deeply aware of his own limitations. On the 18th, what is the current disparity between Broly and Frieza? Krillin, having resigned himself to his fate, understands that he is incapable of battling either of them, yet his curiosity remains. Glancing at Krillin, Android 18 pursed her lips and remarked, "Do you really want to know?" The outcome is quite disheartening. Krillin observed the despondent Vegeta, who had lost his fighting spirit and steeled himself, saying, "Go ahead. Some individuals can only experience a complete downfall before they can truly rise again." Unaware of Krillin's thoughts, Android 18 responded candidly, "Frieza stands at 11.8 billion, while Broly is at an astonishing 14 billion. Goku was momentarily taken aback, realizing this amounted to over 100 billion. Do my fingers and toes even suffice for this? He pondered. Gohan, is 140 minus 118 equal to 42? Gohan. The others. Goku, are you serious? Chapter 78. The King transforms again. Broly completely loses control. Oh ho ho ho. In the cinematic universe, one may not be the strongest, yet you are undeniably an unfathomable anomaly. Huh. Broly would not engage in idle chatter with Frieza. He is a lunatic, a ferocious beast, in every sense. Such a being would not concern himself with your words. Only a relentless barrage of iron fists awaits. Bang 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 bang. The battle reignites. Fists and feet flying, as one delivers a punch to the abdomen while the other retaliates with a kick. Duong. Frieza delivered a powerful punch to Broly's face, swiftly executing a 360-degree spin before delivering a fierce kick to Broly's chest. With a resounding smack, one might assume Frieza's attacks are straightforward. But that is far from the truth. His obsidian tail, as dark as wrought iron, struck mercilessly atop Broly's crown. This flurry of moves forced Broly to retreat several dozen meters. Kakarot. Broly shouted, "Frieza." Frieza erupted with a cry. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches, each blow accompanied by shouts that rendered Sun Wukong and the others utterly astounded. Was it possible to create a spectacle akin to a DJ battle amidst such a fray? Frieza, Kakarot, Frieza. They continued to compete in volume, one voice deep and boisterous, the other high-pitched and shrill. After a full 3 minutes, Frieza clutched his throat. Overwhelmed and wishing for relief from the discomfort, Frieza felt that without a substantial supply of golden throat lozenges, his voice would remain unhealed. Nevertheless, his resounding roar bore remarkable results. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Look, he has successfully diverted Broly's attention. Goku was greatly relieved. Frieza truly was a good person, willingly drawing the flames of battle towards himself. Ho ho ho. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. The rhythmic cacophony of impacts resonated throughout the planet. Tien and others, with their lower battle powers, could only perceive the commotion and hear the sounds, unable to witness the spectacle of combat. Goku and his companions exerted every ounce of their strength to barely keep pace with the movements of the two combatants, each feeling a surge of excitement. At last, Broly disregarded the rules of engagement. Facing an opponent of lesser power, he repeatedly struck at nothing but air, igniting the interstellar conflict. Countless green energy blasts erupted from Broly's hands, and Frieza was not one to back down, retaliating in kind. In close combat, Frieza adeptly dodged with lightning speed and teleportation, avoiding direct confrontations, while in long-range exchanges, he felt no trepidation. With his hands outstretched, fingers as dark as ink splayed wide, black energy orbs materialized between them. Behold my whirlwind poison dragon. Frieza began to spin at an astonishing speed, deftly evading Broly's energy blasts, while simultaneously unleashing energy projectiles that rivaled Broly's own. Their confrontation escalated into an extreme clash, surpassing even the prince's combat techniques. It was truly a 360-degree bombardment. Oh, Frieza. Frieza indeed. Ha ha ha. As Broly spiraled into madness, Frieza reveled in the exhilaration of battle. Suddenly, with a clang, Broly switched his approach, catching Frieza off guard and landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Fortunately, in his black iron form, Frieza was resilient enough to withstand the blow without sustaining significant damage. However, Broly's ferocity erupted uncontrollably. Before Frieza could reposition himself, Broly seized his tail. With a resounding crash, Frieza was hurled repeatedly into the ground, each impact eliciting cries of distress. Yet, he stubbornly maintained his mocking laughter. At last, after enduring the relentless assault, Frieza felt the sting of pain, a mix of frustration and fury igniting within him, compelling him to transform once more. His skin took on a bronze hue, transitioning from the valorous black iron to an epic sheen. His power surged to an astonishing 8 billion. This stark contrast of 8 billion allowed Frieza to finally break free from Broly's grasp. Come now, let us revel, he declared with newfound confidence. Dismissing any doubt in Broly's ability to regain his ferocity, the melee resumed, a visceral exchange of blows that mirrored the earlier confrontation. With Broly once again subjected to a relentless onslaught, allow me to demonstrate the art of descending footwork. Frieza vanished momentarily, only to plunge from the heavens with precision. Instead of a palm strike, he aimed a colossal claw, 3 toes poised for impact. Frieza's divine foot. The ground shook as Broly raised his arms in defense. Yet the sheer force of Frieza's strike drove him into the earth, only for him to emerge moments later from the other side of the planet. Frieza has vanished once more. The whack-a-mole mode is now in play. Oh ho ho ho. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong and his companions were rendered speechless. Gazing upon the battered planet, the towering geysers of molten lava, their faces pale with shock. Planet Bupus, humph. I shall not succumb like Namek. I am Planet Bupus. The planet withstood the onslaught and was rapidly undergoing repairs. Frieza. Oh Frieza. Boom. Broly truly embodies his name. He possesses no limits. His formidable aura erupting once again. Thud 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 thud. Broly's muscles swelled, his height increased, his hair exploded into a wild mane. Did you think it was over? Not at all. The deepening green hue on Broly was merely the beginning. Most notably, a singular green circular energy shield enveloped him, and the energy waves surged to unprecedented heights. Gulp. All the Z fighters could not help but swallow hard. Oh, but not for all. At least Tin and Yamcha were once again rendered unconscious, and this time Krillin could not escape the same fate, as Android 18 was too preoccupied to attend to him. Din's heart trembled. He could hardly believe that this suddenly emerging behemoth could unleash such madness. A flicker of fear appeared in Gohan's eyes. His already wavering fighting spirit seemed to falter. Vegeta remained in a daze, while Sun Wukong continued to exhibit his carefree excitement. Piccolo, oh, he clutched his head in agony. Zangya clung desperately to Android 17's arm, trembling all over, barely able to contain her urge to relieve herself. Android 17 dismissed the unconscious Dodoria once again, his right hand gesturing as he enthusiastically narrated the unfolding battle. Breaking news: King Frieza possesses a combat power of 8 billion, while Broly, that cunning old foe, has surpassed a staggering 28 billion. Broly's power level has doubled once more. Crack. Boom. The planet trembled in response. Planet Bupas let out a furious roar, and colossal bolts of lightning rained down, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Android 17's eyes brightened, and Android 18 swiftly turned to him. They nodded in unison, shaking off Zangya as they soared towards the crimson lightning in the sky. Cell stood dumbfounded, his eyes bulging, utterly oblivious to the spectacle before him, and with a gulp, he muttered in confusion. So, here we are, Bakana. Duong. Frieza suddenly materialized beside Cell, striking him to the ground with his tail before vanishing once more, leaving behind a chilling remark. Next time you utter such nonsense, I shall extract your needles. Chapter 79. The King Unleashed. Confronted with the utterly unreasonable Broly, Frieza began to feel a twinge of annoyance. At this moment, Broly had attained his most formidable form from the cinematic universe. Muscles bulged and coalesced in an imposing manner, exuding an overwhelming dominance. His towering stature instilled a palpable pressure, while his eyes gleamed with an ethereal whiteness. The explosive green locks that crowned his head, coupled with the verdant energy shield that perpetually enveloped him, rendered any attempt to breach his defenses a daunting challenge. The prospect of even a basic energy sphere reaching his corporeal form remained uncertain. Frieza tested the defensive capabilities of the energy shield, unleashing 2 beams of crimson death from his eyes. Unlike ordinary energy spheres, these death beams possessed an extraordinary penetrating power, serving as the ultimate method to pierce through surfaces. However, the death beams failed to breach the protective barrier. They merely caused the shield to tremble momentarily before it returned to its original state, as if the beams had never existed. In light of this, it was evident that only close combat remained an option. Broly, incensed by Frieza's death beams, sprang into action, generating a violent sonic boom with his movement. Clang! Frieza's iron fist struck against his own chest, yet he adeptly shielded himself with his arms. In an instant, he retaliated with a knee strike, while his tail swiftly coiled around Broly's neck. In an instant, Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike landing with precision upon Broly's form, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Merely a few steps. The disparity in their power levels, nearly 100 billion, rendered it far from simple to breach Broly's defenses. The cacophony of impacts echoed, creating countless deep craters upon the surface of the planet Bupas, a mere consequence of the fierce confrontation between Frieza and Broly in midair. Frieza! Oh, Frieza! With a resounding crash, Broly swiftly landed a powerful punch against Frieza's left cheek, following it up with a side kick that caught Frieza off guard, preventing him from utilizing his teleportation in time, sending him hurtling towards the ground. A crater emerged, larger than any before it, distorting the very shape of the planet Bupas. Above, crimson lightning continued to strike. Yet it did not touch the earth, as 2 figures danced beneath the tempest, repeatedly defying the wrath of the heavens. Cursed wild monkey, cursed scion, cursed fate. Frieza soared into the sky, clasping his shoulders with both hands, his expression a grotesque mask of terror. Veins throbbed menacingly upon his forehead, and his crimson irises glinted with a bloodthirsty intensity. Frieza's physique was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His muscles began to swell in layers, and even his tail, trailing behind him, grew increasingly robust. Celestial transformation, 3rd form. Triad wave. The surging waves of 7 colors erupted violently, no longer maintaining a straight trajectory, but instead becoming immensely domineering, as if they sought to overpower everything in their path. Frieza unveiled all the trump cards he could muster, transforming into his bronze form while simultaneously employing the 3rd technique of star transformation, an unprecedented move for him. The threat posed by Broly was so immense that Frieza found himself compelled to exert his full strength. The bronze transformation augmented his combat power by approximately 4-fold, while the converging waves technique provided an additional 3-fold increase. However, it is unfortunate that this does not translate to a compounded increase of 4 times 3. Rather, it enhances his base combat power by 3 times. In simpler terms, Frieza now possesses a combat power boost of 7 times his normal capacity. To be frank, this enhancement is not particularly remarkable, primarily because Frieza has yet to master the intricacies of star transformation, having only scratched the surface of its potential. Fortunately, following the recent battle, his combat power surged from 4.6 billion to 5 billion, and with the sevenfold increase, he managed to surpass the staggering threshold of 30 billion, reaching the terrifying figure of 35 billion. All the Z-fighters were left in sheer astonishment. It turned out that the king was indeed a monster among monsters, comparable even to Broly, that shameless powerhouse. This time, androids 17 and 18 were absent from the scene, preoccupied with their own trials across the planet. This incident had ignited their eagerness to enhance their combat abilities. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius, having replicated the ancient legends by employing the method of thunder to refine the bodies of androids 17 and 18, a strategy even Frieza had not anticipated. Observing 17 and 18 darting back and forth, Frieza was left speechless, though his eyes sparkled with astonishment. In just a brief span, 17's combat power soared from 900 million to 2 billion, an astonishing increase. 18 was not far behind. Her original power of 800 million had now escalated to 1.8 billion. Merely from enduring the strikes of lightning, her strength skyrocketing impressively. Broly, however, cared not for the strength of his opponent. The mere fact that he allowed Frieza time to transform was already unexpected, but he would not grant Frieza the luxury of leisurely surveying his surroundings. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he launched a powerful fist toward Broly's massive hand. The resounding impact echoed, sending shockwaves that forced the already distant Z-fighters to retreat further. Goku wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing at the unconscious figures around him, and made a resolute decision. Piccolo, Sangya, I must return you to Earth. You cannot withstand this any longer. Piccolo, though reluctant, understood that remaining in this perilous situation would be unbearable. Frieza and Broly exhibited utter disregard for their presence, unleashing a barrage of formidable techniques, their energies radiating like a tempest. They were indeed dancing upon the edge of a blade. Should they falter, a mere miscalculation from Frieza or Broly could result in grievous injuries, or even death. Had they not witnessed Tien and Yamcha bleeding from their mouths and noses? Reluctantly nodding, Piccolo conceded, "Very well, take us back." Zangya, overjoyed, could no longer contain her fear. Frieza had already instilled a profound psychological trauma within her, and with Broly's presence, she was eager to escape. In an instant, Goku whisked Piccolo away, depositing them at the temple before hastily returning to planet Bupus. As soon as Zangya touched down, she dashed into the temple, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Broly found himself under Frieza's relentless assault, enduring a flurry of techniques. The Wolf Fang Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Bagua Palm, Tai Chi Fist, Luohan Fist, and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, each executed with flair. The legendary moves Shadowless Kick, Celestial Severing Kick, Aerial Whirlwind Kick, 18 styles of Tan Leg, In Lifting Leg, and Wind God Leg were all lethal. Yet, Broly, a true warrior, remained unfazed, enduring Frieza's onslaught without so much as a groan, his voice booming with fervor. Frieza! 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 Frieza was infuriated. How could it be that only your voice was heard? Am I not deserving of dignity? Ha ha ha! Oh ho ho ho! Shout all you want, scream until your throat is raw, yet no one shall come to your aid. Frieza! Oh, Frieza! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Broly is seething with rage. That shameless one has once again led him astray. Fury. Uncontainable fury. Oh, Frieza. Kakarot. Boom. Goodness, you wretched pervert. Here you come again. Bang. Frieza was unexpectedly sent flying by a single headbutt from Broly. Even with Frieza's formidable physical resilience, he found himself reeling, overwhelmed by dizziness. Oh my goodness. Kakarot. Frieza. You shall all perish. Frieza was astonished. Goku was stunned. Everyone was taken aback. Broly had, astonishingly, uttered a complete sentence. Chapter 80. I, Cell, have come to protect. Boom. Planet Pass. This is disastrous. We truly lost a tenth of the surface this time. A freak that even thunder cannot scare away. I can't withstand this any longer. Broly, in his frenzy, elucidated the notion that there is no ultimate strength, only greater power. In a mere few hours, his battle power skyrocketed from 1.5 billion to 56 billion. What an incredible feat. Can science even explain this? However, it seems that Broly may have reached his limit this time. For blood vessels had appeared at the corners of his once radiant, white eyes, rendering him particularly terrifying. Uncertain if he had surpassed his limits, Broly's hair remained unchanged. But if one were to assign a level to his current state, it could only be one possibility: the legendary Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Note: it is the legendary form, not the ordinary kind like Goku and the others. Yet, even if Broly had reached his peak, Frieza was also unleashing his full might. This situation was indeed awkward. Swish, swish. Androids 17 and 18 finally ceased their desperate pleas for assistance. This bout had propelled them both to their temporary limit of 3 billion. Though still insufficient, it was a considerable gain, especially when Broly had unleashed his power moments ago. The shockwave emanating from him crackled with green lightning, raising their power from 2 billion to 3 billion. This illustrates that the thunder of the planet pales in comparison to the might produced by Broly and his formidable companions. Goku exclaimed, "Stop merely spectating. We must flee." 56 billion. A single blow, and we would be annihilated. 17 shouted, having just elevated his battle power and not yet had the chance to revel in it. Dying now would be utterly unjust. Krillin remarked that there was some truth in his words. When an individual is pushed to their limits, miracles can occur. Vegeta leapt up in fury, exclaiming, "Flee? How could I possibly retreat? Trunks, quickly hold me back. Do not let me charge out." Big T. Is that even a strategy? Gently grasping Vegeta's attire, it was evident that no matter how he attempted to charge forth, he could not escape. "Father, let us leave. This is no longer our battle. The disparity is too great to be bridged by mere shouting." Gohan pleaded, feeling helpless regarding his father's obsession with combat. Goku recognized the gravity of the situation. Moreover, he had yet to transcend into Super Saiyan 2, his strength barely surpassing that of Big T. "Let us go? I must train relentlessly." Sun Wukong and his companions departed, leaving Sheru in a state of utter bewilderment. "Hey, have you forgotten about me? I have yet to master instant transmission." Frieza found himself ensnared by Broly, who gripped his arms with hands as unyielding as iron pincers, refusing to relinquish his hold. Although Broly's mind was clouded, his instinct for battle remained exceedingly formidable. Frieza possesses the ability of teleportation and has mastered the rudimentary form of electricity manipulation. However, even at his formidable power of 56 billion, he remains slightly slower than Broly. Consequently, Broly seizes Frieza and initiates a mutually destructive assault. A headbutt ensues, accompanied by a series of impactful strikes. Initially, Frieza retaliates with his tail and delivers powerful kicks to Broly's abdomen. Frieza had indeed contemplated employing his tail as a means of seduction, yet Broly's towering height rendered such attempts futile. Caught in a precarious position, Frieza could only reach Broly's abdomen with his feet. Although his tail could potentially strike at Broly's vulnerable areas, the madman seemed wholly indifferent to it. After all, the power of the tail paled in comparison to that of his feet. 5 minutes later, bubbles began to form at the corners of Frieza's mouth. His legs no longer capable of executing any martial techniques, while his tail hung limply. Broly was not faring any better. Frieza's bronze form boasted an astonishing defensive capacity, and the recoil from head-butts was taking its toll, causing bubbles to form at the corners of Broly's mouth as well. The intensity of their battle could only be described as harrowing, a scene rife with devastation. At that moment, Cell hovered in the lower atmosphere, his feet no longer touching solid ground, surrounded instead by an ocean of molten lava. This planet teetered on the brink of disintegration. "Frieza, the planet is on the verge of explosion." Frieza heard the commotion, yet he was disinclined to engage in conversation. Fatigue enveloped him, leaving him yearning for a deep slumber. What did it matter if the planet was obliterated? His race, the Frost Demons, possessed the resilience to endure in the vastness of the cosmos. Meanwhile, Cell was in a state of panic, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Damn you, Son Goku. Why are you fleeing? At the very least, take me with you. If nothing else, leave behind some Senzu powder. Even the residue would suffice." In this dire predicament, Cell genuinely wished for Frieza's survival. For Broly was beyond any prospect of negotiation. His sole intent was to annihilate everything in sight. Cell was unwilling to accept his fate. He did not wish to perish. And his fury erupted in a roar. "Ah, Broly, release King Frieza at once." With a resounding crash, Frieza spat froth while Broly's lips bubbled once more. Ultimately, Broly's might prevailed. The staggering disparity of 21 billion in combat power meant that Frieza enduring for 5 minutes was beyond anyone's imagination. Cell's fist found its mark upon Broly's head, yet it proved futile. A power level of 5. 5 billion was but a mere tickle to Broly, hardly qualifying as a massage. With a thunderous impact, as Broly and Frieza collided once more, the unleashed energy wave sent Cell hurtling away. causing him to plunge into the molten lava with a resounding splash. Senza beans? Senza beans. Frieza's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, his crimson irises radiating an astonishing aura once more. Ah, la, 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 ah. As he shouted, froth spilled from his mouth. Frieza endeavored to retrieve the senza beans from his storage, just in case. Duan. Frieza was once again struck, his consciousness fading into a haze. The sound echoed, and blood began to trickle from Broly's lip, while Frieza's body was beset by a torrent of crimson from every orifice. In his stupor, Frieza glimpsed a figure, obscured yet distinguished by a radiant spectrum of light, reminiscent of his own energy. An obscure stream of characters floated from the stranger's lips, cascading onto Frieza's form, enveloping him in a wave of warmth. Since his transformation into Frieza, he had not known warmth. He was only acquainted with an unyielding chill. Yet, these characters instilled within him a sense of comfort. Suddenly, a crimson beam pierced through Frieza's temple, and in a flash of brilliance, he grasped the profound essence of the stellar transformation. There exists but a singular truth. No, I digress. Let us begin anew. Boom. Broly did not afford Frieza the luxury of a second chance. Abandoning his headbutt, he embraced Frieza and charged toward the shattered earth, plummeting into the molten depths below. The searing heat of the magma posed no peril to Cell, and even less so to Frieza and Broly. Yet, Broly was resolute in his intent to collide with the core of the planet. Broly had lost his senses, with an overwhelming battle power of 21 billion. He sought to perish alongside Frieza. Abruptly, Frieza's eyes flickered open once more. This time, they were no longer merely piercing crimson points, but had transformed into radiant orbs resembling stars. Dazzling and sacred, they were inviolable. Begone! Frieza roared. I, Cell, have come to your aid. Boom! Just as Cell grasped Frieza's tail, a thunderous explosion sent him reeling. Planet Bupas erupted. Chapter 81. Monster? No, I'm a demon. Let us rewind 5 minutes. Earth. Goku and his companions instantaneously materialized beside Zanya. As for why they were not beside Piccolo, do not inquire. The answer remains elusive. Zanya had just stepped out of the restroom when an unsettling sensation washed over her. Turning around, she was taken aback to find a cluster of men, accompanied by a golden-haired beauty, crammed into the tiny space. Zanya was horrified. 17. How shameless can you be? 17. What is wrong with me? Why am I shameless? He instinctively touched his smooth visage. I'm still here. Kakarot. Were you deliberate in this? There is Piccolo's energy, the presence of that useless Tien and his crew, yet you chose to teleport to a woman's energy. Vegeta was incensed. Sniff, sniff. What is that smell? Ugh. Boom. Enraged, Vegeta's power surged. Bang. The restroom exploded. Before my eyes lay a vast platform, polished and sacred, devoid of any blemish. Yet, at this moment, a group of individuals emanating a foul odor severely tarnished this hallowed ground. Bobo remained expressionless, remarking, Heavenly deity, their tastes are quite peculiar. The deity and Bix stood side by side, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. This unruly group, the deity, unable to accept the desecration of his temple amidst such pollution, waved his staff with determination. An invisible force surged forth, restoring the obliterated palace, banishing all filth back to its rightful place. However, the deity overlooked one crucial detail. That unruly group had not vacated their original confined space. Stinky perverts. Boom. The restroom of the celestial temple exploded once more. This time, the crowd, having learned from past experiences, swiftly evacuated the scene. Streaks of light appearing as they vanished from sight. The deity, at a loss for words, was compelled to restore the temple yet again. Alas, what a misfortune. A perfectly functional restroom endured undeserved suffering. Vic exclaimed, Are you serious? Stop fooling around. Besides being able to mend a building, you are of no use. Hurry and merge with me. Vic was growing increasingly impatient with the old deity, who continually delayed the process. Did he not possess any sense of urgency? Nevertheless, as the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Now, embrace tranquility, maintaining a heart as clear as ice, undisturbed by the heavens' collapse. Recite the mantra I taught you, Avalokiteshvara, Bolo Bormi Dosa. Vic's face flushed crimson as he extended his arms, drawing a circle, palms facing downward over his abdomen, silently murmuring, You. Celestial being. Excellent. It seems you possess great talent. Now, I shall proceed. The deity finally resolved to place his gnarled hand, resembling ancient tree bark, upon Vic's chest. With a resounding declaration, I, the heavenly deity, have arrived. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the land. The old deity stared in shock at the sky, swiftly comprehending the implications. This is not good. At Bulma's residence, a colossal dragon resembling an eastern celestial dragon spiraled upwards, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, the citizens of West City had grown accustomed to the bizarre occurrences at Bulma's home. Anything was indeed possible. The song continued, and the dance persisted. Life is fleeting, and one must seize joy in the moment. Those who summon me articulate your desires. Whatever your wish may be, I can fulfill it. Hey, slow down, will you? The dragon's vision is unequivocally 5-0. Just after showcasing its prowess, it encountered several disheveled individuals rushing towards it. The dragon, alarmed, immediately commenced a series of frantic movements. I twisted my waist and lifted my hips, narrowly escaping the human projectiles launched by Sun Wukong and others. Why is it always you who disturbs my slumber? Could we perhaps have a different group this time? Bulma remarked. Well, it seems the dragon has truly become grounded. Dragon, grant the resurrection of those who perished at the hands of Cell. Bulma exclaimed with excitement, relishing the process of making wishes, which never lost its charm. This wish was quite simple. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of 7 hard objects hitting the ground left Bulma in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. As dawn broke, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, the deity had just uttered a word of alarm before disappearing. Almost simultaneously with the dragon, Piccolo's energy surged dramatically. Ah, how powerful. I feel invincible. What are Cell, Broly, or Frieza to me? I could take on 10 at once. Boo Boo sighed. Another one has lost their mind. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, bathing in Bulma's home, suddenly sensed Piccolo's potent aura, causing them to gasp. Piccolo, such immense energy. Still just a waste. Vegeta grumbled, scrubbing vigorously, feeling utterly miserable. Number 17 elegantly lathered himself, nonchalantly stating, just 3.5 billion. Once I stabilize, I will seek out the king for a showdown. Date, intrigued, asked, what on earth happened to Mr. Piccolo? This surge in combat power is utterly unreasonable. Son Gohan, brimming with joy, exclaimed, I know. Uncle Piccolo must have fused with the deity, which is why his aura has changed so drastically. Vegeta's expression darkened, as if recalling something important. Hey, wasn't that lively dance just now performed by the dragon? With the deity gone, did the dragon fulfill Bulma's wish? Outside, Bulma kicked the Dragon Ball that had turned to stone, perplexed. This doesn't add up. The eyes didn't glow red. How did it become stone? Moreover, I didn't hold you back this time. Why didn't you flee? Have the Earthlings truly been resurrected? Among the Earthlings awaiting registration with the King of Hell, one remarked, what do you think? If I were alive, would I still be floating here? This is a small planet called Deburan, slightly larger than the North Kai's planet, entirely constructed of metal and remarkably solid. The planets Dabulan and Bupas, much like one another, are celestial bodies where the Doria people have strategically placed energy signals in advance, primarily for the purpose of assisting King Frieza in his digestion exercises. Just moments ago, a formidable figure emerged, enveloped in a spectrum of colors. With a bronze aura radiating outward, clutching a muscle-bound man emanating a grass-green energy. Accompanying them was a creature, entirely green and adorned with countless black spots. Grasping the tail of the formidable one, here we have Frieza, Broly, and Cell. At this moment, Frieza appeared drastically transformed compared to his previous self. In simple terms, the layers of his energy had undergone a reversal. The 7-colored aura clung tightly to Frieza's form, while the bronze aura enveloped it from the outside. Do not underestimate this transformation. Frieza's power was escalating geometrically. Initially, his energy had surged to an astounding 56 billion, and it continued to rise rapidly, breaching the 60 billion threshold in mere moments. With a deeper comprehension of the celestial transformation, Frieza finally mastered the ability to double his power once more after transforming, utilizing the attributes of this transformation to swiftly enhance his combat prowess. Broly, now more lucid, fixated his fierce gaze upon Frieza. Suddenly, with a resounding smack, Cell was flung away by Frieza's tail, finally regaining his senses. The first figure that caught his eye was Broly, who cried out in terror, Monster! Broly, you beast! Do not come near me. Broly glanced at his immobile feet, a smirk forming on his lips. Perhaps due to the countless clashes with Frieza, he regained a semblance of clarity. Monster? No. I am not a monster. I am a demon. Since I could not offer Kakarot as a blood sacrifice, I shall use you, the one bearing Kakarot's energy, as a tribute instead. Just as Broly prepared to lift his foot and stride towards Cell, he declared with a menacing tone, "Oh ho ho ho, you just provided me with a delightful experience. Now, it is my turn for vengeance." Chapter 82. The Tianzi Pavilion grows stronger. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. Huh. Frieza was filled with rage. He had been led astray. Boom. Frieza unleashed an astonishing combat power of 62.8 billion, causing the diminutive planet to vibrate with a resonant hum. Yet it remained devoid of craters or similar damage. Boom. Broly, who has never known the meaning of fear, was in a state where he could scarcely comprehend any written words. As two waves of energy surged upward, they collided with a tremendous force, propelling Cell away in an instant. Alas, the planet was too small. He quickly circled around the Dabura blue planet before being hurled away again by the energies of the two combatants. Slap. Despite the unyielding hardness of the Dabura blue planet, Cell was still struck to the ground by Frieza's tail, creating a moderately sized crater. Foam spewed from Cell's mouth, and in a moment of misfortune, he lost 3 of his front teeth. Cell found himself at a loss, on the verge of tears. Duong. The battle between these titans resumed, their fists and feet colliding, causing the Dabura blue planet to tremble and shake incessantly, leaving Cell feeling dizzy and unsteady, akin to a drunken state. Cell lamented, "What grievances have I caused? Why must I endure this torment as you fight?" However, Frieza and Broly paid no heed to the insignificant Cell, having engaged in battle thousands of times before. Crack. Dabura blue planet. Who chose this name? It has barely been a few minutes, and it's already cracking. Boom. Bang. Crash. The shadows of fists flashed like lightning. Feet swept through the air with wild abandon, and energy blasts danced across the sky. The Dabura blue planet was already riddled with craters. Oh ho ho ho. What wrong? What happening? Why have you stopped your frenzy? Come on, strike my face. Why the sudden lack of strength? Frieza let out a wild, triumphant roar, reveling in a moment of unparalleled satisfaction. Although Broly's energy showed no signs of waning, he was undeniably left bewildered by Frieza's onslaught. Straining to regain his composure, Broly shook his head, and for the first time, a look of sheer terror crossed his face. Frieza's combat power stands at a mere 62.8 billion, only surpassing Broly by 6.8 billion, which is hardly a significant advantage in a battle of hundreds of billions. Yet, the terrifying might of the stellar transformation leaves Broly utterly helpless to counter it. As the radiant waves envelop Frieza's form, each of Broly's punches dissipates nearly half of his strength, particularly when the starlight flickers past, leaving Broly feeling profoundly discomfort. This marks the initial application of divine power force nullification. Boom. Bang. Oh ho ho ho. Broly, come forth and revel. After all, there is an abundance of time. Thud. Frieza taunts with the most provocative words while delivering the most brutal of beatings. Frieza. Frieza. Boom. Broly roars in a frenzy, yet Frieza, intoxicated with power, disregards him completely and conjures a stellar annihilation blast, its diameter several times larger than the planet beneath them. Perish. Oh ho ho ho. Behold, Frieza. Boom. The Dabrun planet lives up to its reputation. Although Broly withstands 99 of the stellar annihilation blast, the remaining one could certainly obliterate a planet like Earth. Yet, Dabrun planet merely suffered a 13 reduction and remains resilient. The pure metallic planet proves to be remarkably dependable. Frieza and Broly, both more tenacious than Dabrun planet, remain unvanquished. However, Broly is in a dire state, with even his eternal trousers reduced to mere briefs. Oh ho ho ho. Broly, your resilience is truly astonishing, surviving against all odds. Frieza was poised to unleash the Stardust Blade, intent on reducing Broly to mere fragments. With a swift motion, a 3-meter-long energy blade materialized in Frieza's grasp. Alas, the tragic fate of Cell unfolded. Having narrowly evaded the onslaught of the Stardust obliteration, he found himself at the very tip of the energy blade, resulting in a gaping wound in his thigh. Lord Frieza, spare me. I am your son. Please, do not take my life. Cell, displaying remarkable resilience, demonstrated a recovery ability even more formidable than that of Goku. In but a brief moment, his front tooth astonishingly regrew. As Frieza's crimson, circular pupils swept across the scene, Cell immediately collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. In an instant, a spark of enlightenment illuminated Frieza's mind, recalling a certain matter. Perhaps retaining Broly could yield a significant surprise in due course. With a swift motion, the stellar energy blade vanished, allowing Cell to exhale in relief. While Broly discreetly released a breath of his own, While he was undoubtedly a battle maniac and considered himself a demon, he was not truly unafraid of death. Broly, designated as number 3 of the Heavenly Pavilion, and Cell, number 4, are indeed your rightful places. Do you comprehend? Although Frieza emitted a derisive chuckle, his words were laced with an icy demeanor, utterly devoid of warmth. Cell abruptly fell to his knees, forcefully striking his large head against the unyielding ground. Thudding 9 times in succession. Fourth underling of the Heavenly Pavilion, I humbly greet Lord Frieza. Frieza nodded in satisfaction as he turned his gaze toward Broly. Who is Broly? If he truly were the third in the Heavenly Pavilion, perhaps Broly could come to terms with it. But what did that green-skinned monster just say? Lackey. That is utterly intolerable. Frieza. Oh Frieza, I am a demon, not a lackey. Broly yearned to unleash his fury once more, yet this time he had genuinely reached his limits and could not extract any further potential from his body in the short term. Frieza's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he materialized behind Broly, his fists clenched tightly as he struck the back of Broly's head with a resounding blow. Duong. Ugh. Thud. Overwhelmed by the force of the impact, Broly could no longer withstand the assault and reverted to his frail form, his ebony hair and elongated frame rendering him unconscious. Cell watched with wide eyes, astonished. What had he just witnessed? Blood had spurted from Broly's skull. Could that strike have rendered him an imbecile? Then again, he mused, an imbecile was preferable to a madman. For at least the former would not easily succumb to madness. Frieza cast a glance at Broly. His fingers poised together as a stream of prismatic energy gradually enveloped Broly's form. This was a manifestation of divine mental prowess, as Frieza sought to alter Broly's memories. Cell, witnessing this scene, retreated several paces, utterly astounded by the omnipotence of King Frieza, which was truly terrifying. Broly, though resilient, was doomed. Moments later, Frieza exhaled deeply, reverting to his original form. Once more, with his pallid skin adorned in hues of purple, Cell's anxious heart found solace. In Cell's perspective, this version of Frieza exuded a certain affability. At the very least, he would only compel him to perform trivial tasks, wouldn't he? Approaching, they were to return to Earth. Cell hastily scurried to Frieza's side, fearful of being abandoned once again. On this metallic planet, he would surely perish from starvation. With a mocking chuckle, Frieza, Broly, and Cell vanished from the Dabulan planet. All that remained was a world resembling an apple that had been bitten into, bearing the scars of its previous torment. Shortly thereafter, a figure strikingly similar to Frieza appeared near the Dabulan planet, plunging headfirst into the gaping wound of the planet, the force of which pierced directly into its core. On Earth, when Frieza materialized in Bulma's dining area, a cacophony of startled exclamations erupted. Chapter 83, The King in a Frenzy. Boom. As Frieza and the members of the Heavenly Pavilion arrived at Bulma's residence, an explosion reverberated from the direction of the laboratory. Bulma, taken aback, swiftly embraced little Trunks and rushed towards the laboratory. Vegeta, Trunks, hurry, my father is still inside the lab. Frieza recalled that Dr. Brizzov was quite a decent fellow, having once provided him with a gravity chamber, a favor worth remembering. In an instant, Frieza teleported ahead of others to the center of the explosion, where he immediately laid eyes upon the unharmed Dr. Brizzov. He nearly forgot that this was the Dragon Ball universe. Not only could a minor explosion occur without consequence, but even if Dr. Brizzov had truly perished, he could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. Hey, old man, what on earth are you doing? Vegeta was the second to arrive, also utilizing teleportation, albeit with a slightly delayed reaction compared to Frieza. Dr. Brizzov adjusted his spectacles and reassured, it's nothing serious. While modifying Android 16, I accidentally detonated a small missile within him. A missile? And it exploded? Remarkably, there was no damage whatsoever. Indeed. The disparity between the Dragon Ball world and reality was astonishing. With a thud, Android 16 rose from the rubble and moved about, entirely unscathed. However, the sight of the new Android 16 was something Frieza found hard to accept. Have you transformed yourself into Optimus Prime? Gazing at the familiar shape adorned with a row of tires, Frieza was utterly speechless. No, I am Optimus Prime. Android 16 no longer exists, and I have fulfilled Dr. Gero's mission. Frieza found himself at a loss for words. Dr. Gero, how long have you been dead, and yet you can still cause such chaos? However, even if you accomplish your task, you will ultimately be absorbed by Cell. Crash. Number 16. Optimus Prime plopped down onto the ground, causing another tremor at Bulma's residence. I refuse to be absorbed. I still wish to return to Cybertron. How deeply poisoned he is. Soon, others arrived, and upon seeing that Brisk was unharmed, Bulma's anxiety eased. She was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls on Earth had already lost their potency. The previous wish had not resurrected those who perished at Cell's hands. With this thought, she cast a furious glance at Cell, who was dutifully following Frieza. Her anger surged. Slap. Cell was utterly flabbergasted. The formidable Cell, the ultimate antagonist of the android saga, had been struck across the face by a woman. As the saying goes, wrath arises from the heart, and malice breeds courage. You dare seek your demise, woman. Cell raised his hand, intending to reduce this audacious woman to mere pulp. Calm yourself, forth. She is not someone you can lay a finger on. Even Beerus was slapped by her, and he emerged unscathed. Bulma is a pivotal character throughout the Dragon Ball saga. Should she be harmed, who knows what calamity might ensue? Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Frieza was mentally and physically drained, wishing to avoid any further complications. Indeed. But, Frieza, she is not your woman. Why do you care so much for her? Vegeta was livid. Cell completely disregarded him. Ah, I am a gentleman. Cell, you pose an intriguing question. Do you think my frost demon race would seek out ordinary women? Which common woman could endure our frigid temperatures? Bulma cannot. 18 cannot. And neither can Zangya. I am a refined and dignified gentleman. Since I cannot provide them with happiness, why should I claim them for myself? Bulma is beautiful, intelligent, wise, and generous. I cannot accept such a woman suffering alongside me. 18 is lovely, alluring, captivating, and possesses considerable combat prowess. I cannot bear to see such a woman shackled. I wish for them to find their own happiness. Who am I? I am Frieza, and my woman must be one who can withstand the peculiar existence of my race. What Frieza did not express was his dual desire for their happiness while simultaneously wishing to shield them from harm. After all, Bulma was a character who accompanied Frieza throughout his formative years. Moreover, even if Frieza sought a partner, it would be contingent upon the fulfillment of a wish from the Super Dragon Balls. This is his anguish. It is a sentiment he prefers to conceal. Yet there are always those who unwittingly bring it to light, causing him profound discomfort and sorrow, leaving him only to contemplate reclining on a beach chair in utter despondency. His childhood idol is not someone he wishes to tarnish. Even now, as Frieza, he has no desire to do so. Turning his gaze towards Cell, Frieza's eyes radiated a chilling coldness, instilling a sense of trepidation in Cell. This fourth subordinate, audacious enough to reopen old wounds. With a decisive strike, Frieza sent Cell crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he demonstrated that Cell was woefully ignorant of the boundaries of what should and should not be said. Remember your place. The personal matters of your master are not for you to prattle about. Frieza vanished from sight, his mood fraught with agitation. He longed to return to the icy realm of his home to regain his composure. The fervor he had displayed moments ago had left the Dragon Ball warriors in a state of astonishment. For it was the first time they had witnessed Frieza so emotionally expressive. Bulma reflected on her initial encounters with Frieza and noted that he had consistently comported himself with utmost gentlemanly decorum, never once exhibiting any form of excessive behavior. Even the act of changing her attire had been merely a display of magic, hardly worthy of concern. In the next moment, Frieza materialized beside his doppelganger, gazing at the clone whose combat power remained a mere 110 million, leaving him at a loss for words. Frieza stepped onto the icy surface, swiftly advancing towards the core of the ice star. In that moment, he felt a surge of impulsivity, yearning to penetrate the heart of the ice star. Perhaps, if he delved into its profound depths, he could silence his errant thoughts. Did he not long for a harmonious existence with Bulma? Did he not dream of having Bulma in one hand and Android 18 in the other, with Zangya nestled against his chest? He desired it fervently. Yet, he found himself transformed into Frieza, devoid of gender. What if the Super Dragon Balls, in their unpredictability, bestowed upon him a female form? Even if the Dragon Balls were benevolent, could they truly endure his frigid essence? Was he to be the architect of their ruin, shattering their blissful lives? Indeed, he was Frieza, yet he possessed a human soul, and he could not bring himself to engage in an act that would deny others their happiness while selfishly clinging to them. Frieza pondered deeply within himself. He had never exhibited any feelings of affection towards any girl. As for Bulma, he merely wished for her to radiate more youthful beauty. Regarding Android 18, he found himself at a loss due to Dr. Gero's mission, opting for a hands-off approach. In the end, 18 developed feelings for Krillin, which surprisingly brought him joy. Zangya was quite charming, and to avoid hurting her, he had allowed Android 17 to be with her. After all, 17 was handsome and possessed formidable combat prowess. They were a fitting pair. Lost in his thoughts, Frieza arrived at the edge of the ice star's core, hesitating. After all the effort to traverse this distance, could he truly allow himself to be frozen over such trivial matters? What about the new elite members, 17, Broly, and Cell? Dodoria, ever cunning and now much more powerful, would likely thrive if he kept his annex at bay. Suddenly, boom. The entire ice star erupted in a violent explosion in response to Frieza's thunderous roar. Ever since his battle with Broly, his combat power had soared to an astounding 7 billion. What a terrifying figure. Icebergs shot up from the ground, and the ice plains fractured into chaos. Fortunately, due to the unique structure of the ice star, it did not collapse entirely. Tagoma gazed at the palace he had just completed, now reduced to rubble, feeling a profound sense of despair. Now that Frieza had returned, the king had yet to witness his labor's fruits before they vanished. Tagoma could scarcely believe he could survive this calamity once more. He was merely a descendant of the small but resilient species, not truly immortal. Chapter 84. Emotions spiral out of control. Tagoma's fortune was decidedly poor. He was utterly terrified. However, his luck turned, for Frieza had not returned to the palace, captivated instead by the phenomena of his own clone. Moments earlier, Frieza had unleashed his pin-up rage, nearly causing catastrophic devastation to the ice star. Then, a miraculous event unfolded. The ice star began to rapidly restore itself, the towering icebergs leveled off, and the once depressed ice plains returned to their former smoothness. The source of this restoration was none other than Frieza's clone. An immense surge of energy poured forth from all corners of the ice star, enveloping the clone in waves of power. Though it was merely the most mundane white aura, it was far beyond what an unawakened clone could achieve. This phenomenon persisted for less than 3 minutes. By then, the ice star had fully recovered, and the clone stood still, as upright as a frozen popsicle. Astonishingly, the battle power of the clone had surged to an impressive 500 million. Certainly, in comparison to Frieza's own formidable combat prowess, the figure of 500 million seems rather insignificant. Nevertheless, it undoubtedly filled Frieza with an unexpected delight. Fortunately, in the heat of the moment, he refrained from crushing him underfoot. Otherwise, he would have deeply regretted such an impulsive act. The reasons behind this occurrence elude Frieza, and he lacks the luxury of time to ponder them, for just moments ago, the divine power he had exerted upon Broly was disrupted, and cracks had begun to form. Swiftly, Frieza vanished from the spot, leaving behind a duplicate that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Tagoma sensed the shift in the icy realm and understood that Frieza had departed. He then summoned the workers to resume their construction of the palace. This time, he resolved to erect an ice city, a venture that promised to be time-efficient, labor-saving, and cost-effective. Moreover, its resilience would be remarkable, and when adorned with inexpensive neon bulbs, it would radiate a striking beauty. Meanwhile, on Earth, after a brief interlude following Frieza's departure, Broly gradually awakened. Frieza remained silent, as did Cell, leaving no one aware of the identity of the peacefully slumbering boy. After all, the contrast with the frenzied Broly was considerable, and with his attire obliterated by Frieza, he was left clad only in black shorts. As Broly rubbed the back of his head and rose, he gazed around in bewilderment. Food. An abundance of food. This was truly a paradise he had always longed for. Instead of succumbing to madness, Broly devoured everything in sight at a staggering pace, consuming a golden ham at the rate of 1 per second. He welcomed even the most off-putting dishes, such as stinky tofu, snail noodles, and foul-smelling salmon. The kitchen was once again in a frenzy, puzzled as to why the wealthy family was nurturing such a glutton, one more excessive than the last. It was as if a famished ghost had been reincarnated. Broly could outpace even those with fiery heads and crab-like features, devouring with astonishing speed. Brother, that's a chewy golden ham. How do you manage to swallow it whole? Isn't it salty? Hey, that's freshly cooked mapo tofu. It's hot. How could mere mortals comprehend the peculiar anatomy of a Saiyan stomach? It was not an exaggeration to liken it to a simplified version of a voracious beast. Although they bore human forms, their stomachs resembled those of gorillas. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain where all that food had vanished. When Goku and the others returned, they discovered a fellow clad in shorts who could eat even more than they could, igniting their competitive spirits. Vegeta, unwilling to concede superiority to Goku in any regard, eagerly joined the contest. Gohan reluctantly participated, and even Dubra, with a bold face, entered the fray. In a whirlwind of activity, the 5 Saiyans consumed everything edible in sight without leaving a trace. 3 chefs had already fainted, while more began to wobble unsteadily. Witnessing the chaos, Bulma exclaimed in alarm. She hastily pulled out her phone, frantically ordering takeout, nearly ready to contact Manaka. Just as Bulma was finishing her call, a new situation unfolded. Broly and Goku simultaneously seized a whole roasted elephant, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, it came down to their skills, one starting from the left and the other from the right. Both voraciously gnawing away. In less than a minute, they found themselves face to face, and in their haste, their lips met, producing a comical yet bewildering sound. The entire scene froze. Vegeta nearly retched up what he had just eaten. Goku, unfazed, wiped the grease from his lips, intent on continuing the competition. For the first time, Broly's gaze fell upon Goku. That distinctive crab-like hairstyle, the inexplicable sense of familiarity, it was the aura emanating from Goku that Broly found utterly intolerable. Broly was momentarily stunned. Murmuring to himself, Kakarot, what was it? Kawaii? No. Cappuccino? Not quite. Kamehameha? Karinta? Vegeta had lost his appetite, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Thus, he called out to Goku, Kakarot. Must you repulse me so? Goku scratched his head, acknowledging that the recent incident had indeed been rather unsettling. Were it Bulma, he might have accepted it, but from a grown man, it was decidedly uncomfortable. Kakarot? Broly finally grasped the significance of the name. Upon witnessing this, Cell turned to flee. Damn it. Frieza is not here. Who can reign in this monster? This place is too perilous. I must return to the high old village. Bulma stepped forward, blocking Cell's escape, and demanded loudly, Hey, hideous insect, who exactly is that guy? At this moment, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she murmured, He's rather cute. And has a splendid physique. Vegeta sensed something atop his head, yearning to remove it, yet found nothing. Cell swallowed nervously. He dared not lay a hand on Bulma, for he knew Frieza would not spare him. Gulp. He is the very monster who has rendered everyone here defenseless. Broly, with a rush akin to the wind, Yamcha bolted from the dining hall. Following him, Tien, Krillin, Android 18, Android 17, Zangya, and Dodoria all vanished. Dez and Gohan stood in shock, while Vegeta was left dumbfounded. Goku, however, was oblivious. He was captivated by Broly's mention of the name Kakarot. How do you know I am called Kakarot? Are you also a Saiyan? Kakarot. Kakarot. Who is Kakarot? The floor of Bulma's house shattered once more. Kakarot. He is Broly. Quick, while he has not yet gone mad, let us subdue him together. Vegeta shouted, fully aware of Broly's terrifying nature. Just like Frieza, he had tasted Broly's fierce headbutt firsthand. However, the agony of that experience was something he wished never to endure again. Broly. Kakarot. Monster. No. I am a demon. Kakarot. The blood sacrifice is about to commence. I shall use your blood for the sacrifice. Kakarot. Ah. A myriad of colors erupted. The sound of cracking echoed repeatedly. Broly's eyes began to whiten, the veins across his body throbbed, and his aura surged ever higher. Do not hesitate. Let us all attack together. Cell, you join in as well. Ha. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, followed closely by Gohan, Daz, and Goku, who also underwent the transformation. With Bulma blocking Cell, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. Attack the back of his head, shouted Sheru, charging ahead towards Broly's vulnerable spot. The others, perplexed but not hesitating, recognized that Sheru's survival amidst the fierce battle between Broly and Frieza must stem from his exceptional abilities. In a mere instant, Bulma's home in West City was reduced to ruins. Ha ha ha. Did you not hear my laughter in the previous 2 chapters? Do you all miss it? Yet, no one paid him any mind. The pressing concern was to subdue the rampaging Broly. Chapter 85. Piccolo overflowing with confidence. Ha ha ha. Frieza's entrance effect was disregarded for the first time, which greatly displeased him. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am no feeble creature. He roared. Step aside. With a series of powerful kicks, he sent Vegeta and the others sprawling to the ground. His speed surpassed even the legendary techniques of the Shadowless Foot and Wind God Leg, leaving no trace of his movements, while his strength eclipsed even the infamous Heavenly Leg. After clearing the area of all opposition, he ignored the groans of the fallen and approached Broly from behind. With a single hand, he grasped Broly's head, enveloping him in a dazzling array of 7-colored light that obscured his entire being. Kakarot. Kawaii. Kawaii. To everyone's astonishment, Broly, who had been on the brink of madness, gradually regained his clarity under Frieza's radiant influence. It turned out that Frieza had once again replaced the name Kakarot in Broly's mind with Kawaii. Ah, splendid. Just a couple more times and I shall completely eradicate your fear of Son Goku. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were utterly amazed. It became clear that a battle was not always necessary. Broly did not have to succumb to insanity. Android 17 and Dodoria quickly returned, As the senior members of the Heavenly Pavilion, they understood the importance of fulfilling their duties. Broly, you shall be the third member of the Heavenly Pavilion, understood? I comprehend the concept of kawaii. With Broly under control, Frieza turned, wearing a grin that he deemed modest, while it appeared utterly terrifying to others. Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's rudeness in destroying your home. Bulma instinctively took a step back, feeling that such a reaction was impolite, but halted her retreat. And no worries. It's merely a capsule. Ever since the gravity chamber has been exploding, I've prepared several new homes. Frieza was taken aback. Truly, a tycoon is a tycoon. What an impressive display. Bulma instructed everyone to vacate the area, and then commanded Vegeta to unleash a fierce gust with his palm, clearing the debris of the surroundings. Bang! Before long, a house identical to the previous one materialized. Remarkable. Piccolo arrived, instantly rushing towards Cell. Bang! Caught off guard, he landed a punch squarely on Cell's face, causing Cell's head to tilt by an inch. Piccolo, do you truly believe you stand a chance? With such feeble strength, how dare you ambush me? Have you grown overly arrogant? Or do you think my blade lacks swiftness? Cell regarded Piccolo with disdain, his expression exuding arrogance. As if Piccolo's full-force punch had inflicted no harm whatsoever. In reality, it had indeed caused no damage at all. Bang! In a flash, Cell retaliated with a punch that struck Piccolo's stomach with lightning speed. Ugh! Impossible! I could take on 10 Friezas. How could I possibly succumb to a single blow from Cell? Pfft. Upon hearing these words, Frieza abruptly expelled a mouthful of nutritional beverage, splattering it all over Dodoria's face. Unfazed, Dodoria promptly bent forward in a deep bow, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Lord Frieza, for your bountiful generosity." Frieza's lips twitched slightly as he resolved to disregard the brainwashed elder of the Heavenly Pavilion. Ho ho ho! Come here, Piccolo. If you can withstand a single slap from me, I shall overlook your rudeness. Piccolo glanced at Goku and the others, then at the seemingly unscathed Cell after receiving his full-force punch, and finally at the exuberant Frieza. Gulp! Might it be possible for the esteemed number 1 lackey of the Heavenly Pavilion to take your place? Frieza, you are so illustrious. How could you possibly deign to dirty your hands? This time, everyone could hardly contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Gohan, however, did not join in. He stepped forward to shield Frieza. Frieza, I will take your slap, but please, avoid my backside and face. Frieza. He was deeply moved by the profound bond between Gohan and Piccolo, instantly losing his desire to strike. If only the Frost Demons possessed emotions as well. This minor episode was effortlessly brushed aside by Frieza. Piccolo spoke once more. Goku, can you locate Namek? The Dragon God is no longer present. And the Dragon Balls have lost their efficacy. Those slain by Cell cannot be resurrected. In that moment, only Frieza and Goku understood the art of instant transmission. He dared not appeal to Frieza, so he turned to Goku instead. God Piccolo, I have no idea where the Namekians are now. Piccolo stumbled and retorted loudly. Do not call me God Piccolo. While it may sound impressive, it is utterly useless. Just call me Piccolo. Ahaha. I shall check if Namek still exists. Await my news. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from his location, only to reappear in the realm of the Kaioshin. Observing a group of green-skinned Namekians, a smile crept across Frieza's face. Indeed, these individuals had been left behind by Shin. Given the vastness of the Kaioshin realm, having a few gardeners is quite advantageous. Frieza, your arrival is timely. With your newfound strength, go and vanquish Majin Buu. The battle between Frieza and Broly was witnessed in its entirety by Shin, who felt an overwhelming admiration for Frieza. Akin to an unending torrent of water, relentless and tumultuous as a flooded yellow river. Oh ho ho ho. You, wretched chessbox, step aside. I am here to seek Slag. Where is Slag? If he does not appear within 30 seconds, I shall strike the god of destruction, Shin, with a mighty blow. Shin exclaimed in fury, Kid. You must teleport and bring him here at once. His voice, piercing and thunderous, nearly shattered the air. Kid, realizing the urgency, activated his extraordinary teleportation skills. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared, clutching Slag just in time. 31 seconds had barely passed. Bang! Frieza is a paragon of integrity, as a gentleman. He ensures that his promises are upheld without fail. Shin lay prostrate on the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Oh ho ho ho! His power has increased. And in a moment of carelessness, he exerted just a tad too much force. Kid, if you do not come to his aid, he shall truly perish. Kid was taken aback. Slag, brandishing his hoe, wore a countenance that spoke of utter disdain. Summon Tion to me at once. I grant you 1 minute. Should the time elapse and Tian fail to arrive, I shall deliver another blow to Xian. Xian, who had just managed to sit up, gasped. Kid. Kid had already departed. He had wised up, realizing that Frieza would not relent until he had dispatched the god of destruction. This current god of destruction is indeed a challenging figure to appease. Tian arrived, the timer frozen at 60 seconds. Oh ho ho ho. A perfect 60 seconds. And I shall spare my fists. With a swish, a tail struck Xian's face, causing him to immediately roll his eyes back in disbelief. Kid. Swish. Frieza took Tian away without ever explaining the reason for his pursuit. Shrag looked at the now revived Xian, perplexed, and inquired, Might I ask, Lord Supreme Kai, are you and Frieza engaged in a game? Xian's lips twitched. He was tempted to declare that Frieza was simply being insufferable. Ah, indeed. It is a game that fosters camaraderie. Let us partake as well. With a sudden thud, Shrag was completely caught off guard and vanished from sight. That recent kick was forceful and thunderous. Kid, it's your turn. Kid felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He contemplated a strike, but dared not act upon it. Frieza appeared on Earth like a specter, hurling Tian towards Goku's son, Gohan. Ho ho ho. Do you know what to do now? The crowd shook their heads, and Piccolo quickly interjected, Yes, I will arrange for Bobo to conduct the coronation ceremony. Chapter 86. The World Martial Arts Tournament Cell felt quite distressed, not due to becoming a member of the Heavenly Pavilion, but because of the task assigned to him by Dr. Gero, which left him feeling utterly unsettled. Eventually, Cell could no longer contain himself and, seizing a moment while Frieza dined gracefully, expressed his thoughts. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Ho ho ho. This could work. Idleness breeds no fortune, so let us host it. A grand event, with global announcements, and perhaps we can profit from ticket sales. Everyone was astounded. Frieza was actually interested in money. Let us not forget that he once sought a patent fee from Bulma. Uninterested in wealth? This matter shall be entrusted to you in Android 17. Expedite the arrangements. Cell hesitated momentarily before finally mustering the courage to ask, Will Android 16 still allow me to absorb him? Frieza fell silent. Now that Android 16 has become Optimus Prime, could it possibly break the hearts of many? Let us summon the Eternal Dragon to create a new Android 16, for I have promised you this. Cell rejoiced and seized Android 17's arm, pulling him along. Let go of me. Can't you see Videl is watching? Came the protest. Objections are futile, he exclaimed with glee. In no more than 15 days, the world's greatest martial arts tournament shall commence. You must all train diligently. Should no one emerge victorious against Cell, he intends to annihilate the Earth. And I shall not intervene. How adorable. Broly, don't just stand there like a fool. Eat something. Broly shyly patted his stomach and said, I've had my fill. Frieza discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Piccolo, saying, Let us proceed to witness the divine ascension ceremony. Upon reaching the heavenly temple, a gathering of individuals stood upon the vast platform. This marked Frieza's inaugural visit, and upon encountering Bobo, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of divine power within himself. Although the disturbance was minor, it was perceptible to Frieza, who had begun to grasp the nuances of divine energy. Bobo, it seemed, was far from the feeble being he initially appeared to be. Upon employing the scanning technique, an astonishing revelation emerged. The reading displayed. This was an unprecedented occurrence. If the might of the divine was beyond scrutiny, why had the Kais, like Shin, not exhibited similar anomalies? Might this be the deity soon to ascend the throne? Bobo's expression remained unchanged as he addressed Tien in a tone of indifference. Tien, bewildered, still pondered the purpose of his arrival on Earth. Piccolo nodded earnestly, asserting, Indeed, Bobo. Please conduct the coronation ceremony for him. Without further ado, Bobo approached Tien and placed his finger upon his forehead. The coronation ceremony commences. 3 seconds later. The coronation ceremony is complete. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them utterly speechless. Was this a jest? The deity of Earth conducting such a casual ceremony? Tien, you possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, do you not? Piccolo suddenly realized he had neglected to ask a pivotal question. What if Tien was incapable? Fortunately, Tien did not disappoint. Yes, grant me 1 year, and I shall undoubtedly succeed. Piccolo's lips twitched in disbelief, while Bulma shot a glare at Frieza, fully aware of his unreliability. At that moment, Tien spoke once more. If it is merely to resurrect the Earth-esque dragon, I can accomplish that immediately. Moreover, as it is the first resurrection, I can alter the number of wishes. True to the original narrative, Tien swiftly revived the dragon and adjusted the wishes to 2. Showcasing his undeniable genius. Ho ho ho. You may now make your wishes. Remember, created duplicate of Android 16. A mere robot should pose no challenge. Who would dare oppose? Who would dare resist? The first lackey of the heavenly pavilion, Dodoria, was indeed powerless against them, yet the third lackey, who was not a sycophant, possessed the strength to teach them a lesson. Once everyone had departed, Tien began to weep. Woe is me! Why have I left my homeland for this? I do not wish to be a deity. Silence. Go and do your homework. Frieza, in a fit of impatience, snapped and swiftly darted away, leaving only himself and Bobo at the scene. Who are you, exactly? He demanded. A divine attendant? Impossible. Even the divine attendant of the Supreme Kai, Shin, does not possess such an air of mystery. Oh, I do not belong to the Supreme Kai hierarchy. An attendant of the angel race? No. A servant of the Omni King? No. Then whose attendant could you possibly be? I cannot recall, only that I know one word. What word? Divine. Frieza was taken aback. A deity? What nonsense. You are merely a servant of a master who is no god, but rather a wretched specter. Knowing too much is detrimental to you. You are not yet worthy of such knowledge. The tranquil gaze of Bobo, coupled with his recent words, profoundly wounded Frieza. He yearned for battle. In my eyes, your divine power is nothing but a jest. I can shatter it in an instant. Frieza, ahahaha. Greetings, Mr. Bobo. Farewell, Mr. Bobo. Whoosh. Frieza vanished from sight. Yet he was acutely aware that Mr. Popo was merely a bottomless old specter. All his actions in the original narrative were mere pretense. Is a base combat power of 7 billion truly formidable? After unleashing full power, multiplying by 4 and then by 3 yields a staggering 840 billion, yet. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, it could be obliterated with a mere sigh. Furthermore, one perplexing detail arises. It appears that in Dragon Ball Super, Popo has never encountered the Angel Whis or the God of Destruction Beerus. This is indeed thought-provoking, perhaps due to Vegeta and Gohan attaining Super Saiyan 2. The urgency portrayed in the original work has dissipated, leading Goku and his companions to forego re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber. The gravity chamber at Bulma's residence has reopened its doors for business, and it is subjected to daily wear and tear, quite pitiful. Oh, Piccolo entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and upon his exit, he radiated a luminous aura, yearning to proclaim his intent to confront 10 Friezas, yet he ultimately chose silence. This was due to Gohan being coerced by Chi-Chi into studying, a moment that Piccolo fortuitously overheard. Reflecting on history serves as a mirror to discern gains and losses. While a bronze mirror can aid in the proper attire, Piccolo requires no historical reflection. A mere reference to a few days prior suffices. The news of the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament swiftly spread, with the victor set to receive a prize of 100 million zeni, enticing countless martial artists to hone their skills. This news traveled far and wide, reaching even the underworld, and eventually made its way to the sacred world of the Kais. Consequently, it summoned 2 unparalleled demon kings, ancient spirits long thought to be deceased, Roboku and Oliver. Roboku bears a resemblance to Piccolo, save for the absence of his 2 antennae and the presence of some dark blemishes atop his head. Incidentally, this fellow, like Piccolo, favors wearing cumbersome gear. One can only hope he does not find himself collapsing, unable to remove his weighted clothing in time. Oliver, on the other hand, is a muscular figure with golden locks, reminiscent of the instructor who taught Vegeta to drive. Coincidentally, the Supreme Kai has recently developed a penchant for square dancing, a popular pastime. To prevent these 2 from disturbing his concentration, he granted their request to frolic on Earth. On the planet Dabura, an announcement is forthcoming. Hey, what do you mean by digesting me? I've lost a whole circle of weight. Chapter 87. The Z Fighter's dedication to training the World Martial Arts Tournament is set to occur in 15 days, and this news has resonated globally, prompting all who intend to participate to embark on rigorous training. Let us shift our focus from the minor characters and observe the endeavors of the Z Fighters. Yamcha, the founder of the Wolf Fang Fist, though his name has faded into obscurity, his fighting technique remains remarkably prevalent, with a formidable battle power of 1 million. He is currently engrossed in the pursuit of romantic conquests. Quickly, switch the camera, urges Tien Shin on, the 3-eyed fighter who possesses the 4 demon fists, Solar Fist, and Kamehameha. Once, he vied against a young Sun Wukong for the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament and emerged victorious, with a battle power of 1.5 million. He has endured 2 bouts of unconsciousness on planet Bupas, ultimately grasping the essence of life, and is now at a tattoo parlor. Boss, ink me a 5-clawed golden dragon, he exclaims, reveling in the experience. This time, I shall astonish everyone. Krillin, Renowned for his signature technique, the energy blade regrettably finds its might too great, often cleaving foes in twain, rendering it seldom used in regular combat. With a battle power of 220,000, he stands as the unequivocal strongest among Earthlings. A claim I refuse to contest. Currently, he is in a state of melancholy. The arrival of Broly has caused Android 18 to regard him as more physically appealing, dismissing Krillin in favor of the seemingly docile Broly as her new infatuation. When Broly says kawaii, it's utterly adorable, she remarks, shattering Krillin's heart into a million pieces. Perhaps struck by this blow or driven by the need to prove himself, under the guidance of Sun Wukong, he fervently dedicates himself to training, disregarding the pleas of his friends, and resolutely enters the gravity chamber. Fortunately, the scene reminiscent of Yamcha's earlier misfortunes does not unfold, bringing a collective sigh of relief to all. Meanwhile, Kairatsu, along with Master Roshi, Oolong, and Pu'er, have relinquished their participation, forming the four swordsmen of the island, dedicated solely to spectating yoga classes during prime time. If Krillin is deemed the strongest among ordinary Earthlings, then among the extraordinary, it is undoubtedly the sibling duo of Android 17 and 18 who reign supreme. Android 17, named Lapis and affectionately dubbed Rubbish, boasts sleek black hair and striking good looks. Though not wealthy, he possesses the charm of a heartthrob. With a staggering battle power of 3 billion and infinite energy, he can outlast any opponent, provided they cannot extinguish his life force. Interestingly, Zanya has grown increasingly fond of 17, particularly after that fateful night when she was utterly captivated by his boundless stamina. Thus, 17 acquires yet another moniker, the Perpetual Motion Machine. As for Android 18, originally named Lazuli, she embodies youthful beauty with her flowing golden locks, once ensnaring Krillin's heart and compelling him to pledge his unwavering devotion. Yet, she has inexplicably developed an interest in the endearingly naive Broly. With a combat power of 3 billion, she possesses an infinite source of energy. Although she is currently unable to forget Sun Wukong due to Dr. Gero's mission, her thoughts are gradually shifting. If Android 17 is known as the killer of married women, then Android 18's beauty captivates all ages, with little Trunks being the first to experience her embrace, thanks to the advantage of his youth. Trunks remarked, "It's soft and comfortable." The two of them do not require training, they merely need to traverse the world in search of thunderbolts. Unfortunately, the Earth storms are too weak, rendering them nearly ineffective. Well, since none of this is particularly serious, let us observe how those from other planets fare. Dodoria, the first elder of the Jinyu Force, prefers the title of Sycophant, finding it much more relatable than the lofty title of Elder. With a combat power of 3.5 million, the effects of Frieza's beatings are evidently significant. However, this level of combat power is rather unimpressive, effectively eliminating any chance of advancing to the semifinals. Enraged, Dodoria declared, "I never intended to participate." His temper may be a reflection of his inflated status, comparable to that of Piccolo. Zangya, a symbol of cuteness, boasts a head of orange, wavy hair and bears a striking resemblance to Krillin's former green tea girlfriend, Marin. When Frieza first encountered her, he affectionately remarked, "It feels like first love." Because of this sentiment, Frieza spared her and even arranged for her to date the Perpetual Motion Machine, Android 17, who at this moment shares a deep bond with her. Their current mindset is that romance outweighs the importance of training. With a combat power of 1 billion, she is quite formidable, as Frieza would put it. She possesses 90 of the requisite combat strength, making her quite appealing. Piccolo, the Namekian who styles himself as the Great Demon King, has been engaged in caretaker duties. He requires no elaborate cuisine, surviving solely on water. This species is affectionately referred to as vegetables by Zanya's boss, Bojack. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber with a combat power of 5 billion, he is currently meditating in the gravity room, exuding an astonishing aura. The character known as Date, whose full name is Trunks, is also affectionately referred to as Harry Potter Conan. He is a love-deprived youth who traverses time via a time machine to arrive in this particular realm. Date is the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma from a future timeline. While this introduction may seem somewhat inadequate, it suffices for now. As a hybrid possessing Saiyan blood, he has lived on Earth since childhood and has inherited his father's S cells, making his transformation into a Super Saiyan significantly easier than for Vegeta. Unfortunately, due to not having undergone Vegeta's rigorous training in the future, he is severely lacking in foundational skills and is currently engaged in various basic training exercises within the gravity chamber. His daily regimen includes sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and rapid punches, often crawling to the dining area afterwards. His combat prowess has finally reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, boasting a staggering battle power of 2.3 billion, and he merely requires a catalyst to surpass 2.4 billion, allowing him to transform into Super Saiyan 2 through sheer anger. If Saiyans are known for their flamboyance, then Tete stands as the most composed among them, the sole Saiyan who remains grounded. Indeed, he embodies normalcy. As for Gohan, he should normally be around 10 years old. Having spent a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he is now 11. He was 5 when Raditz arrived. Underwent a year of training under Piccolo, and another year after Goku's return. Followed by 3 years before the androids appeared. He is a Saiyan hybrid born and raised on Earth, and at a tender age, he has already demonstrated prodigious talent. In one of his most formidable bursts of power, he managed to amplify his combat strength by an astounding 500 times, leaving even Master Roshi in shock. Gohan has not only transcended Super Saiyan 2, but during the lead-up to the World Martial Arts Tournament, his strength has surged dramatically, with a battle power reaching 6 billion. He now easily eclipses both Uncle Piccolo and Super Saiyan Goku. Next in line is Son Goku. Stay tuned for the next installment. Chapter 88, The Armored Cell Son Goku. Characterized by his crab-like head, is a low-tier warrior among the Saiyans, having been born with a mere battle power of 2, which led to his being sent to Earth, a remote and less powerful planet. Some speculate that Bardock clandestinely altered his course, resulting in his landing on Earth. Nevertheless, those details have become insignificant. What truly matters is that Son Goku has transcended his original class. He is now a Super Saiyan, and furthermore, he has achieved the form of Super Saiyan 2, surpassing the limits of his predecessors. Despite recently breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, his battle power has already reached an astonishing 5 billion, making it no exaggeration to label him as a formidable force. Yet, his peak moment in life occurred at birth when his cries nearly drove the legendary warrior Broly to the brink of madness. Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, possesses an exceptionally proud heart and an ego so immense it leaves one speechless. He was the first warrior to transcend into a Super Saiyan and also the fortunate individual to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. His prolonged stay in the gravity chamber has rendered him somewhat shorter in stature. However, this has not impeded his prowess, as he now boasts a combat power of 6.5 billion, reigning supreme among the Saiyans. He is married to the proactive Bulma, the world's wealthiest woman, who has borne him a well-behaved son, Trunks. Although born from a drunken encounter, their union was an inevitable consequence of history, for Vegeta's love for Bulma is genuine and unwavering. Cell, an aberration crafted from the cellular amalgamation of various individuals by Dr. Gero, has traversed from a future timeline. After consuming the juvenile form of this timeline Cell, he ascended directly to his perfect form. Through a series of fortuitous events, Cell achieved a historic evolution, attaining the second form of his lightning incarnation, boasting a combat power of 5 billion. Despite possessing fewer science cells, he still has ample room for further enhancement. At this moment, he gazes at the unconscious Android 16, saliva unconsciously dripping from his mouth. This is the gift bestowed upon him by Frieza for joining the Heavenly Organization. As for Android 16, or rather, now referred to as Optimus Prime, he has undergone significant modifications through the efforts of Bulma and Dr. Briefs. His consciousness has merged with an avatar created by the Eternal Dragon. Although his combat power has diminished from 1.2 billion to 1200, he inherently lacks a combative spirit, making this the most favorable outcome. Broly, a purebred Saiyan, emerged with an astounding combat power of 10,000 at birth, making him a rare genius and the legendary Super Saiyan. When unleashed, he becomes utterly devoid of familial ties. However, in his calm state, Broly is remarkably gentle and endearingly adorable. This seemingly harmless demeanor has captivated countless young women, especially Android 18, who feel she has finally found her Prince Charming. This illustrates how appearances can significantly influence circumstances. Broly's mere presence has overshadowed Krillin, leaving him in a precarious state in the gravity chamber. He is uniquely prohibited by Frieza from getting too close to Goku, to the extent that even Vegeta refrains from calling Goku Kakarot in Broly's presence. As for our great King Frieza, it is best left unsaid. He is a capricious being, and discussing him feels like a waste of breath. The phrase "oh ho ho ho" perfectly encapsulates all there is to know about Frieza. Within Bulma's home, 2 areas have been sealed by Frieza's divine power. The first is, of course, the dining room, one of the few places Frieza genuinely enjoys. The second location is the backyard of Bulma's residence, where those colossal creatures have been released, now serving as the battleground for the Z warriors. Regardless of the magnitude of the conflict that unfolds here, the outside world remains unaffected. Unless the combat power exceeds a staggering 50 billion. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated from Bulma's backyard. It turns out that Cell has finally managed to devour the robot No. 16 after considerable difficulty. The immense energy released caused an explosion in the garden, sending clouds of dust billowing, yet the containment field prevented it from spreading further. At that moment, the infatuated 17 and Zhangya were nearby, engrossed in their romantic interlude, oblivious to the astonishing force emanating from Cell. In this instant, whether one was in the throes of love, freshly adorned with tattoos, struggling in the gravity chamber, or engaged in sparring within its confines, as well as those stunned into stillness by 18, all hastily converged at the scene. And there was Frieza, the peculiar being who indulges in steak and juice daily, incessantly augmenting his combat prowess, now appearing on the scene, accompanied by his loyal minion. Cell's power was surging explosively, soon surpassing Frieza's previous threshold of 7 billion. Drawing tantalizingly close to Frieza's current 8 billion combat power. Ho ho ho. Quite impressive indeed, my meticulously cultivated hybrid, boasting a combat power of 7.8 billion. Such remarkable progress. A bead of cold sweat formed on everyone's brow. Wasn't he referred to as the Elder of the Heavenly Pavilion, number 4? How has he now become a hybrid? Look at this capricious individual. How could Master Roshi possibly introduce him? Should he compose an epic spanning millions of words titled, Dragon Ball, Frieza, please be human? As the dust within the containment field began to settle, a figure radiating golden energy slowly approached. His skin remained green, yet now shimmered with a metallic luster. The black spots had transformed into a regal purple, exuding an air of both elegance and eeriness. The once purple wings had morphed into a golden hue, their texture resembling sharp metal. The needle-like tip of his tail had vanished, replaced by a purple armor, perhaps a result of psychological trauma from a previous encounter. Each step Cell took resonated with the sound of metal clashing, and upon reaching Frieza, he knelt before him with a resounding thud. Elder number 4 of the Heavenly Pavilion. Armored Cell pays homage to Lord Frieza. May Lord Frieza be invincible in battle, embodying both scholarly and martial virtues, reigning supreme for millennia, unifying the universe. Whoosh. Bang. Upon hearing the congratulatory remarks, Frieza delivered a swift kick that sent Cell back into the confinement, even provoking a strained protest from the barrier itself. At that moment, Frieza had activated the third form of his stellar transformation, the Triad of Waves. With a staggering battle power of 24 billion, he swiftly imparted a lesson in humility to Cell. While it is true that Cell possesses no gender, he is certainly not akin to the androgynous Dongfang Booby from the 8 trigrams lore. Ha ha ha. Should I ever hear such absurd congratulations again? Your violet armor shall be shattered. Remember this. I speak the truth. Even the Supreme Kai would be of no assistance. Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the commendation had been his idea for Cell. Alas, had he known, he would have spoken it himself. Surely, such an act might have elevated his combat strength to an entirely new echelon. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I eagerly anticipate your performances. Ha ha ha. Confidence glimmered in the eyes of all present. Even the armored warrior, Cell, lying on the ground, was no exception. Armored Cell proclaimed, "At last, this day has arrived. Allow me to demonstrate to you all what utter helplessness truly entails." Ha ha ha. Chapter 89. The First Battle. A rivalry ignites with jealousy. Bang. Bang. A myriad of fireworks erupted in the sky, vibrant and resplendent, heralding the grandeur of the World Martial Arts Tournament. This edition of the tournament was hosted on a small island, which, just half a month prior, was a barren patch of land. In a mere fortnight, a colossal structure had arisen, the arena for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Designed by Frieza, constructed by Dodoria, tickets sold by Dodoria, culinary delights provided by the staff of the Universal Capsule Kitchen, prize sponsorship by Bulma. The ground, impeccably flat and devoid of any protrusions, boasted a magnificent yet unpretentious competition venue, all hastily assembled by a tearful Dodoria working overtime. Today, this island would achieve fame, drawing individuals from around the globe. Among the attendees were beings of various forms: wolfmen, bearmen, dinosaurs, lizard people, cat people, dog-headed men, yet the majority were ordinary humans. The registration area buzzed with activity, featuring many familiar faces once encountered by Sun Wukong. Notable figures such as Keenan, Nam, Tao Pai Pai, UPA, and King Gappa had all gathered. with UPA participating in such a tournament for the first time. Without delving into lesser characters, the next to register was naturally the Dragon Ball Warriors. Lastly, emerging from the realm of humanity, the crowd favorite with his voluminous curly hair, mustache shaped like teeth, and a golden belt symbolizing his prowess, stood Mr. Satan, a remarkable individual capable of splitting 14 bricks with his bare hands. The combat prowess has surpassed even that of Bulma during her pregnancy, reaching a staggering 137 points. This figure is derived from his performance on the punching machine. The commentator, a dapper gentleman adorned with sunglasses, is undoubtedly the most dedicated announcer in the Dragon Ball universe. Let us welcome the king to officially declare the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A figure resembling a cat ascends the stage, clearing his throat. Meow. Thus, the preliminary rounds commence. The ingenious Doria has constructed 16 mini-arenas, which can be reassembled into 4 larger platforms upon the conclusion of the group stages, ultimately forming a colossal arena for the finals. During the group matches, Chaozu utilized his magic to separate all the Dragon Ball warriors, and remarkably, Satan managed to avoid encountering any of them. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, it took the entirety of the morning to determine the top 16. Among them are Cell and Broly from the Heavenly Pavilion, as well as the trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan, the father-son duo of Vegeta and Trunks. The siblings androids 17 and 18, Ribrian, Oliver, Zanya, Tien, Krillin, Satan, and UPA. Poor Yamcha, however, found himself pitted against Oliver in the very first match. And within mere moments, he was relegated to the audience. Quite the embarrassment. This year's preliminary rounds of the World Martial Arts Tournament yielded a plethora of eggs and cans. As aside from Satan and UPA, the rest were akin to characters from One Punch Man. With the exception of Broly, the spectacle was utterly devoid of excitement. Nevertheless, we have safely arrived at the semifinals, where the arena is larger and the competition fiercer. Simultaneously, 4 arenas host the quarterfinals. It is rumored that those who reach the top 8 will be awarded 10 million in prize money. And the champion will not only receive 100 million, but also the chance to challenge the hidden boss of this tournament, Frieza. Regrettably, aside from Goku and Vegeta, none express interest in facing Frieza. Is that not simply inviting hardship? Without further ado, the semifinals officially commence. Broly's opponent is Krillin, Cell faces Ribrian, Goku battles Oliver. Vegeta contends with Zangya, Android 17 goes against Tien, Android 18 meets Piccolo, Tien squares off against Gohan, and UPA confronts Satan. As the 4 arenas begin their matches, let us first observe the battle on Broly's side. Upon seeing Broly, Krillin's enmity is palpable. Every time he lays eyes on Broly's naturally oblivious demeanor, white steam escapes from his flat nose in agitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. I shall thwart your romantic endeavors. I shall deny your adult happiness. I shall force you to continue your adorable antics. Krillin was filled with fury, unleashing his full power right from the start. His movements were as swift as the wind and as lightning fast, with an astonishing force that resonated like thunder with each strike on Broly's body. Boom. The audience was instantly ignited with fervor. They were no longer witnessing a mere one-punch spectacle, but rather a passionate display of combat. It seemed there were even tantalizing rumors swirling around. Go, bald kid. Defeat that pretender. Don't hurt my idol, Broly, who was so handsome and adorable. Broly stared blankly at Krillin, who was giving him a massage. Krillin, put in some effort. My shoulder is aching from 18's weight. Buzz. Broly remained silent and did not retaliate, but Krillin's words struck a nerve, pushing him to the brink of insanity. You owe me my youth. Give me back my goddess. Love and anger can awaken an individual's latent potential, especially when combined. Thus, Krillin erupted. Roar. A milky white energy wave surged skyward as Krillin unleashed a combat power of 10 million, the culmination of his relentless training. So cute. Keep going. Don't stop. Increase the force. Without overthinking, Broly even extended his arm for Krillin to grapple with. Bang. The rhythmic sound of their collisions ignited the audience's excitement. Oh dear. Broly looked so pitiful. Has he truly not been affected after such a prolonged beating? This was a silly female fan-s lament. Solar Flare. Let me show you my ultimate technique, the Spirit Slice. Krillin was now utterly unrestrained. Buzz. A circular disc of light manifested in his hand, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Broly's gaze finally shifted, feeling discomfort from the solar flare. As for the so-called Spirit Slice, he dismissed it entirely. His normal combat power was already 5 billion. Why would he fear a technique from someone with a mere 10 million? No matter how powerful, it was inconsequential. Die. 18 is mine. Buzz. The spirit slice aimed for Broly's shoulder. Ultimately, Krillin refrained from targeting Broly's neck or chest, as he still wished to spare 18's feelings. Puff. The entire audience tensed, having just witnessed Krillin's formidable spirit slice. That was acceptable. Let us see more. Broly's calm and naive voice echoed once more, leaving Krillin utterly dumbfounded. The crowd erupted in cheers. Incredible! Broly is too powerful. Not only is he adorably naive, but he is also incredibly formidable. Broly, I yearn to bear your offspring. At that moment, the girl who had been cheering the loudest was met with the piercing gaze of Android 18, which sent her scurrying towards the restroom in fright. Krillin, feeling despondent, understood the vast disparity in their combat abilities and finally realized that he and Android 18 were destined to be worlds apart. Every aspect, appearance, physique, and power was utterly overshadowed. Goku, I must seek out the dragon to acquire the Saiyan physique. I want to become a Saiyan. Woe is me. Krillin voluntarily exited the scene. In this battle, Broly merely stood and endured the onslaught, only using his words without lifting a finger. Victory was his. This was Broly's approach from the very beginning, during the preliminary rounds. He had simply exhausted his opponents into submission. Chapter 90, even the Halo can play. In reality, the battles were held across 4 arenas simultaneously. However, to ensure that everyone could clearly follow the proceedings of each fight, the announcer, Turtle, chose to narrate them separately. Cell's opponent was Roboku, a ghostly king adorned with a halo, whose demise was long overdue. With a combat power of 2 billion, Roboku was a top-tier fighter on the Supreme Kai's planet. But unfortunately, he was facing a vastly transformed Cell. Having absorbed the embryonic form of this timeline Cell, along with Bojack, and subsequently assimilating Android 16 to ascend as Armored Cell, his combat power had reached an astounding 7.8 billion. Not only could he defeat Roboku, but if he so desired, he could eliminate him in an instant. Upon witnessing the metallic sheen of Cell's form, Roboku immediately recognized that he was up against a formidable adversary. Without hesitation, he removed his gravity suit, displaying a wisdom far surpassing that of Piccolo. With a mighty roar, Roboku's combat power surged to 2.5 billion, unleashing a milky white energy wave that soared into the skies. Had Frieza not imposed restrictions before the audience, that explosive display of power could have obliterated the island. One must not underestimate the significance of 2.5 billion at this juncture in the original narrative. Such a power level was already enough to dominate. Stop dawdling. Here's your chance to strike. Otherwise, you'll find yourself pelted with soda cans and eggs. After absorbing Android 16, Cell's voice took on a deeper timbre, resonating with a metallic rasp that captivated countless maidens. If not for his lackluster appearance, his popularity would undoubtedly rival that of Broly. This was the first time Roboku had encountered such brazen arrogance. Having spent tens of thousands of years in the underworld, any spirit bold enough to speak to him in such a manner had long since reincarnated. Even if he were to lose, he would endure to claim the title of the strongest in the underworld. This resilience is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks. With a fierce charge, Roboku activated high-speed movement, instantly appearing before Cell, followed by a flurry of swift yet powerful kicks that struck like lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Shara stood motionless, as the attack from Pork Rice failed to penetrate his defenses. With a resounding thud, Shara finally moved, delivering a seemingly effortless punch that sent Pork Rice hurtling off the arena, the halo above his head reacting with a 0.1 second delay before pursuing him. Curse you. Don't think you can escape. Halt, commanded the halo. Obediently, Pork Rice clung to the edge of the arena and eventually came to a stop. The halo looked back, feeling invigorated, thinking to himself, how strong. I never expected to have another opponent to exhaust. But no matter, I've grown accustomed to it. Nevertheless, I am still unwilling to relent. Now, allow me to unleash my ultimate move. Lightning Wave. With a crack, Pork Rice fell outside the arena. They say that villains often meet their demise through verbosity. You lost not only due to insufficient strength but also due to your incessant chatter. Shara retracted his imposing aura, casting not a glance at Pork Rice as he turned and walked away from the arena. Boom. The crowd erupted once more, as this battle was unlike anything they had ever witnessed, exhilarating beyond belief. The bespectacled commentator tossed the microphone skyward, which spun several times before he deftly caught it. Pointing to the heavens with his left hand, he exclaimed, "After many years, I finally witnessed such an intense battle again. My excitement is overwhelming. What say you, dear audience?" No one paid him any heed, for they were captivated by the spectacle unfolding on the third arena. It was not the clash between UPA and Satan, Though their fight was highly entertaining, it paled in comparison to the electrifying confrontation between Sun Wukong and Oliver. Oliver's battle power was also 2 billion. Yet he lacked means to grow stronger. Sun Wukong, merely tapping into the first stage of Super Saiyan, matched Oliver blow for blow. Would transforming mid-battle incite panic? Ridiculous. Among the spectators, some were so engrossed in the contest that they instinctively transformed into wolves or foxes. It was merely a change of hair color, a mere golden aura. It was inconsequential. Even if you morphed into a towering figure, the audience would only perceive it as an array of flashy antics. Bang, bang, boom. Sun Wukong's old habit resurfaced. Whenever he encountered an opponent of considerable strength, he would suppress his aura to match theirs, engaging in a thrilling battle. If Broly had overwhelmed Krillin, Shero had effortlessly sent pork rice flying, and Sun Wukong had truly brought the semi-finals to the level of a grand finale. Each punch struck with palpable force, every move fraught with peril. Oliver's muscles swelled impressively. While his battle power remained unchanged, his appearance was undeniably intimidating. For the spectators engrossed in the match, Oliver's physique was undeniably impressive. Casting a sideways glance at the arena, Sun Wukong was astonished to discover that even Satan, who invariably engaged in self-destructive antics before every match, had concluded his battle, while he remained, creating the illusion of being embroiled in a fierce struggle. Particularly on the viewing platform, Chi-Chi, adorned in an exquisite evening gown, bore a worried expression as she clutched a handkerchief. At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself disinclined to continue the fight. Since financial concerns had ceased to plague his family, Chi-Chi no longer pressured him to earn money, and he rather enjoyed her current demeanor. It was disheartening to worry someone he cherished. Moreover, the true masters lay hidden in the shadows, this foreigner, with a ring atop his head, was ripe for dismissal. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form and charged at Oliver with a speed that left him no time to react, seizing the halo atop his head. "Down you go," Sun Wukong exclaimed, bringing the halo crashing down upon Oliver's large head. What was the use of wearing a halo if it could be wielded as a weapon? He struck and struck again. A piercing scream erupted from Oliver. The ghostly king long thought to be lifeless, as he clutched his bruised head and fled. Would Sun Wukong allow him to escape? If he couldn't swiftly resolve the battle in his Super Saiyan form, he would be utterly disappointing. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed a kick at Oliver's rear. Bam! Ouch! Boom! Oliver collided directly with the barrier set by Frieza, yet it elicited no reaction whatsoever. A spectator, merely 30 centimeters away from Oliver, found himself locked in a comical stare-down with him. "Excuse me, which generation of Tathagata are you? Do Westerners also believe in Tathagata?" Oliver nearly spat blood, not from Sun Wukong's blows, but from the sheer irritation caused by this audience member. "Hey, your halo." Sun Wukong glanced at the ring in his hand and sensed its strong desire to escape his grasp. It was wrong to take someone else's belongings. Master Roshi had taught him this principle long ago, so Sun Wukong resolved to return it. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the halo soaring back toward Oliver. "Oh no, I used too much force," Sun Wukong gasped. Clang. It was as if Neza had hurled the cosmic ring at the Bull Demon King, both magnificent and imposing. The halo struck Oliver's head with tremendous force, landing squarely on one of his swollen bumps. Oliver's eyes rolled back in pain, and he fainted. He did not revert to his original form. The halo gently returned to rest atop Oliver's head, and Sun Wukong silently vowed, "There was no way he could shake me off." The man in sunglasses seized the spotlight once again, passionately exclaiming, "The first round of the quarterfinals has concluded. Now, let us welcome the contenders for the second round." Chapter 91. The battlefield is mine alone. Next, we have Vegeta facing off against Zangia, Lapis against Trunks, Lazuli against Piccolo, and Gohan against Tien Shinhan. What breathtaking battles await us next? But first, let us enjoy a brief interlude for a commercial break featuring Watermelon Bobo, and the excitement will resume shortly. This segment was strongly insisted upon by Master Roshi. Upon reflection, Frieza realized that promoting Watermelon Bobo could potentially yield lucrative royalties. Thus, with a grand gesture, he approved it. In the special audience section, Frieza languidly sipped from an endless goblet of red wine, a tribute from the planet Parame. Parame, a planet inhabited by grape-like beings, meant that with every sip, Frieza was, in truth, partaking of the blood of the Parameans. However, he remained blissfully unaware, and even if he did, it mattered little. Merely fruit. At that moment, Frieza sat elegantly upon a leather sofa, his tail protruding from a hole in the back, his crimson eyes fixated on a plate of ribs and Oliver. "Ho ho ho, you two must have come from the underworld, haven't you?" Rib and Oliver dared not remain silent, for even Broly and Cell obediently stood behind this figure. Indeed, we took a leave from the Supreme Kai's planet, but alas, we were defeated. Rib was awestruck by Cell's final onslaught, while Oliver, having been thoroughly bested by Goku, found himself devoid of any retort, as evidenced by the numerous bumps adorning his head. Frieza lightly swirled the red wine in his glass, remaining noncommittal, as his mind was preoccupied with another matter. The registration fee is 500 yuan. Are you using ghost money? In an instant, the cold sweat of both the Rib Rice and Oliver manifested, as they were utterly startled. Even Cell began to perspire nervously. The thoughts of King Frieza are indeed inscrutable. Initially, one might presume he sought to inquire about matters concerning the underworld. However, who could have anticipated? Broly, oblivious to such intricacies, simply continued to caress Android 18's head, exclaiming, "So cute." Android 18 was utterly delighted, for Broly perpetually praised her charm, which felt nothing short of romantic. "What? Do you wish to come over and receive a beating? The appearance fee for my subordinates is quite substantial, requiring merely a registration fee of 500 for each of you. Is that a considerable amount? Participants must pay a registration fee of 500, while spectators are obliged to purchase tickets at 3,000 yuan, in addition to various advertising placement fees. The costs for this venue were covered by Bulma, as were the prizes. Yet, all proceeds belonged to Frieza. This point, Frieza vehemently asserted. Although Bulma heard not a single word, she was met solely with a fierce glare. Frieza, staring is also an art of negotiation. Are you not aware of Sakuragi's formidable gaze technique? The Rib Rice and Oliver felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza, instinctively bowing in submission. They inquired with trepidation, "Pray tell, esteemed gentlemen, what must we do for you to overlook our transgression of fair evasion?" Frieza chuckled. And that was precisely the reaction one would expect. Had he uttered those words sooner, perhaps his ire could have been avoided. Yet, while Frieza smiled, those around him instinctively took several steps back. His laughter seemed far more terrifying than silence itself. "Ah, you hail from the underworld and lack the currency of mortals. I can certainly comprehend that. I, Frieza, am quite the reasonable being." Upon hearing this, those who had lingered by his side shivered in unison, while those unfamiliar with Frieza, like Ribs and Oliver, were overjoyed. "However, I have established 2 dedicated stores for watermelon bubble tea. Each of you shall oversee one. Receiving an annual salary of merely $1. Work for 500 years, and you shall fulfill your obligation." Do not misconstrue this. It is merely Master Roshi, spewing blood from his nose, primarily due to the explosive performance occurring in the arena. Not only Master Roshi, but Oolong too, resembled an inebriated individual, struggling to maintain his balance. Ribs and Oliver were dumbfounded. After all, they had only taken a day off. How could they possibly remain on Earth for 500 years? A glance at those nearby revealed Android 18 and Broly playfully dispensing affection, while Android 17 and Zhangyo engaged in a public display of affection. Vegeta pointed at little Trunks, proclaiming, "This is the essence of your future character. From your first birthday onward, you shall accompany me in training." Goku ruffled Chi-Chi's hair, shamelessly asking, "Chi-Chi, is this outfit convenient for cooking? I am quite hungry." Piccolo regarded Gohan with a fatherly gaze, while Gohan and Tien were engrossed in solving a linear equation. "Tien, your 8 times 3 should equal 24. Why do you calculate it as 23? Piccolo remarked. Krillin appeared despondent, Yamcha remained blissfully carefree, and Tien occasionally caressed his tattoos. Master Roshi's nose had not ceased its bleeding, and Oolong had blissfully fainted. It seemed this motley crew lacked any semblance of seriousness. Nevertheless, Ribs and Oliver resolved to seize the moment. They clasped their fists together and proclaimed loudly, "We shall offer our humble services." They thought to themselves, "Finally, we can return to the mortal realm without consequence. Ah, splendid, splendid. Given your earnestness, I shall grant you leniency this time. You may depart." Ribs and Oliver gasped in astonishment. "No, I require merely a diamond salary per year. Nay, even a penny will suffice. I beseech your mercy, accept our sincerity." Ah, the vivacious young maidens are indeed quite popular. Yet, the hour of combat draws near. In the audience, a charming girl with her hair styled in a bun shouted, "Victory awaits, Broly. Soon, it shall be your moment." Joyu lamented, crying in the restroom. Android 18 fumed with rage. As the words of the sunglasses man echoed in the air, a rustling sound followed, and all the warriors appeared on their respective platforms. Number 17 shouted, "Vegeta, pay attention. If you harm even a single hair on Zhangya, I will pursue Bulma." Vegeta responded with a silent exclamation. Number 18 whispered softly to Piccolo, "Broly is watching." Piccolo was taken aback. Dai pondered whether he should contribute something to the conversation. Tianjin Fan, caressing his dragon-shaped tattoo, murmured, "Success or failure hinges on this moment. If I succeed, I shall soar to great heights. If I fail, it shall be a reflection of the tattoo artist's lack of skill." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Ah! The heavens have opened, the boundless hell descends, and I am the supreme ruler. Great dragon of heaven, revered earthly guardian, bodhisattva of wisdom, the essence of the Buddha." All phenomena are empty. With a roar, a wave of yellow energy surged into the sky as Tianjin Fan, the weakest among those present, entered a state of sheer rage. In that moment, enlightenment struck him. Hell trembled, heaven rejoiced, and the earth roared. A tempest of wind, rain, and thunder engulfed the arena. The audience was instantly ignited with fervor, joining in the uproar. Fearsome might! Fearsome might! Not satisfied with the atmosphere, Tianjin Fan bellowed once more, "From this moment on, the battlefield is mine to command. The demonic force descends." Chapter 92. Chaos unleashed among the 8 competitors, while Tianjin Fan unleashed his explosive energy. The others quietly observed the remarkable transformation taking place between him and Son Gohan. Just moments ago, Tianjin Fan had erupted with an unprecedented aura, sparking their curiosity. What could possibly provoke such a change in the demeanor of a typically reticent individual? Was it love, hatred, or perhaps jealousy? None of these. Son Goku possesses the innate talents of a Saiyan, number 17, and the others have their extraordinary experiences as androids, and Cell is a unique fusion of multiple cells. Yet, I, Tianjin Fan, possess the distinct trait of having 3 eyes. Why should I be overshadowed by that noseless sycophant? I refuse to accept it. Believe it or not, I, Tianjin Fan, am indeed a being from the 3-eyed star. I shall ignite the entire arena. Tianjin Fan, filled with intense dissatisfaction, understood that his silence did not indicate indifference. Rather, it was precisely because he cared that he had silently pushed his potential to the limit. He even endured a day of shouting, all for the sake of adorning himself with this 5-clawed golden dragon. Son Gohan was taken aback. The aura emanating from Tianjin Fan at that moment was a stark contrast to his prior demeanor. Especially after he declared the arrival of the demonic deity, his tattoos seemed to come alive. On the 17th, a look of astonishment spread across his face as he exclaimed incredulously, "This must be a trick." He had transformed, and his combat power had soared to an astonishing 1.5 billion. Previously, aside from possessing 3 eyes, Tianjin Fan appeared remarkably ordinary. However, now he still bore a resemblance to an average person, yet with an aura of unparalleled magnificence, enhanced by the tattoos adorning his body that enveloped him at this moment. The energy emanating from Tianjin Fan was a striking yellow. Though lacking the brilliant golden hue of a Super Saiyan, it exuded a profound sense of steadiness. Indeed, this surge in combat power was extraordinary. After arduous training, he had barely reached 8 million, yet merely by inking some tattoos, his power had skyrocketed to 1.5 billion, a staggering increase of 18.75 times. Observe. This is the calculating prowess of the 17th, precise to 2 decimal places. Such acumen stands in stark contrast to certain individuals who are solely preoccupied with combat, lacking any intellectual depth. Piccolo remarked, "Gohan and Tian are not merely fighters, are they? They do not even know that 3 times 8 equals 24. Come forth. Let us battle, for my golden dragon has long been eager for action." With that, he charged towards Son Gohan, the golden dragon seemingly coming to life, racing towards him at a speed surpassing that of Tianjin Fan. Boom! The mighty dragon of heaven, the flying dragon in the sky. Upon Tianjin Fan's advance, Son Gohan erupted with energy. Without transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he could not hope to contend with Tianjin Fan's current strength. However, despite Gohan having transformed, he found himself effortlessly receiving the impact of Tianjin Fan's 1.5 billion combat power fist. Yet, what was this golden dragon? Bang! Son Gohan was sent flying, his shirt torn asunder, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the golden dragon. Pain. Gohan felt an excruciating ache. Since his breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, his foundational combat power had increased, and even in his Super Saiyan 1 state, he boasted nearly 3 billion combat power. Yet, despite this, he was still forced back significantly by Tianjin Fan's might, enduring an unbearable agony. Uncle Tianjin Fan, you are exceptionally strong. I must unleash my true power. After erupting with energy once more, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, crackling with electric currents, his combat power surpassing that of a typical Broly, reaching the staggering height of 6 billion. A fourfold disparity could not be bridged by mere skills or techniques, as techniques akin to the Kaioken and Stellar Transformation were exceedingly rare. Haha, I, Chanjin fan, fear nothing. Enhanced version of the 4 Demon Fist, 6 Demon Fist. Yellow Dragon Ascension. Upon witnessing Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level, Tien Shinhan resolutely unleashed his most formidable technique, to everyone's astonishment. For enormous hands emerged from his back. Regrettably, Tien lacked 3 heads, achieving only a singular head with 6 arms. The golden dragon entwined around Tien swiftly descended to his feet, lifting him effortlessly to the special audience section. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Enraged, Tien exclaimed, "You wretched dragon. I am not yet finished." The dragon, however, remained indifferent, not wishing to be obliterated in the inaugural battle. It would be utterly disgraceful. With its master in a frenzy, it had heard the incessant cries of not having received enough punishment. It was imperative to assist him in escaping this dire predicament. The bespectacled host adjusted his fallen glasses and raised the microphone to announce, in the duel of the double rice, Son Gohan emerges victorious against Tien Shinhan. The audience reacted with discontent, exclaiming, "What a letdown. This is utterly disgraceful." But then, attention shifted to 2 lovely ladies who had begun their own battle with their opponent. Indeed, the combat of these beauties is far more pleasing to the eye. The previous match was far too loud. Vegeta, engaged in a stealthy fight, was seething with rage as 17 had the audacity to threaten him with Bulma. Piccolo was equally infuriated, pondering the consequences if Broly's woman were to provoke him. Daitetsu was fuming as well, for 17 refused to engage him directly, relying on his infinite energy to evade swiftly. What was worse, Daitetsu had hoped to break through to Super Saiyan 2 in this very battle. Zanjan executed a sweeping kick. "You can't use that. No, don't touch Vegeta with your hands. Use your feet instead. You're wearing shoes, but not gloves." Vegeta threatened, "If you dare strike back, I will forfeit the match to seek out Bulma." 17's voice reverberated throughout the arena, shocking all. "What is this? It's just a match, and you're making demands of others while threatening them. What nonsense is this?" With a sudden strike, Daitetsu seized the opportunity and landed a punch aimed directly at 17's face. Enraged, 17 could hardly believe the chaos Daitetsu was causing at such a tense moment. Consequently, 17 showed no mercy. His battle power of 3 billion far exceeded Daitetsu's too. 3 billion, and he swiftly slapped Daitetsu across the face. With a resounding crack, Daitetsu was sent crashing to the ground, left stunned, cornered by Zanjan. Vegeta was engulfed in fury. "Rubbish. You have gone too far." In a fit of rage, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Zanjan's chest, sending her shrieking and flying out of the ring. "Speak again. I dare you. I will knock you down alongside him." Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, could not possibly endure such indignity. Were it not for Frieza's influence, he would have dismissed the words of Android 17 entirely. Upon witnessing Zangya's shrill cries as she soared out of the arena, particularly from the area where Vegeta had attacked, 17 instantly lost his composure. "Vegeta, I shall not back down. If you do not defeat me today, I will outlast you." Without even glancing at the bewildered top, 17 flew directly onto Vegeta's platform. And without further ado, they engaged in a fierce battle. The arena erupted with a cacophony of strikes and energy blasts, a spectacle of magnificent proportions. The man in sunglasses was thoroughly astonished. It was his first time witnessing such a blatant disregard for the rules of the tournament, fueled by jealousy. "Hey, rubbish. You violated the rules. Your eligibility for the match is revoked," he shouted, yet remained firmly rooted to his spot. According to Mr. Frieza, as long as he remained within the designated circle, he would be absolutely safe. Any consequences arising from stepping outside would not be the responsibility of the organizers. Could Android 17 heed the man in sunglasses? Could Vegeta? Clearly, that was out of the question. However, was 17 truly a match for Vegeta? With a power disparity of 5 billion to 3 billion, it was evident to Kame Sennin that a gap of 5 billion was substantial indeed. The disparity is glaring. 18. Come and assist me. Vegeta would surely hesitate to strike you, lest Broly take his vengeance. After enduring a brutal beating from Vegeta, 17 finally recalled he had a sister. "Sister, come to my aid." Upon hearing her long-lost brother's plea, 18 felt a stirring in her heart, reminiscing about their childhood. "Piccolo, let us cease hostilities. My brother is in peril. I must lend my support. Brother, I am here. Together, our sibling bond shall sever through steel." With a resounding thud, 18 fell to the ground. The disparity in their combat power was insurmountable, and numbers could not resolve this dilemma. Kawaii. As 18 was unceremoniously thrust to the ground by Vegeta, the proverbial hornet's nest had been thoroughly disturbed. Just as 18 cried out Kawaii, Broly in the special spectator section suddenly felt a surge of white-hot fury, instinctively letting out a primal roar. Kawaii! Kawaii! Kakarot! How dare this insignificant insect touch my Kawaii? With a thunderous explosion, a wave of green energy surged into the sky, an intense aura enveloping the entire arena. The indomitable sunglasses of the man shattered in an instant, causing tremors throughout the confines of the martial arts tournament venue. Sun Wukong, taken aback, swiftly found himself in the tournament's dining hall. Consuming food is a more prudent choice, even if it's not as delectable as what Chi-Chi prepares. I would rather not engage in battle with that lunatic Broly. When not in a frenzy, Broly is innocuous, rather endearingly naive and charming. However, once he loses his composure, it is not just the TNZ Pavilion that will face the repercussions, but even Frieza, the master of TNZ Pavilion, will suffer. Vegeta, too, felt his strength waning. Android 18. Do you wish for the Earth to be annihilated? Kawaii, you rascal. Hey, sunglasses-wearing host, swiftly declare my victory. I need to make my escape. The host, who had once again donned his sunglasses, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and bellowed, Lapith and Lazuli have violated the tournament rules. Vegeta is declared the victor of the semifinals. Alongside him, victorious were Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Trunks. As soon as the words left the sunglasses-clad man's lips, everyone vanished from sight. Even Android 18 dared not linger for a moment longer. Android 18 felt a pang of regret. She had merely called out Kawaii. How did that provoke Broly's rage? He was not usually like this. Boom. A muscular man with green hair crashed directly into the tournament venue. Debris flew, and a tempest raged, sending the surrounding audience into a frenzy. Everyone, remain calm. The explosion within the venue poses no threat to us. This is merely a special performance during intermission, akin to the previous one. The bespectacled man proved to be remarkably competent. Despite the chaos erupting around him, he remained steadfast, using his microphone to quell the audience's panic. I would like to flee, but it seems that everywhere outside this circle has already collapsed. The audience regained their composure, reassured by the host's apparent safety at the center of the explosion, and settled back down, some even producing beers to enhance the festivities. This year's martial arts tournament is truly spectacular, a grand spectacle indeed. The venue has been obliterated. Indeed, this is certainly not the kind of shoddy special effects one would expect. The sensation is far too authentic. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly, who had wreaked havoc upon the tournament venue, continued to roar, his combat power having doubled. A radiant spectrum of colors erupted from within him. Oh ho ho ho. Has the third surge come so swiftly? Allow me to help you forget it all completely. Suddenly, the figure of Frieza appeared above Broly, his fingers claw-like, wielding the long-lost 9-in white bone claw. He seized Broly's head with a firm grip. Of course, Frieza's fingers did not penetrate Broly's crown. Nonetheless, the force was considerable. A radiance more dazzling than the seven-colored aura emitted by Broly enveloped him with a brazen disregard for reason. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Broly possesses spirit, Frieza commands, forget Kakarot. He my summons. Boom. The seven-colored glow swiftly vanished from around Broly, this time directly erasing his childhood memories. I am Broly. Thank you, Lord Frieza. At this moment, Broly still retained the legendary Saiyan form, but his eyes, once gleaming white, now bore red irises. It seemed he had truly regained his sanity. Ho ho ho. Excellent. Return to the audience. Broly glanced at Frieza, reverting to his black-haired, black-eyed state, and proceeded towards the audience. Now, Broly appeared as endearing as ever, yet devoid of his previous naivety. He quickly approached Android 18, embraced her in his arms, exuding an air of domineering authority, and proclaimed loudly to those around him. From this moment on, Lazuli shall be my woman. Dare to touch her, and you shall face the consequences. From today forth, you shall be my beloved wife. Do you consent? This assertive declaration left Android 18 utterly entranced, her spirit soaring amidst the colorful clouds. Whatever you say goes. I shall follow your wishes. Krillin gazed at the two before him, his heart bleeding, yet feeling utterly helpless. With a mere wave of his hand, Frieza restored the shattered arena to its original state, merging all the platforms into one. The stage was set for the battles among the 8 contenders. Oh ho ho. Broly faced off against Mr. Satan. Vegeta squared off against Goku. Gohan battled Trunks, and Piccolo confronted Cell. Let the performances commence. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Mr. Satan, Piccolo, Cell. Broly, These 8 individuals were vying for the championship title. Among them, 2 participants were rather unexpected. The first was Broly, whose immense power overshadowed the competition. Frieza, with all his might unleashed, could barely hold his own against Broly, rendering the others mere fodder. The second anomaly was Mr. Satan, who, through sheer luck, had advanced to the top 8. Was this a distortion of humanity or a cruel twist of fate? Whether it was ignorance or audacity, Mr. Satan boldly took the stage first, completely disregarding the commotion caused by Broly moments earlier. Haha, I have long seen through your tricks. Against me, the national champion of martial arts, all your flamboyance is futile. With a resounding thud, Mr. Satan tossed a capsule, unveiling 15 tiles arranged on the ground. Do you see this? I shall challenge these 15 tiles. I am the man who conquers all frivolity. Behold, this is my championship belt. Break for me. Drawing a deep breath, Mr. Satan struck down upon the stack of tiles. The audience was primed for applause. Boom. A figure descended, shattering the tiles beneath a single footfall, the force of his descent sending Mr. Satan flying. Broly cast a glance at the bespectacled man, who appeared as a radiant and confident boy next door. Excuse me, did I win? He must have fallen off the platform, right? The bespectacled man confirmed with a glance. Sensing no imminent danger, and indeed, Mr. Satan's presence was nowhere to be seen on the stage. He tossed the microphone with flair, only to catch it again. Wait. I have not yet fallen off the platform. Chapter 94, The Fated Battle. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Satan's voice emerged first as he struggled to climb back onto the stage from its edge, balancing precariously on one leg. He somehow managed to withstand Broly's overwhelming force for an entire round. This astonished not only Broly but also every spectator present, save for Frieza. Just how powerful was Broly? Even the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tian, would likely hesitate to claim he could endure a round against Broly, let alone the hapless Mr. Satan. Yet, the outcome was undeniably unexpected. Despite the fact that Satan had just sustained a bruised visage and lost 2 teeth from the recent encounter, he resolutely stood up, undeterred. Had this been the previous Broly, he would have harbored no thoughts of resistance. However, the current Broly had regained clarity of mind, leading to a flicker of different considerations. Come forth. I commend your spirit. I have resolved to exhaust you. The bespectacled man's lips twitched, as he vividly recalled how Broly had previously brought opponents to their knees through sheer fatigue. Satan, however, was undeterred by such reflections and was intent on delivering a severe lesson to this man who disregarded the code of martial ethics. Satan's iron fist. Satan's whirlwind kicks. The might of Satan. The sounds of impact reverberated. To be fair, Satan's combat prowess was commendable, at least among humans, as he had managed to reach this point. Each punch and kick he executed was impeccably precise. So much so that even Master Wu Tian found little fault with his technique. The only shortcoming was that his strength was rather insufficient. Broly remained immovable, truly unyielding, allowing his opponent to strike without retaliation. Of course, he was not idle in his own way. Ladies and gentlemen, why not set a wager? Let us bet on how many minutes Mr. Satan can endure. The atmosphere of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was electrified as people of all ages and genders fell to the ground in disbelief. What audacity! I wager 3 minutes, came a voice. I wager 4 minutes. I wager 5 minutes. As the clock ticked down to 3 minutes, Frieza's gaze sharpened. A spark ignited in Satan's mind. Satan's headbutt. Bang. Oh, so many stars. Satan collapsed, and the bespectacled man counted to 20 without any sign of revival. Oh ho ho. I have won. Each of you owes me 1 million. The crowd gasped in shock. Are you serious? You never specified the stakes. They protested. We merely went along with your jest. Never expecting such treachery. Doria, number 17, sell, go collect the debts. Those who refuse will be sent to coal mine until they earn back 1 million. The duo of Ribs and Oliver perked up, eagerly volunteering. I'll go. Just pay me $1 a year, as long as I get time off. The absurdity of their willingness to remain on Earth rendered even Frieza slightly embarrassed, his face reddening at their shamelessness. The competition resumed. Frieza lost interest in toying with this group, as the imminent clash between the fated rivals, Son Goku and Vegeta, was about to commence. Son Goku boasted a power level of 5 billion, while Vegeta's was 5 billion. To be candid, the disparity was rather significant, especially considering Vegeta's mastery of spatial manipulation, a skill particularly advantageous in combat. Clang, clang, clang. Without waiting for the bespectacled referee to signal the start, The two warriors engaged in a rapid exchange of over 100 blows, delivering an exhilarating spectacle that left the audience in awe. Son Goku was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, landing a powerful punch on Vegeta's left cheek, sending him sprawling. Kakarot. Instinctively, Son Goku felt the urge to instantaneously teleport away, haunted by the echo of those words. Boom. In an instant, the newly transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta retaliated with a punch to Son Goku's abdomen. Vegeta, you treacherous fiend, he exclaimed. Such is the art of warfare. Do on. Boom. 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 Android 17 was closing in on Bulma. Vegeta momentarily froze, only to be jolted by a sharp pain on his face, followed by a kick to his midsection. Kakarot. Chi-Chi is wearing a Chi-Pao again. Son Goku gasped, instinctively glancing toward the audience. Bang. 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 Thud. Taking the initiative. Vegeta amassed a tremendous amount of energy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Son Goku, who lay flattened on the ground. Tai Chi circular motion. Using stillness to counter motion. Son Goku shouted, channeling the Tai Chi technique he once witnessed from Frieza. Although his movements appeared languid, he adeptly evaded Vegeta's energy blast with each calculated maneuver. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he observed Goku's movements, suddenly recalling the concept of the Ultra Instinct. Could it be that Tai Chi's circular flow is merely a simplified version of Ultra Instinct? No, that cannot be right. Rather, Ultra Instinct must have been comprehended from the depths of Tai Chi. Ultimately, Vegeta's battle prowess proved superior when the two transformed into Super Saiyans at the second level. The disparity in their power became starkly evident, an insurmountable chasm of a full 1 billion. Trunks. Strike Krillin with a punch, and make it a fierce one. Goku, overwhelmed and dashing chaotically around the arena, suddenly recalled Gohan's furious transformation after witnessing Piccolo being beaten. Perhaps he could attempt something similar. Though Trunks did not grasp the reason behind this, he had long been weary of Krillin's woeful expression following his heartbreak. Now that Mr. Goku had issued a request, how could he possibly refuse? Instinctively, his size 42 foot connected with Krillin's face. Bang. Krillin, already in a state of mental disarray, became utterly bewildered by Goku's demand, only to find himself crashing headfirst into the earth beside the ring. Upon witnessing this scene, Goku, repeatedly prompting himself to ignite his anger, found himself truly enraged. You may strike Piccolo, you may strike Gohan, but you shall not lay a finger on Krillin. Vegeta, your son has attacked my dearest friend, and I shall demand retribution. Oh, fair. Goku's aura surged dramatically, becoming unreasonable in its ferocity, instantly surpassing Vegeta's 6.5 billion power level and matching that of Cell. Goku declared, battle power,